Hello, trainers. We're at the Seattle Regional Championships. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Arrow, Substance Eater, and It's Axon. And we have a special little segment here because we had an announcement recently. The Memories in Motion update just got released. That's going to be the next season in Pokemon Go, and specifically in Pokemon Go PvP. There were a lot of changes that will impact the meta. So I got some great trainers here to judge each one of these changes and how impactful it will be in the meta, or maybe how fun it will be, how significant it will be. We will judge from 1 through 10, no decimals for any of you. And also, Substance Eater is going to be taking the place of Nighttime Clasher, his brother. He was supposed to be here, but he's going to judge exactly like his brother would judge, and you can judge him on how he judges that. All right, let's just get into the first attack here. We're not going to say every single attack, but we're going to try to cover the top ones. If you want to see every single part of the update, make sure to go to PokemonGo.com. You can see all the information of the new season. But let's start it off with a fast attack that we're well aware of. It was on the Swampert. It is the Mud Shot. The power has dropped from 4 to 3, but the energy generation has now increased, reverting back to how it used to work, where it generated more energy and did less damage. Let's start off with the world champion. What do you think about the Mud Shot update?
I love it. I've honestly wanted this change ever since they ended up nerfing Mudshot a couple of years back. I'm going to give it an 8 because I just love Shadow Quagsire, and I know a lot of Pokemon get this move. There's Galarian Stunfisk, there's Greedent if you're a Greedent enjoyer, so there's a lot of options with this move. I'm very excited to see what it's going to look like.
All right, Substance Eater, what would Nighttime Clasher say?
I think he would say a 7. I think similar to what Axon was saying, there's a lot of great things this kind of allows to get back into the meta, like the Galarian Stunfisk, and I think the Hydro Cannon pacing that we're going to see on Swampert, as well as the Aqua Tail pacing we're going to see on the Quagsire, are really interesting, and they're super dynamic moves, so I'm excited to see that.
All right, Arrow, what do you got?
I got a 7. No, a 9.
Oh,
He's
a 9.
got a 7. I love this change. I am a Shadow Quag connoisseur. Some of my best runs have been with the Shadow Quagsire, and I'm excited to be able to use it to its full potential finally once again.
Okay, we got an 8, 7, and 9s. Oh, that's a strong start. Okay, next up, we got Bullet Punch. It went from 8 power to 7 power. So basically, it does a little bit less damage now. This is a fast attack. Of course, it is known to be used by Shadow Scizor. That is probably the best Shadow-type Pokemon in the game right now. How impactful will this be, Axon?
I'm going to give it a 7. That is 1 point per power that this move has. Honestly, I think this move, it did need a little bit of reining in. Shadow Scizor is such a cool Pokemon, but that doesn't change the fact that it can 2-shield through so many things. So I think this is a very deserved nerf.
All right, Substance Eater.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give it an 8 here. I think it is super impactful right now, and having Shadow Scizor out of the meta, or potentially less prevalent in the meta, is going to be a good thing, as these Night Slash boosts will be happening less often, leaving less things up to chance, and I'm excited for this change.
All right, Arrow.
I'm going to give it an 8. I would have given it a 9, but I'm going to have less fun because I love using Shadow Scizor.
Okay, fair.
So, it's going to affect the meta a lot.
Okay.
And it's going to affect me a lot. So it didn't get that 9. It got an 8.
Okay, that's fair. All right, up next, we have Mud Slap. Of course, there's always been a lot of Mud Slappers, and right now, of course, Shadow Kanto Marowak's probably the best Mud Slapper. Gastrodon has been up there. The power has decreased. It's another nerf. It goes from 10 to 11 power. That does change its overall output quite significantly throughout a battle. So let's hear from the esteemed judges. What do you think about less Mud Slappers maybe being as strong as they are right now? Let's reverse it. Arrow.
Okay, so this one is very interesting to me. I'm going to give this a 10.
Okay, a 10?
I think this is the most important change that we have had.
Okay.
But however, I do not think it will affect the meta as much as you think it may.
Oh, okay.
With Mudslap being reduced, I think more ground types are going to be viable through the moves such as Mudshot.
Okay.
I also don't think Mudslap is going away.
Okay.
And it's a 5 on the fun scale because I'm going to have more fun with less Mudslap around.
Okay. I love the math, but it ends up at a 10. All right. Substance Eater, what do you think?
I'm unfortunately going to have to give this one a 6.
Okay.
I love playing Marowak. It's one of my favorite mons. I think it's just so dynamic. It has insane coverage. You have the Rock Slide for flying types, which you're not doing super effective against, or I guess you're doing not effective damage with all your other moves. So it has really great coverage. It feels really fun to play, and I'm sad to see it kind of decrease in power, but I guess it'll still be around, like Arrow was saying.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Axon.
I gotta say, I'm giving this one a 9. I am much more on Arrow's side with this one, where as much as I respect ground-type Pokemon, I don't respect fast move pressure. I think having Mudshot users as the main source of ground-type damage is going to be so much more fun and healthy, so I'm hoping this one's going to be a big change.
Okay, Sustenance Eater, or replacing Night-type Clasher, bringing down the average of that Mud Slap. Let's see about the next one, though. This next one is a big one. It's Wing Attack. The energy generation has increased once again. We know how powerful some of the Pokemon with Wing Attack can be. Shadow Charizard, Noctowl, there are plenty others. It's Axon. What do you got? I'm shocked!
I'm giving this one a 7. I know, this is kind of crazy, right? I'm a big Noctowl enthusiast, but the problem is, Peck exists. So while Wing Attack is going to be better than it was, I'm just worried it's going to be a little bit outclassed, so I'm not going to be giving it too high of a score, at least not until I see how it's going to perform.
All right, Sustenance Eater.
It's an easy 10 for me.
Oh, a 10, okay.
I think Wing Attack being back is super awesome. I'm excited to play with it. I think it brings back a lot of these mons that I enjoy playing, such as the Pelipper. We're back to the 5-4 pacing of Weather Bolt, and I love that personally. Pelipper is one of my favorite mons, so looking forward to playing it.
All right, Arrow.
I'm with Sustenance Eater here, except I hate Pelipper. I got a 10.
What Pelipper ever did?
And the reason being is I think it allows for the flying typing to be a lot more dynamic. I think Pokemon like Gligar come back into the fray. I think Noctowl, I think Pidgeot, with its new move, Heat Wave as well, will be able to...
We're not judging that one, but would you give that a 10? If you could?
I think Heat Wave deserves
a 10, okay.
It gets a 10 in my heart.
Okay.
But I do think that this rejuvenates the flying type, which has been very difficult. We got Peck as a rejuvenation, but Peck isn't on enough Pokemon to really affect the meta the way it should.
Okay.
I think Wing Attack changes that.
Okay, great. All right. So we had a 7, 10, and 10. So those might have been some of the most impactful ones, but there's some other key changes that might do well as well. Low Kick. Low Kick has a power increase and an energy generation increase. And there's something important to point out. Annihilate has access to this fast attack. I'm already seeing some scores here. We're gonna see how relevant these judges think it's gonna be. Oh no, this one's gonna flop. Low Kick. It's Axon. What do you got?
You know, the one thing Low Kick has going for it is its sheer distribution. There are so many Pokemon that you probably wouldn't even expect that have this move. The problem is, I mean, you know, it's not that good still, in my opinion. At least with what I'm expecting it to be, it's going to be similar to Metal Sound, which Empoleon can make work because it's such a unique Pokemon and it has Hydro Cannon. But, like, I don't know. It's still not a great attack. And I think Annihilate and potentially another fighting type that hopefully we'll get to cover here soon might just be a little bit better.
All right, Sustenance Eater, what do you got?
A little higher, but I, like Axon, think that it will not be the staple fighting type fast move that we need. I think counter on Annihilate is just still so powerful and something that is going to be preferred because we're losing a lot of that damage that we really need. So I don't know how impactful it'll be, but I'm looking forward to seeing how this will change the meta.
All right, Arrow.
All right, I'm giving this one a 3. So my main reasoning here to get even a 3 is the fact that Keldeo has it.
Okay.
And I love Keldeo.
Okay. Should rate higher, but okay, that's okay. All right, so that one flopped. We got to bring these scores back up. We're going to bring it to an attack that a lot of trainers maybe don't like. It might not be as significant in the meta, but I want you to also judge this on how much you might personally enjoy this change. This is gonna be the Smackdown, going from 12 power to 11 power, reduces the damage from a Pokemon like Bastiodon, which is a polarizing Pokemon to say the least. We do see it on the Championship Series stage. No take backs. No take backs. You have to keep it. All right. What do you got, Axon? Yeah, we got the score right back. We got it.
I don't know what these fools are doing. I think Harry's he's gone back on it, which is good. Smackdown is terrible. We don't want this move in the meta. Bastiodon is not a Pokemon I enjoy. So this is amazing. This is great.
All right, Sustenance Eater.
I definitely agree. I think Basti is just something we do not want to see in the meta because of how polarizing a lot of its matchups can be. But the one caveat that I had, which almost made me change this to a 9, is that I love playing ABA to flying with Whack Fort Basti. So I will kind of miss that, but 10 it is.
Okay, Arrow.
I'm going with a 7. And while I understand the sentiment that Bastiodon does not deserve to be in the meta, I also have a Shadow Bastiodon I don't have fully built yet that I would like to run. And I don't want for that to not happen.
All right, well, we're almost out of time. I'm gonna do one more just because the world champ is here. His favorite Pokemon has access to Psycho Cut. That is the meta champ. We're actually not even gonna explain our scores. I just want to see your scores for Psycho Cut. It's increasing power from 3 to 4, so it's gonna do more damage with that fast attack. It's already generates energy incredibly quickly. All right, let's just show the scores here. We got an 11, which is out of the realm of possibility, but since he's the world champ, he gets an extra point. And then we got a 7 and an 8. Wow, that actually might almost rank the highest. Let me do some quick math here. It looks like actually Wing Attack looks to be our highest winning score here. So I actually have something to symbolize that. And Arrow, you've enjoyed Wing Attack in the past. Your Wing Attack, you symbolize Wing Attack. You get first place from all of these attacks. Wing Attack was ranked the highest. Who would have known? And then I believe Mud Shot and Mud Slap both have a score. Oh, wow. No, actually, Mud Slap has a score of 25 and Mud Shot has a score of 24. So Mud Slap is actually going to get the second place, I believe. So Sustenance Eater here, you can represent Mud Slap for everyone out there. And it's Axon, you are going to be our last attack, which I believe is Mud Shot is going to be our third highest rated attack. No, I'm completely wrong. It's Psycho Cut because the world champ cheated on it, so he's going to represent Psycho Cut in third place. But I hope I did that math right. I did it really quick, but that's just a quick review of the new season update, Memories in Motion. Make sure to check out the full update on PokemonGo.com. Thank you so much to my esteemed judges here, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
And then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the Seattle Regional Championships. It is a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. I am Duo Butters, joined by Self. How are you feeling this morning, Self?
I'm feeling amazing, Butters. It is a perfect morning to play some Pokemon, but it's also a perfect week to do so as we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. But it is a perfect morning for Championship Sunday to crown a regional champion here in Seattle.
Who will be the champion? Let's look at the road to Worlds. And remember, it's not only North America. Pokemon is global. We got LATAM, EU, Oceania, even some playoffs in some Pacific regions as well. So we, of course, have some more regionals in North America, but all around the globe. It all leads to San Francisco at Chase Center for the World Championships in August.
and every single player here in day number 2 is making progress towards the World Championships. All of them have earned at least 200 championship points. And remember, the way to get to Worlds other than winning an event outright is to be in the top 75 for US and Canada in terms of championship points.
And it's not only just about the championship points to get top to 75. These trainers that have done so well in North America so far are trying to get that important travel award or travel stipend. To receive the travel award to the international championship, you need to be top 4 in your region or top 8 to receive that stipend. That's why you see a lot of trainers crossing over to different regions, trying to rack up as many championship points as possible, because that is extremely valuable.
Exactly. It really helps to alleviate some of those travel expenses. We look at the leaderboards here. We see trainers like Out of Pocket, Sustenance Eater, who are here in day number 2 and have made a lot of progress, not only towards that Worlds invite, but also towards some potential travel awards.
And over in the European region, we have Stone Collection, who has made that journey all the way to North America to try to get a little bit more championship points to ensure he is going to be top 4 within his region. It's going to be really hard to ever catch Paddleman, but number 2 or maybe number 3 is always in play for those other traders in Europe.
It's going to be hard to catch him, but he's certainly doing his best. This is actually his 2nd tournament in North America this season. He was top 3 in Toronto, but he did a great job there, and he's doing a great job here so far. Number 3 in the LATAM leaderboard, we've also got Ash Shanash, and he is actually also here in Toronto, and I believe will actually be facing off against Stone Collection later today.
And let's see the heroes of the season so far with our world qualified trainers. And of course, Beelzeboy, our former world champion, up there on top, but the other trainers has either gotten a first place at a regional championship or top 4 at an international championship this season so far. Actually, also top 4 at Worlds last season as well.
Yeah, that was LNDS Corlash in 4th place at Worlds last year. He was actually here in Seattle yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't make it to day 2, but we still have some trainers like Dunebug still in the tournament who have already earned their invite through a win.
Well, if you missed day number 1, we got some highlights for you. Some of the best action from day number 1 at the Seattle Regional Championships. Usually the spicy queen at Seattle, she's the icy queen, bringing that shadow wall rain to great effect. And this is final boss AJ's first opportunity to battle in day number 2, so congratulations.
Not only is she in day number 2, she's also on the winner's side, and it was so fun to see her bring this team. I think it's the spiciest team in day number 2. She took down great trainers 610 Hero, C2U, not on stream, but she also took down her good friend Dunebug as well en route to day 2.
And then she had to take down a fellow Canadian in 610 Hero as well, so 2 friends that she had to take down to get to that day number 2, but she is so happy to be there, as you can see. And then a trainer, Prime Elite, a trainer we've been talking about for so long, as one of the best when he's at his top of the game, but he went down to Out of Pocket. But just because he went down and he hasn't received as much success lately, he's never out of it because he put on a show in the losers finals.
Yeah, he took down Dapper Discs in those losers finals. He's already in the top 16, and he's made these losers runs to win a championship not once, but twice. So definitely you do not want to count out Elite.
And one of these few trainers running Lapras. We saw Lapras on Rise to Occasion's championship team in Merida, but we really don't see Lapras. I know you got the Lapras pin, so you're in full support, but Lapras was so hard met at the World Championships. It has fallen off a cliff, but a Pokemon that has been a really big story, surprisingly, in North America this season. It's the Bastion. We got the Bastion Maestro and Caleb facing Will D, one of the most feared trainers in Championship Series right now.
That's right, Will D having an amazing season. I believe he's actually running back his Toronto team, which, he took on an incredible run there, also taking down incredible trainers here like Caleb Pang in Seattle. And, Will D, like you said, such a feared trainer. He's had incredible runs this season with, pretty unconventional picks. Some might call him a villain.
In the end, Caleb was betrayed. He didn't have the Bastion answer, so Will D was able to out-Bastion on Caleb Pang and move on in that portion of the tournament. Congratulations to him. Of course, Bastion has won 2 of the regional championships so far. So, Will D is not in day number 2. So I think Bastion is eliminated at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of trainers are breathing a sigh of relief with that. But speaking of signature picks for different trainers, I think we've got some MVP picks for day number 2 here.
Oh, we got the double Grump pick. We doubled down. Me and Rise to Occasion believe in the Grump pick from XLX. He is going to be facing Out of Pocket in round number 1.
Exactly, Out of Pocket, of course, rocking the Alola Ninetales. We've been talking about what a big impact these Ice-type Pokemon have been having on the meta here here in Seattle. I actually went with Firestar. I'm really excited for him. He is actually a competitor who was top 8 in Worlds last year, highest finish for anyone from the US. But it's actually his first time ever top cutting on the winner's side. So let's see how far he can take that.
And of course, these are the signature Pokemon, but let's look at the overall usage for day number 2. And some Pokemon have skyrocketed here. Empoleon, Shadow Kanto, Marowak, and Corviknight all over 50% in day number 2.
Yeah, and I really want to point out some of these typings that are really rising to the top of the meta. We see those steel types, those ground types, those flyers, and that's really kind of been the story of the dominant Pokemon here. Butters, you know, you were talking about how the fairies have kind of fallen off here, and I think that's largely because of those steel types dominating the usage there.
Yeah, and even having the last one at number 12, that Shadow Scizor as well. A last dance for Shadow Scizor. These are the favorite Pokemon day number 2. Let's look at the trainers, though, who will be battling on that winner's side of the bracket here in day number 2. Of course, we have Out of Pocket versus Gerald X to start us off. An epic matchup between Ash and Ash's Stone Collection shortly as well.
Yeah, a little bit of an international clash there. We've also got Firestar facing off against Cheese Curl. Shout out to Cheese Curl. I don't think we got to show all of the matches yesterday, but Cheese Curl, again, another trainer who's making his first ever top cut, and that's really exciting for him.
Super excited to see those trainers get over the hump. I've seen Cheese Curl at so many regionals. I'm so happy for him. Congratulations. Final boss AJ as well. Then Absol, not known for the championship series play, more of a Go Battle League player, making it on the winner's side of the bracket with incredible play in day number 1. But who will join? Oh, actually, we still got the losers bracket as well. Don't forget about them. We might not see them early on stream. Some of these will happen off stream. We will update you with what happens, but soon we will pick up with that losers side of the bracket because we got some big names down there.
Yeah, we've got the household names, the Dune Bugs, the elites, and then we've also got players who you might not know as well, but they've definitely made top cuts before. Players like Existing Monkey, Mormon Matt, Sustenance Eater. These players are all on the rise, and we've got a really good mix of trainers on both the winners and losers side of the bracket. You know, the big names along with the kind of the rising stars of the scene.
Who will join the big names who have already secured their world championship this season by winning a North American regional? We got Steinar, Meteor Fallen, Dunebug, and DHC United. Will it be double Dunebug like we've seen in other seasons?
That could be fun. There's only 5 spots left, so we'll have to see if anyone's able to kind of pull off the repeat win that, like you said, Dunebug, the Lyles have accomplished in the past.
All right, well, it's about time to find out who will be our regional champion as we're going to start Championship Sunday. But if you want to follow along on all the action for Championship Series, make sure to visit Pokemon.com/broadcast to stay tuned for all things Pokemon Go, but also the other awesome games we have at Championship Series as well. And make sure to follow all the channels as well. #PlayPokemon. We want to hear from you. How are you enjoying your weekend of Pokemon? And how are you celebrating the anniversary of Pokemon?
That's right, there's so much fun to be had. I think for Pokemon Go, we're having a huge in-game event as well, so if you catch anything cool, we'd love to hear about it.
All right, well, let's get this party started. It's time to head over to the stage and get these trainers battling. Take it away, Rise to Occasion and Home Slice Henry.
Thank you so much, Butters in Soph. The intensity is rising. The stakes are higher than ever. Welcome to day 2. Home Slice Henry, Rise to Occasion. We saw some epic matches throughout the day yesterday, and we're about ready to get things rolling.
The atmosphere is building. You could feel the tension in the air. It's a beautiful day here in Seattle, and it's a beautiful day to crown the Seattle Regional Champion.
Coming up first, we're going to be starting the day with one of the best players in the world, Out of Pocket. So many accolades to his name. He's going to be taking on Gerald, a player who's no stranger to the competitive circuit. And Gerald, maybe one of the highlights of his team is that Grumpig.
That Grumpig was used to devastating effect in the group finals. Grumpig has that unwallable energy, the Ghost plus fighting coverage from Shadow Ball and Dynamic Punch, and that allows Grumpig, if it's ever able to get an energy head start, Gerald knows that no matter the matchup, he can always hit for at least neutral damage, if not super effective. And that means that Grumpig and this coverage is a very difficult thing for trainers to team build for.
I was so impressed with some of his gameplay with the Grumpig. It seemed like he had some of those matchups down pat where he was using it so effectively, but he's going to be taking on a player Out of Pocket that it seems like he knows every matchup like the back of his hand, and I can't wait to get things going to start things off. Out of Pocket and Gerald taking the stage first, and Pocket, you know, running a more standard team, But maybe one pick that stands out for him is the Alolan Ninetales as we start to approach our first matchup later on.
I do like to see the trainers thinking outside the box. It's definitely been rewarded so far here in Seattle. We have the Grumpig doing well. We have the Alolan Ninetales, and he made the interesting choice to actually forego the Community Day move. He's not running Chilling Water. He's running Dazzling Gleam because Dazzling Gleam does give him that ability to threaten some pretty significant damage. Now, Alolan Ninetales, as we take a look across this top 12 usage, it is not on this list. Empoleon number 1, not great for it, but then you have a lot of targets. The Marowak, the Corviknight is a very poor matchup there. Guzzlord, Stunfisk, somehow even the Alolan Ninetales into Licky Licky matchup, even though you're taking super effective rollouts, is still pretty fine for the Ninetales. And then you have a bunch of birds with the Moltres and the Altaria. It's starting to make sense why Ice has been a very consistent winner.
One thing that stood out when we were looking at this top 12 usage for day 1 was that there was no single Pokemon over 50%. And now you take a look, you see at Empoleon at nearly 70%, Shadow Marowak over 50 as well. Some Pokemon prove to be maybe the top picks in a particular tournament, a particular meta where they start to rise in usage for day 2. It seems like Empoleon might be one of those picks here in Seattle.
Empoleon just feels so safe with the meta kind of condensing around Marowak as the sole Mud Slapper that should be used. Then Empoleon can actually be used as a pretty effective bait out. Even if you are trying to run kind of an ABB style team where you're trying to lure out the Marowak, if you're able to get up just a little bit of energy on that Empoleon, it makes life very difficult for that Marowak because after a few Metal Sounds, Hydro Cannon's just knocking it out, and you can very effectively utilize it to bait out a Marowak and generate a shield advantage and try and set up a closer to try and sweep in the endgame. Exactly right.
A Pokemon that has counterplay into some of its biggest counters, the Mud Slap users, a Steel type with great coverage as a sub-water type is Empoleon. And as we get ready for our first competitors to take the stage, you know, a great way for these competitors to get practice is to go play at local events. And I know Pocket, I know players like Nighttime Clasher, they are always going to local events. Nighttime Clasher, not only does he try to cap out his points for the entire season, he tries to cap out his points every trimester of the season for those travel awards and such, but overall, find in a Pokemon event near you. You can use that QR code to scan events, and if you see these players, these stars of the game like Out of Pocket showing their skills, you can practice your skills and make some friends along the way at your local events.
And getting points for those local events can be very helpful for getting the travel awards for events like the North American International Championships. It's coming up here in just a few short months, and you can reserve your hotel for NAIC now. It appears that we've got some partners here to help get discounted hotels, and we got a QR code on the screen. So beat the crowd, reserve your hotel for NAIC now. We have a little website set up for it as well.
And while our players get set, if you're just tuning in, or maybe you missed some of the action on day 1, we can take a quick refresh to look at the bracket because there are a lot of matchups that I'm excited for. That's where we're starting up top, Out of Pocket and Gerald. And Gerald, a player that has multiple top cuts to his name. So you may be looking at Out of Pocket as one of the favorites perhaps in this top cut. But Gerald, I mean, the way he was playing yesterday, I think he can go toe-to-toe with anybody. And I think that second matchup there, Final Boss Age and Absolute Train Best, that's two trainers we haven't perhaps seen in a top cut before, and I'm really excited for that one as well.
And that, I believe, is a Walrein mirror. So we have a lot of ice in the winner side of the brackets. A Walrein versus Walrein, then Firestar versus Cheese Girl, and then Ashton Ash versus Stone Collection. Ashton Ash versus Stone Collection feels like a matchup that should be like top 3 at an international, and it's going to be a round 1 matchup here of winner side top cut.
While there's only a few matches on the winner side standing in the way before that winners finals, potentially a grand finals, you can't forget about those on the loser side of the bracket. We just saw Pato Man in EUIC go on a 15-match winning streak on the loser side of the bracket to win the whole thing. We have Sustenance Eater and Dunebug. That is a player in top form against one of the best players in the world for a long time, Dunebug. Caspian Pike going up against Elite, who we haven't seen that recently, but Elite, a 3-time regional champion. I feel like he's a player that you can't count out, even though he's starting on the loser side of the bracket.
If Elite is still alive on day 2, it would be a very big worry to see him as a potential opponent, because I really feel like when Elite is locked in, when he's kind of feeling the momentum behind him, he's an incredibly difficult player to defeat, and we've seen him make some pretty incredible runs. I do want to give a pretty big shout out to his opponent though, Caspian Pike, because we preach quite a bit about getting out there, trying these events. Caspian Pike, his first ever tournament, and he's already in day number 2.
That's extremely impressive. When you haven't been in this environment before, you have players that are so talented to go Battle League, but it's a different element. It's a different factor playing across someone in person versus maybe in the comfort of your home playing the Go Battle League. So Caspian Pike, to top on your first ever tournament, what an accomplishment. And we'll see if he can go any further in this tournament.
There are so many regional champions on the lower side of the bracket. I remember there's Abanov down there, there's Dunebug, there's Elite. They are decorated trainers. So I definitely feel like we can't count out anyone on that loser side of the bracket. We have a lot of trainers looking to make a name for themselves. We have a lot of very proven trainers as well. And it was kind of a theme, at least last season in North America, where a lot of tournaments were won from the loser side of the bracket, a lot of bracket resets. And we actually just saw one at the European International Championships with Pato Man in dramatic fashion. So it still really feels like anyone's game. Even though these trainers have a longer road ahead of them, they are going to have to win more rounds than on the winner side of the bracket. That can sometimes be a little bit of a boost once you start getting like the wind behind your sails, you start getting that momentum, and one of these trainers can just get on a roll and just start dominating.
That's a great point you bring up, and I think the mental part of it plays a huge impact. Maybe when you're on the loser's side, it's almost like the pressure's taken off a bit. You feel like, okay, now I'm on the loser side of the bracket. If I lose, that's it. I'm done. So I'm just gonna, play with house money perhaps and go on a run. And when you're on the winner side, maybe you have that mentality. You still have a game to lose. You can afford it. Versus on the loser side, you have to lock in even that much more. And you're absolutely right. Last season, we saw a trend. Almost every champion last season actually came loser side. I think it was something like 7 people from the loser side won over the course of the season and 2 on the winner side.
Wow.
So it was actually more frequently that the loser's side won than the winner side in the end.
And that feels very improbable, but it just goes to show that the mental aspect of this game is very important. Momentum can also be a very strong motivator as well. And as someone who has won their fair share of championships, I believe it's what now, 5 in 5 seasons, I feel like you're pretty qualified to tell us about the mental aspects of the game, because there can be a lot of moments when something doesn't go your way, when it gets thrown off, but just having the composure to just make sure that you can lock back in, take a deep breath and focus. That's the kind of like composure that champions are made out of.
Yeah, I think it's a big mental component in our game. And I remember Elam once saying when he made his run on the loser's side, I believe it was Atlanta, where he won that regional championship, talking about how you can't, when he ended up winning, starting from the loser side of the bracket, he talks about you can't get ahead of yourself. You can't think about winning the whole thing. You just have to take it one match at a time. And that's what's going to be the best for you to keep that focus. And, as we are approaching our first match, we're actually going to toss it to a quick break, but we will see you guys soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome into the lounge. Adam here, and I'm joined by Butters and Dwee. And in honor of the 30th anniversary, we've got a special project. We're going to pick 2 of the strongest Pokemon from across our different games' histories and make a dream team of the best of the best. And so to kick us off, Pokemon Go. What are the top 2 Pokemon across that game's history?
Well, if we're going to make a goated team of all of Pokemon history, I have to bring up the GOAT maybe of Pokemon Go PvP, and that is Azumarill. Ever since Mario Gaude won with Azumarill at the 2025 Latin American International Championship, since that day, I think it has been the GOAted Pokemon. But controversially, I'm putting it number 2. I'm getting a top 2. It's actually going number 2 on my list, even though it's been a staple force since the beginning. Pokemon Go is actually 10 years now.
Yeah, so what could even be better than that?
Yeah, and honestly, it was when Pokemon Go PvP got released, it was probably the best Pokemon, and it's still probably one of the best Pokemon, but I'm putting it number 2 because we're at a Championship Series event. We got to talk about Championship Series success. And there are 2 Pokemon that did way better than it at the World Championships. Azumarill might be the best Pokemon ever in Pokemon Go, but it hasn't won a World Championships. So at number 1, for me, it's between 2 Pokemon. It's between Swampert and Medicham.
Ooh, I think the chat's going to be divided on that one.
It's going to be because a lot of trainers think about Medicham, its stat product. It took 3 nerfs to actually get this thing out of the meta. It took 2 psychic nerfs and a counter nerf just to get it not strong enough. And actually now it's going to get a Psycho Cut buff, so it's gonna be stronger. But
oh no.
I wanted to go Metacham this whole way. It's won 2 world championships, but there's actually a Pokemon that's won 3 world championships. The Swampert. Swampert technically won 3 world championships because Emmy Weedle was in the seniors division and he won with that Pokemon as well. That means it won 3 straight world championships. It can also be a shadow variant and do more damage, and it is getting buffed next season with its Mudshot. I'm putting Swampert #1 in Pokemon Go Championship Series history.
Okay.
And then #2 is Azumarill for its goated status just in Pokemon Go PvP in general.
Okay, I mean, you made a really strong case. We'll see if the people agree with you, but what's VGC looking like?
I think VGC history was completely changed. My picks are still Pokemon that you see a lot on broadcast. You'll probably see a lot of it this weekend as well. But #1 Pokemon in VGC history might have to go to Incineroar.
Okay.
Are you guys surprised by that?
No,
Are you all surprised by that?
I'm not.
I mean, Incineroar has the entire package. It's been a part of so many championship winning teams ever since it got access to its Intimidate ability. It's got such a great support move pool. Like, dude, you can fake out, make a Pokemon flinch, and then guess what? You can switch back out. You used to be able to use U-turn, but now you get access to Parting Shot. Also, it's like pretty bulky too. So like, it's been around ever since it got Intimidate. It's going to be the #1 usage Pokemon in this like tournament.
Wow.
It's probably going to be the #1 Pokemon for a very long time. So Incineroar is my #1 pick. Incineroar for sure the #1 pick in VGC history. #2 is a Pokemon that's kind of been around for a long time. And like, you know,
It's gonna be a harder pick, I think, in general, right? Like, how can you follow up Incineroar?
No. It's pretty easy in VGC. I mean, it's pretty much the same all throughout. Ever since it was introduced in Black and White, Amoonguss has been a force to reckon with. And, you know, these 2 picks are a lot of like very support-based things, right? Incineroar with the package of Fake Out and Intimidate. Amoonguss, on the other hand, it's just a super bulky Pokemon. It's got access to Regenerator, so you can keep switching it in, switching it out, being able to heal back up. It's got great support in its Rage Powder to be able to protect its partner Pokemon. And then also, when there's an Amoonguss, well, guess what? Something's going to be going to sleep. You got Spore. I mean, it's a VGC meme for it to be called Sporini, right? It's basically, Sporini wins World Championship. So that's it for me. Those are my 2 Pokemon. 2 very common Pokemon. I've never even seen your Pokemon ever.
Well,
on my stage.
Yeah, well, fair. I've seen, not on the stage, but in Go PvP, but I don't know why. I feel like your picks are controversial. It wasn't tough, just those top 2, without a doubt.
Just those top 2. That's it.
Okay,
Without a doubt.
all right.
Without a doubt.
The goats.
Okay.
The goats.
But when it comes over to Pokemon TCG, we've got a very long history, a lot of decks to pull from. But I think that the deck that really rises to the top, you hear people discuss constantly, reminisce about, or look back on in fear, it's Arceus, Dialga, Palkia.
Whoa. That's 3 Pokemon that you just picked right there.
I mean, all 3 of them were on 1 card. And I mean, that probably explains why it was so broken. But
No, we can't allow 3 Pokemon in the GOAT conversation. You gotta choose 1.
Okay, I mean,
3 Pokemon.
ADP does kind of skew the rules a little bit. But if I have to settle on just a single Pokemon, then there is another deck from recent history that some have argued could actually go toe-to-toe with ADP, Arceus, Dialga, Palkia. And that is Lugia V-Star. This might be controversial because even when it was in the metagame, it was very divisive. You had the ability to use its energy assignment. You could accelerate tons of energy and use whatever attacking Pokemon you wanted. And back when it first entered the format during Silver Tempest, they did a special delayed rotation to make up for lost time during the hiatus. So it had this batch of cards that weren't really meant to exist at the same time. So no matter what was thrown at Lugia V-Star, it had a Pokemon that could counter it. And it just ate everybody's lunch. And after the rotation, it continued to dominate. The Lugia believers and enjoyers innovated on the deck, changed it over and over again. We had single strike Lugia. Absolutely ridiculous until it rotated.
And wait, we messed you up though. So we took away your top spot. So what spot is Lugia? Is Lugia #1 or #2? Because we switched it up on you.
We kind of
messed
pulled
you
the
up.
rug from
Yeah,
you.
I think, okay, I know there's some, I can hear you typing right now. We'll put Lugia at #2.
Okay.
Number 2.
All right, number 2.
Okay.
All right.
Because there, you know, I'm not going to get greedy with a lot of honorable mentions. I think that there have been a lot of stellar decks, especially in this modern era of Pokemon TCG. But to really throw it back to some of the OGs, I think the best Pokemon in TCG history is probably Sableye.
Sableye,
Okay, all right,
also
all
really
right,
good
all
in
right.
Pokemon Go PvP.
I can't really say that for VGC.
I mean, maybe Mega Sableye does something in the future. It just, just with Legends EA.
We'll never know. We'll never know until the future.
Yeah, now a lot of Bambinos, especially like myself, know Sableye from the Lost Zone deck, where it could place damage counters all over your opponent's board, threaten to take these combo turns, take multiple prizes. But when you go back in Pokemon TCG history, there was actually a couple versions of Sableye. One was banned. It had the Junk Hunt attack, where it could get item cards from the discard pile right back into your hand. You never ran out of resources, and you would just grind your opponent into dust. But there is another Sableye from Stormfront, I believe it was, the Overeager Sableye. And it wasn't technically banned, but it forced an early rotation and a rules change for Pokemon, where its ability, Overeager, meant that you could always go first. And so then you could also use its ability to just one-shot your opponent's Pokemon, to donk them is the term that we use when you just knock out your opponent's only Pokemon on the first turn of the game. And you're nodding. I think you remember those days.
I do remember those days. Those were some fun days.
And that's the optimal way to win a game, is when your opponent doesn't even get to play. And I think that that's why we got to put Sableye on the goated team of 6 that we have built across all 3 games. So if you've got a stronger 6, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and let us know. Do you have a dream team? This is our team to beat, and we'd love to hear from you.
We are back. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Seattle Pokemon Go Regional Championships. My name is Holmes Henry, joined on the desk by the esteemed Rise to Occasion, and we've got these winners matches ready on the stage momentarily.
One thing I was looking at in our top cut bracket, Home Slice, was we have a seeming combination of players that are veterans of the Play Pokemon Championship Series, where they have a lot of experience in the Show 6 format. Some players may be more known for Go Battle League leaderboards, where they have had much success. And it just goes to show you that whether you're someone that's playing at home, thriving in the Go Battle League, those skills and framework can really translate from the Go Battle League to here in the Play Pokemon Championship Series.
The Go Battle League can be a great place to learn matchups that can be very, very beneficial in these in-game scenarios. It can also help you test different lines of 3 and test very similar play patterns. Like, if I lead something and they save switch it, how do I want to play it out? Am I chipping it? Am I building up energy? Probably the best example of this probably would be the Gerald game, where it was Grumpig winning the lead. There was a Corviknight save switch. I believe he threw like 12 to 13 Psywaves, brought in Altaria, and that damage set up a perfect flamethrower into Dragon Breath down, and that just won the game on the spot because Grumpig had a move, and the Grumpig energy just completely overwhelmed in that game.
And we're going to be seeing Gerald shortly, but that game you mentioned speaks to the knowledge of these trainers and the certain matchups that they practiced, that they played out. There's just a different element from some of these top-level players, where knowing what to do in advance. Sometimes you may have a game where it's obvious, you know, they swap a Scrafty, I swap a Wigglytuff, GG. But when you have these more complex situations, oh, I don't have an obvious answer. What's the best method of me taking advantage of the situation? That's what really sets apart, I think, some of these top players that we're going to be seeing today.
And I believe we actually have a few highlights of that Gerald game, because it was just such a brilliant display of matchup knowledge. Because Grumpig, while on paper it can technically be strong, it isn't necessarily a Pokemon that's just like an automatic win on the spot. You're going to have to be very careful with how you utilize your energy, and Gerald was able to do just that. He was able to utilize his energy brilliantly, and not only that, after he won Switch Advantage by farming down with the Altaria, he aggressively pivoted back into Grumpig, realizing that the energy was just simply unbeatable. It was this moment right here. Corviknight couldn't take the knockout, Altaria left with the move, and he was already clicking that switch button. He brought in the Grumpig winning charge attack priority over Gourgeist, and Grumpig was able to force both Protect Shields, get so much damage, and then Gerald was able to snipe down with the Sky Attack. That was just such a clean game.
A great understanding, right, of knowing when to value switch advantage versus when to value energy advantage. And he understood that his best course of action was taking advantage of that energy he had banked on the Grumpig. The quick swap, just never giving Sceptile really a room, an inch to breathe throughout this match, and that's easier said than done for a player against Sceptile who has had great success on the regional stage, on the international stage. But Gerald showing maybe today could be his day.
Now, Grumbig, I believe the first time that we saw it this season was actually Inadequence. Inadequence, who has had an unbelievably good season so far. Already 2 wins under his belt. Managed to run a very cool team. I believe it was Grumbig plus Clefable, if I'm not mistaken. There was a Giratina on that team as well, and he was still able to make a pretty nice run.
Absolutely. Inadequence won the first 2 tournaments that he competed in this season, which is an incredible feat. The crazy stat that I heard was in Inadequence's first 2 regional wins, he won 15 straight matches. And in Patoman's singular EUIC win, he won 16 consecutive matches.
Oh my goodness.
Surpassing Inadequence. And Patoman set the record actually for most match wins in a single tournament. Some great players over there in EU. Another one that's coming over here, by the way, from EU, Stone Collection, he made day 2.
At Stone Collection, I have to imagine flying all the way over to the West Coast from Europe, that has to be a wild time zone difference to try and adjust to. But he seemed unfazed. He was composed. He was able to utilize his Guzzlord to brilliant success, showcasing that somehow in that Guzzlord Azumarill matchup, Guzzlord, as long as 2 shields are in play, really feels like the aggressor. He was able to double shield. Guzzlord stayed at basically full HP, and that was an absolute key to victory for Stone.
Stone Collection has been a big name ever since the grassroots days, even before the Play Pokemon Championships years, and I think this might be his best season that he's had thus far. Has been extremely consistent in his performances, so definitely a name to keep an eye on. Even on the losers bracket today, we have big names like Dunebug97, Sustenance Eater, Elite as well. So this is one of those day 2. Someone in the crowd was asking me who's your pick to win today, and I'm like, dude, there's too many names. I don't know. Who do you think? So I'm so excited to see who comes up out on top here in Seattle.
Now, speaking of Gerald's opponent Out of Pocket, we were able to showcase Gerald using the Grumpig to great success, but Out of Pocket had his own very unique pick, and that was the Alolan Ninetales. It was an amazing series against one of his good friends, Elite, got the catch, and then that Alolan Ninetales was just devastating. Weather Ball after Weather Ball, crashing into the Stunfisk, even taking the knockout on the Wigglytuff. Pocket absolutely putting that Alolan Ninetales on the map here in North America.
Coming into this tournament, I thought the Shadow Annihilate that Elite is running could be an X-Factor type Pokemon that can break apart Metacores like Empoleon, like Cradily, like the Gastrodon that struggles because it takes a while to get to a threatening charge attack. But Pocket was able to maneuver around that Annihilate really well, getting it aligned with the Jellicent, getting it aligned with the Wigglytuff, and really just posed an issue for Elite where he risked putting it in a position where it was hard to overcome.
He trusted in that Shadow Annihilate in that game number 3, and I have to imagine leading that into Jellicent. Absolutely brutal, because I believe Jellicent was the only counter resist on Pocket's team. But Pocket, I don't know if it came from just getting to do scrim battles against Elite all the time, but he knew. He led that Jellicent, and that Jellicent was an absolute key. I think the pairing of Jellicent and Alolan Ninetales does make so much sense, because Alolan Ninetales, even though it's a fairy type, it also has the ice subtyping, so it's not really an answer to fighters. Like a lot of fighters, like Annihilate, can just like ramp up and farm through it. So having a Pokemon that not only has that fighting resist, but also has that fire resist as well, is a pretty big plus when it comes to team building around the Alolan Ninetales.
It's a core that you see played together in the Go Battle League as well pretty frequently, and Jellicent, a Pokemon that has been a nice core breaker in this stage of the meta. I think it's maybe as prevalent as we've ever seen it right now, because some teams are opting for double water. I think I've even seen some teams with Azumarill and Lapras together, or maybe Azumarill and Empoleon together, and Jellicent's ability to just wall that energy to make those Pokemon very uncomfortable, and they're otherwise very flexible Pokemon. It acts as a nice core breaker and a strong answer to some of these staple meta picks, especially those water types.
I do have a bit of breaking news here for you, Rise, and I believe we have some updates from the losers side of the bracket. Okay, we have Dunebug taking down Sustenance Eater, and Elite That has to worry all of trainers who could potentially end up in this losers bracket to see both Dunebug and Elite starting off strong, because those are two trainers that if they get momentum behind them, they're going to be incredibly difficult to defeat.
Right, two trainers that we were talking about already, and I have to say, I was looking at that Sustenance Eater Dunebug matchup, and I thought the Guzzlord looked extremely safe for Sustenance Eater, so I thought he might be able to pull that one off, but Dunebug just showing why he's one of the world's best, and Dunebug as well as Elite, two players that have made some of the craziest loser bracket runs already in their career. Of course, Dunebug with that San Antonio run, setting the record at the time where he lost round 1 to the Pokemango and then went all the way to win. Elite, it was one of his first regional wins. I believe he lost to our co-caster Softov very early on and then went all the way to win the entire tournament against Caleb Pang in the finals. So two players that are accustomed to losers bracket runs, and they're getting off to a good start here in Seattle.
And it appears that if they both win in losers round 2, we could have a showdown in losers round 3, and that would probably be one of the most anticipated matchups of day number 2, because if you thought they had momentum before, taking down a multi-time regional champion, whoever's coming out of that losers round 3 matchup would have all the momentum they could possibly need to continue and potentially recreate one of those magical losers bracket runs of the past.
We talked about players that thrive in the Go Battle League and players that thrive in the Championship Series. Those are two guys that have done it on both levels. I feel like you always see them towards the top of the Go Battle League leaderboards, and they are oftentimes top cutting at these events as well, or winning them in the case of Dunebug and Elite. So I'm sure we'll see them more later on as our first match is getting sorted. Just reminding you, our first matchup on the list today going to be Out of Pocket taking on Gerald, and we've got so many matches more in store for you guys today.
And that matchup, it's kind of a battle of trainers thinking outside the box. The anti-meta choice of the Alola Ninetales versus the anti-meta pick of the Grumpig. Grumpig does look pretty safe into Out of Pocket's team. Out of Pocket does have that Galarian Moltres, which would be pretty difficult, but Grumpig energy, even into the Moltres, like if you're able to store up a Dynamic Punch, Galarian Moltres is still going to take some pretty substantial damage, because Dynamic Punch is just such an incredibly efficient attack that even if it's hitting neutrally and without same type attack bonus, it really, really adds up over time. So this could be another matchup where an X factor could be Gerald's ability to be very, very particular with that Grumpig and when to utilize that energy.
Henry, I've got a question for you. When we first got the Psywave update, and I feel like at that time, everybody was hyping up Lapras and Grumpig when that news first came out. We saw a lot of Lapras. It really took over for the season. We didn't see a whole lot of Grumpig. What do you think was one of the reasons, maybe one of the factors that Grumpig didn't end up being the same usage, maybe the same amount of hype around it that it originally got, where we didn't see it as common as a Pokemon like Lapras, for example?
I think people may have gravitated towards Lapras a little bit more, because Lapras, by not taking super effective from Dark-type charge attacks, it did give it a cleaner matchup into Pokemon like the Shadow Drapion. I believe Grumpig was a bit more popular in the Go Battle League, where our fellow co-catcher Softov, I believe, hit rank 1 in the world with a Grumpig on the team at that point. But when it comes to the Show 6 Pick 3 style formats, people tend to try and gravitate towards what can give me the most neutral play. And in that scenario, Lapras' ability to, as a Psywave user, still have pretty convincing matchups into the Shadow Drapion, as long as Shadow Drapion did not get that crunch debuff, which it did get quite a bit back in the day. People ended up gravitating to it a little bit more, but I believe we actually have an interview coming up here with 2-0 Butters down on the floor.
Thank you so much, Home Slice Henry. We have a unique opportunity to talk to some trainers that just played their losers round matchup. We're out on the floor here, so we didn't get to see your first round matchup here today in day number 2. So let's actually start with Dunebug. How did your first matchup go?
So my first matchup was against my local Sustenance Eater. It's a pretty interesting matchup. His Shadow Dusknoir was super safe into my team, so I had a lot to play around. My Shadow Altaria does a lot of fast attack pressure against it, so that's what I used mostly to have my success against him.
Who won game number 1?
I won game number 1. It was a very close end game. I actually waited too long with my Empoleon to win charge attack priority, so his Azumarill was able to throw a charge attack first, but he unfortunately made a difficult swap where my Metal Sound applied on his Dusknoir, and it knocked out his Dusknoir, and I had a Drill Peck ready for the Azumarill to finish the game.
Oh, humble there. Got him a little bit, but that was very humble. All right, so then moving on to game number 2 that we didn't see. What happened there?
Game number 2, I safe swap, or it was Stunfisk into a Guzzlord lead. I played out the Zero Shield matchup, and Guzzlord came out with that. I bring in my Altera, he hard swaps his Shadow Dusknoir. I used both of my Protect Shield on my Shadow Altaria, Dragon Breath the Dusknoir all the way down, have 2 Sky attacks ready for the Azumarill, and my Corviknight in the back is just able to clean up.
Wow. Okay. So a quick 2-0 there for Dunebug. Well done. A great explanation. It felt like I was there. I'll shake your hand there, Dunebug. Give me a handshake. Don't leave me hanging. We are live on the floor here. So Elite, we also missed your matchup. Yeah. First, give me a handshake first, so we just don't mess it up later.
Sure,
all right. Cool. All right. So Elite, how did your matchup go? We obviously didn't see it on stream.
Yeah. I played Caspian Pike. Very good player. He used the exact same team that Out of Pocket ran the day before that I lost to, and that matchup is like abysmal for me. And so going into the day, I was like feeling pretty bad about it. Lost the first game, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be a bad set. And then I managed to pull out the second game. I don't remember what happened. I'm not going to give you an explanation like Doom did, because I really don't remember. I just remember after the match, I put the phone down on the table, and my hands, like, I put them up like this, and I couldn't hold them still, because, like, my hands were just shaking. I was, like, so nervous. And then the third game happened. I led Lapras into the Jellicent, and I was like, okay, this is over. And then I somehow pulled out the win. And, yeah, I'm feeling great after that. It was a crazy match.
So what, was it a 2-1 at the end?
It was a 2-1 at the end.
Okay. Well done. And I want to ask you, too, because a lot of people revere you as a trainer, Elite. Prime Elite in that stretch where you win 2 regional championships in a very short amount of time, you were feared as one of the best trainers on the planet. You're trying to bounce back a bit. How are you feeling? How close are you back to Prime Elite right now?
It's something I think about. I always call myself washed when I'm preparing for these tournaments. Yeah, I mean, ideally, obviously, I'd get back to that form. I'd say I'm playing good now. I finished GBL season last season #2 in the world, so that's something. Wow. Like something to like say like I'm close to getting back to like that form. Yeah, just more practice. A lot of things are happening like in my life, so I haven't been putting more time into the game as much. But I feel like when I practice more and I play more, then my game's on top.
All right, well, we're super happy to have you back. Actually, the only trainer you lost to was Out of Pocket. We're actually Out of Pocket's here. Come here, Out of Pocket. Let's talk to you because you're about to play on stage. We're on the floor, so let's just talk to people. How are you feeling about your opening matchup that we haven't started yet?
So I wouldn't say like good or bad, right? Like I think I have a pretty decent matchup, but there's a lot of play on both sides. The thing that's funniest to me is that Gerald is running Grumpig, and I actually, before the tournament, I was practicing with Grumpig on numerous different teams so much. And I think Gerald actually mentioned when we were backstage that he actually got the Grumpig idea from me. So it's like, not really like a student versus teacher situation, but like I'm like the pig propagator, and he's the one that's like running it to success.
Well, this happens with you, Pocket. Secrets do get leaked. I often hear them, so you have leaks within your inner circle. You might need to figure that out for future tournaments. And now you're gonna actually have to face one of your leaks on stage. You've practiced it a lot. What do you actually think about the Grumpig?
I think it's actually really good. If you look at some of the matchups using some sims, or you practice with it a little bit, it has really good matchups for a mono psychic type. The Psywave, the same type attack bonus Psywaves plus near perfect coverage between Dynamic Punch and Shadow Ball means that as long as it's not on like a Moltres, it's probably hitting them for super effective or very good neutral damage. So the only reason I didn't use it was because I saw a huge uptick in Moltres, maybe in response to me running Grumpig in like 3 different practice tournaments. But I just felt like if I'm running it for neutral play and everyone has Moltres, I can't play it as neutrally. So it was like one of those things where it's a really good idea and I really liked it, but I couldn't make the pieces, I couldn't fit it together.
Well, at least you're very familiar with it when you get on stage. And you also have your new lucky sweater now, so you're gonna do awesome today. Is Gerald here actually? Where is Gerald? Maybe we can talk to Gerald. We're still on the floor here. Gerald's actually preparing somewhere else. Oh no, Gerald's coming. He's running over here. We're gonna talk to Gerald too. We're gonna talk to him about Grumpig. Come on in, Gerald. Did you actually copy the Grumpig from Out of Pocket? We're putting you on the spot.
Yes, I can confirm. I told him backstage.
Okay. And why did you do so?
In practice, it was doing really well. I mean, I didn't know Pocket was going to run it, but I was like, let me try it. I did like a couple of Go Battle League battles and like one practice with it, and I was like, okay, well, I think it's pretty solid. It's gonna take some games.
Fair enough. And I know we haven't started this battle yet, and I know you don't want to give up too much information to your competitor with the lucky sweater right behind you, but how are you feeling about your opening matchup?
I feel pretty good. I got to make some bold calls, and probably so does he, but it's just part of the game. I feel pretty good.
Okay, all right. And actually, we're going to bring in Dune one more time because you've just been here for a little bit. Dune, talking about the new updates, Memories in Motion. I know you're always prepared in the game. We have it coming up really soon in March, right? So are there any Pokemon or any attacks that you're really looking forward to in the next update?
Yeah, I'm very excited for the wing attack buff. There's some flyers that I'm very intrigued about that are coming soon. Shadow Golbat with that previous Shadow Ball. With that new wing attack, it's going to get those Shadow Balls very quickly and has that Poison Fang coverage for the fairies. Wigglytuff is probably going to be very common, so Shadow Golbat's one of those picks I'm really eyeing right now.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there. I just see Caleb here. So Caleb, I don't even have a question for you. Hi, how are you doing?
Good. I was sleeping like 5 minutes ago, but someone paged me. They said they need a resident Bastion expert, so here I am.
Oh, okay, yes. As a resident Bastion expert, was it tough yesterday? Was that a tough day?
It was tough for me because I had to face a Bastion.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I feel bad for all my opponents now, but you know, as most Bastion teams, they're also weak to Bastion, and that was the case for me. So yeah.
Yeah, well, that was one of my most enjoyable matchups of day number 1. I didn't think Bastion was so fun to watch, but weirdly, it is kind of fun to watch in that scenario. And you never got to mention about that matchup off stream, but what was the hardest part of that Bastion matchup?
You know, it wasn't even an RPS. It was the Brick Bay Fur. It was an absolute menace. It just beat my entire team, and yeah, I had no answer for it. So well played, Will D. I think that was the first time I've ever lost against a Bastion player in. He's a better Bastion player than me, I guess.
Well, thank you so much to all the people on the floor. I think we've lost trainers here. I think they're back on stage. So I think we're going to get this round started. Let's head on back to the casters.
I think we need to get Butter some sort of award, esports interview of the year. Just grabbing every single person in the audience there. There's so much to break down from what we just saw. We have Pocket deeming himself the pig propagator. We have Elite saying he's trying to beat the washed allegations. And we hear from so many faces in the community. But we are finally ready to get our match underway soon here in Seattle.
We appreciate your patience with us here while we had a tech timeout. Make sure everything is operational and good to go on the stage. But it looks like we do have the battlers getting ready on the stage. This matchup, the hype has kind of been building. We got interviews from both Pocket and Gerald, and they both seem pretty confident about this matchup. I think probably my favorite moment from the interview was Gerald saying he needed to make some bold calls. And the look on Pocket's face there, I don't know if Pocket was ready for that.
You don't often get the interview of the players before a match other than perhaps the grand finals. So getting to talk to both of them before this match was fun because we saw a little bit of a backstory. We heard that Pocket was running the Grumpig in practice tournaments, and Gerald saw that and said, you know, maybe I'll try out this Pokemon and put it to use. And that's what he's going to try to do here against Out of Pocket, who is a world-renowned player. I heard Pocket saying that he had a plan coming into this matchup. I'm sure he always does, but it'll be a tough task for Gerald taking on one of the world's best.
One trainer locked in immediately. The other trainer making some last-second adjustments. They know how important this matchup is. Staying on the winner's side of the bracket, you have to play far fewer games. The path to the regional championship is a lot easier if you stay on that winner's side, and that all starts with getting a victory in winners round 1.
Out of Pocket versus Gerald. The stakes are high, and here we go. We are underway for day 2, top 16 here in Seattle, and it's going to be Out of Pocket's Jellicent into the Unova Stunfisk of Gerald.
This is a pretty neutral matchup across the board. Stunfisk will have the pacing advantage. Discharge will be reached well before the Surf, but Discharge not a particularly efficient attack. Pocket, a little bit of a grimace when he saw that lead. Maybe not what he was hoping to see. Gerald in the back behind the Stunfisk does have Wigglytuff and Corviknight, so there are definitely targets for that Alolan Ninetales in the back.
This is a matchup that the Jellicent can withstand 2 discharges and win the zero shield scenario. However, if you didn't open Stunfisk, you could really dictate how this matchup plays out. And Pocket, understanding Gerald was probably going to throw up their 1 Thunder Shot, catches it onto the Licky Licky.
Very nice play by Pocket. Discharge is slightly less efficient. Out comes the Wigglytuff. Now this could be a very, very critical moment in the match because this sets up an endgame with the Wigglytuff out of the way of a Corviknight and Stunfisk core, which is a core that Alolan Ninetales is very, very strong against.
Licky Licky will continue to chip away with this body slam damage against the Wigglytuff, but the Icy Wind is coming through. This will debuff the Licky Licky, making this damage less oppressive against the Wigglytuff as it lowers the attack of the Licky Licky.
And it looks like Licky Licky should barely hang on here and make the back-to-back body slams. It's going to be very close, but Licky Licky is on these teams for its neutral play and its bulk. So as this charm lands, he's going to survive with very low HP remaining and make a second Swift.
And this is a big moment here because if Wigglytuff withstands this, which it does, and can get to another charge attack or maybe bank one, actually goes immediately for the Swift against the Alolan Ninetales, and Pocket with a slight grimace didn't like that.
A nice play by Gerald as he did not let Pocket get the snipe down. It looks like it would have taken 3 Powder Snows anyway, so even if Gerald threw on good timing, it still would have been a very similar outcome. In comes the Jellicent, answered with the Stunfisk, but this Jellicent is up a ton of energy, already almost at 1.5 serves before that discharge is available.
But with both Protect Shields still available, Gerald could potentially put himself in a situation where he continues to fire off these charge attacks and maybe even approach a Thunder Shock down to the Jellicent. Pocket doesn't want that to happen. He's going to let this Jellicent go and put this all on the back of the Alolan Ninetales.
Could Pocket ever go for like a 1 shield farm down here and just try and exit with enough energy to completely overwhelm the Stunfisk? Gerald would love if his switch timer could come up. He does not want to concede this farm down. Mud Bomb is going to be shielded, but he can't get to his timer. Stunfisk stuck on the field. Look at the Ninetales go the full farm down and now exits with over 2 Weather Balls loaded.
So much energy on this Alolan Ninetales. The Corviknight feeling helpless right now as it approaches the Air Cutter, which wouldn't be quite enough to knock out anyway, but with the Sand attacks, maybe it could be in the end. Air Cutter coming through, out of Pocket, no shield. Understand there's a boost potential. Feels like this is his best course of action.
A boost here could be catastrophic. No boost comes through. Sand Attack does not do much. Pocket is going to need to make 2 more Weather Balls. This game is going to come down to the wire.
And if you're Gerald, I don't think you ever throw an Air Cutter here because you're probably not going to get to 2 anyway. This is so close, and he gets the farm down before the double Weather Ball.
What a close end game. He just got the energy for the double Weather Ball, but he could not survive the Sand Attacks. Gerald getting the farm down, and he escapes with a very close Game 1 win.
And if you're watching that, maybe as a newer player, wondering why didn't Out of Pocket throw the Weather Ball? He had so much energy. The only play for Out of Pocket was to throw once he got to 2 Weather Balls because there was still a Protect Shield available for Gerald. So no point in throwing there for Pocket, but it was extremely close. Came down to 1 or 2 Sand Attacks as the difference in that game.
I feel like a critical moment in that match was Pocket's decision to bring in the Alolan Ninetales. The Alolan Ninetales ended up taking that Swift, and that little bit of HP lost kind of ended up backfiring in the end game when the Alolan Ninetales just didn't have enough health remaining to survive that Sand Attack pressure.
And a nice call from Gerald, using the Wigglytuff to really neutralize that Licky Licky. Here we are, already locked in quickly for Game 2. Licky Licky against the Empoleon. It has some counterplay, but I would say this is a very favorable matchup for the Empoleon.
Empoleon can really dictate how this matchup is played as long as energy is neutral, because Empoleon does have the pacing advantage. 1 Hydro Cannon will not knock out, but 1 Shadow Ball will not knock out either, and Empoleon can really press an advantage here.
Empoleon, the double Hydro Cannon almost perfectly enough to knock out the Licky Licky here. First Shadow Ball coming through, and Gerald's going to invest in the Empoleon, and then we see Pocket swapping into his own Empoleon.
I really like this play from Pocket. Pocket's looking to play aggressive. Gerald is going to look to chip it with a Hydro Cannon, but firing off a Hydro Cannon at Empoleon, that honestly works out pretty well for Pocket. It looks like Pocket is pretty content just to stay in here as Gerald decides to stay in as well. So Pocket switch-locking the Empoleon, and that decision ends up working out very nicely, as with a little bit of chip damage on the Empoleon, could it potentially be in double Hydro range?
And if you look at Gerald's back line, we see that Wigglytuff back there. He might be content just playing this out, forcing energy, trying to chip away the opposing Empoleon, so this Wigglytuff can try to avoid it at all costs. But as you said, this second Hydro Cannon after chip damage damage would actually threaten to knock out. So Gerald's putting up a Protect Shield, has already committed both Protect Shields for his Empoleon.
Gerald has the Hydro Cannon. Pocket not going to go for a catch, going to stay on the field. Hydro Cannon would not take the knockout, but Pocket is investing in the Empoleon. If Gerald's staying in, it doesn't mean that Gerald has the cleanest answers to it in the back. Pocket gonna look to overfarm here by one Metal Sound. Not gonna let Gerald make it to the Hydro Cannon and risk charge attack priority. Will take the knockout. This Empoleon still has quite a lot of HP, and on top of that, it has residual energy.
Gerald comes in with a Corviknight, but if Out of Pocket is able to preserve this Empoleon, it could be devastating for Gerald. Actually decided not to fire off the Air Cutter and is instead building up more energy. This Hydro Cannon will do some considerable chip damage to the Corviknight. Is Corviknight going to be able to get rid of this? Oh, actually goes for the payback. I think that might have been a little bit overkill, Home Slice.
Yeah, it would have been very close to Air Cutter range by going for the payback. That is a big amount of energy lost. Empoleon does get knocked out, and Gerald's looking to send in that Wigglytuff. The end game should be the Jellicent into that Wigglytuff, but Jellicent is going to be up energy. In comes the Wigglytuff, down on energy. Jellicent will make it to the Surf, and Surf does do quite a bit of damage, and there's still that rollout fast attack pressure available from the Licky Licky as well.
And I think this is a smart play from Out of Pocket, going for the Surf. Even though this is a bad matchup, you're not threatened by the charge attack on the Wigglytuff. He's actually building up more energy, and perhaps after forcing the Icy Wind debuff, this could incline Pocket to now swap into his Licky Licky, clear this debuff, and get off energy against the Wigglytuff.
There is the switch in. Licky Licky hits the field. The energy has been saved on that Jellicent. One Body Slam will not take the knockout, but Pocket is very, very close to Body Slam number 2. Only a few rollouts away. He fires off the Swift. Swift will be able to KO the Licky Licky, but I think this honestly works out better for Pocket because now Pocket gets to bring back in the Jellicent. Jellicent should be able to overfarm properly here.
And if Jellicent can get to a Surf plus a Shadow Ball, that could be the win condition. Pocket actually goes for the Shadow Ball to cover for a catch on the Corviknight. Pocket doesn't want to play any games here, and now unless Gerald can reach an Air Cutter before going down, he is not going to be able to win. His Shadow Ball is going to connect.
That was a really nice overfarm by Pocket, just trying to maximize energy as best as he possibly can. Shadow Ball knocks out the Corviknight, and Pocket fights back to claim game number 2.
Pocket understanding the situation, right? You know a catch is possible. Shadow Ball is going to be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff anyway, so a great decision there to cover all his bases, right? He left no page unturned to try and secure that game 2, and the perfect overfarm didn't go over 100 energy either, made it as efficient as possible, like you said.
That was just so well played. Upon lock-in, that looks like a bit of an unfavorable situation for Pocket, but that safe switch Empoleon was deadly. Recognizing that once he got the shield advantage and a little bit of rollout damage, he could Metal Sound it into double Hydro Cannon range. That put so much pressure on Gerald, and something that you identified instantly was the decision to pay back that Empoleon. That lost a lot of energy on the Corviknight, and that's part of the reason why Corviknight was unable to make the Air Cutter in the end game.
Right, yeah, that would have been extremely close. Had he thrown the Air Cutter against the Empoleon, may have just been able to outpace that Jellicent in the end game to an Air Cutter, but it's a game of, seconds, and that small difference could have been the difference. It's also possible maybe Gerald was concerned with a catch potential, so he wanted to throw payback just in case of the catch, but that lost energy was a pivotal difference in that game too.
Corviknight has very fast energy generation, but unfortunately, losing 15 set attacks of energy was just a bit too much, but we don't have to wait any longer. The battlers are locked in. Game number 3, Out of Pocket versus Gerald, and we have the Empoleon mirror once again.
And if we take a look at the backlines, we are the beneficiaries of being able to see what's in the back. But I think this is one of those games where switch advantage will play a big factor. You see the Corviknight Wigglytuff pairing in the back for Gerald. If he could protect these Pokemon and align them properly, right? Corviknight on the Marowak, Wigglytuff on Jellicent, that would be the key to the victory for him.
Pocket farming up to the back-to-back Hydro Cannons. If Gerald's ever able to get a shield advantage for that Corviknight, shield advantage Corviknight also does look extremely strong into this line. Pocket's looking to pivot. Oh, he gets the catch and the sneak onto the Jellicent. Beautiful play by Pocket as he looks to get an advantage with the Jellicent, not wanting to stay in that mirror.
going immediately into the Wigglytuff, but that Hex Sneak is going to make it so Jellicent will almost certainly get to 2 surfs here no matter what, really chipping away at the Wigglytuff. And Gerald understands that there is an Empoleon still waiting for his Wigglytuff, so I'd be surprised to see him commit any Protect Shields for it, but does actually fire the Icy Wind immediately, and Pocket's nodding. He likes this.
This very much surprises me from Gerald because this charge attack will not knock out. The 2 surfs should barely miss the knockout, so it almost feels like for Gerald it's a little bit of wasted energy, where firing this off so early sets up Pocket pretty well and will also give Pocket more farm on the Empoleon. In comes the Empoleon. Pocket would love a farm down here. He's gonna get it. The energy on Empoleon, it's absolutely loaded. Gerald doesn't have any energy on his Empoleon. Could this be the swing that Pocket needs?
A bit of a miscue perhaps from Gerald, electing to use the Icy Wind on the Jellicent. And now Gerald, he is approaching another Hydro Cannon and does get it off, but Pocket has so much energy. He's going to invest in the Empoleon and come out of this matchup with nearly 2 full Hydro Cannons.
Oh, the switch timer just comes up. In comes Corviknight, but there is energy everywhere for Out of Pocket. Back-to-back Hydro Cannons loaded. Gerald will put up the shield. It's the Shadow Marowak in the back for Pocket. Pocket does not want to give any additional energy head start, so he will fire off the Hydro Cannons right away. Double shield comes out from Gerald. Gerald was barely able to save that Empoleon, so this endgame, Gerald will have the ability to potentially try and go for a catch.
This is normally a very favorable matchup for the Corviknight. However, you are up a shield as Out of Pocket electing to no shield the Payback, and this is a big decision. Payback coming through. Perhaps Pocket is confident that his Marowak has the ability to withstand the Payback and still reach 2 Rock Slides.
This Rock Slide is going to be doing some critical damage onto that Corviknight. The next Rock Slide should be enough to deliver the KO, but Gerald will have the ability to go for a catch. Gerald will look to peel away the final Protect Shield as he fires off this Air Cutter, and now Pocket has to decide. He's very, very low. Does he throw the Rock Slide instantly? His clock isn't up to go for a Simul Switch here. He throws, and the catch! What a play!
Is this the catch that Gerald needed? The low HP Empoleon will absorb the Rock Slide and go down. And now can the Corviknight close out this game? There's no energy on the Jellicent. Air Cutter is going to knock out. Is there any way the Empoleon can hang on?
He's gonna need the Empoleon. I believe the Empoleon does have 1 Metal Sound residual here. It's gonna be very close. Down to the wire. Does Empoleon get there? It does! Out of Pocket! What a game!
Out of Pocket thought he was lost, but Empoleon is to be found. Gets the Hydro Cannon off, knocks out the Corviknight, and that is as much emotion as you will see from Out of Pocket. What a match to kick things off here on day 2.
You can see the relief on Out of Pocket's face. The catch had all seemed lost, but the Empoleon energy from earlier, what a game, what a battler. Out of Pocket on to winners round 2.
Pocket thought it was over. And
he did.
You can tell from his demeanor. He thought it was over, it was lost. He's already imagining, oh, I got to go to the loser side of the bracket now. But then the emotion, when that Empoleon withstands the sand attacks, and as strong as Corviknight can be as a Pokemon, that's one of its weaknesses. It lacks that fast attack pressure, and even though the sand attacks are quote-unquote super effective, they weren't doing a super amount of damage. Empoleon hangs on, does 4 Metal Sounds, and gets to the game-winning Hydro Cannon for Out of Pocket.
And Pocket played brilliantly in the early game, getting the catch, getting up energy on the Jellicent, taking advantage of the desync of the timers, getting massive Empoleon energy, but Gerald fought back. That catch onto the Empoleon really made Pocket think that all was lost.
Both trainers making championship caliber plays. The Rock Slide catch put Gerald ahead, and I wonder if maybe Gerald could have overfarmed any more against the Jellicent to then outpace the Empoleon to the Air Cutter. Could be something that he could have done differently. However, with so many swaps and catches, it can be incredibly difficult, especially with these Pokemon that are so quick to their fast attacks, or their chart attacks rather, to keep track of where exactly that Jellicent was.
It definitely seemed like Pocket thought that he was energy dry on the Empoleon, because in a lot of situations, if you fire off the back-to-back Hydro Cannons, that's a lot of energy gone. But he had actually farmed up to 11 Metal Sounds before throwing, and that meant that he actually had enough residual energy to barely outpace that game. Sometimes we see very dominant games. That game was decided by absolute inches. What an absolute thriller.
Absolute Thrillers, Absol, train best. That's a little bit of a stretch, but we couldn't have asked for a better match to start off day 2. And up next, we're going to see a little bit more variety, unique teams. It's going to be a match that we mentioned earlier we were excited for because we have a wall rain on both of these teams.
The wall rain mirror, not something that I would have expected to see in day number 2, but here it is. Absol has opted for the regular wall rain, whereas AJ does have the shadow. Now, Absol, train best, is actually Faction's teammates with Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice built the team, and Absol has been piloting it to great success.
The wall rain was extremely effective on the side of Final Boss AJ yesterday. She is opting for the shadow variant of wall rain, and we saw certain situations. And one thing I want to commend on AJ is I remember she had a match yesterday against a Togekiss, and there was one game in which, you know, opted to throw the Icicle Spear, and it allowed the Togekiss to get to multiple Aura Spheres. And AJ on the fly made the adjustment, saw the same situation again and learned from it and said, okay, this time I'm just going to 2-shield completely farm down. And that 100 energy on the wall rain was just too diabolical for the opponent to overcome.
And I remember exiting with 100 energy and then getting an Icicle Spear bait shielded on a water type was just so incredibly unfortunate. So with the battle of wall rain, and Absol definitely does have a triple weakness to ice on this team. There's the Corviknight as well. So wall rain is definitely going to be brought here by Final Boss AJ.
Wall rain does look quite good against Absol's team, and it's a trending theme. Sometimes you have a unique pick on your squad. That's one of your MVPs, but if you happen to see it against someone else, maybe you're weak to your own spice pick. You're getting a taste of your own medicine, and the Shadow Wall Rain will be difficult to navigate for Absol train best. Really, just the Empoleon is maybe the best answer for him, and neutralizing it perhaps with his own wall rain.
I think leaning on the water types could definitely be a recipe for success because AJ has also stacked up a lot of weaknesses to ice. It can sometimes be a little bit difficult. I think it's a very wise point that you brought up. If you're running something unique, you're going to have weaknesses, and sometimes it's to that unique pick. So the Galarian Moltres, the Credilli, the Marowak, they're not big fans of that wall rain's energy. And there's also the Kanto Ninetales, which if an Earthquake lands, that would be catastrophic. This Kanto Ninetales is opting for the new Community Day Legacy move, which is Energy Ball. And Energy Ball will give it some pretty massive damage into that wall rain if it's ever able to get up a little bit of energy.
But one key factor in this matchup, and perhaps a deterrent from Absol running both of these water types, is that Jellicent, a Pokemon that can win both of those matchups. Also has great play against the Gourgeist, against the Corviknight, and has some win conditions against the Unovan Stunfisk. So Jellicent could be the difference maker in this matchup. If it can get aligned in positive positions, that will be difficult for Absol to overcome. He does, of course, have that one answer, the Guzzlord, as a hard counter to the Jellicent.
It can be very tempting to bring the Guzzlord, but the Guzzlord, if it ends up on the wall rain, is going to be very, very difficult. I think safe switching the wall rain for AJ is going to be a very consistently safe play, because even if it ends up on one of its quote-unquote bad matchups, like onto the Empoleon, you can still threaten quite a lot of damage.
Absolutely, and the Jellicent paired with the wall rain, perhaps, kind of covering each other's weaknesses there, because Jellicent really only scared of the Guzzlord, which wall rain will feast on if it finds that matchup. And Jellicent also protects wall rain from the Empoleon and the opposing wall rain. Absol's best answers to the wall rain.
We've got dual lock-ins. The battlers exchange well wishes. Game number 1, winners round 1. It's going to be a Jellicent lead into Guzzlord. What a start for Absol.
Not what AJ wanted to see, and you have to assume an immediate pivot, and there it is, swapping the wall rain aggressively, and Absol actually electing to throw a brutal swing prior to potentially swapping out of this matchup.
I do like this play from Absol. This wall rain is going to be very difficult to remove from the field of play, so just trying to get a little bit of damage on it, and suddenly it feels a lot more manageable now that its health bar has basically lost 2/3 of it already.
And I like AJ firing after 4 powder stones. Want to make sure you are the aggressor here. Don't allow Absol to throw the air cutter before you at least get off some energy. This air cutter should not be quite enough to knock out the wall rain, but AJ wants to invest, puts up a protect shield, and perhaps wants to try and get some shields peeled off of Absol.
Credilli does look very strong in the back if shields are down. Absol now has to decide, is it worth switch advantage? Absol says yes because it's the wall rain in the back, and wall rain cannot afford to see that Jellison. That matchup is very negative. AJ wanted to try for a catch, but in the middle of a powder snow, Absol timed it well to ensure that no catch was possible.
Another protect shield put up by AJ. Perhaps what you articulated, Credilli with shields down could be a menace in back, and that is what's going to happen here. All protect shields are gone from this secondary matchup. Walrein gets the final protect shield. AJ going to attempt to catch on the Credilli, and it's met by the Walrein.
Was this switch from Absol fast enough? It was fast enough. Absol just needed to guarantee that an Icicle Spear landed. Icicle Spear landing is going to inflict big damage on the Credilli. Credilli will be able to hit back hard, but getting that damage before that Rock Tomb or Grass Knot connects is very, very big for Absol.
And you saw AJ was reaching for the Rock Tomb earlier, but now that the damage has already been applied, going for the Grass Knot to do some more damage than the Rock Tomb. And Walrein, actually stops tapping momentarily.
What a
gets
play!
The farm down with 1 HP to give less farm to the Jellison.
Oh, that's a brilliant play from Absol, stopping, tapping there to only give a 1 hex head start. Icicle Spear is gonna land. In comes the Corviknight, and he knows he has access to Payback here. Payback is going to deal deadly damage onto that Jellison.
But you still see concern on the face of Absol because that Walrein is still there on the side of AJ, and Walrein, if it can reach a charge attack, but Corviknight hangs on, gets the air cutter on 1 HP.
What a game from Absol. The decision to limit the Jellison farm pays off in the biggest way. Walrein gets KO'd. In comes Jellison to meet a brick wall in Guzzlord. Down goes Jellison. Game 1 goes to Absol.
Absol's got to give some berries to a couple of his Pokemon there because he had 2 1 HP survives. First, giving the few extra acids to the Credilli, and then surviving on 1 HP to give less farm to the Jellison. And then in the end, the Corviknight hanging on as well. A few situations, but just what an effort there in commending the patience of Absol to actually allow more damage to be inflicted on his Pokemon. That was a crazy play that we don't see that often.
That was an incredibly high-level play from Absol. AJ clearly valued Walrein energy, wanted to try and preserve it, but Absol's quick switch, getting that Walrein on the field, and look at this, the weight, letting himself get to 1 HP to only give a 1 hex head start to the Jellison. That's beautiful gameplay from Absol.
So close in the end. I wonder how confident he was because that last acid looked awfully close to knocking out, but it worked out for Absol. And credit to AJ as well. I mean, you had the worst possible lead, leading the Jellison into a Guzzlord, but made it so close in the end by pivoting around and really utilizing that Walrein save swap, which is a strategy that you mentioned prior going into this match.
I loved how Absol handled that save swap. Chipping it and then bringing in the Corviknight made it a lot easier, but we've got lock-ins. Game number 2, AJ versus Absol. Guzzlord returns, and this time it leads into Shadow Kanto Marowak.
A pretty neutral matchup, but it seems like Absol has a strategy, and he pivots the Corviknight. This time, however, it's met by the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Absol going to immediately try and fish for a boost. He wants to try and ramp up his sand attacks as much as possible. It's a 30% chance. Air Cutter lands, but it does not pay off.
This Weather Ball will inflict some super effective damage. Not going to feel good for the Corviknight. Let's see just how much this Weather Ball does. Does it put it in a range where it can Ember down? I think so, but Absol is going to just reach for the Air Cutter. Does AJ know that this is not enough? She does. She instantly no shields and should be able to get the Ember down against this Corviknight coming out with energy.
Oh, gets the boost, but maybe a little bit too late. Maybe if Absol had committed to it, could have made a payback, and that could have forced a protect shield, but unfortunately it does not. In comes the Guzzlord, but Guzzlord will maybe not get the farm down that it was hoping for, and will have to take back-to-back loaded Weather Balls.
Great recognition from AJ that actually doesn't even value the switch here. Knows has 2 answers for the Guzzlord, swaps the Walrein, so has a Weather Ball banked to use for later, and now you find yourself ahead in the Walrein and going for a bait, Henry.
Does Absol call this? Absol thinking about calling it. Calls the bait! What a play! Absol fighting his way back in this matchup.
And that could be one of the plays he needed, one of the calls he needed, because AJ's Walrein has taken a little bit more chip damage where now it is in Earthquake range, but is successfully able to protect shield this Earthquake.
That's a big swing for AJ. AJ's baiting again, doubling down. Does Absol calls it again? Unbelievable! He refuses to buy these baits, and that is helping him so much in this matchup.
Oh, and perhaps a bit of a miscue from AJ there. Swap trying to get off the weather ball, but the one powder snow was transferred onto the Ninetales, and suddenly Absol has seemed to found his way back in this game.
Another Icicle Spear finally does get the shield, but AJ losing that weather ball was critical. Switching takes a turn, and firing off a charge attack also takes a turn. Absol says that is only an Icicle Spear, so Absol is going to be letting this through. I believe Absol did end up clicking on a bait. This is going to be a very important shield call in this match, and he gets the shield on the bait. Could this be the momentum that Absol needs? If Absol is able to get an Icicle Spear onto this Marowak, that could be big.
Absol knows. Oh, there's no Protect Shields remaining, but still opting for the Icicle Spear, Home Slice.
He does have a move banked on the Guzzlord. Does he go for the combination play here? He does. He just wanted the damage to put it into range.
This should be enough to knock out the Wall Rain. Now, how much energy was on that Marowak? Has a little bit of energy, but if you take too much damage from this Guzzlord, you are going to not be able to withstand. So I think the only play from AJ here is to try and double up on the Bone Club.
This is going to be very, very close. The Wall Rain should be able to survive a Mud Slap, but AJ throws. AJ throws the move. Absol lets it go. Absol's trusting in the Wall Rain.
The Bone Club will knock out, but remember, Absol still has a Protect Shield. The Wall Rain, only a few Powder Snows shine. Oh, no! The Mud Slap down first. AJ had it calculated, and she takes game number 2.
Oh, Absol thought he was 2 away, but was 3 away there. The combination play securing the knockout, but just not enough energy there. So close for Absol, but AJ fights back, gets the equalizer, and stays alive on the winner's side of the bracket.
I thought he was closer as well on the Wall Rain, but not quite. And I thought AJ maybe needed to commit to the farm down there, but that was not the case. The 3 Mud Slaps ended up being enough. 3 Powder Snows away, and AJ finds a way to take game 2. Though that Wall Rain mirror match that we saw, so many Icicle Spear baits trying to get those Protect Shields peeled off, and it was looking like AJ was maybe opening up a window for Absol to come back there, but in the end was able to hang on.
The fact that Absol had a chance came down to so many bait calls. Icicle Spear after Icicle Spear being no-shielded back-to-back, and then AJ trying to get the combination play, but transferring that Powder Snow, losing that charge attack, and that set up Absol for the potential opportunity, but the Wall Rain just did not have enough in the tank.
It was a really creative play there, throwing the Icicle Spear when shields were down into the Wall Rain, and then combination play with the Brutal Swing. I was confused at first what was going on, but Absol had a strategy in mind, and AJ even losing that Weather Ball with the Ninetales, like you said, that even with that moment that was a bit of a miscue, still was able to find a win condition in the end.
Now, Absol did choose to run back the game 1 line in game number 2. So does Absol decide to make any adjustments? That was so close, but just not enough residual energy on that Wall Rain. But AJ just won. So does AJ end up just staying with the line that worked, or will AJ attempt to make any adjustments? The mind games here. There is a spot in winners round 2 on the line. Both these trainers know they are so close to getting there.
We've seen a lot of Wall Rain on both sides. AJ mixing it up a little bit with her lines, with the Marowak, with the Cradley, and bringing the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in that last game. And, you know, the Ninetales does have a lot of play, right? I mean, good matchups against the Empoleon because of resisting the metal sounds, and you can outpace, you can kind of play out that matchup. The Wall Rain, you resist the ice type damage, and then super effective against 2 other Pokemon there. And here we go, decisive game 3. We gotta lock in, and it's going to be Jellicent yet again into the Guzzlord.
Oh my goodness, and AJ ran ABA weak to the Guzzlord. It's the Kanto Ninetales in the back, and Absol's nodding. Her staying in is very, very good for him. We see an immediate switch out into the Wall Rain. Absol is going to do what he likes to do in this matchup. Try and go for a little bit of chip damage with the Brutal Swing, and then send out that Corviknight.
Absol perhaps sensing what could be in the back after that nod, after the Jellicent was staying in for now. But AJ getting a little bit of a head start this time against the Corviknight. might be able to outpace to 2 Icicle Spears if Absol goes straight Air Cutter again. But Absol this time actually building up to the payback. Gonna make AJ think twice now about using the Protect Shield and successfully gonna get the Air Cutter bait.
Very nice bait from Absol. Will Corviknight get the boost? A boost could be critical. No boost comes through. AJ fires off the Icicle Spear. Absol will mirror shields because the Corviknight has a lot of energy left in the tank.
Last time we saw this scenario, we saw AJ pivot out eventually, and that's what's gonna happen again. Catches an Air Cutter this time. Now, this isn't great in terms of losing the energies for Absol, but you have such a hard wall to this Jellicent. I don't think this is that bad either way, because now Jellicent is gonna get locked against this. Oh, but allows AJ to fire off the Surf before pivoting into the Guzzlord.
Did not send in the Guzzlord right away. Corviknight just gonna let itself get knocked out. But what this does for Absol is the Guzzlord is not switch locked. So I do see the idea. He's recognizing that AJ is ABA weak. So by letting the Corviknight get knocked out and by letting this Guzzlord not be switch locked, when the Wall Rain comes back in, he will have the ability to pivot out and send in his own Wall Rain.
Building up a lot of energy is past the double Brutal Swing, which might be enough to knock out the Jellicent from this range. Super effective damage coming through. The Jellicent gets knocked out. In comes Wall Rain and throwing immediately to put the pressure on AJ.
AJ's going to be no shielding. Brutal Swing should fail to take the knockout, but it's going to be very, very close. Does Absol stay on the field? He does! In comes the Ninetales, and Ninetales will be able to fire off Weather Balls. Weather Ball will be resisted. Absol puts up the shield. This Guzzlord has quite a bit of energy. Guzzlord desperately needs to try and land a charge attack and should be able to land a Brutal Swing, but Kanto Ninetales should be able to hang on.
And AJ has gotten this Guzzlord with some teamwork to start to approach Weather Ball range from this Kanto Ninetales with the Wall Rain in the back. It's not going to appreciate an Energy Ball, and now the Guzzlord is dry here. If AJ can manage her energy properly, this game is not over. Brutal Swing connects, and the Ninetales has a lot of energy.
Ninetales over farming massively, going for a potential charge attack priority tie, but Absol didn't quite have the energy needed. This Weather Ball should be able to secure the knockout. What this game will come down to is how much damage will Energy Ball do. AJ farming up, gets the Energy Ball. This is the non-Shadow Wall Rain. Wall Rain does have a pretty high bulk. This is going to be close.
No same type attack bonus. Wall Rain hangs on. AJ may need to try a catch here to give herself a chance. Absol doesn't fall for it. You see
the patience.
AJ in dismay. Wall Rain finds the Icicle Spear, and Absol Trade Best is going to take game 3.
What a game by Absol. There's the fist bump. You heard the crowd pop off. What a series. 2 very, very great trainers, 3 well-played games, and Absol's on to winners round 2.
Absol lifts up his Absol in celebration. You see the 2 trainers hug it out. What a fantastic match, and you have to give a lot of credit to AJ there.
Absolutely.
Making that as close as it was, leading ABA week Jellicent and Ninetales into a Guzzlord League. It looked impossible, but she was that close to taking it away from Absol in the end.
Rise, I've got to talk about the play. When AJ pivoted back out, Absol looked a little bit worried because AJ got the catch. Absol stayed in with the Corviknight. At first, it was, oh, why don't you bring in the hard counter? But he had a plan right here. He was very, very visibly frustrated at the catch, but letting the Corviknight go, making sure that the Guzzlord was not switch locked, ended up paying dividends. Jellicent had to waste its energy on the Corviknight, and then the Guzzlord was so critical in getting so much damage on AJ's remaining Pokemon.
I don't know how many players would have elected to make that play, to stay in, take the serve, and not just immediately go the Guzzlord, but he had a vision, and he valued more, even more so than keeping the Corviknight around. He valued not switch locking himself and putting him in a situation where AJ would continue to maneuver around and maybe get rid of that Guzzlord that way. So Absol, what unique plays and clever creativity to find a win in the end.
Now, Absol, if I'm not mistaken, has made it to 3,600 ELO before in the Go Battle League. So a newer trainer to the competitive circuit, but a decorated competitor in Go Battle League. And there were several times throughout that series, one play that you identified right away, it was in that Wall Rain Credilli matchup, letting himself take as much damage as possible to only give 1 Hex to the Jellicent. Exiting on 1 HP with the Icicle Spear was quite literally the perfect play pattern in that situation. That was brilliant from Absol.
Exhibiting tremendous patience in that scenario, in the endgame scenario, avoiding the catch. Absol, I got the chance to talk to him a little bit before we started today, and he said he has some experience as well in the Japan Championship Series, competing over there. So a trainer that has a multitude of experience in different formats, and right now he's showing he can translate it to the Show 6 Pick 3 format here.
What a showing from Absol, and we've only had a few battles so far here in Seattle. They've been unbelievable, great series, absolute thrillers going down to decisive game 3s with 1 HP survives, catches, failed catches, and it's only getting better from here. We're gonna be taking a short break, but the action's only heating up in Seattle. Stay tuned.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas para Dios, we love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon Go Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful Charge Attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the third-place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
to a molten start here in day number 2 of the Seattle Regional Championships. Those first 2 matchups were fire. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Self-Self.
That's absolutely right. We have just seen 2 amazing rounds of winners round 1 here on day 2. And both of those series with Pocket advancing and then, of course, AJ versus Absol just now. Both of those games coming down to a decisive game 3 that came down to just 1 HP or 1 turn.
Yeah, they were so close. That epic catch, right? I mean, it was such amazing moments in both of those series. Actually, down to the wire, really close. Any trainer could have advanced.
That's absolutely right. Well, we've still got a couple of winners round 1 matches to go here. We've seen 2 of them, and we've got 2 to go.
We have our matchup on stage. It is going to be Firestar versus Cheese Curl. Before we get into the trainers, I want to shout out Cheese Curl, a trainer that's been around the championship series for a while now, has competed in multiple tournaments, has gotten 17th 2 times in Atlanta and Stockholm, which means if you're 17th, you're just 1 victory away from getting day number 2. This is his first day number 2 ever in over, I believe, 19 tournaments.
Yeah,
congratulations to Cheese Curl. That is persistence. Everyone has a different road to the World Championships or a different road as a trainer. And I just want to take a moment to appreciate the determination and success of this awesome trainer, Cheese Curl.
Absolute breakout moment for Cheese Curl here. I know he's got a lot of fans supporting him all around the world, and I'm sure they're very excited for him, cheering him on in his first ever top cut. But let's get into game number 1. He picks up a fantastic lead with Scizor into Florges.
Well, he's off to a good start here as the Empoleon does swap in, and there is no counter swap yet. Now counter swapping, trying to catch the Hydro Cannon onto the Azumarill, but this isn't a clear answer to the Empoleon, especially with the Empoleon up that much energy.
Azumarill definitely a great Pokemon for absorbing damage, but you're not going to be able to do much damage in return. This is a great matchup for Empoleon as it does resist all of Azumarill's attacks, and it might even be able to come out with a bit of energy.
And it was also double resisting those bullet punches as well on the Shadow Scizor, so it got a clear advantage in this matchup. You can get the alignment which you desperately want in this scenario. You are a little bit soft though, the Shadow Scizor, because you have the Guzzlord in the back, but you would much rather have that Guzzlord face that Scizor than the Florges.
The alignment's going to be interesting here. We'll have to see what comes out of this matchup. Firestar still metal sounding away as he builds up to this drill pick. Impeccable timing during it just before Azumarill is able to reach a play rough.
And this is almost in knockout range. Is it going to be enough? It gets shielded.
Oh, Cheese Curl thinks it's knockout range, but I think Firestar has another attack ready to go, and he fires off the second drill pick. And now Cheese Curl has to decide, does he want to invest that second Protect Shield or not?
Oh, and he decides to let it go. Azumarill does hang on to reach the play rough. There are 2 protections remaining. Firestar probably wants to take the alignment here. Actually, would rather have the shield advantage.
He actually doesn't know what's in the back. He might be putting it all on Guzzlord here. He does get a 1 Dragon Tail advantage. Now Cheese Curl, no clear answer to the Guzzlord now that the Azumarill's off the field.
You probably have to bring in the Moltres, and there it is, because you want to save that Shadow Scizor for the back line of the Florges. Here comes the charge attack. No, waiting on it first into the Sludge Bomb. Maybe not trying to get swapped on. There is a Steel type in the back with that Shadow Scizor, and here comes the Sludge Bomb into Moltres.
So risky by Firestar, almost up to 100 energy, but able to land the Sludge Bomb onto the Galarian Moltres. Moltres also almost at 100 energy, but a quick swap into Florges met by the Scizor now. Florges has a tiny bit of energy lead here, but unfortunately for Firestar, the Scizor is going to be able to get to the Trailblaze first.
Looks like it was charge attack priority. Can you hang on to the Trailblaze to throw the Chilling Water to neutralize that attack raise from that Trailblaze? Now, once this is protected or does go through, this Scizor will be back to standard attack, and you still get the bullet punch down, but this energy is not very valuable to the Guzzlord, but the Guzzlord has 2 protect shields left. You have to use it somewhere.
Yeah, not very valuable, but certainly the bullet punches are what Cheese Curl is looking for. And I think if you're Firestar, like you said, you know, 2 protect shields, but there's so much energy on the Moltres, he has to save it.
He lets it go. There is no boost, but there's 1 more bullet punch. Now, suddenly you might be in range of Sucker Punch down. You have to throw the charge attack. This is a bait on the Brutal Swing, but if you get the protect shield, you might have enough energy to throw the Sludge Bomb. Does Cheese Curl try to call the bait, and he lets it go?
Oh my goodness, Brutal Swing lands. It's going to come down to fast attacks. Dragon Tail versus Sucker Punch. Oh, but Firestar fades. points.
No way! Cheese Girl and his shiny Moltres is able to win that fast attack off and win game number 1. I did not see that coming.
Did not see that coming either. So much energy on both of those Pokemon, but you see them just going for these fast attacks instead, as they know there's still a shield up on the other side.
And Firestar went down with 2 Protect Shields remaining in that matchup, and there was an awkward moment in that mid-game on that swap between the Empoleon and the Azumarill where Cheese Girl actually gave up a Protect Shield against that Drill Peck and then took another Drill Peck, and he did gain the alignment, but at that point with that Protect Shield disadvantage, I'm like, I don't see how he's going to be able to win it, but he pulled it off.
I think the Florges just didn't have enough to do in that game for Firestar, and Cheese Girl, on the other hand, great way to mitigate that awkward switch in, like you said.
And able to call that Brutal Swing bait at the end. If that was a Sludge Bomb, that would have been a game victory for Firestar. And this damage from the Scissor was so impactful. The Scissor in the back was really strong, was able to shred through the Florges and get enough damage onto that Guzzlord, so the Sucker Punch does knock out. And now Cheese Curl, in his first day 2 ever, is 1 game victory away from securing top 5, right?
That's absolutely right. $1,000 on the line here for Cheese Curl. Let's see what he can pull off. He has a Moltres into Florges, not a great start. Expecting to see him switch out quickly.
Yeah, he pivots instantly into that Azumarill, and you don't have the Trailblaze on this Florges, so it doesn't do that much damage in this matchup. So actually just banking a lot of energy and then trying to swap on an attack, and then does so, takes the resisted play rough. This is pretty awkward for Cheese Girl.
It's looking amazing for Firestar. So much energy banked, and this is exactly what you want to see when you get a good lead, just making the most of that situation. And Empoleon is a perfect wall for Azumarill's energy.
And it's kind of the opposite scenario where in that game number 1, Empoleon was getting all that extra energy, and then the Azumarill came and swapped in, and now that Azumarill getting all that extra energy and is getting soaked into the Empoleon. All these attacks are not doing that much damage to these water-type Pokemon. Both of the timers are coming back up. Do we see another pivot, or are they going to try to go hard for alignment?
I don't think alignment matters a ton here. I mean, if you're Firestar, yes, you're behind on energy, behind on health, but you see how much energy was on the floor. Just, I don't think Firestar even needs alignment. Cheese Curl's going to let this go, and I think Firestar has another attack banked. Let's see if he throws it.
And he needs the back-to-back on charge attack priority, or else he would take an Ice Beam and throws the Hydro Cannon just in case it gets swapped on. I really like that decision as well. It is not very effective, but it's enough to knock out the Azumarill and maintain the switch alignment. You are energy dry here. Cheese Girl's thinking, what do I value for more energy? Is it the Moltres or is it the Marowak? And he decides the Marowak, but you actually only get 1 Mud Slap out of that.
And the other thing is that now Firestar knows the entire team. He knows there's no Scizor for his Florges, and that his Florges is going to be incredibly valuable in this game, throwing this Chilling Water. This is going to drop the attack of the Marowak, and now if you're Cheese Curl, what can you do? You can't really swap out into Moltres, or you'll have to take Disarming Voice.
And you have to give up a Protect Shield here, and your attack does drop 1 more stage, so it's 2 stages reduced for this Kanto Marowak. So now suddenly this Bone Club is not going to get nearly enough damage as that Florges to knock out, and another Chilling Water is on its way.
So much energy on this Florges, and this is where that energy that Firestar had banked up so early on in the game is coming back in his favor. Cheese Curl is still mud slapping away. He might actually be able to get rid of this Florges as Firestar is letting this Bone Club go, but there's still a full health Guzzlord in the back, and it's protected by 2 shields.
It just doesn't do enough. Your 3 stages debuff swap into the next attack onto the Guzzlord. This is going to tickle the Guzzlord, and now the Guzzlord's going to be able to get a 1 Dragon Tail advantage into this Moltres, and look at the Protect Shield advantage for Firestar, 2-0.
Yeah, opposite situation of the last game when this Guzzlord just didn't have enough health to get rid of the Moltres. Sludge Bomb coming through, and Moltres is going to be able to hang on, but I don't think it's going to be able to knock out Guzzlord through 2 shields.
Yeah, through 2 shields is going to be an uphill battle for Cheese Curl, but I want to point out, now that we have those golden and silver bottle caps, how many trainers do you see on stage with these shiny Galarian birds, specifically Moltres, with really nice CPs as well? Probably using some bottle caps in these situations, which I respect.
I respect it as well. We saw that segment from Amanda telling us about how amazing these Galarian Moltres are. Definitely worth investing in, as Cheese Curl has done. He is going to drop the 2nd game to Firestar. and Firestar is going to bring us to a decisive game number 3.
We're all tied up here in winners round number 1 between Firestar and Cheese Curl. We focused a lot about Cheese Curl's journey, but I want to talk about Firestar. Firestar was the last standing American at the World Championships last season in Anaheim. Only Lyles Jeff outpaced him for North America, and this year he said his goal was to come in on that winner's side of the bracket in one of these tournaments. He did really well in Las Vegas, getting 9th place. This is his second tournament of the season, already reaching that goal. This trainer is ascending in Championship Series.
He's been on such an amazing run. I think he has top cut 3 or 4 tournaments in a row, but they've all been on the loser's side. He's been dropping early and making these huge runs today too, but now he doesn't even need to make those huge runs. He's already here on the winner's side, and just one more game win here is already going to take him into the top 6, which I think would be his best performance to date.
You're absolutely correct. The previous stretch was 9th place in Atlanta 2025, and then 13th at the North American International Championships. That's really tough to do. And then, of course, the breakout performance, 7th place at the World Championships, and now he is 1 game victory away from that 5th place, which would top, I believe, his top performance, which was actually his first tournament. He got 7th place in 2023 Charlotte.
Quite a long time ago, and yeah, let's take a look at these accomplishments once again. We've talked about Cheese Curl. This is his first ever top cut, so already a lot to be proud of, but still a lot to fight for. And as for Firestar, so many top cuts, hasn't quite found a title for himself yet, but look at that, top 8 at Worlds, top 16 at NAIC, and those are accomplishments that even some of our best trainers are still reaching for.
I want to point it out again because you made such a great point, and I hope people at home didn't miss it. Whoever wins this does get into the prizing as well, and that means that you'll win $1,000 just by winning this battle here on stage. So not only are you going to get a lot more championship points, so there is that monetary benefit as well. So a lot on the line, and for a trainer also like Cheese Curl, Firestar, Cheese Curl does compete more, so he's trying to build up more and more championship points and make his first, I believe, World Championship debut if he's able to build enough. And then for Firestar, a trainer that's already been at the World Championships, can he try to secure it in these fewer amount of regionals? He has to keep continuing to stay on fire. He has fire in his name, and we're locked into game number 3.
Game number 3 here, $1,000 on the line, a ton of championship points, and we have Florges into Moltres once again.
Tough lead for Cheese Curl, probably instantly swapping into the Azumarill once again, this time actually going into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and the Florges is going to stay in to throw this super effective chilling water on. Great timing to try to reduce the attack of this Marowak. Do you get the Protect Shield?
Looks like Cheese Curl is going to shield, and this is the adjustment for Cheese Curl. Before we saw him safe swapping that Azumarill, and now it is the Kanto Marowak. He saw it didn't work out for him, but this is a great play from Firestar. Now that he's debuffed the Marowak and he's pulled a shield, he's going to bring in the Guzzlord to start absorbing his energy.
Cheese Curl is instantly on the back foot here by losing the lead and then also getting the attack drop, and met by the bulk of this Guzzlord. You're just not doing enough damage to try to get the alignment, and your Protect Shield down. It's just going to rely a lot on that Moltres in the back, and of course, the Sucker Punch is going to be resisted by the Florges, and even worse for him, the flying attacks are going to be resisted by the Empoleon.
That's right. It's looking like an uphill battle for Cheese Curl, but let's see what he can pull out in this mid-game. Firestar looks like he's going to threaten the knockout here, and that would maintain switch advantage for him. So Cheese Curl now has to decide. Looks like he does want to invest in the Marowak and try to fight just one more second for switch advantage. Oh, it looks like he actually could have gotten a Mud Slap down, but he does throw the Bone Club.
How many times have we seen Firestar with a 2-0 Protect Shield advantage in this matchup? Actually, no, it was 2-1 at the end, but how many times did we just see Firestar with 2 Protect Shields? He never uses them in this matchup so far. He actually isn't going to throw this energy, going to be able to absorb the Bone Club.
Yeah, he's actually not even going to put up a shield, thinking that now that this Marowak is out of the way, his Empoleon has a ton of play in the back, and he is absolutely right. Here comes the Azumarill. He's throwing the Disarming Voice here. Probably would have preferred to save that for the Moltres, but I think Empoleon up 2 shields with only an Azumarill and a Moltres to handle is going to be able to finish the job.
Well, he's really close to securing this game victory, and I believe in this series he's only used 1 Protect Shield, and we are in the end of game number 3. Gonna be able to land this Hydro Cannon, probably gonna give up a Protect Shield, a second one against this Brave Bird that might be coming up, but you might just want to go for the fly bait, and there it is, not even getting the Brave Bird energy.
I think realizing that this Moltres isn't going to be able to get to too many charge attacks, but honestly, it's been chipping away a decent amount at this Empoleon with just its fast attacks alone. Firestar is recognizing that. You notice that he's throwing right away. He doesn't want to take any more Sucker Punch damage before he has to face this very, very healthy Azumarill.
Yeah, and here comes the Azumarill here, and you have the protection advantage, but we thought Firestar was so far ahead. Cheese Curl's back in this, and a missed swap opportunity. Can you get the bubble down? Does he reach it? Yes, he gets the bubble down.
That might have been a huge window of opportunity for Cheese Curl. He's almost at 100 energy, I think a little bit over it. Firestar, he's gonna land this drill peck. He needs another, but I don't even know if 2 drill packs are gonna be enough to knock out.
He was efficiently trying to get good timing, but inefficient by going over 100 energy. He still needs to get to another player up, and he still needs to be able to absorb a play. Drill peck, here comes the protection. The last one of the game is gonna come down to these last 2 charge attacks.
Oh, he's gonna throw on charge attack priority, just trying to maximize those metal sounds. I think this is barely going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill.
It isn't gonna do it. Can Firestar advance? And yes! His best tournament ever in Championship Series. He's now secured top 5 for the first time.
And that was such a close knockout. We saw that drill peck barely not knocking out Azumarill in, I think, the very first game, but it came in clutch in game number 3. Firestar, you can see the look of relief on his face as he celebrates his first ever top 6 at least finish.
An emotional victory for Firestar. Felt like he was so far ahead the entire battle. He was preserving his shields the entire matchup, but Cheese Curl was able to make a comeback down the stretch with the Azumarill, almost getting to that knockout attack on that play rough, which would have probably secured victory or close to for Cheese Curl. He is dropping down to the loser's side of the bracket, but wow, these games have been epic so far day number 2 in Seattle.
We've had 3 series so far, all come down to a decisive game 3 that comes right down to the wire. I mean, look at this. I thought this was unwinnable for Cheese Curl, and it ended up coming down to a charge attack priority.
I think just the chip damage from that sucker punch on the Galarian Moltres, I just didn't anticipate it would bring the Empoleon that low. In that scenario, would a play rough would have knocked out, it would have been really close as well. It doesn't get closer to that in Championship Series, and Firestar is loving it.
I love how much passion these trainers are showing for us on the stage. Firestar there, of course, AJ, day 1. Absol Train Best looking pretty happy as well earlier, and Pocket even with that really close series against Gerald. So
they've been popping off so far in day
really
number 2.
And so is the crowd.
Yeah, exactly. And guess what? It gets even better. Don't go anywhere. Better yet, get some friends in here, because Stone Collection versus Ash and Ash is coming up next. Of course, Stone Collection, number 3 in all of Europe right now on the global leaderboard, versus Ash and Ash, which I believe, was he number 3 in LATAM?
Yeah, he was. So it's a battle of the international number 3s. I believe Ashton Ash is actually now based in North America, but luckily for the trainers in North America, he's still registered on the LATAM leaderboard.
Yeah, so 2 trainers that have had some equal success in their regions so far this season, 2026 season. Ash and Ash on one side is probably one of the best trainers that has not won a regional championship. And Stone Collection, he's been at it since the beginning of Pokemon Go Championship Series. He actually won the one and only last chance qualifier in London in 2022 with a Samurott. So he has been one of the best trainers ever since 2022, and he's keeping at it to this day.
And he has been so consistent the last couple of seasons. I don't think he's actually picked up a title since LCQ. He's always bringing something spicy, you know, as a Samurott back then. Who knows what he's been running all these years, but it's always so much fun to watch Stone Collection, and he's up against Ash and Ash again. A fantastic trainer who, you know, he's had a couple of, you know, 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, even on the international stage, but still has not found that regional title yet.
And you know, I was just double checking it right now, but Stone Collection was 3rd place in Toronto. So he
Huge
has
losers run.
Yeah, exactly. So he has been doing awesome this season in North America, weirdly enough, instead of over Europe. But yes, I was trying to look back and confirm that as well. I think he's had a number 2 in Stuttgart, but never won that coveted 1st place title. So really a mirror of storylines here. 3rd place in either region, both trainers going for their first regional title ever. They desperately want it, and if you win this matchup, you are so far ahead of the competition. You are just 2 series away from making it to the winners finals. This matchup is absolutely crucial for both these trainers.
It'll be a fantastic series, without a doubt. Like you said, 2 international trainers coming here to battle out, and whoever wins this game is probably going to have a huge leg up on their local leaderboards as well.
And different teams from these trainers, where Stone Collection is known for the spikes. A pretty standard team has the Unova Stunfisk, which I feel like is one of the unsung heroes of day number 1. It was just so strong, and Wigglytuff on the side of Ash and Ash. We're locked into game number 1. Here's the double ground types, the Marowak versus the Stunfisk.
Stunfisk, an unsung hero, but this is not its matchup. Stone Collection switching out straight away into Corviknight. Ash and Ash, not a clear answer. Maybe going to try to chip with a rock side before switching out, but no, just banking up a ton of energy before heading into the Licky Licky.
In my opinion, Ash and Ash thrives in fluid scenarios in Pokemon Go PvP. He is so great at banking energy and using it for later. I'm curious, as he takes the payback here, how much he can do that with the Licky Licky in this series. Obviously, you have to throw the Shadow Ball into this matchup right now, but can you ever get back to your switch timer to try to just keep bouncing around and keeping, or do you just want to go hard for that alignment?
I don't know if he needs alignment. Like you said, tons of energy banked on the Marowak, and Ash and Ash thriving in these fluid situations. Maybe going to be happy with the energy that he has banked up and thinks switch isn't important, but no, he does actually invest in the Licky Licky here, correctly shielding up the heavy-hitting payback.
And now he doesn't have to worry about the Air Cutter. The Air Cutter does not come through, going for the Shadow Ball that will knock out the Corviknight. Stone Collection does Protect Shield on it and is at the Air Cutter now, getting close to the payback. Do you have anything to resist the payback in the back? No, you don't. Swapping into Napoleon, trying to maybe take the payback, and here comes that Unova Stunfisk, but this is perfect. If you get a couple of Metal Sounds ahead of a Stunfisk, you actually win this matchup as a Napoleon.
That's right, we're gonna see this Hydro Cannon land. It's gonna do more than half of the health, but 2 Hydro Cannons definitely gonna knock out Stunfisk. On the other hand, I think 1 Mud Bomb does come close to knocking out, but it doesn't actually, and Ash and Ash is going to be able to reach another Hydro Cannon
He's going to try to win the zeros here with that energy advantage, and he's at the Hydro Cannon right now, but he's going to throw it on charge attack priority to try to waste the Mud Bomb of the opponent if there is a Protect Shield, but there is no Protect Shield. Looks like Stone Collection is just going to let his Stunfisk go.
Going for the charge attack priority, but in doing so, he also got himself very, very low. That's going to minimize the farm of whatever Stone Collection brings in. It is going to be that Corviknight and Ash and Ash. Remember, tons of energy on the Marowak. He's going to actually throw the Bone Club here, trying to neutralize all the energy on Corviknight. Stone Collection wants to preserve it.
Gets the Protect Shield, and actually Stone Collection was ABB strong versus this Kanto Marowak. Has the Azumarill in the back as well, is at a payback, but it's going to throw the Air Cutter bait. Ash and Ash is thinking about it. Do I try to let this go? Call it out. Does he call it? Yes, he does!
Fantastic call by Ash and Ash. He's a little bit behind now as an Azumarill comes in to face this Marowak, so he's going to need every advantage he can get.
Will a Bone Club plus a Body Slam plus a Shadow Ball be enough to knock out a Azumarill? We're going to find out. Oh, no, actually, way less energy than I thought he had on that Licky Licky. He does have a protection remaining. He gets to the Shadow Ball, but he's going to need another charge attack. Will he need double Shadow Ball, or will a Body Slam be okay after this hit?
Well, I think Stone Collection actually just hit Ice Beam, so this Licky Licky's going to go down. Oh, unless Ash and Ash decides to put up a shield, and he does, so it looks like he is going to go for another Shadow Ball, as he said, Butters.
He needs the damage here, and the timer is ticking away for Stone Collection. It's not quite up yet. You can get to the attack first. Does he try to go for the Shadow Ball? He is going to be able to go for it. He's waiting. He's going to throw a charge attack priority. The precision from Ash and Ash to get to the very last moment to throw the Shadow Ball.
And this is going to connect with the Azumarill. Azumarill hangs on, but that was a charge attack priority. This is not what Stone Collection wanted this Azumarill's energy to go to.
And this wastes all of that energy from the Azumarill, so now it comes down to the Corviknight. The Corviknight does have energy. Remember, can it get to the payback? Instead, it actually goes for the Air Cutter. I don't know if the Air Cutter is enough here. It's going to be really close.
It might come down to fast attacks. Let's see. Stone Collection's shaking his head. He doesn't think it's enough. Can he get the boost on Air Cutter? He doesn't. And gonna come down to fast attacks.
He gets it. He gets it. The Sand Attack knocks out the Marowak. What a nail biter. And Stone Collection holds on.
Barely holding on. I feel like that's been the story of day number 2, is these 1 HP wins. Even the trainers can't believe it.
It doesn't hit any better than this. Wow, I think that last Sand Attack registered right before the Mud Slap would have hit that Corviknight. That would have knocked out the Corviknight, but instead, Stone Collection takes game number 1. What another epic matchup.
Lots of credit to Stone Collection. Really awkward lead for him. I believe he had Stunfisk into Marowak, but bringing in the Corviknight and recognizing that Ash and Ash maybe isn't going to have Moltres in the back really kind of allowed him to make things awkward.
And look how close it is. And the thing is, there still was that bubble available in the back. The Corviknight could have got knocked out, but you probably would have won with the bubble damage in the back. So Stone Collection keeping 2 Pokemon at low health gave him the advantage in that end game, and now he is 1 victory away of moving on in this series. Ash has his back against the wall a little bit.
Stone Collection maybe still recovering from the shock of game number 1. Lots of adrenaline, no doubt, going through these players. But, you know, like we said, these players have been in this position before. They've gotten so far at so many tournaments for both of them, you know, multiple grand finals appearances. And so I'm sure they're ready to lock in for game number 2.
Well, I think it comes down to the ground Pokemon in this matchup because Stunfisk is so strong for Stone Collection versus Ash. You're kind of forced to play Marowak, and there you see it in the lead. And there is no Stunfisk on the side for Stone Collection in this game number 2. It's going to be Scizor versus Marowak.
No Stunfisk, but he did stick with that trusty Corviknight and Azumarill that served him pretty well. And I'm curious to see who gets switch advantage here because this is a really interesting matchup that just comes down to fast attacks. But I think Marowak can actually take it if it wants to invest shields.
Yeah, and it depends how much damage you take from each Mud Slap if you are that Shadow Scizor. And swapping into the Bone Club, though, it's going to be single resisted into this Corviknight.
Big catch from Stone Collection to absorb the energy from Marowak. Ash, again, we see him do this all the time, banking up energy before he swaps. And this is honestly an awkward matchup for both sides because while Moltres does do a ton of damage with Sucker Punches while resisting the sand attacks, you also don't really want to throw your energy because it's not very effective into Corviknight.
Right, and then also the Protect Shields are really awkward because look at the back line. It's going to be Empoleon versus Azumarill. The Protect Shields aren't super valuable in either of those matchups, so maybe if you are predicting that in the back, you might want to use your Protect Shields earlier on rather than later. We're going to see a Stone Collection does use a Protect Shield on this Corviknight, instead throwing the Air Cutter, and it looks like Ash is just holding on to all this energy on his Moltres.
Tons of energy. Not sure what his plan is to finish off the Corviknight, but before we have a chance to think about that, quick swap from Stone Collection into Scizor to absorb a fly.
And I don't think that Bullet Punch is going to register unless there's a Protect Shield. Does he want it to register? No, he does let that Scizor go. It effectively sacrifices and wastes all that energy, and it's going to come down to that Azumarill versus Empoleon in the back. Do you just come in with the Corviknight once again and soak this energy, or do you try to, oh, there it is. I like that play, trying to just soak all the energy possible so you can see keep both your Protect Shields in the back for Azumarill.
Man, but this doesn't feel like the most... Oh, I was going to say saving 2 shields for Azumarill doesn't feel like the most efficient use of shields, and Stone Collection actually going to go for the Sand Attack down on Moltres, gets it, and comes out with an Air Cutter.
You don't see that often. Sand Attack is double resisted into the flying type of Galarian Moltres. What do you bring in here? It's the Marowak, and it's the instant Bone Club. Gonna waste all this energy that he farmed up unless there's the last Protect Shield of the game from Stone Collection. There is!
Double investing in the Corviknight. He knows his Azumarill is bulky and doesn't need shields, and he hasn't seen the Empoleon quite yet. He's hoping and praying that this Corviknight is going to be able to reach one more charge attack after this Air Cutter.
Ash has not seen the Stunfisk yet. I think he's thinking, is there that Stunfisk in the back? If there is, I need an energy advantage, and the attack does raise for the Corviknight, and he does reach the Air Cutter. It's not very effective. You don't want to use your last Protect Shield on this, but all of the charge attacks are going to be resisted from here on out.
Oh, fantastic accounting. It can be so hard to keep track in these long games, and now he sees the Azumarill coming out. He's got to be feeling pretty good here because he is up a shield, but we've seen this situation before with Cheese Curl, so, you know, hold on to your hats.
But the problem is you need 4 Drill Pecks plus Metal Sound damage, and at that point you're getting closer and closer, getting knocked out by Bubble and Play Rough. Yes, you have that Protect Shield advantage. Ash is shaking his head here, plus you do have that Marowak. You could try to swap on something, but you still need 2 more Drill Pecks.
I'm not sure how much these bubbles are going to add up because I'm curious if Empoleon can maybe hang on and stay outside of Play Rough range. We're not going to find out for now, though. Ash is going to play it safe and shield up the first Play Rough. And like you said, it might come down to the pacing here. Maybe Empoleon can actually reach a second Drill Peck before Stone Collection can reach one Play Rough. Oh, and it looks like he has the back-to-back.
He does have the back-to-back. Looks like Ash is going to double Drill Peck and tie up this series. Is going to be on charge attack priority. There it is.
And Empoleon versus Azumarill, a matchup we've seen before, and Empoleon once again coming out victorious.
Wow. It is coming down to the wire in literally every single battle. We got another decisive game number 3 coming up.
A little bit more of a subdued reaction from Ash there compared to the fiery game number 1 there, but he's got to be feeling pretty good about it. Like you said, he didn't know about whether the Unova Stunfisk was in the back until the last possible second, so, you know, trying to anticipate every possible backline, hard switching the Empoleon to get that energy lead, and it served him well. into the Azumarill.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking, if I take too much damage here, do I ever put myself in Thundershock range? Just trying to calculate where he's going to use his last Protect Shield there. Unova Stunfisk is awesome against Ash and Ash's team, against everything but the other ground type and the Marowak. That's why we've seen Marowak in the first 2 battles for Ash and Ash. But Stone Collection has so many good answers for Marowak as well, so it's really risky. You have the Altaria, you have the Azumarill, you have the Corviknight, even the Shadow Scizor is just fine, and the Guzzlord is just fine against it too. So it's risky to bring the Marowak, but if you don't do it, you might be very vulnerable to the Stunfisk.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head with the dynamics of this matchup. It feels like Marowak is a must-bring for Ash and Ash, and Stone Collection realizes that, and that's why he's been relying on the Corviknight, on the Azumarill, and he's kind of just been switching around with that third Pokemon is.
You see these 2 trainers side by side. They have so much in common, both trying to reach the ultimate goal of becoming a regional or an international or a world champion. And they're third in their respective regions that they qualify for at the moment. And look at all of these top performances. Ash and Ash, a 2-time top 4 at an international championship, or top 5. Incredible on that side. And the Stone Collection, the resume speaks for itself.
Both of them, like you said, still reaching for a title. And, you know, I'd absolutely say that both of them are a top trainer in their respective regions right now. Ash and Ash, you know, regardless of whether you count him as North America or Latin America, definitely a top trainer that you want to watch out for.
We're in North America right now, but Championship Series is global. It's about the other regions as well, but we're going to find out who's going to be the Seattle Regional Champion this weekend. So let's see this decisive game number 3. Oh no! Emergency! Wigglytuff in the Shadow Scizor. You got to get out of there, the Jellicent.
Beautiful lead for Stone Collection, met by the Jellicent. Doesn't really have a clear plan of what to do, but he's just going to fire off this Night Slash on great timing there. He's got 1 extra bullet punch as Ash and Ash lets it go.
And there's no Guzzlord for Stone Collection, so no clear answer. You chunk into this Jellicent, and now just going to bring into the Azumarill, but you get double Shadow Ball before there's a charge attack available for the Azumarill, but double Shadow Ball isn't quite enough to knock it out.
I like this play from Stone Collection because now that he's put the Jellicent into play rough range, he knows that this Azumarill can absorb the 2 Shadow Balls that are on their way right now. Ash and Ash throwing as Azumarill gets his play rough, hoping to bait Stone Collection into a charge attack priority, but of course, Stone Collection, very wise, doesn't fall for it.
Well, he also brought in the Azumarill because I believe he thinks the Corviknight is strong versus the backline. As the attack does go through, Ash and Ash tried to swap on it, but he already saw the Wigglytuff with Corviknight could be good against, and he's probably expecting a Marowak in the back. But instead of a Marowak, there's actually a Moltres, and that Moltres is going to be much stronger against the Corviknight in that backline. Here comes the play rough in this fairy matchup.
Play rough coming through, and like you said, Moltres going to be a major player for Ash and Ash in the end game here. He knows that his Wigglytuff isn't going to have much play, but I'm not sure how much this Moltres can do. Yes, it is very advantageous versus both of these Pokemon, but he's going to need a health advantage, which Ash and Ash is actually now getting with the Swift.
I'm surprised he actually didn't try to go for the Icy Wind. Maybe he's expecting a counter swap here as soon as he swaps in the Moltres, but there is no counter swap there. No, there it is, the counter swap. You are at shield parity. Both players have all of their Protect Shields remaining, and these Sucker Punches starting to chunk down faster than the Sand Attacks.
4 shields still up, and like you said, that means that the fast attacks are really what's going to be doing a lot of damage here. But Stone Collection actually going to invest in his Corviknight. He's seen all of the Pokemon now both of these trainers have, and he knows that this Corviknight is going to need to get to as many air cutters as possible, and preferably get a boost.
And no boost on that first one, and you have a little bit of a desync with the switch timers, which means that Ash and Ash will be able to swap out slightly before Stone Collection. But even if you swap out, if you're not catching an attack, there's the first protection from Ash and Ash. It's not an effective swap out because you're not, your energy dry in Wigglytuff. You're just giving a ramp up for the Scizor at that point.
Exactly. I don't think Ash and Ash can afford to switch out at any point here. Unlike Stone Collection, where he knows his Scizor is still going to have utility in the back, what he really needs is to be able to get to this Moltres into a low enough health range that maybe his Scizor can finish it off.
Oh, this is risky though because he shields this. There's almost a Night Slash available. Are we going to see the combo play of the Night Slash? There is the attack from Stone Collection. It has risen. Here comes the fly that's going to be able to knock out the Corviknight, but I believe Scizor is either 1 or 2 away from the Night Slash, and this actually doesn't knock out. Here's the swap. Here's the Night Slash. No, it's the Wiggly. Ash and Ash misread the situation.
Oh my goodness, so much energy on the Scizor. I think it's going to be able to take out the Moltres. One more bullet punch for good measure, and this Trailblaze is going to knock out the Moltres and take the series for Stone Collection.
Oh no, Stone Collection. Yes, it does get the knockout. Shadow Scissor reigns supreme, and Stone Collection is going to move on. Another close one in that game number 3. I think Ashton Ash is saying, I thought you had the attack banked. I thought you had it banked, and he was trying to call the combo play on that Wigglytuff, but instead there was not an attack banked, and then you just gave the full ramp up with that Scizor with that bullet punch damage.
Yeah, attack not banked, but like you said, the Scizor was just one, I think, bullet punch away from reaching the Night Slash. So really tough situation for Ashton Ash, trying to make the best of it. But unfortunately for him, Stone Collection was able to come out on top.
Super close. That means Stone Collection does get into the top 5, and Ashton Ash drops down to the loser side. Let's see if he can make a loser's side run, and maybe we'll get another rematch of this epic clash. And maybe one of these two trainers will be our Seattle Regional Championship and secure glory for their first ever championship.
Well, it's another fantastic North American regional for Stone Collection. He is bringing all his EU expertise and strategies over here, trying to take as many medals and titles as he can back to Europe.
You see the emotion there for Ashton Ash, knowing that maybe he had a shot in that moment. That moment was so complicated. I'm not even actually sure what the best line is. As soon as he protects you to that air cutter, it became very difficult to know what you can do against that Scizor in the back, because that Scizor was so close to a charge attack, but if you ever swapped Wigglytuff, you're so vulnerable. So really tough situation for Ashton Ash.
I think Stone Collection just had more options than Ashton Ash here, because if you're Ashton Ash, you can't ever really switch Wigglytuff. Whereas if you're Stone Collection, you have a couple win conditions, right? One is you can stand with your Corviknight, land a bunch of air cutters, and win. Or if you get the Moltres low enough, you can bring in your Scizor, and it's not like Ashton Ash can switch out at that point. So really tough situation for Ashton Ash. The team lines that we were talking about, really awkward for him, because felt like he had to bring the Marak, but he didn't because Stone Collection was countering it.
Well, to that point, that's a situation you want to be in, because if you have more optionality, you can be more patient, and you can maybe let your opponent make the first move, and then you can counter it, and that's exactly what he did in that scenario. And if you're just joining us, let's look back at the winner's bracket here. Pocket was able to defeat X-Gerald X 2-1. Absol Train Best was able to beat Final Boss AJ 2-1. All of these series went down to game number 3.
All of them went down to game number 3s that were all incredibly close. So I'm expecting to see even more incredibly close matches in the winners semis. But I think for now, we're actually going to jump down to the losers side of the bracket. We saw 4 matches played off stream. Thank you for recapping a couple of those butters with our competitors out on the floor. Ashton Ash, who we just saw, he's going to go on to face Junebug. We're not going to be there. And first, I think we're going to work our way from the bottom up. And start with Gerald.
So the ones we haven't heard about yet was Existing Monkey was able to 2-0 Zimmy Kid, and Mormon Matt beat Abanov 2-1. So that unfortunately means Zimmy Kid and Abanov has been eliminated, and now we have our next round of losers matchups. We did hear before about Doombug's and Elite's matchups, and one thing that I took away from that is Doombug almost has like a photographic memory, or a Pokemon Go memory for sure, because he is able to recount exactly what happened to the T in his battles. It's like you were there. It's kind of crazy.
I think it's interesting you say that, because I've also noticed when you talk to top trainers, it feels like they're just processing their battles at a level that the rest of us are not, and that's how they're able to recall them so quickly. But we're going to get into Gerald versus Mormon Matt. Of course, we saw Gerald super close series against Out of Pocket. We saw Pocket, thinking he was absolutely lost, and so Gerald is now facing off against Mormon Matt.
And we're just going right into it. This is losers round number 2. It's going to be the Corviknight into the Marowak. And are you going to try to swap out? Yes, into pivot into Dusknoir. There is no dark type on X-Gerald X team, but there is a normal type, the hard counter this Dusknoir.
This is a pretty hard counter to Dusknoir. Dusknoir, of course, can strike back with Dynamic Punch, but you're definitely going to need to land 2 charge attacks to take out the Wigglytuff. And Gerald's actually going to invest in the Wigglytuff, maybe thinking it's highly unlikely that this is a bait, and unbeknownst to him, this Wigglytuff is actually going to do a ton of damage into what's in the back, but unfortunately this is actually charge attack priority.
Well, it's tough here as the Wigglytuff, because you give up the Protect Shield, but also you get chunked by this Dynamic Punch, and you're... Oh no, he threw a charge attack priority. It went from bad to worse for X-Gerald X as he's writing it down. Okay, maybe not next time do that. The charm is going to be coming through to knock out the Dusknoir.
Bad to worse, but luckily for him, he did have that fantastic lead, so he's going to come out of this with a little bit of energy. Is also going to be able to reach an ice. Oh,
no, he's not.
Oh no, but he still has Switch.
He does have Switch. Yes, he does. So, but that went kind of bad in that counter swap. Here comes the next swap. He has the advantage into the Azumarill, but the Azumarill has the Protect Shield advantage in this situation. It's not over though. It was rocky to start that battle for Gerald X. He knows it, but he is one of the best out there. He can bounce back. He still has an opportunity.
That's right, and Unobin Stunfisk is going to be able to do super effective damage to Azumarill here. Discharge coming through. He's down a shield, but he's got tons of energy. Let's see if he can maintain all these type advantages that he has.
And do you use your last Protect Shield of the battle against this Azumarill? Because you already know it's going to be the Marowak in the back. You don't really need the Protect Shield or Rock Slide. No Protect Shield. Looks like it's going to be double Protect Shield for the Marowak in the back from Mormon Matt. Here comes the next Ice Beam. Actually, no, not throwing when he had it. Getting a little bit greedy, and a great play to throw the Mud Bomb just in case there was a swap out.
Exactly. We've seen top players do this time and time again, maybe throwing the less efficient charged attack in order to prevent a potential catch. But Gerald's
back.
Yeah,
he's back.
He's shielding the Rock Slide here. He's got tons of energy on this Corviknight.
He's so back. He's in this matchup. He has a lot of energy. He can throw the payback. There's one protection remaining. Does Mormon Matt try to go for, see if it's a bait, or does he let it through? He's going to let it through last second. Clutch shield. He makes the right call.
Huge call from Mormon Matt there. Exactly what he needed to try and get back into this game. Rock Slide coming through. This is actually just neutral damage due to the typing of the Corviknight. And let's see if Gerald is going to be able to reach another payback.
The key factor to point out is Azumarill does have an Ice Beam. So you have to be really careful here. You don't want to take the Ice Beam on the Stunfisk, but if you throw the Ice Beam straight away into this Corviknight, the Stunfisk can win. So Mormon Matt has a tough choice to make here with his energy. He has the Ice Beam. He throws it right away. How much health is on that Stunfisk? Can he take a bubble?
I don't know. We'll have to see how much health, how much energy is on the Stunfisk. It's going to come in right now.
He takes the bubble.
A ton of health, a ton of energy. Discharge coming through, and this is going to be able to knock out the Azumarill.
What a comeback from Gerald X. Impressive stuff to take this first game 1-0.
It was looking a little bit sketchy after that mid-game. Unfortunately, Wigglytuff just didn't get a lot of use out of it. But like you said, able to maintain those advantages that he came into the game with, right? If you think about who's favored in a game in terms of a pendulum that swings back and forth, Gerald started with a huge advantage, leading Corviknight into Marowak. He had, Wigglytuff for Dusknoir. And, even if a couple things didn't go his way in the mid-game, he was still able to keep the advantage.
Correct. The pendulum swing the other way was the Wigglytuff in the Shadow Dusknoir, which didn't go as planned for Gerald X, but in the in-game, it didn't matter. He was able to succeed and win that first game of the series, but I actually love that Say Swap from Mormon Matt because you at least get one Protect Shield in that matchup, and if you pair that Dusknoir with something that can take the energy from the Wigglytuff, it's not a terrible move to just bait it out.
Shadow Dusknoir, not a Pokemon we've seen super often. I know a couple of trainers did bring it to this tournament, but I like you said, how Mormon Matt is using it in this matchup. There's no hard answer. I mean, Wigglytuff is the hardest answer, but we saw how well it did there, right? Able to land 2 dynamic punches and Polar Shields.
All right, we have game number 2. Looks like we're locked in for both of these trainers. Let's see the lead. It's going to be the Stunfisk into the Azumarill, and this is kind of neutral. You would think that the Stunfisk has a slight advantage in this scenario, but it's a lot of super effective damaging going back and forth here.
And switch advantage might be key. If you look at those back lines, there could be Wigglytuff on Empoleon for Gerald. So, like you said, a pretty neutral matchup might just come down to who wants to use their shields here.
If you are Gerald X, you would really want to avoid your Wigglytuff into the Empoleon of Mormon Matt. So I have to agree with you. Alignment matters a lot. No Protect Shield early on for both of these trainers. We're to see how hard they decide to fight for the alignment in the end game of this matchup.
That's right, Gerald's throwing on optimal timing there, Discharge coming through, but we've seen how much Discharge does. It's actually not a lot. Mormon Matt knows that, and he's going to let this go. Maybe Azumarill is going to aim to win the 0 shield situation here. Oh no, but actually Unobin Stunfisk able to reach a last second charge attack.
Just slightly outpacing the Azumarill in the 0 Protect Shield situation. No Protect Shield, so unless there's a pivot from Gerald X, he's going to have great alignment here. The Marowak might be coming in because I don't think you can Metal Sound down. Here comes the Marowak, and no, the pivot. So actually, if Mormon Matt stays in, it doesn't swap. This might be really good for him, but it's getting called that the backline is Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff.
Yeah, this is really interesting dynamic here because Corviknight has a good matchup against Marowak, so Mormonmat might not want to stay in, but you know, if he does stay in, he's going to have an advantageous matchup later.
And it looks like he might be predicting, and as a no shield on this air cutter bait goes through, he might be predicting there's Wigglytuff in the back, and he's not going for the bait. He's keeping his Empoleon for the backline, which is really brilliant call from Mormonmat. The Rock Slide is going to be coming through using the last Protect Shield of the game. Maybe X also thinks there's an Empoleon in the back.
Great awareness from both of these trainers. You know, not seeing Mormonmat switching, right? Gerald is thinking, what could that be? Is it weak to Corviknight, or is Mormonmat just making a read? Looks like Mormonmat is going to let this air cutter go. Marowak goes down, and it's really all on this 2-shield Empoleon. Can it 1v3 here versus Gerald?
And now you just go straight air cutter because you know that Mormonmat has to respect it. It's his last Pokemon. It's Empoleon versus the world, and he calls it. What a call. Do you get the attack? Yes, he got the boost as well, but he was one sand attack away from the payback. But at this point, you might need to use your protection regardless.
I think Mormonmat is thinking that he doesn't necessarily know that it's the Wigglytuff for sure, so he wants to preserve some health. Attack raise again. He can't take any more sand attacks at this point and is just going to throw the Hydro Cannon.
And now it looks like he's about 2 away from the next Hydro Cannon. So if the Stunfisk does come in here, you will outpace. So I don't think you come in with Stunfisk. I will actually decide to come in, but you swap on it. No, just trying to force the energy out of the Empoleon. But Empoleon at this health can definitely take care of a Wigglytuff, right?
I think it absolutely can. And doesn't it still even have 1 shield left? Mormonmat a little bit confused. Might have lost track of energy on the Unova Stunfisk, but he is in a fantastic position here as Wigglytuff comes back and probably want to land 2 Hydro Cannons, unless this Hydro Cannon puts the Wigglytuff into Metal Sound range.
I don't think it will, and there will be an Icy Wind that gets Protect Shielded, but you surely should be able to take in enough charms or just outpace with the Metal Sound damage and getting to the Hydro Cannon. Cleaning up is Mormonmat's Empoleon. What a great read to never reveal this Empoleon, calling the Wigglytuff in the back.
Great read by Mormonmat indeed, as he evens up the series 1-1. And, you know, for those of you who are less familiar with Mormonmat because he doesn't compete as often, he actually has a background in the video game. And so I remember when he first came into the championship series, debuting in 3rd place, I believe, in Salt Lake City, people were saying, well, you know, he brings a VG background, so even if he doesn't have all of his mechanics down, he's so good at reading and picking lines.
It's cool you mentioned that because we are celebrating 30 years of Pokemon, right? So some trainers have been playing Pokemon before Pokemon Go even came out. And I was actually asking some of the top cut trainers some of their favorite Pokemon in competitive play. And Mormonmat didn't give a Pokemon Go Pokemon, he gave a VGC Pokemon. So maybe we'll show that later on to find out which Mormonmat's favorite Pokemon is. But yeah, it's awesome to see these trainers crossing over from title to title and having great success. Obviously, Mormonmat's, I think his best performance was at the Salt Lake City Regional.
That's right, 3rd place there in his first tournament ever, made such a splash, and we've seen him have continued success since then. I believe he was top 8 in Los Angeles a couple of years ago, and here he is again, of course, in the top cut in Seattle.
Well, let's keep the streak going of game number 3s. I think that means that 5 series straight have gone to the decisive game number 3. Mormonmat made the great read. Like you said, he has so much experience in 6 Pokemon and pick 3 of them that he has the slight advantage against X here. X, remember, also just kind of had a great comeback in that game number 1 to clutch it out. So this is as close as it gets. Once again, these trainers are almost locked in the game number 3.
Almost locked in, and of course the winner in this case is going to also be receiving prize money, I believe, going into the top 8. The loser, on the other hand, isn't going to receive anything. So there's actually $750 on the line here for game number 3.
Wow, thank you for pointing that out, Sophie. With that on the line, I don't know if we'll see the Grumpig, but I was thinking right before I heard that, I would love to see Grumpig. We haven't really seen Grumpig on stage here in day number 2. It's such a flexible pick, but because maybe you have that Shadow Dusknoir in the back that he showed in game number 1, it might be a little bit risky, but the Wigglytuff wasn't looking awesome versus the double steal of Mormonmat. So do we see Wigglytuff sitting on the bench in this game number 3? Let's see the leads. It's gonna be the Empoleon in the lead versus Shadow Kanto Marowak. That's a terrible lead. And there it is. It's the Grumpig.
It finally makes an appearance, but it's gonna be in the bench for just a little while longer as Gerald reaches for the Corviknight. Mormonmat again happy to stay in this matchup with Marowak versus Corviknight. No clear answer. We're gonna see him rock slide and potentially dip out into something to absorb the Corviknight's energy now. now.
Grumpig double steal for Gerald X here. Here comes the Azumarill. I love that play because now you can't throw Payback, which is your stronger charge attack for a Corviknight, because it's going to be resisted into the Azumarill. Now you're forced to throw these air cutters that are weaker attacks, but you do have the opportunity to get a one-stage attack boost with the air cutter. Can he get it on this one?
This is absolutely where you want to be absorbing the Corviknight's energy, but like you said, maybe with enough air cutters and an attack boost, it could become kind of uncomfortable for Azumarill. We know Azumarill not the fastest at pacing to its charge attack, but a catch attempt by Gerald there. Nice by Moramat to not throw the Ice Beam. He does have to throw the Play Rough though, because his clock isn't quite up.
He did clock in that it was the Empoleon coming in and decided to just throw the Play Rough to try to get back to his clock, but he's not quite at it yet, and that's a great sign for Gerald X, because now he gets to bank up all this energy, and here comes the Corviknight to soak up the energy. Because he didn't want to take those super effective Hydro Cannons into the Kanto Marowak, he actually brought in the Corviknight, but he ended up protect shielding regardless.
I think Mormonmat was hoping that Gerald would throw energy on the Azumarill, but it looked like he was just going to farm up to 1,000,000 energy, so decided to quickly swap out before it could get even worse. Mormonmat, again, Hydro Cannon coming through. He's already used one shield. He's actually going to let the second one go.
I'm so distracted by Grumpig in the bottom left corner, just going pacing back and forth, just waiting for his time to shine. He's ready to hit this battlefield. We're going to see it soon as the second Protect Shield comes out for Mormonmat.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, with 2 shields down, it really might be Grumpig's time to shine. It has such hard-hitting charge attacks.
Oh no!
But for now, Payback gonna come through onto Mormonmat's Corviknight.
Is this gonna knock out? Is this gonna waste all the energy? No! Barely hanging on, nodding his head here and throwing the Payback in return. There's one Protect Shield remaining, but is he gonna save it for the Grumpig? This isn't enough to knock out the Corviknight, and you can sand attack down, but the timer's up, so swap into the Kanto Marowak. Can you get the farm down before the air cutter is available? No, you get the air cutter.
Oh, and this air cutter is gonna help chip down this Marowak. Again, no shields left on Mormonmat's side though. I think one charge attack from Grumpig could be enough to take out the Marowak.
Release the Grumpig! There he is! He's gonna be able to soak up this Bone Club, no problem, no Protect Shield. You still have that Empoleon in the back, and Side Wave is a great fast attack. It does a lot of pressure here. There's no switch available for Mormonmat. Can you get the Side Wave down and Protect Shield on this next Bone Club, or do you throw a charge attack? You're gonna go for the Side Wave down!
And Mormonmat throwing this Bone Club. Gerald is going to have to invest a Protect Shield, but so much energy on this Grumpig, this signature pick that you were so excited to see, Butters. Oh, but he's actually just gonna bank the energy and bring in the Empoleon. He knows that it's going to be able to absorb any energy from Azumarill and Corviknight.
And he knows that he's going to win charge attack priority against the Azumarill in the back line regardless. So swapping in, and a combo play, he called it! What a play from Gerald X to know the Azumarill is going to try to make that play for the resistant Play Rough.
Great play by Gerald. Play Rough absorbed with onto the Empoleon, and that's exactly what he wanted. Now a Shadow Ball is going to land on Azumarill. I don't think this is going to be quite enough to knock it out, but I think a few Psy Waves are going to seal the deal for Gerald.
Landing the Shadow Ball into the Azumarill, almost at a dynamic punch as well. Gonna be able to get to that dynamic punch. All this Grumpig needs to do is Psy Wave down the Corviknight.
Grumpig coming through clutch in game number 3 here for Gerald. Able to close out the game, able to close out the series as just a couple of Psy Waves knock out Mormonmat from the tournament.
Gerald X and his Grumpig advances here in day number 2 at the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships. I'm so happy we got to see the Grumpig.
Gerald feeling good there, you know, comeback not only in game number 1, but also, you know, throughout the series. It was looking grim for a little bit, but he pulled out the 2-1 to take out Mormonmat.
Wow, stressful, to be honest. All these games just coming down to the last moment, but that's what we love to see. That's what it makes it so entertaining. Pokemon Go is so dynamic, and you can win with your signature Pokemon. For so long, Gerald X's signature Pokemon was the Altaria. He still has it on his team of 6, but I'm glad that he was able to close it out with the clutch Grumpig play.
We finally got to see the Grumpig in action at just the 11th hour there. End of game number 3 in this series on the loser's side of the bracket. And you know what? Maybe he'll have a little bit more faith in it as he progresses in the bracket.
It was just biding its time. It was just waiting to be released out of that Pokeball, and great timing for Gerald X. Unfortunately, Mormonmat has been eliminated, and like you said, Gerald X does secure that prize money, so congratulations to him. But Mormonmat, of course, is in the championship points bubble, so once again, he's trying to build up to compete at the World Championships this season in San Francisco, and he's well on his way.
Yeah, all of the trainers who made day 2 secured quite a few championship points. They're all making progress towards securing that World Championships invite. I mean, even trainers who don't have the auto invite yet, people who maybe haven't won a title yet this season, like Pocket, there's no question that they're going to get that invite, but everybody is fighting for something different, whether it's the invite, whether it's the travel award.
I'm so happy you said that because we're not only fighting for things differently at Championship Series, some trainers are fighting for those shinies. And I know a trainer that really fought for those shinies, so let's take a look. Hello trainers, we're here at the Seattle Regional Championships. I am Duo Butters, joined by Rosemary Necra, and you just went to the Kalos Go Tour last weekend, played Pokemon Go, and I wanted to do a fun thing called Shiny Maxing, because some of these trainers, they travel long distance, they work so hard like you did at that tour. They should get their opportunity to show off what they earned. So first off, I just want to ask you, how was your experience at the Kalos Go Tour?
Oh my gosh, it was incredible. I had never been to an in-person event outside of one of the good old OG Philadelphia Safari Zones when they were still called that. And so my first time seeing this, wow. First off, the Rose Bowl was so cool. And then second off, just being able to see everybody travel throughout the park and just be there to enjoy Pokemon Go, that was like a really heartwarming experience.
What was your highlight? Was the highlight raiding? Was it egg hatching, shiny hunting?
Ooh.
What was your highlight of that weekend?
I kind of just tried to make sure that I did a little bit of everything because there was so much to do. You had all of the new Mega Raids for Victory Bell and Malamar. You also had the Mega Night, which was the first time they did the nighttime portion at one of these events. And so it was like non-stop gameplay from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Speaking of nonstop, I know you went nonstop, especially with egg hatching, because there were some shinies only available from egg hatching. This is where we're gonna do some shiny maxing. Let's actually look at your collection, do a collection inspection, and show off those shinies that you got, and just explain what shinies you hatched last weekend and how was it hatching those Pokemon?
Okay, so there were two new shinies that you could get from eggs, and that was Klefki and Hawlucha. And that
Hawlucha's
was
so
really
nice.
cool because I think both of them look sick.
Yes.
And given that Klefki has been one of those Pokemon that has also been relatively hard to get.
Regional
because it
locked
is
at
region
times.
locked.
Yeah.
Yes,
Same
exactly.
with Hawlucha as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was so excited
Yes.
to finally have my own opportunity to hatch these
Yeah.
Pokemon. They were only in 10K eggs, so I had the Excellent or the Egg Adventure add-on for the event, which gave me a higher chance to get 10K eggs out of swimming
Right.
stops and gyms. And then there was also a half hatch distance on top of the fact that I was using super incubators. So 10K eggs were hatching in 1.7 kilometers. And I hatched over 340 eggs.
Oh my goodness,
for
I
3
actually didn't
days.
know that.
Yeah.
What? Oh my god, you're an athlete.
I was actually
Wow.
running half marathons throughout the
Oh my
place.
goodness. Wow, those are the conditions. And this is the trainer, the athlete. I actually didn't know you hatched that many eggs. That is insane. You did tell me, were you literally running? You were joking now, but were you
no,
literally running?
I was literally running. So there was a point in the weekend where I realized that I might be able to collect myself a full Shiny Living Dex. So that is every stage evolution in Shiny form. So I'm talking
From
like
that event.
From just that event.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
She's
I
not
was
shiny
so
maxing
close.
that hard for the entire living deck. Just
Oh,
that
for
event.
Kalos. Yeah, no, but I was successful.
Wow.
I was successful bar one.
Wow.
And this is where I started sprinting really hard
Wow.
because we got.
And what portion of the event was this? Was this on Sunday?
This was Sunday.
Sunday. Okay.
For the final 2 hours, I
Okay.
realized that the last Pokemon that I was missing was Xerneas. And I ended up doing 35 raids on Sunday. And the hard part was that the park was actually quite big.
Yeah.
So it was a lot to do and see, but that meant that the gyms were really far apart. So I was sprinting from one end of the park to the middle of the park and back and forth. And that alone, I think I was probably sprinting almost nonstop for 2 hours.
Wow.
I am out of breath. I'm very sweaty. This has to be my last one. It has to be shiny. Otherwise, I think I'm a failure. It's not shiny. And I was unsuccessful. I did not get the Xerneas. So I had to trade for it.
But that's also something you can do at these events, though. So let's actually see. Can we see the traded one that you got in game? Let's look at it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna show off for already. I have like the whole decks here. I had like 7 Scatterbug coming into the event, and I did trade a lot of them away in order to get other things.
Wow.
I caught all the Furfrou trims.
Oh my goodness. I love the different variations of Furfrou.
I mean, Hone Edge was also really cool. That was a new
Yeah, it's a new shiny. Yeah, and also viable in Pokemon Go PvP. Shout out. Yeah.
Yeah, so cool. So that was really fun with the backgrounds. Yeah, it's.
Wait, you actually are shiny bags. These are all the
shinies.
shinies.
Everything, yeah.
Oh my
everything,
goodness.
every stage. And then the Xerneas I got from one of my friends. I traded away my extra Hone Edge, and I got what we would call Christmas.
With the background,
Yeah.
of course. Oh my goodness, that you can get at sometimes at these specific events.
I was so happy. Yeah, the LA background and everything.
Wow, that is actually insane. I knew that you were flexing. I literally only knew about her 2 shiny regionals of the Klefki and the Hawlucha. I didn't know she was that loaded. This is literal shiny magazine. I'm not gonna lie, I think this might be one of the best event performances ever by a Pokemon Go trainer. I think at least top 10. For the 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go, top 10 performances at a Go event.
But share yours.
Yes.
Because this is the best part, I think, about going to the events. Like, yeah, I had so much fun. It was so cool to be able to play, especially in the city part of the experience, to also get the increased shiny chances. So we were outside of the event walking home and like, oh my gosh, I'm still getting shinies. Like, that was so fun.
Well, all I want to say is next event, I want to challenge you and see who can get more shinies the next event. Maybe
Okay.
challenge you as well at home.
Gosh, yes.
This was so much fun. Thank you so much, Rosemary, for showing your collection. This
Thank
was
you.
shiny maxing, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
With the winners semi set, we move down to the loser side of the bracket where it's win or go home for these trainers. Home Slice Henry, rise to occasion, coming at you again. And coming up next, we're going to take a look at AJ taking on Existing Monkey.
Now, this should be a very, very exciting matchup. Existing Monkey has some more anti-meta Pokemon on their team, and I'm very excited to see them in action. It's Charjabug, it's Togekiss, some Pokemon that have a lot of super effective damage for AJ's signature Walrein.
When you talk about these tournaments in general, as matchups develop, as storylines develop, you have these trainers that prepare with these signature Pokemon, these standout picks. It becomes part of their identity. And for AJ, it's really been that Shadow Walrein. And for Existing Monkey, it's been the Togekiss, utilizing it as a safe swap, that Aura Sphere hitting so hard. 2 Pokemon that really take advantage of that quick pacing with these efficient charge attacks.
Existing Monkey also has the Guzzlord on the team, and Guzzlord did prove to be a bit problematic for AJ in her previous round, as Guzzlord has so many targets if it can't avoid that Walrein. But if AJ's previous games are any indication, the Walrein is probably going to be a frequent contributor.
The Walrein has put on so much pressure against opponents in that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. There's not a lot of fire-type Pokemon in the meta, but it can work as a very effective counter to certain steel types. And for Existing Monkey, he wants to avoid the Charjabug on that Ninetales.
Charjabug, if it can avoid that Ninetales, its energy does look very strong, even against the Marowak. Because it's the Shadow Marowak, X-Scissor does do quite a lot of damage. X-Scissor can shred through the health bar of that Credilli. And then there's the 2 water types and the Flyer, so there are definitely targets. But if AJ really tries to lean into that Kanto Ninetales, things could get a little bit tricky.
Yes, the Kanto Ninetales, and once again, opting for that Energy Ball on it. Does that Energy Ball seem helpful against Existing Monkey's team? Yes, it does seem helpful against the Jellicent, where it can put up that threatening energy, where maybe you start to even consider baiting something like a Jellicent, getting Protect Shields with the cheap cost Weather Ball, and then landing the Energy Ball. So could be a Pokemon to keep an eye on. Take a listen at some of these trainers' achievements. Existing Monkey, a Los Angeles top 4, one of his biggest accolades. And here we go. We've got a lock in for game number 1. It's going to be Galarian Moltres into the Togekiss.
This is a very nice lead for Existing Monkey. AJ does have the Marowak in the back, so AJ can't really afford to pivot out of this matchup. Just going to stay in. Existing Monkey not running Dazzling Gleam, so can't threaten a knockout yet. But these Pecks are doing quite a lot of lot of damage to Galarian Moltres' health bar.
Resisting the Sucker Punch damage allows Togekiss to be the aggressor in this matchup. Aura Sphere hitting for some heavy neutral damage. Now, AJ could withstand this, but the problem is, do you even reach another charge attack if you take the Aura Sphere? I think you do, but you will get outpaced, and Existing Monkey knows it, so he fires off another Aura Sphere.
AJ will mirror shields, really trying to neutralize the Togekiss, because if Togekiss is gone, then that Shadow Kanto Marowak looks strong. There's the catch and the sneak. Fly will be hitting for some pretty significant neutral damage, but Existing Monkey knows if the Moltres is staying in, it's very likely the Marowak in the back, and there is the bait out that Existing Monkey was looking for.
And I think although this is a bad matchup for Charjabug, this might be all according to plan for Existing Monkey. You see the Empoleon in the back, and now it should be avoiding this Marowak and could perfectly set him up where the Empoleon could sweep in the endgame.
This X-Scissor will not take the knockout out of the Marowak, but will get the Marowak very low. AJ is not going to be using that final Protect Shield, holding on to it. X-Scissor lands, Marowak survives, and Marowak should be able to get a full farm down.
Great energy management from AJ. Has so much energy to work with here, and this is where things get tricky. You are solo, you don't want to run the risk of all this energy going to waste. You got to react very quickly, and does correctly fire off the Rock Slide against Togekiss. Existing Monkey letting it go, putting this all on the back of the Empoleon.
Empoleon does have a strong target in the back. Rock Slide will take the knockout. In comes Bone Club as Empoleon hits the field. Empoleon does have a very strong matchup with the Credilli as that final Pokemon, but down a shield, this could get a little bit tricky. Saving the Marowak, in comes Credilli, and for Existing Monkey, Empoleon needs to try and pull off the 1v3 sweep.
And I wonder, Henry, if we ever see AJ elect to go for a Rock Tomb here. Even though it is the resisted attack, a Grass Knot's not going to be enough to knock out anyway, and that's exactly what AJ is going for. I love this play. You get some chip damage, and this will help you withstand the Hydro Cannon better, where maybe a Grass Knot will still be able to knock out.
Even that Rock Tomb for being resisted did a lot of damage. Empoleon is carried by its typing. Its typing is incredibly strong defensively, but its stats, it does not have a lot of bulk, and that comes back to bite it here as the -1 Hydro Cannon will not take the knockout. That lets AJ make it to the Grass Knot, and that should be securing game number 1.
High IQ plays from AJ, setting up the Cradily in a position where it can overcome one of its hardest counters, the Empoleon, and takes game number 1. Very well played.
That was a beautiful example of win-con recognition. It's so easy to just fire off the neutral move, but recognizing Existing Monkey had already taken 2 knockouts. This was the final Pokemon. There was no ability to reset that attack drop, so firing off the Rock Tomb really just increased the survivability of that Credilli. And Credilli looking a bit more flexible than I may have given initially credit for, as Credilli ends up taking down one of its worst meta matchups.
After leading the Moltres into the Togekiss as well, AJ able to overcome it, and it seemed like Existing Monkey had the plan, right? He had the plan to lure out the Marowak with the Charge Ball, but maybe what he didn't account for is after taking that Fly, it set up the Marowak in a position where it had so much energy, it sort of negated so much of an advantage for him that he was down a Protect Shield, and Cradily was even able to beat the Empoleon in that situation.
That Marowak was outside of 1 peck range and had back-to-back Rock Slides, and that's why Existing Monkey felt that he couldn't put up that Protect Shield, because if he does, there's just another Rock Slide loaded. The peck would have snuck through, but it would not have knocked out, so the Togekiss was getting knocked out either way. So instead, use the Protect Shield to get the 1 Metal Sound head start on Empoleon, but it just was not enough.
Both players looking things over, maybe trying to adjust the game plan for game number 2. We saw the signature Togekiss brought out from Existing Monkey, a trainer that doesn't compete very often, but in just 5 tournaments in his career has a top 3, has a medal to his name. AJ on her best performance yet here in Seattle, and trying to go even further on in this tournament.
One trainer has locked in pretty instantaneously, the other making some last-second notes, trying to craft the perfect line, because Existing Monkey, this is the loser's side of the bracket. This means if Existing Monkey does not win this game, his hopes at becoming the regional champion here in Seattle are over.
Last time we saw the Togekiss brought as a lead. Maybe this time he'll utilize it as a safe switch, and here we go, game number 2. It's gonna be that Shadow Wall Rain into the Empoleon. Will AJ stay in this matchup? Yes, at least for now, looks like she is staying in.
This matchup is incredibly bait dependent. If Wall Rain is able to get an Icicle Spear shielded or land an Earthquake, that would be very, very big for AJ. But If the reverse happens, if the Earthquake is shielded, or if a bait is called, then things could get very, very tricky.
Oh my goodness, this is a huge decision. Building up the Earthquake, Hissing Monkey shaking his head, does correctly shield, but this is the problem. If you elect to stay in this matchup immediately, you are just now so far behind against this Empoleon's energy.
It looks like Empoleon can even make 2 more Drill Pecks before that Earthquake is available, and this is basically the worst case scenario. Drill Peck lands, Walrein hangs on. Can Walrein make it to the Earthquake? It's gonna be close. No! Fell just short. Existing Monkey knows the counts, no shields. That is a very great play.
Stays composed, Existing Monkey not falling for it, and AJ is just in a really tough position as it appears right now. We see the pivot, so Existing Monkey even able to save his Empoleon if he needs it for later, could get to a Hydro Cannon against that Marowak, and now we've got the Ninetales against the Togekiss.
Energy Ball can be very nice to threaten super effective damage into the waters, but a lack of overheat in this matchup means that Existing Monkey will never have to use Protect Shield. Existing Monkey will be very comfortable letting this go, as with no threat of overheat, this Weather Ball will not come close to securing the knockout.
And there's just going to be so much for that Marowak to try and overcome, and AJ just in a really tough position here. The Aura Sphere will knock out the Ninetales, and this Togekiss has enough health where you can't even comfortably Mud Slap it down. So I think AJ might be looking at a squared up 1-1 series here.
And this Aura Sphere will deal critical damage to the Marowak. And AJ is forced to no-shield the Marowak because there's the Hydro Cannon loaded. So it takes big damage. In comes a full HP Guzzlord. And that is just checkmate. There is no way out for the Marowak.
AJ shaking her head. I think maybe in that lead, pivoting out would have been the better course of action because Existing Monkey just got such an advantage with the Empoleon. It was almost an insurmountable situation after the lead scenario. Brutal Swing knocks out the Marowak. Existing Monkey takes a really confident game 2 and ties up this series.
The Walrein is pitched as the ice type that has coverage for steals, but it ends up feeling very volatile, very inconsistent in those matchups, and we saw that inconsistency on display, whereas it's so slow to get to the Earthquake that unless you're able to get a successful bait or sneak the Earthquake past 2 Protect Shields, that just puts your opponent in such an advantageous spot. Existing Monkey did a really nice job of holding that advantage, seeing the Marowak, pivoting the Togekiss, and getting the energy advantage needed, where Togekiss was able to get the Charge Attack Priority Tie on the second Aura Sphere to the second Weather Ball.
In AJ's previous matches, it seems like the Walrein has thrived, especially when it's ahead on energy, but in a position where it's on even energy and it's getting outpaced, the Empoleon is the aggressor. It showed a bit of a flaw with that Walrein in that lead scenario, so perhaps AJ will adjust her strategy. Existing Monkey found a line there that was super dominant, so when something goes so well for you, it's hard to make that decision. You start to think, do I just run it back after I had such a dominant win, or do I try and adjust to my opponent's potential adjustments as these players decide what to run for game number 3?
In previous matches, AJ was able to use that Shadow Walrein as a safe swap, where it was able to get up energy, make life uncomfortable, but taking a look at Existing Monkey's team, the threat of the Jellicent, the threat of the Charge Bug, that puts a lot of pressure onto that Walrein and makes the Walrein substantially less safe. So unless the Walrein is maybe brought as a closer, it feels like it is not nearly as effective as a lead, and it's a little bit too risky to be used as a safe swap when Jellicent and the Charge Bug can both overwhelm it.
And that Togekiss has been pesky as well. It makes AJ think twice about bringing that Shadow Marowak. Of course, it does have access to the Rock Slide, but you do get significantly outpaced. So if you lock yourself in that matchup, you potentially put yourself in a situation where Existing Monkey, you saw how on point he was with his counts in that lead scenario. He is going to maximize energy on Togekiss, which can go everywhere against AJ's team.
So far on stream, I believe AJ has brought the Walrein every single game. So if you're Existing Monkey, do you just try and build a line that is ABA strong to the Walrein and try and make life as difficult as possible for it?
That's certainly a potential strategy. And here we go, game number 3, perhaps the lead that AJ needed. Marowak finding the Empoleon.
Oh, that is not what Existing Monkey was hoping to see. The safe switch into Togekiss, the counter switch into the Walrein, but the Mud Slaps, there were 2 Mud Slaps thrown, and that gives Togekiss a monster head start.
And this head start's gonna make things awkward for AJ, because if she is forced to use both Protect Shields. Suddenly you put yourself in a situation where that Marowak is going to be shieldless against the Empoleon. So this has immediately gotten uncomfortable, even though AJ has positive alignment, and she knows it. She's got her head in her face. She knows this is an uncomfortable situation, going down both Protect Shields.
Does Existing Monkey bring in the Jellicent? Yes. I believe this is the play. Use Jellicent as the damage sponge and then try and sweep with the Empoleon. AJ going for a bait. Existing Monkey thinking about it, calls the bait. That is a very nice bait call as Existing Monkey tries to overcome what is a very difficult matchup.
I wonder if Existing Monkey did some scouting, as this time he correctly calls the Earthquake and utilizes that Protect Shield, but AJ did the exact same thing yesterday, so I wonder if that was on the scouting report from Existing Monkey in prep for this matchup. We see the aggressive swap in the Moltres. This is going to lure out the Empoleon, but here's the problem. Do you put yourself in a situation now as Existing Monkey where you get so low from this Moltres that the Marowak could pose an issue?
There is so much energy available on that Jellicent. I believe Jellicent is in a really good spot to close out this game. Existing Monkey would probably even let this go, exactly. Saving the shield for that Jellicent, because the Jellicent energy, the wall rain is nowhere close to a move. Things are honestly trending in a very positive direction as the Empoleon is going to exit this matchup very low. An Existing Monkey tries to play to the charge tech priority time, taking maybe a page out of Absol's book, letting him get as low as possible to limit the farm.
Sucker punches, get the Empoleon low. The Marowak not quite in single Surf range, but as you said, this Jellicent has so much energy, and a Surf will do a lot of damage to Marowak. It should be able to hang on to get to a parting charge attack, but Existing Monkey, he's shaking his head. He doesn't know if this is a great position for him as Marowak fires off the Bone Club.
Bone Club will force the final Protect Shield. Existing Monkey needs a Surf to land on the Marowak and a Shadow Ball for the Jellicent. Could even potentially consider farming up and then just going for the double Shadow Ball. Is the farm down possible? The turn wait, very nice patience there, ensuring that the Mud Slap animation has begun, so AJ is unable to get the catch.
Surfs up, dude, knocks out the Marowak, but here's the race to the Shadow Ball versus the Isosphere. You're never gonna reach an Earthquake here. Is this Isosphere enough before Existing Monkey can reach the Shadow Ball to knock out? It barely hangs on, but it doesn't have the Shadow Ball, and Final Boss AJ and her Wall Rain are moving on.
The Wall Rain, so clutch in game number 3, even when only firing off resisted damage. Icicle Spear plus the Powder Snow, both getting a little bit of extra damage this season that ends up paying off in a big way as AJ wins an incredibly hard-fought series.
And I think the pivotal point in that game was pivoting the Moltres to then lure out the Empoleon. It put AJ in a situation where if she had just continued to stay in, that Empoleon could have potentially run over the rest of the team. But by pivoting, you lure it out and then you make things more complex. It came down to the wire, but Final Boss AJ and her trusty Shadow Wall Rain end up being just enough to get by Existing Monkey.
Had to go down 2 Protect Shields to 0, and Existing Monkey even called the Icicle Spear bait, but even with that bait call, it was not enough. Empoleon tried to limit the farm as much as possible, but that Marowak, still being so incredibly healthy, able to survive that super effective Surf, that was so important for AJ, and the Hex damage would not have done enough. The Marowak would have made a move that forced the energy from Existing Monkey, and then Wall Rain slammed the door with an Icicle Spear Powder Snow combo.
So many 50-50 decisions in that game, so many close calls that could have gone either way, and some were correctly called by Existing Monkey. Called the Icicle Spear bait, Protect shielded the Earthquake. AJ was shaking her head for a large part of the game, but it shows that persistence pays. Never gave up, never gave in, found a way to win in the end, and Final Boss AJ continuing to improve on her best finish to date.
I wonder if, had Existing Monkey maybe not let the Empoleon get so low, I imagine the Metal Sound, if you're able to get 3 Metal Sounds into the Marowak instead of 1, it would have been very close if that could have set up the Jellicent to Hex down. I think the Marowak still could have held on. It may have been a little bit closer, but we are talking like absolute splitting hairs. That endgame was so incredibly close.
And I had the same emotions as AJ on the counter swap situation, right? When the Tokas had that head start, you know it was going to get both Protect Shields. You know the Empoleon's going to be a problem for the Marowak in that scenario, but in the end, was able to get it done. So what a match there, and we're on to the next one. Coming up next, we've got Cheese Curl against Elite.
Cheese Curl has that Gourgeist. Gourgeist was a big winner in day number 1. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Gourgeist so far in day number 2, but it definitely does have targets into Elite's team. Elite has the Annihilate, which is not a big fan. The Stunfisk, which has no counterplay. The Lapras will take super effective from the Seed Bombs, and the Corviknight will take super effective from Incinerate.
Elite's team looks a little bit like a throwback team almost. If you showed me a snapshot of that team and said, what tournament was this from, maybe I would have told you like San Antonio last season or something like that. But Elite is such a tremendous player. We saw him take San Antonio last season as a regional champion, and he is back here in Seattle running the Lapras. We haven't seen a whole lot of Lapras usage in this tournament, but it is such a strong neutral Pokemon. Henry, Lapras is one of those Pokemon that sometimes it doesn't even look like it has a target, right? It looks like everything has play against it, but it's so solid neutrally. Players like it because they feel like they can maneuver it to try to gain an advantage somewhere along the line.
Oh, we just got a Sharpedo on stream here. Cheese Curl making sure to have that plush on stage before locking in for this game number 1. But I think that point about Lapras is a very smart one. Lapras, even if it's against Licky Licky, rollouts hitting for super effective. The Psywave pressure from Lapras is immense. The incredibly quick pacing to those Sparkling Arias. Sparkling Aria, even if it's only hitting for neutral damage, it's just so oppressive.
Because if you look at Cheese Curl's team, right, Gourgeist, Azumarill, Scizor, Licky Licky, Moltres, it doesn't seem necessarily like Lapras even has a great target. However, it does have counterplay against each of those Pokemon. And you take a look at some of the accolades of these players. Cheese Curl making his first top 16 here, his first top cut, so congratulations to him already. And he's got a tough task ahead of him, taking on Elite, a 3-time regional champion, also a runner-up finish in Baltimore and a top 4 in LA as well.
So Elite, a very decorated trainer, but Cheese Curl is looking to make his mark. This is his best placement to date. And if he's able to continue that journey, taking down Elite would be a massive accomplishment.
Here we go. Game number 1, Cheese Curl versus Elite, and we've got the Scizor into the Lapras. Not what Elite wanted to see, in my opinion at least, for this lead matchup.
Does Elite potentially consider trying to go for a Trailblaze catch onto the Corviknight? That could be an option, and he gets it! What a play by Elite!
We've seen some nasty catches from Elite, and this may top the list. Double resisted Trailblaze onto the Corviknight. And what are we going to see here from Cheese Curl? Electing to build some energy before then swapping into the Moltres. And this is actually a pivotal decision because some people I think would have immediately gone to Gourgeist, but by saving that Gourgeist, that could pay dividends for Cheese Curl in the endgame.
The Lapras energy for Elite is now his best opportunity at trying to neutralize this Gourgeist. That Shadow Scizor did farm up and rebank some energy. The Galarian Moltres is a very comfortable matchup here. It's double resistant to sand attacks. The Air Cutter really does not do a lot. It does get the boost, however, which means the second Air Cutter will be putting a lot of pressure onto the Corviknight.
It looked like Elite was trying to escape there before the fly, but it is fired off. Is there any way the Corviknight hangs on? It does, and actually able to bank some energy for later.
Oh, no.
But we see that, and is able to get out and actually save the attack as well. And this energy that the Stunfisk has farmed up is completely walled by the Gourgeist.
Stunfisk is trapped. There is no way out. There is no ability to meaningfully damage the Gourgeist. Gourgeist saying happy Halloween as it just shuts down Stunfisk's hopes and dreams.
Tremendous patience on display as well from Cheese Curl. Didn't feel like he needed to fire off an attack to then switch out. Was able to save it, understanding his switch timer would come up before he had to fire that attack. And now the Gourgeist is where it wants to be. The Pumpkin throwing seed bombs at the Stunfisk and continue to farm with energy. Oh, we see a catch onto the Lapras. However, Cheese Curl probably doesn't mind this because it's still a threatening attack.
That was great anticipation by Cheese Curl there, anticipating that the switch timer would be up. Now in comes the Galarian Moltres. Moltres has so much energy, and just like that, Elite had 2 Protect Shields. One is already gone. He ends up using the second, but it's a fly bait from Cheese Curl.
And the fly pulls off the final jump. Still 2 Protect Shields on the side of Cheese Curl. Where's he going to use them? He has the Brave Bird loaded, so he's going to use the protection here. Does Elite have the switch timer up? No, he doesn't. So he can instantly fire a Brave Bird. This is going to knock out the Lapras. It will surrender potentially a large farm down, but getting rid of this Lapras with energy is huge.
Brave Bird connects, Lapras gets knocked out. All that's left is that Stunfisk. Stunfisk gets the farm down, but the Gourgeist is still so healthy. Well, at least by Stunfisk standards, because Stunfisk can fire off the Mud Bomb, and I don't even know if this is going to do half of its remaining health.
Mud Bomb will connect. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think the next Mud Bomb's even going to knock out. Elite is going to fire it off here, but Cheese Girl feels comfortable. No shielding. Still has a little energy on that Caesar as well, but we may see a rare scenario where this grass type knocks out the Flying Steel, and Gorgeist takes game number 1 for Cheese Girl.
Cheese Girl, a great decision in the mid-game. Not sending out the Gorgeist, preserving the Gorgeist, sending out the Galarian Moltres, and rebanking energy on that Shadow Scizor put himself in such a good spot to win. Elite tried to dance out of matchups, sending in the Stunfisk, but the switch timers were not desynced enough. In came the Gorgeist, and Stunfisk got completely shut down.
When we talked earlier about some quickly ascending player, Sustenance Eater was one that we were talking about that came to mind. Cheese Curl is a player that has been competing for a while, but I've seen as of late, he's someone that is constantly in these practice tournaments, has been competing very often, and you see that repetition and that practice paying off, taking game number 1 against such a talented player in Elite.
Does Elite get forced into bringing the Altaria? Because Altaria, it wouldn't want to see the Shadow Scizor, but into the Galarian Moltres and the Gorgeist, that could be one of his better options. Because that Gorgeist was a huge problem. He tried to set up an APB strategy to bait it out, but the Corviknight was answered by the Galarian Moltres, and that set up that Gorgeist to completely invalidate Stunfisk's energy head start.
And it was such a beautiful catch by Elite in the beginning, but Cheese Curl was just able to maneuver in a way where even that phenomenal catch, it wasn't enough to make a difference in the end. Gorgeist walling that Stunfisk, very good alignment for Cheese Curl, and we'll see what adjustments are made. And you gotta think the Caesar is just such a commanding presence. It makes things difficult for Elite. You have some neutral answers like the Annihilate, the Stunfisk, the Corviknight is a pretty good answer, but it just is so oppressive against something like the Lapras, Altaria, Wigglytuff, where it makes it difficult to run either of those Pokemon together.
It's such a good core pairing that Shadow Scizor with the Gorgeist. This was a core that would not have been possible back when Talonflame was in top usage, but with Talonflame disappearing, suddenly you can stack up those weaknesses to fire, and those Pokemon are basically a perfect duo against Elite's team.
Game number 2, we've got to lock in. And speaking of Gorgeist, here it is in the lead this time against the Corviknight.
This is tough for Elite. Elite's going to be immediately pivoting out into the Lapras, but Cheese Curl more than happy to stay in because Seed Bomb will still do some pretty nice damage onto the Lapras. Elite with an O-Shield, but this is going to hurt.
Do we see the pivot into Azumarill after the Seed Bomb lands? Actually, yeah, gonna pivot the Azumarill here, which can wall the energy of Lapras. No Skull Bash on this particular Lapras, as Azumarill can just tank all of this energy and quickly, not really in a rush to throw either. You can keep building energy here, maybe go past the Play Rough to try and threaten the other Pokemon with your energy as well.
Switch timer will be up very shortly for Elite. So if Elite wants to pivot back into the Corviknight and try and get an energy advantage, because from Elite's perspective, energy on the Corviknight would be very, very strong into that Gorgeist. However, Cheese Curl has a secondary answer in the Galarian Moltres. Elite's going to put up the shield. Elite could also potentially try and catch a Play Rough onto that Corviknight as an option and try and preserve this energy.
Elite may look to save this, as you said. Another Play Rough is, oh, but nice patience once again from Cheese Curl, and this time going to align the Moltres with the Corviknight. So here's the situation. I mean, you do get a positive matchup here, but perhaps you've set yourself up where the Gorgeist is no longer going to have as much play in the back, but there is so much energy now on the Azumarill, on the Lapras. It is a lot for these trainers to keep track of.
Failing that catch for Elite does put Cheese Curl in a very good position. The Galarian Moltres is able to neutralize this energy head start. Air Cutters will connect. We do see the boost come through, which does help Elite just that little bit, but he's unable to make the Air Cutter before Cheese Curl fires off energy.
Another charge attack coming through against the Corviknight's Fly connects, puts it deep into now the red health, and another Air Cutter coming through. The still 2 Protect Shields on the side of Cheese Curl, so debating whether he wants to use one here. No, gonna let this Air Cutter go. The Sand Attack's not doing much. Oh, we see the quick swap actually, but oh, he allows Elite to get to another Air Cutter. This could be a misplay.
So Cheese Curl with that switch may have been anticipating a combination play from Elite, but Elite just stayed on the field. Air Cutter, I believe there was a charge stack priority die, gets the boost. Only 1 Protect Shield remaining for Elite, not going to use it here.
And now this may be the opportunity for Elite to utilize that Lapras that he has saved. Comes in with it. You know, Azumarill is not able to double up on charge attacks. Oh, but does allow the play rough to get off. I feel like you almost have to protect shield this if you are, but he lets it go. He just gave up nearly 100 energy on the Lapras.
He wanted that farm down. He did not get it. Altaria will get a big energy head start, but Dragon Breaths do not do a ton of damage to Gourgeist. This is a bit difficult as Gourgeist hits the field. Elite still has the shield to hide behind. One Shadow Ball will not knock out, but there is still some fast pressure available from that Galarian Moltres lurking in the back.
This game could potentially come down to whether Cheese Curl can pull off a Seed Bomb bait. That would save him one Incinerate from then getting to the double Shadow Ball. So he is building up, and he's got a decision to make. Do you ever go for the bait here? Elite firing off another Sky Attack because a single Shadow Ball is not going to be quite enough to knock out the Altaria.
Altaria will be able to hang on. 100 energy for the Gourgeist. That's double up on Shadow Ball. Elite going to be no shielding here, but it's always going to be a Shadow Ball landing.
First Shadow Ball connects, second Shadow Ball queued up. Is there an attack on the Moltres? How much energy was there? Elite just said GG, so he might feel like the Moltres has an attack loaded. He's building up. He's going to fire off the Sky Attack. That Moltres is so low. This will definitely knock out the Gourgeist. How much energy was on the Moltres?
It all comes down to this. Gourgeist gets knocked out. Back in comes the Moltres. There's the fly loaded, and Cheese Curl has it.
It had the fly banked, and Cheese Curl taken down, perhaps pulling off an upset. Congratulations, Cheese Curl moving on the back of the Galarian Moltres.
And the crowd roared as that fly was revealed. Cheese Curl with the 2-0 victory, taking down a Titan in Elite.
What a performance, and you gotta feel happy for Cheese Curl. He has been putting in the reps, putting in the practice, and it has been paying off, as you see here, taking down one of the best trainers in North America, really since the early days in the championship series. Elite is a trainer that's won a regional every season since that first season we had in 2022. So 2023, 24, 25, he's won a regional in each season, and he's looking for that in 26. So a nice performance from him here in Seattle, but major credit to Cheese Curl pulling off the upset, pulling off the victory.
And Cheese Curl in both of those games made a very specific choice to align the Galarian Moltres to the Corviknight instead of the Gourgeist. It's very easy. Oh, I need to put my Incinerate user on the Steel type. That could have flipped the game to Elite, but Cheese Curl consistently made the right reads, and that led to victory.
And one thing perhaps we didn't highlight enough in that particular matchup was just how good the Gourgeist was into the opposing team for Cheese Curl. The only real answer to the Gourgeist was the Altaria, and you even have win conditions in that matchup, such as the zero shield scenario. So the Gourgeist was really effective. Cheese Curl recognized it and utilized it brilliantly.
Cheese Curl playing Gourgeist to perfection. Gourgeist moving on to, I believe now, losers round 3. So Gourgeist making a pretty deep run here at the Seattle Regional Championships.
When you have a Corviknight, Unova Stunfisk, and Annihilate, the team from Cheese Curl just seemed like it kind of pinned Elite in what lines he could potentially bring, because you don't want to be ABA weak to the Gourgeist, you don't want to be ABA weak to something else, but Cheese Curl found a way to get the win. And as we move on here, we got a hype matchup coming up next. Dunebug 97 taking on Ashton Ash.
Dunebug's made a bold choice with his team of 6, and that is to include Shadow Malamar. Shadow Malamar is a Pokemon that, upon release, was very, very strong. I believe it was Philbeg who actually had a perfect sweep of a tournament over in Europe with Shadow Malamar, but as time goes on, the bug-type moves got buffed, and Malamar kind of fell, unfortunately, out of usage, but Dunebug is trying to bring it back. But there are some pretty strong answers to Malamar on this team with the Wigglytuff and the Moltres.
Dunebug is exceptional at taking advantage of swap situations, farm down potential, and that's where Malamar operates at its best. It's typically not a Pokemon that you're gonna stay in and play out a full matchup with. It complicates the game, right? You throw a superpower, you dip out, and that's where Dunebug is so good at operating. So Ashton Ash will have its hands full, but like you mentioned, and sorry for cutting you off there, I was just so excited about the Shadow Malamar. You have the Wigglytuff and the Galarian Moltres to make it maybe make Dunebug think twice about bringing it.
That Galarian Moltres looks like it could put massive pressure on the lines that Dune is able to run. As Galarian Moltres, it absolutely destroys Jellicent. It's very strong into the Malamar. It does amazingly into the Corviknight. Even Empoleon, despite resisting the flying-type charge attacks, Sucker Punch does so much damage to the frail Empoleon, and Shadow Altaria is a neutral-ish matchup to where Galarian Moltres, I would not be surprised to see it early and often from Ashton Ash because it feels so safe here.
You see the accolades of these players. So many for Ashton Ash. You see that 6-time regional champion for Dunebug. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the most that anyone has. 6 regional championships for Pokemon Go. And here we go. Game number 1. Ashton Ash. We see a battle of the Flyers. Moltres into the Corviknight.
This is not a great lead matchup for Dunebug. The sand attacks are double resisted, but that's the power of Corviknight. If Corviknight's able to get a very early boost, then this matchup could potentially flip on its head.
We've seen this matchup quite a few times today, and just as you pointed out, it can be awkward, especially if that boost does take place. So right now, Ashton Ash comfortable just building energy. I mean, it's even possible you consider saving this energy where it could be more effective, but right now, just putting up a fight with this Sucker Punch damage. Ashton Ash continuing to build up. Let's see what he decides to go for. Opting to go for the Brave Bird.
This will do big resisted damage onto the Corviknight. Dunebug with an O-Shield. He's hoping he can hang on. Brave Bird lands. Corviknight survives. It will make a last-second air cutter, and now Ashton Ash will have to concede a Protect Shield or switch advantage.
He's got a lot of energy, so I'm a little bit surprised that he's opting to let the Moltres go, but perhaps he doesn't feel like switch advantage is necessary. Going for a Mud Slap down. Dunebug has to let this occur because he knows that he needs to align the Altaria here, and it is that Shadow Altaria that we talked about yesterday has a much better matchup against the Marowak than its regular counterpart.
Oh, that is a devious Bone Club bait from Ashton Ash, getting the shield from the Shadow Altaria. He's not going to switch into the Jellicent just yet. Going to keep the Jellicent hidden for now, but the Shadow Altaria Dragon Breath really add up against the Marowak. Marowak is losing its health very, very quickly.
This is where the nuances start to really take place because Altaria can hang on to a single Rock Slide without being threatened of getting Mud Slap down, but it does a lot of damage that Dunebug necessarily doesn't want to take. So second Rock Slide, this time Dunebug calls it correctly. Ashton Ash was able to save himself a little bit of energy, one Mud Slap worth of energy before on that bait as Dunebug fires off the Sky Attack just before Ashton Ash could make a catch.
Ashton Ash puts up the shield, but Ashton Ash still doesn't know what's in back. Does Dunebug potentially try for the catch here? He does! Oh. Ashton Ash waits the turn and sends in the Jellicent.
This is going to be so close, Henry, because Jellicent typically will barely win the zero shield scenario here by taking 2 discharges and then firing off 2 surfs, which do knock out. But the problem is that Altaria even in Rock Slide range? And you're going to be so low after 2 discharges here that you're not going to get very much Hex damage on the Altaria.
Can you even land 1 Hex? Even 1 Hex may be the difference maker. Discharge lands. Jellicent, it looks like it will not. Oh, it's going to be so close. Do 2 Dragon Breaths knock out here? Will the Hex land? And will that Rock Slide knock Altaria out of the sky?
He has to throw the Surf immediately, and he does. Dunebug could not switch yet, so this will knock out. And just as you articulated, if he can get 1 Hex, could that be the difference maker? Let's pay attention here. Altaria doesn't take a Hex worth of damage. The Rock Slide coming through. Will Altaria hang on?
It all comes down to this. Ashton Ash full charge in the Rock Slide. Dunebug holds his breath. Rock Slide lands. Altaria hangs on. He makes the Sky Attack, and that's a Game 1 win for Dunebug.
Oh my goodness, the trusty Altaria even gets to the Sky Attack in the end just to make sure that Marowak goes bye-bye. And Henry, I gotta give some credit. You perfectly called it where if 1 Hex had landed on that Jellicent, landed on the Altaria rather from the Jellicent, that would have been the difference maker, but 2 Dragon Breaths knocked it out first.
That is as close as it can get. Razor-thin margins here in the losers bracket. Dunebug, 6-time regional champion. He's looking to stay alive. He's no stranger, as you mentioned earlier, to these insane losers bracket runs. And he's trying to make more magic in Seattle.
What a close game. And I was questioning the early decision from Ashton Ash to let that Moltres go when it had a lot of energy. I mean, the counter argument, right, is maybe expecting the Unova Stun Fist, that energy would go to waste. If that came in, you force yourself to give up switch. So it was a difficult situation. Ended up being a razor-thin game in the end that Doonbug was able to pull off.
One potential adjustment that Ash and Ash could have made is after losing that zero protection snare, instead of the Mud Slap down, what about a Hex down on Jellison? Because Hex really does not do much damage, but if you're able to get a 3 Hex head start, that's 39 energy instead of 30 from the Marowak, and Jellison has so much neutral play into that back line that Dune would have been in a bit of an awkward spot in terms of what does he bring in. Does he bring in the Altaria? Does he bring in the Stunfisk when it's so far behind? And that could have forced Doonbug into potentially bringing in the Altaria and then setting up the alignment for Ash.
Exactly. I think that's a great point because Doonbug really would have had to make a more difficult decision about what he elects to bring in, and had it been the Altaria into the Jellison, that could have been disaster for him. But you take a look at the Jellison from Ash and Ash, it really has play against everything on Doonbug's team. And here we go. We've got a lock-in for game number 2, and disaster for Ash and Ash. The Moltres into the Stunfisk.
Oh, you saw the nod from Doonbug. He liked what he saw. The safe switch into the Shadow Marowak is going to be answered with the Corviknight. Marowak is up a large amount of energy. Corviknight going to fire off the Air Cutter. We've seen several trainers employ this strategy. Firing off the payback, it's too risky. You lose too much energy. You can win this matchup straight Air Cutter. No boost comes through for Doonbug, but this should allow Doonbug to prioritize and maintain alignment in this match.
Marowak should be able to reach 2 rock slides here after no boost on that Air Cutter. And I actually see a shield come up from Doonbug. Maybe he wants to save this Corviknight for later, sensing that Ash and Ash may be trying to lure it out to set up a potential Wigglytuff in the back. Rock slide coming through, going to connect onto the Corviknight.
So Doonbug opting to absorb that energy and then shield 1, and now can look to overfarm. Maybe even a slight undercharge of an Air Cutter to get a little bit of extra sand attack damage, but that could be a little bit greedy, so he's not going to go for that. Just going to secure the knockout there and get a boost. Suddenly, these Air Cutters could be very threatening into the Moltres.
Ash and Ash should be comfortable just taking this energy. He knows his Moltres is not going to be of much use against the Stunfisk anyway, so may just be content absorbing these Air Cutters that Doonbug is firing. And Doonbug understands he needs to keep the alignment on his side. He wants to keep that Stunfisk aligned with the Moltres. Is there any way this 2-shield Wigglytuff could open up some win potential for Ash and Ash?
Wigglytuff is a normal type into a ghost type, but Doonbug is going to stay on the field and go for a Mud Bomb. Now, this Mud Bomb will get some valuable chip damage onto the Wigglytuff, but importantly, it desyncs the switch timers. Ash and Ash has energy loaded on the Galarian Moltres, and now we'll only need 3 more charge attacks to be thrown before he can get back to that switch timer.
This is going to be really interesting because, as you pointed out, a fly banked on the Moltres could open up potential for a combination play later, but then you also surrender the potential of a Stunfisk farm down, so players are going to have to be really precise here. Doonbug building up energy, wants to fire off this Surf before a potential another Icy Wind debuff. And Ash and Ash, it's going to be really difficult. When do you utilize your final Protect Shield?
Dune has to be very careful in over-farming because Dune throws here. Ash and Ash puts up the shield. Ash and Ash's switch timer is available. Does Ash and Ash end up staying in this matchup or pivoting out? He's looking to pivot out and send in the Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres is going to try and get the Sucker Punch down here. Timer comes up for Doonbug. In comes the Stunfisk, but these Thunder Shocks do not hit very hard, and there's so much energy available for the Moltres.
I think this is smart by Ash and Ash, going for the fly first to not debuff himself. Doonbug going to elect to take it, maybe sensing that the fly was more likely, and opting for the discharge, wants to peel off a Protect Shield for Ash and Ash to get off a Brave Bird here, and he's going to do just that. The Brave Bird might be enough to threaten a knockout here against the Stunfisk. Throws it immediately to also give less farm in case of a Protect Shield.
Shield comes up from Doonbug. Doonbug's nodding. He is liking how this endgame is shaping up for him. Brave Bird shielded, Thundershock KOs. Ash and Ash will have to fire off Wigglytuff energy to get the knockout, but he can't quite get there. Doonbug makes the Mud Bomb, and that is going to secure this series.
Doonbug understood that he was still 1 away from the Icy Wind, knew he would outpace to the Mud Bomb, and you see the fist pump there. Doonbug with another victory over Ash and Ash, and he is going to be continuing on here on our loser side of the bracket.
That Galarian Moltres was so strong in his team, but Doonbug somehow managing to make it look easy. Couldn't really afford to bring that Shadow Malamar in that series because of the amount of pressure that Galarian Moltres put onto the team, but found a way, even with desync timers. Ash and Ash, I think the potential win con there could have been if he was able to Sucker Punch down the Jellison, but Dune's timer came up in the perfect time. He's able to save that Jellison, and By not getting as much of an energy head start, the Moltres couldn't make the fly into Brave Bird double up before the discharge was available.
Yeah, that timer came up just in time, and the Rock Slide Shield early, getting a lot of value out of the Moltres, putting that Corviknight, getting a lot of value out of the Corviknight, putting the Moltres low in the end. Dunebug just so precise here. Ashen Ash, I think, had some nice strategies that he was trying to employ. The Wigglytuff made things difficult for Dunebug in the end, but even in matchups that it wins, right, against the Jellicent, for example, those Pokemon have a lot of counterplay against the Wigglytuff where it just wasn't strong enough to get the win in the end.
Jellicent is so incredibly powerful in this meta. Wigglytuff really might be the fakest Jellicent counter of all time. Even though you are double resistant to hexes, Jellicent is able to resist your energy right back. Swift is usually what Wigglytuff wants to throw in a lot of neutral situations. If you're not going for debuffs, that's double resisted. The Icy Wind is single resisted, and because Charm now does less damage, Jellicent just feels like it stays on the field forever there. And so even though technically Wigglytuff into a Stunfisk plus Jellicent core feels like it should be a winning endgame, it just simply was not.
And Dunebug just so precise once again, a special player in our game. And speaking of special players, we've got an interview with 2-0 Butters and It's Axen.
Hello trainers, I am 2-0 Butters, joined by It's Axen, the world champion. We're here at the Seattle Pokemon Go Regional Championships, and we're gonna do something fun. We're gonna do a little collection inspection, because you see these top trainers on stage, you see their Pokemon in the battlefield, but do you see what they have in their collection and why they choose certain Pokemon? So let's just go into Axen's collection. Let's start with maybe a team that you might run this weekend in Seattle.
Yeah, so let's take a look at it here. I have quite a few Pokemon that I absolutely love in this meta here, but one of the Pokemon that I like the most right now is Shadow Caesar. This Pokemon is such a good Pokemon when it comes to fast food pressure. The best thing about it is not only the fast food pressure though, but you have Night Slash for great coverage, Trailblaze for a guaranteed attack boost. This Pokemon is one of my favorite Pokemon when it comes just to having so much offensive pressure here. And one of my favorite things about Shadow Caesar is, since it does have so much attack, winning charge attack priorities is huge. So sometimes I like to run a little bit of attack on this Pokemon.
We don't want to reveal everything, but can we see how much attack that you actually have on this Pokemon? You can save it though. We don't need to show it. No, okay, I can tell you don't need to show it. Next Pokemon. Let's go next Pokemon. We're gonna keep something secret, but we're gonna talk about why you might need to have a higher attack, like to win that charge attack priority, while we're talking about all these Pokemon. So that's fascinating. Actually, I'm gonna keep asking you annoying questions. How many Shadow Caesars do you have?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Let me take a look at this, because Shadow Caesar is one that I've actually built a few of here. Because, as I said, sometimes you want to have a bit of attack. Sometimes you want to have a bit of bulk. I mean, it's not a bulky Pokemon, but I have 3 Shadow Caesars built here that are all ready to go. Who's to say which one I'd want to use? Then I have an Ultra League one as well, which sadly I can't bring to this event.
So you're actually not using potentially your best buddy one.
Yeah, no, I have this best buddy one, but like you can see the CP is 1484 CP. So, you know, maybe those aren't the stats I want. Maybe I want to run one that maybe it's higher rank. Maybe it's more offensive. Who's to say?
And like you said, with such an offensive Pokemon, winning that charge attack priority is really valuable, especially in the mirror. Yeah. All right, well, let's see. Let's go back to the team. Let's see your next Pokemon that you have up.
Yeah, so another Pokemon that I've been pretty much enjoying almost every single day I've been trying it has been Jellicent. This Pokemon, unlike Shadow Caesar, is so bulky. It has a lot less fast food pressure, but recently got access to the Shadow Ball buff. And because of that, it's just so nice as a core breaker, but since it is a bulkier Pokemon, I don't see much reason to run a lot of attack. Instead, I go for more defense and more HP just to try to be able to survive longer in battles and make it so potentially it can be a lot more of a nuisance to take down.
So you would put this in the category of a stat product Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like you just want your best stat product.
Exactly. You just want to invest in that defense and that HP. Attack is not quite as important, although it can be nice in the mirror match sometimes to guarantee the little bit of higher attack, but I wouldn't mind just having the bulk here for most matchups.
This is interesting to me, Axen, because this is a Pokemon that I think you've had a lot of opportunity to catch. We don't need to look at it, but I bet you have a lot of Jellicent or a lot of Frillish, and it's not at 1500 CP. So is that actually your best stat product, Jellicent?
You're CP shaming me a bit here.
No, I'm not CP shaming you. I'm not. Or it is actually your best buddy. So
yeah. Well, I have 2 best buddy, the male and the female Jellicent.
Okay.
That doesn't matter as far as anything other than looks go.
Okay.
But I have a couple of Jellicents built here. I got this one. I got you know, we'll show the stat product of this one,
we're revealing it.
I'll reveal it just
Okay.
for the fans. You know, it's not bad, right? But it's missing a little bit of stats. It's only 1489 CP, so that's why potentially I'd want to use this one. Still not close to 1500, at least not as close as it could be, but it's got just a little bit more to it, which is why I'm using it.
Okay, and let's quickly just mention the other 4 Pokemon on the team, and then I want to do something special because it's the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, and we want to talk about the best moments in Pokemon. And of course, you're the world champion. I really want to see your world champion team. Not that I don't care about your Seattle team. I want to see the team that made history. So yeah, just list your other 4 Pokemon that you might run here. Then we're getting to that championship team.
Yeah, so I have a Shadow Kanto Marowak. That has a lot of fast move pressure on it. That's why I like it so much. Licky, another one of those really bulky picks. Altaria, also pretty bulky, and it's been a mainstay in the Pokemon Go competitive scene for a long time. And Shadow Annihilate, I mean, I'm not a fan of Shadow Annihilate, but I understand what it can do and why it's so good.
Are you a fan of the possible new Shadow Annihilate with the new season update that's going to be coming soon?
Yeah, it's getting low kick buffed, which more energy generation, less fast move pressure. I always enjoy the energy generation more than I like the fast move pressure. So potentially that could be kind of cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, now this is the treat that I've been waiting for. Let's look at your 2023 World Championship team because I know this has a lot of interesting Pokemon in it, and I feel like we have to start in the top left. Please let us start in the top left of this team.
Yeah, of course. You know, I think one of the main things that helped me win Worlds that year was this Medicham. It's called the Medi Slayer for a reason. It's got a very interesting stat spread. Oftentimes you look at a Pokemon in Pokemon Go, and you want to have a little bit less attack, more defense, more HP, just to invest in that bulk. But I chose, going into Worlds, to invest in attack and defense and less HP, because there is actually an interesting thing that you can do with the counter fast move in the mirror match, where if you have more attack and more defense, you can actually make it so you do more damage to the opposing Medichams every fast move, but the opposing Medichams do less damage to you, so you basically just always win the mirror match.
What a glorious Pokemon there. That's so fascinating because not only did you make that Pokemon this specific attack defense to target other Medichams, but I think you actually told me this before. Medicham was so good, the only way to beat Medicham was actually just building a better Medicham. That's why you called it the Medi Slayer.
Yeah, exactly. It's either use like a Sableye and get it in the right spot, or I mean, you use Medicham. And I figured going to that event, what better advantage could you have than have your own Medicham that just won against every other one?
And I know it's been a little while now. We've asked you this before, but how much percentage do you actually put into Medicham, the fact that it was a Medi Slayer, to the fact that you are a world champion?
Oh man, I brought Medicham to probably about 75% of my games, so at least that much.
Wow. Okay, so you heard it. That's why we wanted to do a collection inspection, because just because he had these attack defense in the specific Medicham was a huge reason he's a world champion. But let's quickly go through the last couple, or last 5 Pokemon on this world championship team.
Yeah, I mean, my Shadow Swampert here, I actually just ran a little bit more of an attack weighted. Well, it has less stats overall, but that just means in general, all the stats are going to be equally distributed. So I wanted more attack on this one because there's a lot of Pokemon in that same attack range that you want to be able to win charge attack priority against. My Alolan Sandslash, actually a little bit of a treat for you guys. This is a rank 1 Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so as bulky as you can get for this thing.
And this is the perfect example of a stat product Pokemon, like we were mentioning before, where it has lowest attack possible, which would be a 0, and then enough of the defense and stamina to get close to 1500 as possible. So if you see a spread like this, when you're appraising Pokemon, this is a Pokemon that you will want to keep because it can be very, very strong.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, but I have my Lantern here. It's shiny, which is kind of fancy.
Goodness.
But it's also pretty high rank. It has a lot of defense. It's got a decent amount of HP, but you can see it's got way more defense than HP. And this actually helps out. There's something called bulk points, where you can make it so if you have enough defense, certain times you can make it so you take less damage from fast attacks. And so back in the day, Altaria was a big one that I was able to take less damage from. They have since reworked that Pokemon, but being able to have those defense stats, making it so you have more defense to potentially take less damage from fast move pressure, that can be huge.
And typically when that happens, you will take 1 less damage per fast attack, right? And that means that over time, especially against a 1-turn fast attack like Dragon Breath, that's just taking 1 less damage, 1 less damage, 1 less damage. It just really adds up.
Yeah, exactly. So against 1-turn moves, bulk points are so huge. Against like a 5-turn move like Incinerate, maybe less so. But you know, there aren't too many of those running around. But that's why Lantern was also a pretty big pick here. With that defense weight, it was able to be so good for me. We also have Noctowl here, which might be coming back this coming season, right? It's got access to that wing attack, buff here once again. It's coming back, maybe. Just a classic high rank-ish spread that I got here, but it's got some attack to it to try to win in the mirror match. And in general, another Pokemon that I'm excited to see what it's going to do in the new season.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Noctowl obviously was one of the strongest Pokemon, specifically at the time. It also is a really good stat product Pokemon. Its typing is unique as well. It protects itself with its typing. Is there a last Pokemon, or is that the last Pokemon of the list?
There's one final one here, Sableye, another Pokemon that's actually still pretty good right now. I ran a pretty attack-weighted spread because Sableye, not only can it win a lot of charge attack priorities that are very similar to it, kind of like Swampert, but also there's bulk points and there's also break points, which are basically the same thing, where you can have more attack to guarantee you do more damage.
Right.
One of the big ones that this one helped out against was Umbreon, which is a Pokemon that also got buffed recently with Foul Play. So potentially, it could be something that we'd see again.
Well, what a treat, Axon. Thank you so much for showing your collection, not only of this team in Seattle, but one of the most famous teams ever in Pokemon Go Championship Series. I'm so glad we got to inspect that team, and it was a huge reason that you are a world champion. It wasn't just the best buddy ribbons, but it was the specific Pokemon that you chose to train. So thanks so much once again to It's Axon, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Seattle Regional Championships. We are here bringing you coverage of the Pokemon Go tournament. So great to hear from our world champion and 2-time NAIC champion. It's Axon there.
Can he be the first ever 2-time world champion? I know he is going to try to do it this season in San Francisco, but which one of these trainers in Seattle will join him? Because one trainer here today, at the end of the day, will qualify for the World Championships this season in August. And up next, we're back on the winner's side of the bracket. We were living on the losers rounds. Now we're in the winners semis. Whoever wins this best of 3 battle is going to be in the winners finals. Incredibly close to winning it all. This is a very important matchup.
And speaking of NAIC champions, and it's Axon, we've got Out of Pocket there on the left, facing off against Absol Train Best. Absol Train Best, again, newer trainer to the Championship Series circuit, but tons of experience in the Go Battle League, and he's going to need all of that experience to go up against Out of Pocket.
You know, he's actually been in Championship Series for a little while, but he just hasn't competed that often. His first ever performance was in 2023 Vancouver. He got 13th place, but since then, he's only had 3 other regional championships, and now he's already solidified his best run ever in a Championship Series event. He's going to need that to defeat Out of Pocket. And a fun thing I'd like to point out is this is going to be an ice-type mirror. You have the Walrein versus the Alolan Ninetales, so it's looking good for ice types right now, making it all the way to the winter semis.
And actually, speaking of ice types, Absol Train Best's first match of the day, I believe, was against Final Boss AJ, where he faced off against another Walrein. So he's definitely, seen how ice plays into his team.
And one of the few remaining Gourgeist, at least on the winner's side, we saw so much of it in day number 1, but day number 2, the usage has dropped a ton, but it's not going to be as strong up against Out of Pocket's line because he has that Galarian Moltres, which is kind of tough to deal with. Also, you have the Jellicent, which is going to be quite a good answer. You have the Licky Licky as well, so a lot of good answers on the side of Out of Pocket.
So this might be not Walrein's best time to shine, but let's take a look at some of the other Pokemon on Absol Train Best's team. Maybe something like that Corviknight we've seen be very effective throughout this tournament. Has to watch out for the Galarian Moltres, but I think has a lot of play into the rest of Pocket's team.
Looks incredibly neutral, so you might just want to auto-play that Pokemon to be able to have some neutral matchups and be able to take advantage of your switch timer. Looks like these trainers are just about locked in here. Where are we going to see those ice sides? And you know what? There is a Guzzlord on the side for Absol Train Best, but Guzzlord has actually been falling off a little bit in usage as well. As we get locked in, this is your winners semis. Winners will advance to the winners finals here in day number 2 in Seattle. It's the Steel versus Steel, Empoleon versus Corviknight.
Super effective sand attacks coming through for Corviknight, but they don't look super effective as you see them barely chipping away onto this Empoleon. Out of Pocket's going to throw the first charge attack, Hydro Cannon firing before payback is reached.
And it's a clunky matchup for both of these trainers. One, you have to land the payback if you are the Corviknight, swapping into the Licky Licky, trying to soak up that payback, instead banking all the energy and the counter swapping into the Empoleon. But now you're ahead on energy, and maybe you can reach the double Shadow Ball before the double Hydro Cannon is reached, but it'll be very close.
Yeah, nice reaction there from Absol to not throw the energy into the Licky Licky, but like you said, a little bit behind on energy at this point. I actually think they're going to reach their next charge attacks at exactly the same time, so we'll have to see if anyone tries to go for the charge attack priority or they favor throwing their attacks on good timing.
It's going to be 2 rollouts versus 3 metal sounds, and you're exactly right. It's on charge attack priority, and Empoleon's going to win that because it has the higher attack stat, and now you have the opportunity. No, actually just lets the Licky Licky go, knowing that maybe you can get an advantageous farm down with the Kanto Marowak, but it's going to be risky. Is there any way that you can still get the 5 metal sounds and get to a Hydro Cannon? Oh, no way.
Yeah, Pocket trying to evaluate, can I farm this down in 3 mud slaps, just like you said. Could get it done, and Absol's now going to bring in his own wall rain. This is a great matchup for the wall rain. Super effective powder snows coming through as he lets Bone Club go.
We've seen this time and time again. Absol Trainbest is calling the baits. He does it again. It's the neutral Bone Club instead of super effective Rock Slide. Swap, counter swap, payback is loaded.
And I love how quickly Absol is swapping. He's not letting the clocks get desynced at all. Payback coming through, and Pocket puts up a last-second shield.
I love those clutch shields, just really keeping up the suspense here. Now you have to throw the Hydro Cannon before the next payback is available. Still a couple sand attacks away, but you get the protect shield regardless.
Now this is tricky for Absol Trainbest. He is shielding, as you mentioned, but I don't know how he's going to peel away these last few shields because Empoleon resists the cheaper charge attack on both of Absol's remaining Pokemon. And here comes yet another Hydro Cannon before Absol has been able to fire a payback.
I think he is thinking the exact same thing. How am I going to get through this Empoleon? I need to keep this Corviknight around because the wall rain isn't going to be able to do it. Going for the payback once again, 2 protect shields, and both of the paybacks are out of pocket. That is really efficient here. Both the trainers have their switch available. Both of them are getting close to attack. Do we see a swap onto the Hydro Cannon? Yes!
Nice catch by Absol Trainbest. Hydro Cannon is going to be resisted, and Jolpeck would have done quite a bit more damage. And now Absol still has to think about how he wants to get rid of this Empoleon. He's reaching the Earthquake right now, but that would be a ton of energy to look at. And a catch by Out of Pocket.
What a swap from Out of Pocket, knowing that Walrein was going to throw it last second. There was a bit of an undercharge. Now it's a great. Will it knock out? No, not quite yet. So it looks like you are going to get mud slapped down, but this Kanto Marowak is really low health. Can you get the air cutter down? No, instead there is going to be a Bone Club, but this is single resisted. Is this enough to knock out the Corviknight?
Oh my god. Corviknight might barely be able to hang on and then get a
couple it does! It does!
Hangs on. Oh, but it doesn't have the payback.
It needs 2 more sand attacks to get to the payback, and 1 metal sound actually needed 3. 1 metal sound knocks out. Out of Pocket takes game number 1.
Very nail-biting game there. I feel like the players were just swapping so often, keeping their energy everywhere, and really came down to the last second there.
Well, we had a continuation of 6 straight series that went to a decisive game number 3. It's been so close all of Seattle, and now it is back. We had some 2-0s, but that was an awesome game number 1. Look at Out of Pocket's team, a little bit different. We've seen the Alolan Ninetales have success in other regions. I believe Inadequance is one of the first trainers to use it as well in Europe. Maybe I'm a little bit off of that, but I thought Martine was one of the Alolan Ninetale users.
Martine has piloted quite a few Pokemon that nobody else has won with before, so I wouldn't be surprised. Taking a look back at that first game there, we saw this switch-in matchup where, like you said, even though Pocket lost switch with Licky Licky into Empoleon, he was still able to get a very impactful farm down with his Marowak.
And I can confirm there is some European spice because when Inadequance was the 2026 Stuttgart champion, he did run that Alolan Ninetales, of course, with the Shadow Giratina and Shadow Talonflame as well, which is not on the team from Out of Pocket. Instead, having that Jellicent, having that Galarian Moltres, and having that Licky Licky, which got ahead on energy, but not quite enough. Just needed 1 more turn of energy ahead to maybe flip that Empoleon matchup. In the end, it didn't matter. We're in game number 2. There it is. There's the signature Pokemon. The Ninetales is leading into the Corviknight. This is awkward for the Corviknight, right?
Awkward for both players because the Corviknight, you know, it's a steel type versus a fairy, so it seems good, but you really can't throw those heavier hitting paybacks. Instead, you have to settle for these air cutters, and as you're going to see when it lands on Pocket's Alolan Ninetales, it's not going to do much damage at all.
Yeah, the subtyping here in this matchup of Ice versus the Steel, because you are flying type as well, so these Ice type attacks are neutral, and then you're a Fairy subtype for the Alolan Ninetales, resisting that payback damage. So just force in the air cutters, no boost on the first one. Do you get a boost on that second air cutter? And does it even matter because you are getting close to the 3rd air cutter as well?
You are getting close to the third air cutter, but you're also getting close to weather ball range. Let's see how much Pocket decides to farm up before throwing the next weather ball. Not quite at 2, but does fire off this first weather ball, and both trainers are electing to have their first Pokemon get very low.
And it's probably not enough to knock out. It's not enough. In 2 Powder Snows away, the air cutter's there first and swapped into the Marowak to absorb it, to keep around that Alolan Ninetales for later and try to go for a Mud Slap down into Corviknight, but Absol can instantly swap into Guzzlord. This is huge. This is huge. So now you avoid the Jellicent versus Guzzlord matchup.
You do avoid the Jellicent versus Guzzlord, and now the Jellicent is going to be able to find Absol's Empoleon in the back. That's going to be great for Pocket, and he's ahead 1 Mud Slap in this matchup.
A huge break for the counter swap of Absol Train Best into Out of Pocket's swap of the Marowak ensures that the backline is going to be great for him, and you still have that Licky as well, and the Empoleon in the back, but Empoleon versus Jellicent, not looking too favorable for Absol Train Best, but he's been playing so clean all tournament. Don't count him out.
Yeah, the Empoleon really didn't have much place to go in the backline, right? There's the Marowak and the Jellicent on Pocket's side. Marowak going to throw this Bone Club to try and knock out the Guzzlord. Undercharging just a little bit, but it is enough to take out the Guzzlord.
Unleashing the Jellicent into the Empoleon here, and Absol is shaking his head. This is not what he wants to see. He does have a Protect Shield advantage, 2-1 over Out of Pocket here. He's going to have to start landing these Drill Pecks, and crucially, you're probably going to want to have to Protect Shield every single Shadow Ball. But if Out of Pocket ever goes for a bait, Absol's been sniffing out every single bait so far, and there it is. Can he do it one more time into 2 Protect Shields?
And here's his opportunity. He's thinking about it, and he does put up the shields at the last second. It is possible that even with just a resisted Surf, he might get low just from the Hexes, and potentially was thinking about that.
That is a great point. It is one of the few times that he was not able to call it, and now he tried to swap, but the patience from Out of Pocket is able to get the full Hex down. Devastating. Now he banks 2 Shadow Balls here. There's 2 Drill Pecks remaining as well, but is 1 Drill Peck enough to knock out? This was on charge attack priority.
I don't know if a Drill Peck is enough to knock out Pocket's. Only got 1 shield, and now that's going to be 0, but Pocket has the back-to-back Shadow Ball. I feel like Jellicent is going to be able to hang on to the next Drill Peck, though.
And it might be charge attack priority, or it could be a swap. Does Out of Pocket try to get out of there? No, actually throws the Shadow Ball. Absol Train Best knows that is not good for his Empoleon. It's going to land. Looks like it's going to be a 3-ball flex for Out of Pocket, and a clean 2-0 victory.
One of the very series we've seen that comes down to just a 2-0 and such a clean, decisive victory as Out of Pocket advances to yet another winners finals in his storied career.
Looked dominant, but it did get close in the end game there. Unfortunately, the catch attempt on the Corviknight for Absol just didn't pay off and gave that extra energy to have that double Shadow Ball for Jellicent. That means Out of Pocket will be in the winners finals here in Seattle.
And a very familiar place for Out of Pocket to be. We saw he's had many, many titles in his career, but that's not even counting all of the other medals that he has, as he has won so many matches throughout his career and also attended some of the most tournaments of any player.
One of the best trainers in the world, and of course, one of the most consistent trainers in North America, and able to pull off an awesome victory versus Absol, who I think is one of the trainers that we don't know as much about that impressed me the most in this tournament. He has been awesome. I mean, just the composure. Also, you've mentioned it before, his reaction time is very quick, especially in counter swaps.
I love how he's been playing. Not only in this series where, you know, we called out the very fast reaction times, but I think he's just been playing really cleanly. We saw the series versus AJ this morning, the series that he won yesterday to make day number 2, and he has so many fans out there, and with good reason based on what I've seen.
Yeah, well done, and he is still in this tournament because remember, we did bounce back to the winner side, so he drops down to the loser side. We do have another winner semis. Thank you for the bracket here, as Out of Pocket is able to advance. He took out X, took out Absol Train Best. Now up on stage next, we have Firestar versus Stone Collection trying to face Out of Pocket in that winners finals.
And this will be a fun matchup. Both of them have a lot of international experience. Stone Collection, of course, playing in all these regionals all around the world, and Firestar, as we've said, fantastic performances at the world and international championship level.
And we look at the losers bracket, Dunebug versus Cheese Curl is gonna be facing Absol Train Best that just dropped down to the loser side. And of course, we still have Final Boss AJ and Gerald X battling it out. Shadow Walrein, Shadow Ninetales, and then a Grumpig is still in the tournament here, which is also some European spice, because when I was looking at Inadequence's previous teams, he actually got 9th place with a Grumpig as well. But I believe Gerald X has now defeated that because he is insured top 8 here in Seattle.
Well, it's interesting that you called it his signature pick because as we know from your interview, he actually got the idea from Out of Pocket,
right?
Who, you know, one of the most innovative trainers on the championship series circuit, in addition, of course, to being one of the best players.
But then where did Out of Pocket get it? Maybe he got it from Inadequates, but just didn't want to give credit. Typical Pocket, just kidding. No, he is very creative, and often he is very influential in his team compositions that you see in this tournament. Back in the day with Onion Frank as well, the mad scientist used to help cook up some of these teams, but now it seems like Out of Pocket, in terms of North American competitors, he might be one of the most influential trainers in terms of the team of 6 that you're bringing to a tournament. A lot of trainers want to have that information, and a lot of trainers use the same team that Out of Pocket uses to great success.
Yeah, you see Pocket starting to practice. You might be trying to look at what he's bringing and see if it gives you any ideas. But we're here in the other winners semis match. We've got Firestar 73 on the left facing off against Stone Collection. It's actually going to be a Guzzlord mirror match, so we'll have to see how often that comes to the table.
Yeah, I felt like Guzzlord has dropped off, but it hasn't at all. We're in the winners semis, and there's a Guzzlord mirror. Of course, there's 2 fairy types for either of these trainers, a Florges on one side and the Azumarill on the other. And you've seen that matchup before, where the Florges matches up against the opposing fairy. It's very favorable actually for the Azumarill because it just outbulks it, and there is no Trailblaze on the side of Firestar. Almost all the trainers now are running that Disarming Voice, just skipping to run the Trailblaze to have coverage against the Dragon types like the Guzzlord. We're locked in. Winners semis, Firestar 73 versus Stone Collection. Oh no, the Gorguites versus Shadow Scizor.
Incredible lead for Firestar. Stone Collection's going to get out of there right away. Not even a bullet punch, but now he's still taking super effective damage on his Corviknight because he ran ABA Steel.
ABA Steel is devastating into Gorguites. At least you have 2 super effective attacks that you can throw into the Gorguites. The Air Cutter is thrown, no Protect Shield. Will we see a boost? No boost either. Now you're just going to load up so much energy reaching for the Shadow Ball, but is this Shadow Ball enough? You get the Protect Shield from Stone Collection.
I don't think it's enough, but maybe it would have put it into Incinerate downrange. Stone Collection, you know, he hasn't seen any of Firestar's Pokemon other than the Gorguites, which he definitely wants to get off the field so that his Scizor can be free in the back.
Well, because you're fighting back with super effective attacks, this actually doesn't look devastating for this Corviknight, able to get a Protect Shield back, and now a Shadow Ball is going to be coming through, but instead an Air Cutter comes through before it. He actually got both of the Protect Shields out of this Gorguites, but now can this Gorguites full farm down and be loaded?
It's going to be tough to farm down with these very, very slow Incinerates. I don't think he's quite going to get it, and Firestar doesn't think so either, so he fires off a Shadow Ball. Now Stone Collection, he still has a shield off. Let's see if he puts it up, and he does. He wants to fight for switch advantage.
I'm surprised that he does because he could have soaked that energy in the Guzzlord, but now that we see the backline from Firestar, there is a Fairy type, so you actually desperately want this advantage. Remember, there was a boost on one of the Air Cutters. Can this knock out? Yes! The Steel type is able to knock out that Grass Ghost type and get a bunch of Sand attacks and 1 Air Cutter off of the Empoleon.
A little bit of a parting gift here from the Corviknight. Stone Collection realizing he probably has to stay in here because shieldless, his Scizor is really going to struggle against Empoleon.
Oh no, but he unleashed the Guzzlord. He brought it out. Now it's Switch Lock.
Oh,
now you can bring in the Fairy type.
But he has Sludge Bomb now, and with shields down, he's going to be able to land it.
Yes, he got that energy advantage that he needed. This is going to be super effective. This is not the bulkiest Fairy type out there. It's going to be able to endure, but you can't let a Brutal Swing go through. Maybe you even could. Now you're going to try to bank up as much energy as possible. Look how much damage this Fairy Wind is doing and reaching for the Disarming Voice. Undercharging it though.
Undercharging. This is double super effective, so it might still barely knock out, but barely hit any of the bubbles there. No, it doesn't knock out. Maybe he wants some extra farm on his Empoleon. Oh, but he Fairy Wind's down anyways.
And Stone Collection, I don't know, was not trying to go for a charge attack because he wanted to get some energy on the Scizor here. The Chilling Water does go through. It's going to lower the attack by 1 stage of this Shadow Scizor. You have the Corviknight very low health as a Pokemon, the Sacrificial Swap. How much? Oh no, here comes the Hydreigon. It's already loaded.
Tons of energy on this Empoleon. I think even if Stone Collection were to make a successful catch there, would not have made a difference. And Firestar just way too far ahead in this game.
What a turbulent battle as Firestar is able to knock out. It just felt like it was going back and forth. First off, Stone Collection was ABA weak to that Gorguites, running 2 Steel types, 1 in the lead and 1 in the back. But the Corviknight actually was able to 2-shield through the Gorguites. But then all that energy on Empoleon was the deciding factor in the end.
Empoleon is pretty strong into Stone Collection's team. Definitely expect to see it brought some more. And of course, in that game, we saw other Pokemon from Firestar, the Gourgeist. Of course, it's pretty weak to the Guzzlord, but I like how Firestar protected the Gourgeist from the Guzzlord with the Florges.
And that Stunfisk is looking pretty good for Stone Collection, but that is probably why Firestar is showing that Gourgeist. That Gourgeist is going to be really good against most of the team besides the double dragon on Stone Collection's team. We saw one of the dragons in this game, but it was desperately trying to avoid this fairy type, and it couldn't do it. It actually didn't throw the sludge bomb there because he knew he needed to get a charge attack, do charge attack priority against the health of that opponent, but just couldn't get enough farm.
I think his only option there, as you said, was to try to farm down with Scizor and maybe come out with a charge attack against Empoleon, but Empoleon already at 9 metal sounds there. Probably could have lived a Night Slash as well, but we're getting into game number 2. Let's see if Firestar can close out the series.
He is one battle away, one win away from the winners finals against Out of Pocket, but can Stone Collection reverse sweep here? He has the Shadow Scizor in the lead once again. It's actually ABA steal again, but instead there's an Azumarill in the back instead of the Guzzlord.
And this is a much better place for his steals to be seen than they were in last game. Night Slash coming through, putting the Licky Licky very, very low. As a Body Slam comes through, this would be resisted, but Stone Collection is going to shield.
That's kind of a devastating shield, but I mean, you kind of have to shield everything as a Shadow Scizor. There is a decision branch at Shadow Scizor, and it just says shield every single time. And the Night Slash is going to be coming through. This doesn't hit as hard as the Trailblaze, and it also doesn't boost your attack. So are we going to see a pivot out from Stone Collection here? No, actually it's just going to stay in and let the Scizor go down.
Kind of like we saw last game, not really a clear answer to Empoleon. He's actually going to stay in though. I believe he did just receive the energy for Night Slash, so potentially wants to pull a shield from Firestar before any potential swaps.
And once again, he wants to keep the alignment here. It's destined to be an Azumarill versus the Guzzlord in the back, but Stone Collection told me personally, Azumarill is not a Guzzlord counter, but if all the Protect Shields are down, I believe Azumarill will be a fantastic Guzzlord counter. Now the Drill Peck is coming through to the Azumarill, but there is that Protect Shield advantage for Firestar.
This is typically a terrible matchup for Azumarill. You don't usually want to be switching into Empoleon, but look at the rest of Firestar's team. He doesn't have a great place to sponge this Azumarill's energy, and so I think if Azumarill can farm up here, maybe knock out the Empoleon and hit a charge attack on something else, this is going to be a great play from Stone Collection.
And we don't see a pivot out because you can get to one more charge attack. Will it get cut off? No, actually just landing the Drill Peck. So single-handedly, this Empoleon that was so low health is almost taking out this entire Azumarill. And now you might be able to clean up with the Licky Licky combo play, Body Slam. He nails it, and he's able to knock out the Azumarill.
Oh, and that combo play is huge. That Empoleon and the Licky Licky together just absolutely annihilated this Azumarill. All of its energy is gone. Stone Collection finds himself down 0 shields to 1. All he has really is this Corviknight, but I don't know if that's going to be able to knock out a Guzzlord.
With this Scizor able to get to a charge attack here, but can he also get to a farm down, trying to swap on the Body Slam? Doesn't swap on the Body Slam, instead gets the Sand Attack down. A huge devastating break for Firestar here, unleashing the Guzzlord. There is a Protect Shield advantage, but now, what do you Protect Shield? You only can Protect Shield either an Air Cutter or a Night Slash or a Trailblaze.
Well, he's thinking maybe I can Protect Shield a boosted Air Cutter down the line. No boost comes up for Stone Collection, though. That's good news for Firestar. Now, how many Brutal Swings is it going to take to knock out this Corviknight? I don't know.
You need at least 3 of them, and then maybe with the Dragon Tail damage, it might be enough. And remember, there is an Empoleon in the back that's very low health. Maybe you can swap on it if you try to catch a combo play from Stone Collection, because I believe the Shadow Scizor is holding on to a lot of energy right now, at least a Night Slash, and I think even a Trailblaze as well.
Oh, that Shadow Scizor is going to come in very handy down the line. Air Cutter going to come through, and at this point, if you're Firestar, you probably have to start shielding. He does put up the shield, otherwise he'd be at risk of getting bullet punched down.
There goes the last Protect Shield of the battle. Do we see a combo play swap? He was thinking, that's my only win condition. If I catch on the combo play, there was no combo play. Now, double Brutal Swing is going to be coming in. There's an Air Cutter ready, but as soon as this double Brutal Swing goes through, there's still that energy on the Scizor.
I think this is looking very good for Stone Collection there. Corviknight able to take 1 charge attack. It does lose charge attack priority, but like you said, still the Scizor in the back, still energy on the Scizor. And even if the energy isn't enough, you can still just probably knock out with 1 bullet punch.
And the Scizor isn't in range of 1 Dragon Tail. Can absorb that, no problem. The Trailblaze is going to land. Firestar says, GG, we got a tied series 1-1.
Another decisive game 3 in our future, Butters, as this series and the day are heating up.
Wow, it has been an amazing day number 2 in Seattle, and we wouldn't want it any other way. Firestar, one of the trainers that is ascending in championship series right now, the last remaining trainer from the United States of the World Championships last season in 2025 versus Stone Collection, that made his name for himself in the first ever World Championships by winning the last chance qualifier to compete for the World Championships. Both of these trainers are still looking for their first title ever. And if they can make it to the winners finals, they are just so close to doing so.
Two superstar competitors. They are just one game away, like you said, from a coveted top 3 spot. And it is so much better to try and win a title from the winner's side than from the loser side. Let's take a look back at this game number 2. We saw Stone Collection, you know, actually that Licky Licky fainting with a body slam could have been pretty impactful. So that was really nice for Stone Collection.
Right, decided to go for the Shadow Ball. Could have used that chip damage of the body slam to make sure that you could maybe knock out that Corviknight before you use your Blast Protect Shield on the Air Cutter. Then maybe you could have Protect Shielded against the Scissor there and maybe you had a chance, but it was so close. I don't blame Firestar for going for the Shadow Ball, but I think he knew it. That might have been the moment that he lost the game, and now we're tied 1-1 here. Stone Collection able to bounce back in that game number 2. Now, do we see the Gorgeist once again? We saw 2 times in a row. Stone Collection use double steal. Do we see this Gorgeist into game number 3? It's first off going to be the Florges versus the Stunfisk, and there's no Gorgeist on the line of 3 from Firestar.
No Gorgeist to be seen, but this is still a pretty nice lead for Firestar. You're going to pace to the Chilling Water at the same time as Mud Bomb, and actually probably would have won Charge Attack priority, but going to let this Mud Bomb through first.
Yeah, interesting not to throw there, because you would love to win the Charge Attack priority and ensure that this Mud Bomb does less damage, but do you think maybe he was afraid of a swap? Maybe the Azumarill could have freely swapped into the team of Firestar and catch that Chilling Water, so he decided to not throw on Charge Attack priority.
Heads up play by Firestar, anticipating the possible plays of Stone Collection. Stone Collection going to pace to this Mud Bomb just before the next Chilling Water is reached, and Firestar is going to let it go again.
And it seems like you don't necessarily need that first debuff to ensure this matchup in the zero protection situations, but this Chilling Water is not guaranteed to knock out the Stunfisk, so throwing right before the Mud Bomb is available, it's going to be super effective. It's going to be really close. I'm not sure if the Stunfisk gets knocked out, though.
I think it might hang on and be able to get off its Mud Bomb. Let's see if anyone goes for a catch, and Firestar does try to catch on the Guzzlord, but Stone Collection, quick to react, brings in the Azumarill. You know, he was saying that this is not a Guzzlord counter, but, you know, you can take a Sludge Bomb, and Guzzlord cannot take one of your charge attacks.
And he was saying it's so hard, especially in the lead as well, because you're just going to be pacing to that Sludge Bomb. At the same time is the Ice Beam, and if you ever bait on a Brutal Swing, you're just going to get to 4 Sludge Bombs, and you're just going to be able to win that matchup. But you did throw the Sludge Bomb as your first charge attack, and this is a bait. This is an Ice Beam, which is also super effective, but the Play Rough is double super effective, which would one-hit knock out the Guzzlord. So shielding on that, and it's also less energy as well as the Play Rough.
I think with 2 shields up, it is smart for Stone Collection to go for that lower energy charge attack. You do see him letting the second Sludge Bomb go here, as he knows his Azumarill can take it comfortably. But now at this point, the switch clocks are up. Oh, and we see him kind of wait a turn there to make sure that the Play Rough doesn't go onto a Pokemon like the Empoleon.
Pausing to make sure that Dragon Tail is coming through. We weren't seeing the health of either of these Pokemon moving at all. When suddenly a Sludge Bomb does come through, there is 1 Protect Shield remaining for Stone Collection, almost at the Ice Beam here, almost at the double Sludge Bomb for Firestar. Do you use your last Protect Shield? The timers are up. Do we see a swap? Firestar can get out of here.
Oh my goodness, a swap is available, but Stone Collection so patient again, saving the energy on Azumarill and quickly swapping into the Corviknight.
That means Stone Collection now has a charge attack on Azumarill and has a charge attack on Stunfisk in the back. He has a ton of energy looming in this matchup. Can he take advantage of that in the end game, as this Corviknight is nearly at the payback? This payback isn't enough to knock out, but it's going to bring this Empoleon pretty low.
Gonna bring it pretty low, and I expect the Empoleon to be able to hang on and land a Hydro Cannon in return, but all of Firestar's Pokemon, well, except for the Guzzlord, are still very, very low health, while Stone Collection, as we mentioned, tons of energy on his back line.
And you can't take that Play Rough on the Guzzlord. How do you avoid that situation? That is what Firestar has to solve right now. As he gets the Metal Sound down, he cannot take the Play Rough on his Guzzlord. He needs to get 1 Dragon Tail through. He's trying to get it right now. Stone Collection is looking at what he's going to do. 3, 2, 1. He unleashes the Sunfist swap. Guzzlord combo play. Azumarill beats up to the punch, and Firestar can't believe it.
And this was exactly what Stone Collection needed. So much energy, but all of his Pokemon lose Charge Attack priority. He really needed that play rough to land onto the Guzzlord, and land it does, but now there's this Florges still.
Yes, and this is going to be neutral. It's probably not going to be enough, but remember that Empoleon has a little bit of energy. If it can go ahead and try to Metal Sound down, how much energy does it need? It needs 3, though. He's only going to get 2, so that means he's 1 away. He is 1 away, and the Mud Bomb is baked for Stone Collection. That means he's going to win this battle.
Incredible game 3 for Stone Collection. So precise throughout that game. There was no room for error, but he advances to the winners finals and a guaranteed top 3 finish.
Wow, well done from Stone Collection. Able to be patient 2 separate times in that game 3, holding on to energy on an attempted swap from Firestar to hold on to that Mud Bomb and also hold on to that play rough. Also counter swap the Guzzlord, trying to get an energy advantage. And remember, swapping takes 1 turn, but that Dragon Tail takes 3 turns, so he was able to register his play rough right before that Sludge Bomb was available.
Yeah, not just the patience to save the energy, but also making sure that he got the energy landing in the right place, right? He had so much energy banked on the Azumarill, on the Unova Stunfisk, but these are Pokemon that do not win Charge Attack priority. We saw right at the end, if the Empoleon had 1 more Metal Sound, if the Guzzlord had 1 more Dragon Tail, all of Stone Collection's energy would have been wasted.
It would have been, and he prepared for that in-game just a little bit better than Firestar. Firestar had the opportunity here if maybe he undercharged a little bit because this Azumarill was switch locked, but if you gave up 1 more bubble worth of energy as well, it would have been a knockout. So it just can't get closer than that. These games have been awesome in day number 2. That means Stone Collection is 1 step closer to his ultimate goal of picking up his first regional title ever.
And he would be picking up the 2nd title of the season in North America from outside of the region. Of course, we saw in Pittsburgh, LNDST Steiner taking that title. So Stone Collection, who knows, maybe taking a 2nd title off of NA, but he will have to face Out of Pocket in the winners finals before he can claim that title.
Out of Pocket is definitely going to try to hold on for North America. He's one of the best North American trainers ever, and we're just heating up here in Seattle, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by 2 incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have 2 incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yeah, this is actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep!
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive merch?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got a bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a cherish ball too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Megalodon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well.
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokémon Center.
With the winners finals matchup set here in Seattle, we now move to the loser side of the bracket to determine who will await them in the losers finals. My name is Homeslice Henry, here on the call with the one and only Rise to Occasion, and the matches so far today have been absolutely phenomenal.
It has been a frenetic pace. I think that match with Out of Pocket against Absol was one of the best we've seen in a long time, and hopefully they don't slow down anytime soon. Coming up next, we're gonna see Dunebug97 taking on Cheese Curl. His best performance to date is Cheese Curl, and he's been playing like a seasoned veteran as he takes on Dunebug.
And Cheese Curl just took down multiple-time regional champion Elite. Now is the chance to run it back and do it twice in a row, going up against Dunebug. So Cheese Curl slaying Titans in this losers bracket to get to this point.
Yeah, took down one San Antonio regional champion, looking to take down another here against Dunebug. And here we go. Let's take a look at the matchup. Dunebug, a few picks that stand out immediately on that team. The Shadow Malamar we talked about, a very flexible Pokemon. How does it look into the team of Cheese Curl? I would say it looks pretty good. Has play against multiple Pokemon. Something like the Moltres, the Azumarill, and the Shadow Scizor can be very devastating against the Malamar because you can actually shield once and completely farm down.
This, in my eyes, is a very rare Gourgeist team that actually has solid checks to Shadow Malamar. Because we've seen quite a few Gourgeist teams that really didn't have much of anything in terms of a hard counter for that Shadow Malamar. So I think that very particular team building is going to benefit Cheese Curl in this matchup, because even though Shadow Malamar, if it can get up energy, can be threatening even in its worst matchups, Cheese Curl at least has quite a few options.
I think the Shadow Scizor could be the vital piece of this puzzle that Cheese Curl needs to solve against Dunebug. It has play against almost everything. Of course, the Corviknight is not where you want it to be, but it's so oppressive if Dunebug finds himself in a position where shields are down, or maybe he's at a shield disadvantage. That could be the opening that Cheese Curl needs with that Shadow Scizor, especially against something like the Shadow Malamar, the Altaria, even the Jellicent. The charge attack pressure, the fast attack pressure against those Pokemon can be devastating.
And Dunebug's Altaria is the Shadow Altaria, which means if it gets aligned into a lot of these matchups, there's a lot more fast move pressure than we're used to, especially that Shadow Marowak matchup. We're used to Shadow Marowak shrugging off those Dragon Breaths, just no problem. But with the Shadow Altaria, those Dragon Breaths hit substantially harder, and Marowak, without an energy head start, can end up just getting fully farmed.
I think the Shadow Altaria in this particular matchup, as maybe except for the Scizor matchup, benefits Dunebug across the board. The Gourgeist as well, we talk about, has the opportunity to win the zero shield scenario against a regular Altaria. That's not going to be the case against the Shadow. It's going to get shredded by that Sky Attack. And also against something like a Azumarill, the Sky Attack damage from a regular Altaria just a bit underwhelming there, but you start to commit Protect Shields, the Shadow Sky Attacks will add up more quickly. It will be more threatening. And here we go. Looks like we have a lock-in losers round 3. It is that Shadow Altaria against the Marowak.
The matchup we had mentioned is immediately revealed on the lead. Doonbug will have the pacing advantage if he wants to, able to strike first, but Cheese Curl banks energy and sends in that shiny Galarian Moltres.
And Doonbug electing to fire off this Sky Attack against the Moltres. Cheese Curl deciphering whether he wants to commit a Protect Shield early on, decides against it, takes the Sky Attack, will slowly build up energy, and Doonbug has 2 Steel types in the back, so after doing a lot of damage, is able to put in his Corviknight, which can take this damage much better.
I love this decision by Doonbug. Normally, Corviknight gets shredded by that Galarian Moltres, but once you're able to land that Shadow Sky Attack, get all that Dragon Breath pressure, then suddenly the Moltres is in a range where it will easily get knocked out by an Air Cutter, and on top of that, it's going to be very difficult for the Marowak to remove the Corviknight from the field of play without throwing its banked energy.
Not giving Cheese Curl a chance to fire off a second charge attack, throwing that Air Cutter very quickly, and now you have a decision to make. How do you even deal with this? Corviknight still has a tremendous amount of health, and Doonbug, he sees the Azumarill comes in, and this is the processing power of a player like Doonbug. He sees Azumarill come in. Once that final Pokemon is revealed, he's like, okay, according to my calculations, I'm in a good spot right here. And now Corviknight gonna put in some work, some chip damage against Azumarill before it goes down.
Doonbug has the alignment that he's looking for. Shadow Altaria into that Shadow Marowak. The Shadow Marowak has already lost a lot of its HP because of those Shadow Dragon Breaths. And even though Azumarill will exit the matchup with residual energy, that energy goes nowhere into that Empoleon with a Steel Water typing.
Ice Beam going to connect, gonna knock out the Corviknight. All shields are still in play, and Doonbug has the answer for this Azumarill. Alignment looks tremendous for Doonbug right here, as Cheese Curl will try to find a win condition, but it's gonna be nearly impossible in this particular situation.
I love the decision here by Doonbug. Doonbug is not throwing energy right away because Doonbug wants the ability to, if the Marowak switches in, have the ability to threaten damage. So Doonbug will put up the shield. This does put a desync in the switch timers. Doonbug is going to be, it looks like, staying on the field because he does have the back-to-back Hydro Cannons.
Doonbug's expression was kind of funny there. It was like, I appreciate your combo play, but I think I still got you in a good position. Throws the Hydro Cannon here to get a shield in return. Already has a Sky Attack loaded on the Altaria and going to fire it off here. Cheese Curl, only 1 Protect Shield remaining, so if you shield this, now you leave yourself vulnerable to that energy from the Empoleon as well.
Rock Slide is going to be thrown immediately. Doonbug could even potentially consider just no shielding here and trying to sweep with the Empoleon. I feel like Doonbug, kind of no matter what he does in this scenario, is very far ahead. The shield comes up, in comes the Azumarill, but Azumarill will instantly be greeted with that Shadow Sky Attack.
Sky Attack coming through. Azumarill might be able to hang on, but the Empoleon still is lurking there in the back. Can Azumarill actually reach the Ice Beam? Oh, it does! Gets to the Ice Beam before going down, but Doonbug still looks confident because he is very close to a Hydro Cannon, if not at one already. So he'll be able to get this Metal Sound down, and yes, already has the Hydro Cannon, which will certainly knock out the energy dry Marowak. Doonbug and his Empoleon taking game number 1.
That's why Doonbug was nodding so early on in that match. He could see how the game would play out, whether he used the Protect Shield on the Altaria or saved it for the Empoleon. He was just in such a convincing spot. I really loved that Doonbug, he had the opportunity to throw a Drill Peck very early against the Azumarill. He held the energy, knowing that that energy would be very threatening to a Marowak switch, and he was very mindful with his energy management, and he was already pretty far ahead in that spot, but it just ensured that there was no way for Cheese Curl to like crawl back into that game.
We were talking earlier about what separates these top players from very good players that make them the very best, and I think one thing is the ability to see ahead, to see how the game is going to play out in advance, and it was pretty early on. There were still 2 fully healthy Pokemon on both sides, still 2 shields on each side, but Doonbug knew, based on the situation, that he was in a very good spot and was able to play out that matchup relatively convincingly as we look forward to game number 2.
And Cheese Curl did his best with desyncing the switch timers. Azumarill had the 1 HP survive, but it just simply was not enough. Empoleon snipes down, exits with the Hydro Cannon loaded, and Shadow Marowak, so deadly when shields are up, but when shields are down, becomes quite vulnerable.
Doonbug did start on the loser side of the bracket today, and here he is in losers round 3, trying to make that losers round 4. Jellicent and Shadow Malamar, two of the standout picks here. We saw Shadow Altaria get where it wanted to be, found the Marowak in the lead. So Dunebug was in a advantageous position from the start. Can Cheese Curl try to turn this around, maybe catch a positive lead, maybe switch up the line? I think something like the Gourgeist has potential into several of Dunebug's Pokemon, so he'll look to make some adjustments here for game 2.
For Cheese Curl, I think a point of emphasis could be trying to get more value out of that Galarian Moltres, because the Galarian Moltres was safe swapped because it's a very safe Pokemon here, but unfortunately after taking the Sky Attack, it really didn't do much for him. He wasn't able to get nearly as much value as he would have liked, so that could be a key adjustment for the second game.
And Dunebug yet again finding a positive lead with the Shadow Altaria against the Gourgeist this time. We see the immediate Moltres save swap. Last time, Cheese Curl elected to stay in for a while. This time it's the immediate swap, and Dunebug still going to play this the same. Gonna fire off a Sky Attack first, and Cheese Curl letting it go.
Now this could set up Dunebug to send in the Corviknight again, as this is basically air cutter range already, and unfortunately we saw how this played out last game, and it did not end up in a particularly strong board position for Cheese Curl, and that's purely just off the fact that this Galarian Moltres, which is so safe into this team, just really doesn't get a lot of value, as Brave Bird does not do a meaningful amount of damage to that Corviknight.
You see Cheese Curl shaking his head, and this game playing very similarly to the first one, firing the air cutter, maximizing the energy. This time Cheese Curl electing to commit the Protect Shield, maybe trying to get off another attack, and he knows he's forced to throw the Fly. Dunebug gonna let it go, knows he can withstand the Fly and still reach an air cutter before going down.
Fly lands, Corviknight hangs on, there's the pivot into the Gourgeist. Gourgeist unable to get that snipe down before the boosted air cutter is going to connect.
This will do a little bit of chip damage, and you have to imagine that the Altaria will come back in here. Now, Gourgeist can outpace to the Shadow Ball as Cheese Curl elects to go for it here.
Can Dunebug fully Dragon Breath down? These Shadow Dragon Breaths are so incredibly oppressive. Shield comes up on the Shadow Ball. This is going to be close. Dragon Breath adding up. Gourgeist desperately trying to make the Shadow Ball. Can it get there? It cannot!
You called it perfectly. The 11th Dragon Breath knocked out Cheese Curl. Knows this is disaster. And Dunebug, you even saw him lean a little bit closer to the phone. He was counting those Dragon Breaths, making sure he'd get the farm down. And now, even though this is technically a positive matchup, you have no fast attack pressure against this Shadow Altaria. This dragon is the dragon of nightmares for Cheese Curl.
Sky Attack after Sky Attack. The script has been flipped. Azumarill on the defensive puts up the Protect Shield, but Azumarill's energy will go nowhere into that Empoleon, which Dunebug still has lurking in the back.
And he's gonna fire it here after building up some energy on the Altaria. Not even take a chance, right, of go for a catch, just switch before he can even get to a charge attack. And Dunebug, once again, in a commanding position. The Empoleon will absorb this play rough quite easily as it looks to keep on building energy and just playing things safe, right? Just being technical, throwing on good timing. Dunebug knows he has this game 2 in a good spot.
And the Galarian Moltres had fired off its Fly before pivoting out, so it's not even like there's energy stored in the back, and that's why Dunebug feels so comfortable putting up this Protect Shield. Dunebug just taking a deep breath now, just trying to make sure that he can execute this endgame as cleanly as humanly possible. In comes Galarian Moltres, but Galarian Moltres just feeds energy to that Empoleon.
Cheese Curl goes for the last resort catch, but Dunebug sees it coming. Has energy is farming up more, and we're actually seeing a resisted flamethrower here, maybe having some fun. A little bit of a chuckle between these two competitors. And will the flamethrower be enough to knock out? Yes, it is. Dunebug advancing here in losers round 3.
All smiles from the competitors, but it's Dunebug who's taking the win. Dunebug, I'm starting to feel the momentum rise.
Could we be seeing another historic losers bracket run from Dunebug 97? That was one of the more dominant matchups we've seen, and Dunebug showing what he's made of there. But huge credit to Cheese Curl. His best performance to date, a top 8 finish here at one of the largest North American regionals we've ever seen in Seattle, and took down some Titans on his way to this top 8 finish.
What incredible gameplay there from Cheese Curl, making the top 8, taking down just incredible trainers. But Dunebug is starting to get that momentum, and Dunebug, he's just beginning to feel like unstoppable at this point, committing to that farm down, knowing that he would get that KO. Dunebug looks locked in, and that's a very scary sight for anyone who may be in his path on this loser's bracket.
In Pokemon, in life, it is no better feeling to see hard work paying off and rewarding yourself. And Cheese Curl's one of those players that has been practicing so much. So once again, commiserations on the loss, but congratulations on a top 8 performance here in Seattle. And Dunebug will be moving on. So of course, keep an eye on him. You know who sent Dunebug to the loser side of the bracket?
Who?
Final Boss AJ.
Really?
And coming up next, we've got Final Boss AJ taking on Gerald in our next matchup, who's rocking that Grumpig, of course. So stay tuned for that. But just to update you on what the losers bracket is shaping out like, Dunebug is going to be looking to face Absol Train Best in his next matchup.
So that will be top 6. Final Boss AJ versus Gerald is our remaining matchup in top 8. So whoever wins that is going to play Firestar. And then whoever wins these losers round 4 matchups, I believe moves into top 4, which if I'm not mistaken, is where medals start getting awarded.
Yeah, that's where you really want to get that prize. That medal is such an achievement for these trainers. Out of Pocket Stone Collection, of course, our winners finals matchup that we are awaiting. And Out of Pocket and Stone Collection, I know they're friends, that they go back, and they're 2 players that way back in the grassroots days before Pokemon Go got added to the Play Pokemon circuit, they were already some of the top leaderboarders in terms of grassroots formats. So now they're facing off here in 2026 in Seattle, and I can't wait for that matchup. But coming up next, we just mentioned it, AJ taking on Gerald, and some unique picks on both sides for these trainers.
Kanto Ninetales and Shadow Walrein versus Grumpig the Pig. This should be a fun matchup. Trainers thinking outside the box. And that Grumpig, if it can avoid that Galarian Moltres, its energy does go very far in this matchup. Part of what can make Grumpig feel so impressive is the efficiency of its charge attacks. Psywave is one of the best fast moves in the game. It gets him to have attack bonus on Psywave, and with the Dynamic Punch and Shadow Ball coverage, Grumpig's energy is just completely unstoppable.
We just saw Dunebug utilize his Shadow Altaria to great success. Gerald, I feel like his Altaria has a lot of play here, a lot of good matchups, specifically against the Marowak and the Ninetales, but that threat of the Shadow Walrein, when you have a Pokemon that's such a hard check to something, it makes you question, can I even bother bringing this Pokemon? So we'll see if he decides to bring it. I think the Corviknight as well has a lot of neutral play against AJ's team, but of course, that Fox, the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, stands in its path.
Let's take a look at the accomplishments for these trainers. For Final Boss AJ, her best regional placement so far today, or not just today, but so far this season, top 16 in Seattle. And for Gerald, top 16 in Vancouver, top 16 in San Antonio, a top 4 in Fresno, top 8 in Sacramento. Gerald has been here before, but Gerald is looking to build on this performance and sneak into medal contention.
A few rounds away from maybe matching that best ever performance in the top 4. And here we go. Walrein into Wigglytuff to start this match out.
Walrein does have a pretty significant pacing advantage. Gerald is running a team that is ABA weak to that Jellicent. Sorry, ABB weak to that Jellicent. So Gerald could potentially look to try and pivot out of this matchup, because if he does not, that Jellicent is looking incredibly strong in the bag.
Icicle Spear inflicts a lot of damage. Gerald not firing off the Swift, maybe concerned with a potential catch. So now he's going to put up the Protect Shield and could even potentially look to double up on the Swift here as AJ goes into the Jellicent. And oh, Gerald, this is a difficult situation because, as you said, his back 2 Pokemon weak to the Jellicent, and now your answer is so low, and these charge attacks don't do much. This is looking really awkward for Gerald.
I think it probably forces Gerald into sending in the Empoleon, just because even though Empoleon does have a negative matchup there, Empoleon does not take super effective from the Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball is going to be double debuffed. Gerald actually just going to stay on the field, going to try and force energy. Oh, what a beautiful play. Jellicent gets to 100 energy, AJ has to throw, and Gerald gets the catch onto Empoleon.
There has been a great desync in the switch clock here. Is there any way AJ can save this energy? No, gonna just immediately fire off the Shadow Ball. I think this makes sense as well, because now you can swap in the Marowak, maybe commit 1 Protect Shield and farm all the way down. So Shadow Ball will connect, in comes the Marowak, and Gerald will get to 1 Hydro Cannon before going down.
I think an idea for AJ there could have been to stay in with the Jellicent once the Shadow Ball was thrown, wait for Empoleon to throw energy, and then try and farm down, because maybe there's a chance that with the Hexes, it puts it in 2 Mudslap range and you don't have to give up a shield. Whereas now you do have an energy head start, but you do not have the shield advantage that you once had.
The Grumpig enters the field against the Marowak here. The pacing will be in the advantage of the Marowak to 2 Bone Clubs. But here we go. Dynamic Punch almost queued up here. Marowak gets to another charge attack here, which will put this Grumpig relatively low, but it hangs on. And Grumpig trying to fight back. We see the swap in. The Wigglytuff comes back, and it's so low, but you can't really hex down a Wigglytuff.
Oh, Wigglytuff forces the energy. That's big for Gerald, as Gerald can potentially try and Psywave down, but Gerald will take a lot of damage. The Grumpig is very, very low. Grumpig, I think, is just going to take too much damage because AJ still has a shield and 2 Pokemon left available.
Gerald throws immediately. AJ lets this go. He's got so much energy, but you probably have to withstand 2 Mudslaps at least to get to 2 more Dynamic Punches, and I just don't think it's going to have what it takes. The Grumpig tries to double up. Not enough, and AJ takes game number 1.
Very nice win con identification there. Able to realize that the Wall Rain, even though it's kind of been the MVP that's been brought every single game, Wall Rain, the best use of it was just to get knocked out by the Dynamic Punch and set up the Marowak, as the Marowak has the fast move pressure, and that's what was needed to remove Grumpig from the field before it could get the double up on Dynamics.
Wigglytuff in certain positions can be such a strong Pokemon, but I feel like it's showing where it struggles against Pokemon that are very spammy to their charge attacks that can outpace it so significantly. It feels like it puts you on the back foot, and nice recognition from AJ, understanding that the Wigglytuff is really the best Jellicent answer. And the thing is, its charge attacks don't threaten it as well. It's more of an answer when all shields are in play, when it's still healthy. So the Wigglytuff, once it was low, just swapped in that Jellicent and was able to really maximize its ability to put herself at an advantage.
That catch by Gerald, he tried his best to set himself up, but unfortunately that Marowak energy head start proved to be a problem. Wigglytuff forced out the energy. The Grumpig got the farm down, exiting with the back-to-back Shadow Balls, but Grumpig needed 3 charge attacks, and it just did not have the HP required to get there.
I think after that game, Gerald's gonna have to adapt his strategy and maybe come up with a way to make that Jellicent more manageable. The Wall Rain also as the lead. It seems like AJ has been mixing it up throughout this tournament run, using it as a safe switch, also using it as a lead to be oppressive in that scenario and gain an advantage right off the bat. Here we go. Game number 2 lock in. It's gonna be the Corviknight for Gerald against the Marowak of AJ.
Another team where that Jellicent looks very, very strong in the back. The Wall Rain safe switch going to be instantly chipped here, and AJ more than happy to let this go, as this is only an Air Cutter, and Air Cutter does not do a meaningful amount of damage.
Air Cutter chip connects, and here comes the Empoleon, maybe going for a catch opportunity, but giving Wall Rain such a head start isn't ideal for the Empoleon, but is going to make the correct call here. And now if you're Gerald, you can afford to overfarm significantly on this Empoleon.
Empoleon energy will threaten the Marowak, but with Empoleon more than happy to farm up here before taking the knockout onto the Wall Rain. AJ has the ability to send in the Jellicent to kind of neutralize this energy head start, because Gerald is banking on this Hydro Cannon getting the shield back from the Marowak, but AJ can just send in the Jellicent.
And notice how Gerald is over-farming here, maybe looking to save this Empoleon, switch out where you can utilize this energy against the Marowak, hopefully, in the end game. Jellicent will take this Drill Peck, no problem. Switch clock is up, and oh, the Shadow Ball catch onto the Corviknight.
Great call there, Rise. Able to preserve that energy where it's going to be substantially more useful. Jellicent, big damage onto that Corviknight, but saving that Empoleon with quite a lot of HP remaining is very, very helpful for Gerald.
And AJ actually allowing Gerald to build up to the payback. Maybe could have opted to throw the Surf before to put the pressure on him to use that final Protect Shield, but now gets the Air Cutter bait successfully. That's some energy saved for Gerald, and AJ firing off the Surf here.
Gerald did end up throwing on what could have been charge tech priority, and that ended up giving a free Hex over to AJ. AJ now very close to the Surf, can't quite get there. This is only an Air Cutter. AJ knows it and will no shield.
Air Cutter not going to be enough. Jellicent hangs on, going to continue to save that energy. In swaps the Marowak, and not going to reach a payback, so actually decides to swap in the Grumpig here.
Grumpig down a lot of energy, but if Grumpig is able to force away that final Protect Shield, then the Empoleon still has that charge attack loaded from earlier. Bone Club lands onto the Grumpig, and Grumpig will be able to outpace and make the Dynamic Punch.
You saw a shake of the head from Gerald. It doesn't think he's perfectly confident in the situation, but does pull that final Protect Shield. There is a charge attack loaded on the Empoleon, but the Jellicent has energy as well. A slight overfarm from AJ to get rid of the Grumpig here.
Grumpig will get knocked out. Gerald will look to send in the Empoleon, but the switch timer is rapidly coming up for AJ. Oh, it did not come up in time. Just a half second more, but no ability to catch. And that means Marowak will get knocked out.
Gets the Hydro Cannon to connect. I think there was a Shadow Ball loaded on the, actually 1 hex away. So this might be enough to knock out the Empoleon. However, I think Gerald banked an Air Cutter on the Corviknight.
This is going to be very, very close. Air Cutter does not hit particularly hard, but the Jellicent is very low. Air Cutter being unleashed by Corviknight. AJ nods. The Jellicent is bulky, but maybe not bulky enough. Air Cutter lands. Jellicent goes down, and Gerald gets the boost as he forces game 3.
Certainly not the hardest hitting move is Air Cutter, but it was enough to deliver the win in the end there. The low Jellicent goes down, and Gerald has evened up this series. And I think the key was aligning that Empoleon against the wall ring, getting that correct shield call on the Earthquake, which allowed him to build up so much energy, a little bit too much for AJ to overcome.
The wall rain has been so strong, but if you do get that Earthquake shielded, unfortunately, it just meant that the wall rain was a little bit of a sitting duck, and that allowed the Empoleon to get such the energy head start, saving that energy for later, because a Drill Peck on a Jellicent, not particularly threatening, but a Hydro Cannon onto a shield down Marowak is deadly.
The Grumpig hasn't seen as much effective play. I feel like it's almost been used as a sacrificial Pokemon, maybe peeling off a Protect Shield in this matchup, so hasn't been able to align the Grumpig in a position where it has maximized its potential, but the Empoleon has been a key. The Corviknight has been working well for Gerald. We'll see if he decides to make any adjustments for this decisive game number 3.
If I'm confident in one thing, it's that there's probably going to be a wall rain on our screen here momentarily. AJ has consistently relied on the wall rain. It's gotten her this far, and we have double lock-ins. AJ versus Gerald, game number 3.
Continuing to double down on the wall rain. It's here again, but it's met by the Steel-type Empoleon in the lead.
That is not the start AJ is hoping for. Wall Rain Earthquake is just so expensive, and it really feels like this matchup is completely dictated by that Empoleon.
And yet again, we see AJ queuing up the Earthquake, not electing to bait in this matchup. Drill Peck comes through. This is one of those matchups you feel like they're always gonna respect it because you can't afford to let Earthquake, but just Gerald pull the risky decision. No, he makes the call, shields the Earthquake.
The last second shield pays dividends. In comes Jellicent, and Gerald did not bring a strong answer. Wigglytuff nowhere to be found. Empoleon stays in to fire off a Drill Peck, but AJ's pretty happy to have this Drill Peck land here as opposed to anywhere else on her team.
And although that lead didn't play out like AJ had hoped, pulling a shield advantage and then having a Jellicent that is roaming free could still be difficult for Gerald to deal with. Here comes the Shadow Ball, does about half health to this Corviknight, puts it into the yellow as Jellicent continues to build energy.
Ooh, an Air Cutter bait from Gerald. AJ has 2 Protect Shields. She's thinking about it. She calls the bait. What a call!
What a call from AJ. Air Cutter not gonna be enough to do reasonable damage, and actually outpaces here to another Air Cutter. AJ a little bit upset with the decision there to not throw earlier, allowing Gerald to get off the attack first. It's a charge attack priority, and the Shadow Ball actually going for an undercharge now.
So with the undercharge to the Shadow Ball, Corviknight will not get knocked out. Aggressive pivot into the Ninetales, answered with the Grumpig. Now Grumpig is at a pacing disadvantage, but the Psywave pressure is absolutely starting to add up.
Simultaneous swap, and without the access to an attack like Overheat, just going straight for the more efficient Weather Ball here should cleanly 2-hit KO the Grumpig as Gerald fires off the Dynamic Punch. Where will AJ decide to use her final Protect Shield? Not here. Dynamic Punch will do considerable damage to the Ninetales.
Ninetales able to hang on, calling that it was not going to be the harder hitting Shadow Ball. Shield comes up from Gerald. Gerald is going to look for a full sideway farm now to try and exit with energy to threaten AJ's remaining shield.
And can he get the full sideway? Yes, he can. Comes out with a charge attack as well, and going for the dynamic punch against the Jellison. I think there's a chance Jellison hangs on to this double resisted attack, but the side wave should be enough afterwards. Jellison barely withstands. In comes the wall rain, met by Empoleon, and there's just, I don't know if there's enough energy for wall rain to do much here. Just has to settle for a double resisted Icicle Spear, and that's only gonna tickle this Empoleon.
Empoleon standing strong for Gerald. Icicle Spear will not cut it. Metal Sound down. Down goes wall rain. Jellison falls as well, and Gerald's moving on.
After losing game number 1, Gerald stays strong, and he takes the remaining 2 games, lifting himself to victory. He's advancing to losers round 4, where he will take on Firestar. The 2 trainers hug it out in a great set there. Congratulations to Gerald for moving on, and also congratulations to AJ for her best tournament run to date. Took down some titans of our game like Dunebug on this run, and has, I think, nothing but pride to be proud of this tournament run that she exhibited here.
I can't believe it, Rise. The Grumpig's still going. The Grumpig we saw at day 1, we were like, maybe it's just for fun. Turns out Grumpig is deadly. It has been piloted expertly game after game after game. Grumpig and Gerald moving into the top 6. Grumpig only one best of 3 series away from getting a medal.
After Gerald utilized it so well day 1, it was on my caster predictions as the Pokemon to watch out for. You know, he had to go against Pocket, one of the world's best, in his first match, and it was a really close one. But Gerald is still alive, still running in this tournament, and just a really nice game 3. Once again, I think the downfall of AJ was when that wall rain found Empoleon in the lead. If you can't somehow get that Earthquake to sneak through in the lead scenario, it is just so much energy and puts the opponent so far ahead. So maybe something to learn from in future tournaments, but what a stepping stone for your best tournament finish to date. And for Gerald, he's not looking back anytime soon. He's getting ready for his next matchup.
From first top cut ever to placing within the top 8, much to be proud of there. And something you had mentioned is that Final Boss AJ actually defeated Dunebug in the group stage. Well, Dunebug hasn't lost since, and Dunebug is still alive fighting in the loser side of the bracket. Our next match coming up on stage here in a moment or 2 is going to be Dunebug versus Absol Train Best in top 6.
We talked a little bit about mentality earlier, and I think Dunebug has one of the highest confidence levels of any trainer. So some players might drop a match, and it's hard for them to forget about it, to get that out of their memory. And I think Dunebug has that term, the goldfish memory, where, okay, I lost, you know, but I'm still one of the best. I can beat anybody that's in front of me, and he's going to try and do that here against Absol, who has been playing so phenomenally well and had that close loss against Out of Pocket. So this is a very epic matchup awaiting us next.
You had identified in a previous matchup that Shadow Malamar was basically a strict upgrade into the team that we were looking at. One thing to note is the Shadow Malamar, because Absol has Stunfisk, that is a matchup where being Shadow is actually to Malamar's detriment. Malamar is at a pacing disadvantage. If it's the regular Malamar, you can survive 2 Mud Bombs, and then you are able to threaten knockouts with the Sidewave plus Foul Play pressure. But because it's the Shadow Malamar, you do actually fall to the double Mud Bomb plus Thunder Shocks, and that does mean that that is a winning matchup for the Stunfisk.
Correct. I think Dunebug is well aware that the Malamar versus Stunfisk matchup with that Shadow variant is not ideal for him. So we'll see how that changes his utilization of the Malamar in this matchup. You also take a look at the Gore guys. I think a Pokemon that has a lot of play into Dunebug's team, but of course you have to avoid something like the Shadow Altaria. So we'll see if Absol and the Guzzlord. We talked about it earlier. So Dunebug has played a few Guzzlord already in this tournament and has overcome them. But the Guzzlord, to me, Home Slice, looks like it's really difficult for Dunebug to navigate. Can he do it again here against Absol Train Best?
I do think that there is a lot of good options for Absol. Absol, the Stunfisk looks very strong. The Guzzlord looks very strong as well. And I think as Absol, his previous best was a 2023 Vancouver Regional Top 16, now into the top 6, his best tournament to date. But sitting across the table from him, look at those accolades. European Internationals finalist, 6-time regional champion. Dunebug has been here before, he's won before, and he's looking to do it again.
With all those accolades, there are several medal finishes that are even left off that list of Dunebug. And here we go. We've already got a lock-in, trainers. That was pretty fast. I think they know what they want to run. And it's going to be Walrein into Empoleon, flashbacks of our last game.
That is not a great lead matchup for that Walrein. Immediate safe switch into the Guzzlord. There is not a Fairy type on Dunebug's team, so Dunebug just going to be staying on the field and looking to connect with a Drill Peck to soften up this Guzzlord's HP.
Drill Peck going to connect. Absol knows Guzzlord can take it quite well. Continues to build up and maybe didn't want to throw after one, thought it was too obvious of a catch, and he shakes his head. Now he knows he's let Dunebug get the upper hand, has gotten a Protect Shield and inflicted damage before he has elected to throw a charge attack. And now in comes the Shadow Altaria, but the switch timers have been decent so much. I feel like if you're Absol, maybe you can fire off some energy and go back into the Walrein.
Yeah, 2 charge attacks have been thrown. This is now the 3rd, which means that after this Brutal Swing, he will be able to pivot out. He could even potentially consider a slight undercharge if he wants to get as much Walrein farm as possible. He's going to fire off the Brutal Swing. Timer's up, and in comes the Walrein.
Walrein going for the Powder Snow down. Does Altaria reach a Sky Attack? It does get to the parting Sky Attack. And this is exactly what Dune could have asked out of his Altaria, getting to a heavy hitting charge attack against its biggest counter. And now Walrein, once again, met by the opponent, but there are 2 Protect Shields, and this just feels like a difficult situation to overcome, but he's going for it. The decision, Dunebug thinking, looking off in the distance, and he commits the Protect Shield and calls it correctly on the Earthquake.
My goodness, he thought about that one for a while. Dunebug has a very safe opportunity to farm up just shy of 100 energy and going to do just how he gets the farm down. Oh, what a play.
Oh my goodness, the damage recognition gets the full farm down, the counting, the precision, the Drill Peck is going to knock out the Guzzlord, and there are 2 Pokemon and a whole lot of energy standing in the path of this Stunfisk. I think game 1 is pretty much over in the favor of Dunebug.
Oh, that farm down was incredible for Dunebug. He gets Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, and he is just looking to close out this game without revealing his final Pokemon. We know it's the Shadow Malamar. Absol does not. If Dunebug can win this game without showing the 3rd, then that denies his opponent valuable information.
I think you're exactly right. I think Dunebug not going to reveal the Malamar here, has the double Hydro Cannon, which will easily be enough to knock out the Stunfisk in Home Slice. How is Dunebug doing this? How is he ending games by the mid-game situation where it seems like there's no way for his opponents to overcome it? Dunebug just playing dominant Pokemon Go right now.
That Empoleon was used to perfection in that game by Dunebug. Absol tried for the farm down, and a sentence that I never thought I'd ever say. That Shadow Altaria tanked those Powder Snows better than I thought. Shadow Altaria actually survived to make that Sky Attack, and that's what set up Dunebug so incredibly well, was because Dunebug, after getting that Earthquake Shield call right, said, you know what, you're so far away from an Earthquake, I'm just gonna farm you down, and that Empoleon just fully swept his team.
It was, I think, the right play, a good strategy from Absol to swap the Walrein like he did, but getting to that Sky Attack with just a sliver of health before going down. Dunebug trusted in the Altaria, and it had just a little bit too much of a head start for Absol to maybe take advantage of that situation.
That Shadow Sky Attack did so much damage. We're seeing time and time again the Shadow bonus on Altaria being a pretty big benefit to Dunebug rather than a hindrance, and then just the Empoleon energy was just absolutely loaded, and Stunfisk, it fell, and the 3rd Pokemon was not even shown.
Dunebug understands that the Guzzlord he is soft to, but he's bringing lines where he feels like he can neutralize it to the best of his ability. And here we go, game number 2. You talked about this matchup earlier. We see the Shadow Malamar into the Stunfisk.
Doonbug's nodding because he is very weak to electric in the back. So even though this is a line that is technically triple weak to the Stunfisk, I think Doonbug is pretty happy to see the Stunfisk here. He just wants damage on this Pokemon to try and set up his Empoleon once again.
Psywaves plus Foul Play will add up quickly, but as you see, the Stunfisk has gotten this Malamar below 50%. The next Mud Bomb will threaten to knock out. Foul Play coming through. Absol trained best will let this go and may look to blind throw here in anticipation of a potential catch, and you have to throw before the Malamar, of course.
Malamar will put up the Protect Shield. Doonbug just trusting in the Psywave damage now, just trying to get the Stunfisk as low as he possibly can. And the Psywaves have already put this Stunfisk into the red HP.
Doonbug trying to maximize Malamar's ability in this matchup, and we see the Protect Shields coming up. Once again, Absol Trained Best will be inclined to throw very quickly to avoid Doonbug getting to another attack. And Doonbug, maybe he's content. No, he's not content. He's investing the Protect Shields here for his Shadow Malamar, and I think you thread the Psywave down here and come out with energy. Doonbug commits to the, no, throws the Foul Play instead.
He knows he cannot get there, forced to fire off energy. Stunfisk just too bulky. Doonbug able to win the lead matchup, but now Absol does have a shield advantage.
And if you get off a superpower against either of these Pokemon, that should get the shield advantage right back. But Walrein gets the Powder Snow down. That is massive and maybe exactly what Absol needed to stay in this game.
Walrein's up a shield, it's up energy. Suddenly, Empoleon will not be a problem. If Doonbug sends in the Empoleon, he could try for an Earthquake catch onto the Corviknight. That's something Absol will have to be very mindful of.
Fires off the Drill Peck to put a little bit of pressure on Absol, and this is one of the most pivotal moments of the game. Keep your eyes on the players where they're tapping. Are we going to see a catch? We see the wait, the patience from Absol, and now he can utilize this energy where it's more effective.
Oh, that was perfect from Absol, not letting Doonbug get the catch. Walrein's Icicle Spear is going to connect, and Walrein is already approaching 2 more, and he gets the catch right back onto the Guzzlord.
A nice catch, and this is what Doonbug would have thrown anyway on the Guzzlord, but he disrupts the timing. He saves the energy and the health on the Walrein, so Absol looks to be in a positive situation. We did see the boost on the Air Cutter that time, so the Corviknight will be inflicting a little bit more damage now against the Guzzlord.
If there is a silver lining for Doonbug, it's that the Switch Clock will be available after the next Air Cutter, because oh, it's going to be very close. Yes, he is forced to fire off the Air Cutter, but now he will have the ability to switch. Walrein can make an Earthquake into the Empoleon, but Absol will have to fire off the Brutal Swing in order to burn that switch timer. In comes the Empoleon. There's the immediate Brutal Swing. This should give Absol the timer back, and Absol now has to try and race to that Earthquake.
Doonbug does make the catch, but only 1 Powder Snow away from the Earthquake. This will knock out the Empoleon, and I think the Walrein has enough health where you can't really farm it down as the Corviknight, so Absol is going to keep on farming. Doonbug looking to go for the Air Cutter, trying to stay alive here in game number 2.
Shield comes up from Absol, only 1 Powder Snow away from the Icicle Spear that can force a game number 3. The shield comes up, Walrein just outpaces by 1 singular turn. This will take the knockout onto Corviknight, and this match is not over yet.
Icicle Spear knocks out the Corviknights, and here we go. Absol trained best, game number 2 goes to him. Now, as we await game number 3, I think there's a chance in that lead scenario that the Malamar missed some side. I see the players chatting here, so let's just keep that in mind. I think this game could potentially be going to a review where Doonbug feels like he missed some Psywaves in that Malamar versus Stunfisk matchup, and that could have impacted the rest of the game.
My understanding is that Stunfisk should still be winning that 2 Protect Shield scenario anyway, because I believe in order for the Malamar to pull it off, it would have to double Foul Play bait into landing the harder hitting superpower. So without it, I believe even if the game worked as intended, as long as it is a high bulk Stunfisk, which is the standard, it should be able to hold on.
And it's possible it was that. It might actually be Doonbug feeling like he should have reached the superpower before going down against the Walrein. So we'll wait to get some clarification on that, and maybe we can even look at that situation later on, kind of the end of the opening matchup into the beginning of the secondary matchup. But he sees the players chatting here, and Dunebug did employ that Shadow Malamar in game number 2, but as you articulated earlier, that Shadow variant doesn't do quite as well against the Unova and Stunfisk as opposed to its regular counterpart.
He did his best to get the Stunfisk as low as possible. I think Absol basically played that perfectly, where Absol was able to get the energy advantage on the wall rain, and basically by failing that catch, by not catching onto the Corviknight, it still set up Absol so well that, man, even if that superpower forces the shield, I still don't know if Dunebug is emerging victorious there.
Absolutely, and I think you pointed out the most pivotal part of that game was the patience on display from Absol. How many times in this tournament are we seeing the patience of these trainers, the awareness of when their opponent might go for a catch? And Absol has done it time and time again where he has avoided that from happening, being one of the most patient trainers we've seen. We saw earlier in this tournament when he was waiting for the Credilli, and here we have the instant replay. So Dunebug saying he feels like he should have reached the superpower here. And what we can do is try to count the amount of sideways versus the amount of powder snows to figure out whether he should have reached this. So in that first go round, I don't know if you saw anything that was a little bit tough for me to calculate on the fly.
Yeah, if we get a chance to run that back, I would be curious to try to count slightly better the second time. I promise, production. I'm already this time.
I think it was 3 powder snow. So the question is,
yes,
was Dunebug only 4 side waves away? If he was only 4 away, I think he has a case to be made here. But if it was even 5, wouldn't have got that off. So that's 1 side wave, 2, 3, 4. Counting with Rise to Occasion and Home Slice Henry, 5. Looks like 5 side waves to 3 powder snows.
Yeah, that's close. I'm in agreement with you there, but I don't know if it's almost playing too slow for us here to count. We're struggling a little bit. Okay, we talk good, we don't math good.
So it's close, and keep in mind, right? There's a lot at stake for these trainers, a lot on the line. Sometimes, you know, even if you're not entirely positive, let's see the powder snows. 1, 2, 3. It's definitely 3 powder snows. We got that.
That might have been 4.
Was it 4?
Yeah, I think in faster speed here. Watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Interesting. If I look at the left perspective, I'm seeing 3.
Yeah.
Or you're looking at the right perspective.
Sorry. I meant 4 side waves. I meant 4 side waves, 3 powder snows.
4 side waves.
My fault. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Because if we watch it back from a Dunes perspective here, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Interesting.
So,
interesting.
I very much appreciate, massive shout out to our production team for speeding that up slightly for us, because somehow in slow motion it was harder to tell than in slightly faster. So you are much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, production. And you often hear one of our casting counterparts, Speediest Chief, talk about how it's a game of half seconds, a game of turns, and that's a perfect illustration of how maybe 1 half second not operating as it should could have changed things in that particular matchup. So had Dunebug been just 4 side waves away and not getting off that chart attack, that could have definitely made a difference in the remainder of the game.
Yeah, we do have a wonderful judging team taking a look at it, so they'll be able to review the situation and then kind of evaluate it, like based on the rest of the game. Does that shield, or having the shield rather than the not having the shield, does that materially influence the win cons for that player?
And these trainers are so high level. You see them discussing back and forth. I think they have a good understanding of the mechanics, and it seems like Absol understands what Dunebug is saying here. So the judges are communicating, and we'll see what the ruling is shortly. But thank you so much for production for letting us see that and testing our counting ability.
Yeah, that is not something that I was prepared to have tested so far today, but hey, when they sped it up, I feel like we were able to get a pretty solid look at it, so much appreciated there. It looks like the judges are going to be explaining it to the players and talking through the decision, because that's the big thing, is just watching through the, like does this impact the ability for the affected player to win that game? And that's going to be what we have our wonderful judging team on staff to help decide.
Right, there's multiple things to consider. Like you said, would it have potentially changed the outcome? There's a lot of game that occurs after that, so it's a difficult decision to make. I personally don't envy our judging staff right now to make this sort of call, but we commend them and we thank them for what they're going to rule here as these players continue to await for either a potential Game 3 or a replay of Game number 2.
It looks like we do have our wonderful head judge on stage taking a look at it as well, so we should hopefully have a resolution here for you shortly, because we want to make sure that with how far these players have made in the tournament, that everything is occurring as intended.
Taking one more look, 2, 3, 4. I think you're right, Homeslice. I think it was 4 sideways away versus 3 powder snows. So there is definitely a case to be made, and we will see what the ruling is. A little bit more about these players, right? You know, we've got one trainer on the right, Junebug, that is a constant face, a constant presence at these tournaments, has more accolades than the graphics crew can fit for him. And then Absol trained best. You've talked about how incredible he's been in the Go Battle League and kind of making a return now and appearing in the championship series, and has already clinched a spot in the top 6. So tremendous performance from here in Seattle already.
And so far, already well into the prizing, but by winning this series, would get his first ever medal. And I have to imagine that's a massive goal for a lot of competitors, because first it's, I want to make my first day 2. Then it's, man, can I make day 2 on the winner's side? And then it's, what if I get a medal? What if I win this thing? And that's what these trainers are still fighting for here, is they are still alive. This is the loser side of the bracket, but not out of it by any means.
You know, always nice to get a little bit of hardware that you can wear. you can show off to your friends, maybe whether you're going to school the next day, whether you're meeting up with the friends at night, to wear that medal outside with pride. So Absol going for that medal as the players continue to discuss here. Dunebug's already got a lot of medals. Do you remember that photo that Dunebug had where he was biting on like his 9 different medals that he has showing off? So players, of course, that medal is definitely an honor to receive.
And at this point, with all the wins you've had, I believe it's won every season very consistently. Metas rise, metas fall, and it's just this guy winning tournaments left and right. You've got to be up there in terms of the hardware as well.
I appreciate that. And, you know, some people like to, you know, sort of repeat the storyline of only trainer to win a regional every season. However, one major reason for that was in that Shorin first season was able to win a regional, and we've got Out of Pocket in the winners finals, and he's trying to complete a streak of his own, because Out of Pocket was actually in the seniors division that we had in the first season, and he's trying to maintain a streak of winning a regional every single season since then. So Out of Pocket's got a streak going himself, and as you guys can take a look and see by the scoreboard, it looks like after the review request from Dunebug, it is going to stand as a no rematch in favor of Absol. So we are tied at 1 game apiece.
And for Absol, he is so close to this medal. He was able to get a game off Dunebug, but I have to imagine, and you're someone who's played Dunebug many times in the championship series, getting that second point, I mean, getting 1 has to be great, but you got to do it twice, and that is so tough going up against the player of Dunebug's caliber.
You have to stay composed. You have to be confident. You have to believe in yourself that you can defeat a player with the skill set of Dunebug. He has reverse swept people, and he is so tough to take down, plays so efficiently. You don't see him make many mistakes. Normally he's the one capitalizing on your mistakes. So we'll see how Absol is able to try and take his advantages and try to take this game number 3 against Dunebug.
The battlers both taking their time. Sometimes in these series, we have a battler lock in instantly, but it really feels like the weight of this moment, the gravity of the situation is getting to these players. Dunebug oftentimes locks in teams very quickly, but both trainers taking their time. They know what's at stake. They're so close to medal contention.
Will Absol be able to align the wall rain in a favorable position, or will it once again find the Empoleon with shields in play? Here we go, a lot on the line, and we have a lock-in. Absol, Dunebug going together in a game 3, and we see the Dragons take the field. Guzzlord into Shadow Altaria.
There's going to be a lot of damage in this matchup very, very quickly. The Dragon Breath shredding the Guzzlord, but the Dragon Tails doing the same. Sky Attack reached as Dunebug starts off the matchup and pulls an early Protect Shield.
Protect Shield goes up early. Guzzlord doesn't want to take this Shadow Sky Attack and approaching the double Brutal Swing. Now, normally in this matchup against the regular Altaria, you have to go for Brutal Swing plus Sludge Bomb, but because of the Shadow, can afford to go straight. Brutal swing here, it appears. Maybe even going to overfarm slightly more, and allows Doonbug to get off another Sky Attack, and Absol maybe thought he could get the farm down, but not the case.
Down 2 Protect Shields very early. In comes the Empoleon. Empoleon will have to be hit with the back-to-back Brutal Swings, but should barely outpace the third. Absol in a bit of a tough spot because there is a 2-shield Shadow Malamar in the back. And if there's one Pokemon you do not want at a 2-shield advantage, it's definitely that Shadow Malamar.
Absol going to actually peel a Protect Shield with this second Brutal Swing. Now, do you decide to preserve the Guzzlord or force Doonbug to throw energy? No, actually, Doonbug does neither. He's going to allow him to get off another Brutal Swing in exchange for farming more energy because he understands the value of this energy on his Empoleon.
Oh, he gets aggressive, pivots in the Malamar, looking for a Psywave down and gets it. Malamar now up energy, and in comes the Stunfisk.
The Stunfisk normally can take this matchup in the Zero Shield, but Doonbug got the head start against the Guzzlord, which may allow him to now outpace to 2 foul plays against this Stunfisk. First, Mud Bomb is away, but Doonbug doesn't necessarily need to respect this. Malamar can hang on to 1 Mud Bomb.
I think Doonbug is sitting in a very good spot here because Doonbug can look to Psywave this into a range where foul play will knock out and then be able to make a superpower into that wall rain that would deal critical damage and set up the Empoleon's loaded drill pack to potentially take the win.
Shadow Malamar utilizes the last Protect Shield. We saw Absol trying to make a foul play catch, but he's gonna be hit by the superpower, and this is gonna do some super powerful damage to the wall rain. It connects. Doonbug has a lot of energy, goes for the foul play now, and he's looking to take game number 3.
Doonbug in control. Foul play will secure the knockout. Deep breaths from Doonbug. In comes the Stunfisk. There's the combination play with the Hydro Cannon loaded, and Doon has done it. Another deep losers run continues as he's going to be moving on to the losers semifinals.
What a run from Absol, but another medal getting added to Doonbug's collection as he takes down this young, powerful trainer. The 2 players hug it out, and Doonbug a sigh of relief as he is moving on in our tournament.
What a series, what a player, and what a losers run from Doonbug. Doonbug, I believe it was the group semifinals, he ended up dropping to losers. So he's had to play game after game after game after game, and he just keeps emerging victorious.
He just keeps putting himself in such favorable positions from the get-go. It seems like he has such an understanding of how to maximize his advantage in these matchups, whether it was the Altaria and the Guzzlord. And then you see the factor of running something like a Shadow Altaria, where maybe people like Absol aren't as used to seeing it, didn't understand the best way to play that with the Guzzlord. Doonbug getting to 2 Sky Attacks in the lead, set him up with a 2-shield advantage, and Guzzlord being probably the best answer to Malamar was out of the picture. It set up that signature Pokemon to sweep.
That Psywave down of the Guzzlord, just pure dominance. Foul play, landing, securing the KO, and then the combination play with the Empoleon, neutralizing the Stunfisk. A very tough series. Big congratulations to Absol. What an incredible run. Able to make top 6 here, but it's Doonbug moving on and securing, at the very least, a 4th place medal. But if I know anything about Doonbug, I don't think he's done.
Doonbug, it's hard to count him out or think he's anywhere close to done. He could be as much of a threat right now as Pocket or Stone Collection to take this tournament. He's a player, you know, he's like a lot of players, you know, they stream in the community. They're so knowledgeable. It's great to get tips from. And speaking of trainer tips, I think we got a segment that we're going to show you guys for you to get some trainer tips yourself.
I think the best strength a trainer could learn to have is really mental fortitude. You're going into a tournament, you're playing 8 rounds of Pokemon at least, whether it's VGC, TCG, Go, that's a lot. And so you really need the mental fortitude to go through that, and you also need the mental fortitude to bounce back. In case you lost a round, you need to go into the next round with a fresh mindset, make sure you can do as best as you can.
I think the best strength is adaptability, because in this meta right now, there's so many curveballs, especially with normal type being one of the top. So I like it. It's lots of different varieties and different kinds of Pokemon we don't see normally.
Honestly, the strength of, persistence to keep going, no matter, what happens after each round. And that's, also something, I'm myself am continuing to learn every day.
Confidence. I feel like confidence is like one of the biggest things because you'll play test all the time. And then when you get to the event, you'll start being scared because I'm fighting that matchup. Or, I heard there's a lot of whatever deck that counters yours. It's like, sometimes you run hot. Sometimes you won't even see that matchup that's the most played. So just being confident what you practice, what you're doing, and that goes for everything in life.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, but new to VGC, and one of the things I've learned is figure out what you're bad at and cover for that. Like as an example, the team I'm using often carries an Amoonguss. I'm too new and too inexperienced to really use Amoonguss effectively, so I just dropped it in favor of Flutter Mane. And that has covered a lot of my weaknesses, and that has really helped me get through some games that I don't think my Amoonguss skill level would have.
One of the best strengths a trainer can learn to have is timing, is pace, is learning all the different movesets, especially in Pokemon Go. This game is very strategic, and it's all about split-second decisions. If you catch a move, if you know when to throw, if you know how close your opponent is to throwing their charge attack, knowing all those numbers in your head, being able to count multiple things simultaneously, and having that just in the back of your mind is a skill that's going to help you go from a casual player to professional.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Cradily, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradily outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Competitor! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
In these these two trainers on stage next are going to be a huge part of that bright future for Pokemon Go PvP. We have Firestar versus Gerald X, both trainers trying to get their first ever regional championship. Also, be the first time ever, I believe, to be in a grand finals rather, but first they had to get through this losers round 4 and get all the way to that losers finals as well.
That's right, they're already in the top 6. I think this is Firestar's best finish to date, but for Gerald, he's actually been in the top 3 before, I believe in Fresno just a couple of years ago. You know, we saw that recap of the World Championships and they've both competed there before. Let's take a quick look at this losers bracket though. The winner of this match is going to go on to face Dunebug in the losers semis.
For the pleasure to face Dunebug, who has been on fire, taking out Absol, Cheese Curl, Ashton Ash, and Sustenance Eater so far in day number 2. He joined us in day number 2 on that loser side of the bracket, a place that he's comfortable in. He's comfortable anywhere, really. He's the most winning trainer in Championship Series history. But first, who will he face? Will it be Firestar or Gerald X? Grumpig is still in it. It's going to be facing Firestar's team with the Florges, Guzzlord, Gourgeist, Licky Licky, Empoleon, and Corviknight. Both these trainers have the double steal.
And you know what? Gerald's been bringing that Grumpig a lot more since that, I think, 3rd game versus Mormon Matt. He's been relying on it a lot. Let's see if he brings it versus Firestar.
And I know when his tournament is on the line, he wants to bring it. He said it to me himself. So we got the Empoleon into the Guzzlord here. Gourgeist in the back to face that double steal lineup from Gerald X. So Gourgeist might have some play into that back line as this brutal swing lands into Empoleon.
Brutal swing landing into Empoleon, and you know, Gerald has been struggling a little bit against those ghost types. It was Jellicent versus AJ, and here it's going to be Gourgeist. So let's see how much of this Empoleon he's able to preserve.
And it doesn't look like alignment is going to matter that much for either trainer. I would rather have Protect Shields in the back line and an energy advantage if I was either one of these trainers. And actually, Firestar is the first one to give up a Protect Shield.
Yeah, completely agree that shields are going to be very important. I'm sure Gerald is happy to see that he'll have a shield advantage here. Well, we're expecting to see him let Empoleon go down, but actually he brings in the Corviknight here, trying to absorb some of this energy from Guzzlord.
And now you have a choice. You bring in the Gourgeist that's going to do super effective incinerates, but then you'll have to take super effective air cutters in return, or do you bring into that Empoleon, maybe even bank a brutal swing for the in-game as well. You do have your timer available, and you have 2 brutal swings, now only 1 banked up.
That's right. He looks like he's going to stay and actually just going to throw this next brutal swing. You're going to bring the Corviknight very, very low here. And now Gerald, he has the shield advantage and he's going to keep it. Getting
a lot of work in with that Guzzlord. Here comes the swap into the Gourgeist, but it doesn't have to take 2 air cutters. No, only can take 1. It's the payback instead. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining. Firestar's going to have to give it up here unless it wants to take a lot of Dark type damage into the Ghost typing. No, does Protect Shield.
Going down 2 shields pretty early on, but this Gourgeist is going to have a lot of play in the back. Oh, but the problem is now that for Firestar, you're completely vulnerable to Shadow Ball from Grumpig.
Yes, and then also you have that fighting type coverage in the back for the Empoleon. So Grumpig up Protect Shield's looking really strong for Gerald X here. And you're going to be able to throw before it's available because he didn't throw the Shadow Ball. And now the Grumpig with the super effective Shadow Ball.
Great play with this Grumpig. I don't even think he took that last Inciner and up a shield. I think Firestar knows this Grumpig is going to be a huge problem. I think Dynamic Punch is going to be almost enough to one-hit the Empoleon.
Grumpig has super effective damage versus every Pokemon on Firestar's team has the Dynamic Punch swapped on into the Guzzlord. That's a big swap for Firestar to waste all this energy. He was thinking about undercharging, thinking actually probably doesn't matter. So just going to throw the Great anyway. Needs to get to 1 more Dynamic Punch. Still has the Empoleon in the back, but almost that double Hydro Cannon.
Almost a double Hydro Cannon, but I think Grumpig is just maybe 1 side wave away from the Dynamic Punch. Grumpig also, by the way, not that squishy of a Pokemon. I think it might be able to hang on to a couple of these charge attacks, but they're just 1 side wave away. Grumpig barely able to outpace the Empoleon and take the first game for Gerald.
Grumpig, Reign Supreme, Dynamic Punch knocks out the Empoleon and a full sweep in the back for that little Grumpig that could. Well done by Gerald X, taking a 1-0 advantage in this series.
And I love how he's positioning that Grumpig. Grumpig really thrives in the end game with shields down for the opponent. You saw how much damage it did with the Shadow Ball, how much damage it did with the Dynamic Punch. And those single charge moves are all he needed to take out Firestar's backline.
Well, if these trainers continue to run those similar lines of 3, I said it in the first game, but it seems like the energy advantage and shield advantage is going to be way more valuable than the alignment. And you saw in that game, Firestar gave up an early Protect Shield to maintain alignment. That allowed X to actually get a 2 Protect Shield advantage for Grumpig in the back, and he absolutely took advantage of that. Look at that damage, these super effective attacks from Grumpig.
I think you're right that Firestar might have brought some good Pokemon to try and counter Grumpig, right? The Dark-type Guzzlord, the Ghost-type Gourgeist, but maybe he's going to go back to the drawing board in terms of the strategy, maybe thinking about Shield's advantage and Energy advantage as being the priority.
And there's no clear answer to that Grumpig besides maybe the Corviknight, because the Corviknight can at least absorb that not very effective Sidewave damage. But even in that matchup, you can still do a lot of work with either Dynamic Punch or the Shadow Ball. You just have to Protect Shield the payback. So we might see an adjustment there for the Corviknight from Firestar, but it looks like we are just locked in to game number 2. Firestar, his tournament dreams are on the line here. If he doesn't win this battle, he will be eliminated. It's going to be Steel versus Steel, Corviknight versus Empoleon.
Interesting neutral lead matchup for both of these trainers. We again see the Grumpig in the back for Gerald, and I like that positioning once again. He's going to try to go for shield advantage with this Empoleon, try to pull down shield so that his Grumpig can sweep in the back.
And landing this Hydro Cannon into Corviknight, and now do you try to go for the payback? If you ever go for a bait here, you're at the energy, try to swap into the opposing Corviknight, and then counter swap by the Guzzlord here. So that means it's going to be a Grumpig in the back versus a Florges for Firestar.
And this is nice for Gerald because if he had Grumpig versus Guzzlord, it could be annoying depending on the shield situation. So Grumpig looking better and better in the back, but we're still in this matchup, Corviknight versus Guzzlord. Corviknight is just going to continue to chip away bit by bit with these air cutters.
You're absolutely correct there. Then also, X's steel type is healthier than the Corviknight, and that's going to be a problem for the Florges as well. The Florges only has resisted attacks as well. They only have the Chilling Water and the Disarming Voice. As the air cutter lands, there is no boost here, and it's going to take a couple more Brutal Swings. I don't even think this Corviknight is in range of double Brutal Swing. So do you get out of here, get back to your switch timer, and swap into this Corviknight?
That could be a play for Firestar. He would have to be a little bit careful. Oh, but Gerald actually going to anticipate that and come in with the Empoleon. This is actually a full send payback.
And he's going for it, trying to sneak it between 2 Protect Shields, and next Gerald says, not today. Protect Shields on that payback. There is 1 Protect Shield down in the battle, still 2 for Firestar, as he's now going for an air cutter bait. Does Gerald X use both his Protect Shields? He doesn't want to waste his energy, so he has to.
Yeah, he puts up the shield. It is just the air cutter bait, which is unfortunate for Gerald. Oh, and the attack boost. Sand Attack's doing a little bit more now, and Firestar's Corviknight is just firing off charge attack after charge attack as this boosted air cutter lands on Empoleon.
Well, the momentum completely flipped here because game number 1, it was a 2-0 advantage for Gerald X. Now it's an 0-2 deficit in Protect Shields against Firestar, as you're going to be able to land this Hydro Cannon and knock out the Corviknight. It's going to be Florges versus the world, and Grumpig's going to be back. Corviknight's going to be back. Here comes the Guzzlord to soak up this energy. Actually, though, Protect Shielding the Drill Peck.
First shields used by Firestar, maybe hoping that the Guzzlord's energy could be useful against a potential Grumpig in the back. But here comes a quick swap by Gerald, pulling the second Protect Shields in just a span of a couple of seconds.
Well, because if you don't use Guzzlord, you have no real opportunity to fast attack down either of the steel types. You need a way to finish off these steel types. If you don't have the Guzzlord, you're very vulnerable against the remaining health of the Corviknight or the Empoleon as the Brutal Swing lands. And now the shields are even, the healths are almost even. The Guzzlord does have some energy here. Gerald X has his timer. He's going to come in with the Grumpig. No, actually doesn't have his timer yet. He's a little vulnerable, but he's almost at the Drill Peck.
Oh my goodness, and Firestar firing off this Brutal Swing. He hasn't seen the Grumpig, but he must think that it's in the back. I think he might have the health to just barely hang on and get to a Brutal Swing versus the Grumpig.
And can you get the Side Wave down? No, the Brutal Swing is going to get there because remember, you are resisting those Side Waves quite well as a Guzzlord. It's going to be super effective, and now that means Gerald X needs to get to 2 charge attacks before this Florges gets to 1, and Florges gets there just after 5 Fairy Winds. I don't think he has time.
And this is where Grumpig struggles just a little bit, doesn't quite have the pacing of some of these Pokemon like Florges, as Firestar is going to be able to release this Disarming Voice onto the Grumpig and even up the series.
We are tied up here. Both these trainers trying to go to the losers semis. It is tied 1-1, and you see in that game number 1 a 2-0 Protect Shield advantage for Gerald X, and then here in game number 2, Firestar had it, even though he quickly gave them back. It does seem like Protect Shields in the in-game are going to be way more valuable than your alignment.
And I think Firestar is also realizing that now at this point in the tournament, Gerald is really relying a lot on that Grumpig. We saw how he prioritized that Guzzlord. Even though it had very little health and not that much energy, he realized it's going to be really important to be able to potentially reach a super effective Brutal Swing.
And I wonder at this point, do you ever lean on the Stunfisk a little bit if you are X-Gerald X? I feel like you're seeing a lot of the Steel and also a lot of the Guzzlord on the side of Firestar. I feel like Stunfisk has been a Pokemon that can handle the Steels really well, but also you've seen so many times it's able to soak up those Brutal Swings beautifully against the Guzzlord matchup as well. The only thing is, if you're scared of that Gourgeist, if you're scared of the Gourgeist, it's really risky to bring that Stunfisk into this decisive game number 3.
Stunfisk, a pretty high-risk, high-reward Pokemon. Like you mentioned, the Gourgeist is really something to be feared, and we did see Firestar bring it in the first game, maybe trying to scare off the Unova Stunfisk for the rest of the series.
Yeah, that might be a smart play because besides that Gourgeist, that Stunfisk looks pretty strong against Firestar's team. Of course, you have the coverage on your Florges, and Empoleon is not terrible against it, and Guzzlord is just fine as well. But I feel like Stunfisk, Grumpig, are just a good core because the Stunfisk really does protect you well against the Steel types, where that's only Grumpig's vulnerability. And then maybe if you have a third flexible Pokemon, maybe even the Corviknight or something, try to get into a situation where you can get an energy advantage or a Protect Shield advantage that might be aligned in this game number 3. It looks like the trainers are locked in. It's going to be Firestar versus X-Gerald X. Their tournament is on the line. We got Corviknight, we got Empoleon, 2 Steels once again.
That's right, we've seen this lead before, and Gerald, as we know, likes to stay in, try to pull some shields down with Empoleon, but actually in this case, he doesn't have the Grumpig in the back, and it's actually going to be Wigglytuff making an appearance.
And I think he's expecting the Guzzlord actually as the best counter to the Grumpig, so thinking that Wigglytuff could land onto that Guzzlord and just win the battle for him, or if he tried to safe swap it at any point, and if he can line that up, it might be a GG for Firestar, so gonna throw the bait into 2 Protect Shields as X-Gerald X. No, he Protect Shields.
Another successful bait from Firestar. Oh, and another successful boost as well, as Firestar, again, baiting with the Air Cutter. He does have the energy for payback, and I think this is how Gerald's shields both went in the previous game. That's how they're going to go again this game. Unfortunate for Gerald, but he does have a lot of energy on Empoleon.
Oh, there it is,
but a quick swap. Oh, and this could be Gerald's opening.
Does he have the time, though? I don't think he has the time to get the double Sludge Bomb, so you're going to get the full Charm Sound, but you have to take this super effective Sludge Bomb. There are no Protect Shields remaining. Gerald knew that alignment maybe could matter. Only if he brings the Wigglytuff. He gave up 2 Protect Shields to keep the alignment. He's going to be able to get this charm down, but how much energy was on the Corviknight? Does it have an Air Cutter right now?
I'm not sure about the Corviknight, but I know for sure the Empoleon has a lot of energy. Looks like the Corviknight does have an Air Cutter loaded. Icy Wind is going to come through. I don't think it's actually enough to take it out, so Corviknight might be able to get off its Air Cutter.
But now you're out of range of the Air Cutter here, or at least you should be. This isn't going to be enough to knock out, and then so that means Florges is going to have to Fairy Wind down this Wigglytuff and then take care of the rest of the Pokemon on Gerald's team. Can Florges have a clean sweep here? It's Florges against the world. There's double Hydro Cannon available, though.
Tons of energy on this Empoleon, and it's all paying off for Gerald. He's probably going to be able to pull 2 shields, but I think the Florges is at that point going to have enough energy to potentially knock out with a Disarming Voice.
Yes, but it is resisted, remember. All this damage, all the fast attack and charge attacks is resisted into the Empoleon. Will the Disarming Voice be enough? The Florges has higher attack than most Fairy types. Going to throw in Charge Attack Variety. No, actually doesn't even throw in Charge Attack Variety. Firestar is shaking his head here as he has to take an entire Hydro Cannon into his Florges.
It's looking good for Gerald in game number 3 here. Firestar now reaching back-to-back Disarming Voice, but like you said, it is resisted. I don't know if it's going to be enough to knock out, but Gerald still has a full health Corviknight in the back.
And it is just enough to knock out. The Corviknight does come in, and there's a Chilling Water, but it's not going to be enough. These 2 trainers are talking about it, laughing it off, but it looks like Gerald is going to be advancing to meet Dunebug in the loser semis.
Fantastic series for Gerald and a fantastic finish for Firestar as well. Top 6 here in Seattle as he goes down there in game number 3.
Well played by both of these trainers. 2 ascending stars in championship series. The future is bright, and this time he is emotional in that moment, able to just pull it out because once again he had to use both the Protect Shields on air cutters. As an Apollyon, you resist air cutter, so maybe that isn't the most efficient Protect Shield, but it didn't matter. In the end game, he was able to bank all that energy and use it to win that Florges matchup and eventually win the series.
And you know what? This is really great awareness from Gerald about what's important at different points in the series, right? Early on, it was all about energy advantage, all about shield advantage. But in game number 3, Gerald is realizing, you know, with this team that I brought, it's going to be all about switch advantage. And he was really able to pull the advantage there.
Yeah, he changed up the strategy. I mean, I kept saying it's all about Protect Shields, it's all about energy advantage, but if you can land your Wigglytuff into a Guzzlord, that will help you a lot in this tournament. So it was able to do that. It took 2 Protect Shields to do it, but it didn't matter because you're able to still Icy Wind the Corviknight in the back as well. Well done to Gerald. Remember, you said that he has placed 3rd before, but can he get into that coveted Grand Finals first? He'll have to get through Dunebug.
Not an easy path for sure to get to that top 3. I think we're going to have that matchup in just a second. And, you know, Gerald, we saw that celebration there. I think for a long time we said Gerald had one of the brightest smiles in the championship series, always there with his signature, you know, Dunsparce, Altarias. He was only able to bring, unfortunately, one of them to this tournament, but Gerald, such a great presence on the scene.
Absolutely. We talk about energy management for the Pokemon, but how about the energy management from Gerald to have that positive spirit throughout the day? It's a long journey, especially if you're coming through that loser side of the bracket, bouncing through matchup after matchup and just continuing to keep that enthusiasm. And he's on stage once again right now. And actually, I mean, it's not like Dunebug even needs a break or can't beat a Guzzlord, but this is one of the few trainers remaining without a Guzzlord on their team. And Guzzlord is one of the Pokemon that pokes a hole in Dunebug's lineup. Now he doesn't have to deal with it at all. If he played Firestar, he would have had to, but X-Gerald X does not have that Guzzlord.
That's a great point because Dunebug, again, running that Malamar, Jellicent core, both of these Pokemon pretty soft to dark Pokemon like Guzzlord, like Galarian Moltres. But when you look at Gerald's team, there isn't a dark type there. So this could be the exact kind of team composition that Dunebug was looking for when he created the team of 6.
Yeah, and 2 Psywave users, which we don't usually see against each other. The Grumpig on one side and then the Malamar on the other side. And Psywave versus Psywave, Malamar does really well in that scenario. So it seems like the signature pick of Grumpig might not be as strong into this matchup. It's even a little bit weak into the Jellicent, so we might not see it as much here in these loser semis.
And speaking of the Jellicent, I think Dunebug has been using that really well throughout the tournament. It's going to be pretty strong into Gerald's team as well. Obviously, has to watch out for the normal type Wigglytuff, but that's, you know, it's an awkward matchup for both sides, and Jellicent has so much play into the rest of Gerald's team.
We've seen actually this Jellicent switch locked into Wigglytuff, and it doesn't do terrible because you can get the triple surf. So you can force a Protect Shield, and you won't get charmed down, and you resist, double resist on the Swift, and resist, single resist on that Icy Wind. So I agree with you. That Jellicent is looking amazing. So does that force a little bit more Stunfisk action? I think also Stunfisk looks so safe for Gerald. There's no true counter on Dunebug's team, right? So I think there's going to be a lot of Jellicent on Dunebug's side and a lot of Stunfisk on Gerald's side.
Yeah, the main counter to Stunfisk throughout this tournament has been Kanto Marowak, but you know, here in this matchup, we don't see a Kanto Marowak on either side, which means that I think Stunfisk is really safe into both of these teams actually, because neither of them has a Marowak, neither of them has an Alola Ninetales.
The teams are kind of similar. It's double Steel, Altaria, a Psywave user, Stunfisk, and then the huge difference in role is one has Jellicent, one has Wigglytuff. Otherwise, these teams are actually very similar. So similar holes, but I would say for the Spice picks, the signature picks for Dunebug, he has a slight team composition advantage, but otherwise it's very equal.
It is very equal. And you know, you mentioned that these different roles that Jellicent and Wigglytuff have, I think they're actually both there just to kind of scare off potential Annihilate. So I think these trainers built their teams in very, very similar structures.
They absolutely did, and they're going to get locked in shortly, but there is just a tale of 2 stories here. Of course, the most winning champion in championship series for Pokemon Go in Dunebug. He has 6 regional champions. He doesn't have the world champion. He doesn't have an international champion. He is a runner-up in an international championship against a trainer that is trying to beat the best of the best. And this is the opportunity to do so. If Gerald is going to ascend, this is his moment. Can he reach that ascension here in Seattle? We are locked into the losers semis. It's Gerald versus Dunebug. We got Jellicent versus Wigglytuff. Those same role Pokemon are facing each other in the lead.
And a great lead for Gerald, but like we were saying, this matchup can get a little awkward. Dunebug doesn't want any part of it, and he goes right into the Unova Stunfisk. But again, no clear answer on Gerald's side.
And the thing is, he's also kind of ABA weak to this Wigglytuff, right? Because you have the Jellicent in the lead, but you also have the Shallow Malamar in the back. So if Gerald can get out of here with this Wigglytuff and swap into something else, maybe even the Altaria, instead, it's going to have to take 2 Mud Bombs. Now your biggest advantage, maybe in this matchup, has gotten really low.
And this is really exactly what Dunebug wanted. When you're ABA weak to a Pokemon like this, your best chance is to have your Pokemon, your opponent stay in with that bad lead, and that's exactly what Gerald is doing. Look how low this is. I think even at this point, the Malamar could deal with it.
Do you ever pivot into your Altaria here? Keeping a little bit of health might be useful. No, instead going for the Swift, just staying in with the Wigglytuff, deciding that Wigglytuff is just going to be good enough, going to force the energy out of the Stunfisk, and the double flyers in the back line. And we haven't talked about it in a while, but Altaria might be Gerald's favorite Pokemon. Does have that in the back. Here comes the swap in the Shadow Malamar. A Charm does land, a counter swap by Altaria.
Oh, but this Malamar is down in shield, so it could be tough for it to get through Altaria. I'm actually not sure if the Shadow status makes the Psywaves do a little bit of extra damage to Altaria. We'll have to see as this matchup plays out, but wow, Altaria already below half health there, now reaching for its first Sky Attack, trying to take advantage of the shield advantage right now.
And will he get the last Protect Shield of the battle from Dunebug here? And yes, he does, because he's going to try to maybe even go for this next foul play. No, he can't quite get back to his timer here. You're probably going to see a Protect Shield from X, because I don't think you want to come in here with Corviknight to try to finish. You want to probably get this Sky Attack off, right?
Yeah, Dune was trying to go for the Psywave down, couldn't quite get it, so throwing this foul play just before Altaria reached the Sky Attack. But here's that Sky Attack that you were just mentioning that Gerald just invested in. That's going to be enough to finally take out the Malamar.
The Malamar does go down. There's a Corviknight in the back for Gerald. Is going to face the Jellicent. The Jellicent's going to come in early, get 2 hexes, get 3 hexes. Actually, this Altaria is just staying in. Gerald maybe is just trying to save his Wigglytuff as a sacrificial swap later in the battle.
I think also Gerald might know that Payback isn't enough by itself to take out the Jellicent. Maybe he wanted some of that Dragon Breath chip damage, but that did cost him a little bit because Jellicent is now so far ahead in energy.
And here comes the Stunfisk. It's loaded with energy, and the swap by Gerald to catch the first discharge. But I believe the Stunfisk will be able to get to another discharge against this Corviknight, and the Corviknight's going to have to probably give up a Protect Shield here.
Yeah, Discharge coming through now. Gerald has to think, is this Discharge going to do more damage than a Shadow Ball? He thinks it does, and now it's really tricky for him. He has to maybe try to go for a Sand Attack down so he can land a Payback on the Jellicent, and it looks like he is going to get it.
He does get it, but is Payback enough? I think Gerald doesn't think it is. This Jellicent is so healthy, and the Hex go through. The Payback is definitely going to go through here. It's super effective into the Ghost type, and can Jellicent hold on?
It can definitely hold on, but Gerald now needs to land another Air Cutter. There's going to be a race to the Charge Attack. Charge Attack priority here, and Gerald wins it.
He does, and he lands the Air Cutter into the low health Jellicent, which will ensure the knockout and ensure Gerald wins game number 1.
Could not be closer. Not only was that a Charge Attack priority, I think even Jellicent versus Corviknight, those Pokemon are so close in attack stats, so Gerald's really needing every extra bit of energy there.
An unconventional battle. Of course, we knew that Dunebug was ABA weak to that Wigglytuff that you see on screen there, but Gerald didn't know it. He stayed in that opening matchup with Wigglytuff and maybe gave away his best Pokemon in the game early on, but still was able to endure, able to get enough energy for that in-game to finish off Dunebug. Well played by Gerald.
And I think it was completely reasonable for him to think that Dunebug had a counter to Wigglytuff in the back, either the Empoleon or the Corviknight. So it made sense that he decided to stay in there. And it was looking scary because we were thinking, oh, there's not going to be an answer to the Malamar, not going to be an answer to the Jellicent. But Gerald's able to pull it off, especially with that incredible catch on the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, it was a risky play to not bring a Steel type for Dunebug to counter that Wigglytuff, and that risk almost paid off. That's one that he probably would want to win, but just getting slightly outpaced, actually not outpaced, at the exact same time, but out-attacked, because in Pokemon Go PvP, whichever Pokemon has the higher attack stat will have priority with their charge attack. So you saw that Corviknight has higher attack than the Jellicent, and therefore Gerald wins the battle.
Perfect end game for Gerald here. Let's see if we can bring that momentum into game number 2 as he leads Unova and Stunfisk into Altaria.
And Dunebug is shaking his head here. He is happy to see this Stunfisk in the lead matchup. Has an Empoleon that might be a little weak to it in the back. There is an Altaria in the back for Gerald. Double flyers in the back once again for Gerald.
Looks like Jared actually tried to tap the Altaria, maybe trying to catch a flamethrower. Couldn't quite get it, but he is still in this matchup. Not a bad matchup at all for Unova and Stunfisk. And actually banking 2 charge attacks before now swapping in his own Altaria. Dune doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, it's something that I didn't point out earlier. The signature pick for Altaria, there isn't actually a great answer on Doombugg's team. It's kind of like a nice safe swap against Doombug's line. So that is a huge advantage for a trainer that really knows how to use the Altaria. Is going to be able to land the flamethrower into Stunfisk.
And all of a sudden, we're in the reverse matchup of the mirror, except that Gerald's Altaria, of course, isn't a Shadow. It's just a regular Altaria. Dunebug now going to throw Discharge. He's at the back-to-back. I'm not sure if 2 discharges would be enough to take out the Altaria.
Well, a lot of similar themes here because we see Altaria versus Stunfisk, and in the back, we're going to see a Steel versus Steel and Polion versus Corviknight. How many times have we seen that matchup here in Seattle just over and over again as this flamethrower is going to land into the Stunfisk? And now you're back at your timer. Do you ever try to swap, try to catch? And there it is. There's a catch into the Discharge.
Oh my goodness, but Gerald actually decides to shield it up anyways. He didn't realize how good his own plays were. Maybe wasted a shield there, but regardless, he is going to be able to get off this Mud Bomb. Dunebug, I think, had some residual energy on the Stunfisk, but he's going to let it go.
He did waste the huge advantage that he got being able to resist that Discharge, instead using the Protect Shield, and now having to use both Protect Shields. He could have had 1 Protect Shield in this situation. That Discharge would have done almost nothing into the Stunfisk, but the Stunfisk is still looking really strong the rest of the way. You kind of have to Protect Shield here if you're Doombug. Oh, actually lets it go.
I guess he doesn't have to. I mean, he's letting it go. I don't know if this Altaria is going to be able to get to another move, but he's thinking that his Empoleon up 2 shields is going to be able to do something here. Altaria actually able to reach a last-second Sky Attack here.
And it's going to be able to have enough damage to knock out the Stunfisk, even though it is resisted here. Take a peek at the back line. It is going to be the Napoleon versus the Corviknight, and there are 2 Protect Shields remaining, but you're going to have to give up Protect Shields to Air Cutters. You probably don't even need to get the payback. Just throw the Air Cutters, try to get a boost.
I think you do just throw the Air Cutters, but I don't think you have enough time to even get to, 3 Air Cutters or 2 Air Cutters and a payback before Dune is able to knock out with double Hydro Cannon.
And there was a charge attack priority into this Air Cutter, and Doombug does give up the first Protect Shield of the battle for him, and it's going to be this Air Cutter. Can you get a boost here that might help your Sand Attack damage? No, he does. He gets the boost. Now he's chunking into the Empoleon, and he's swapping as well into the Altaria. It's going to be not very effective. Do we see an undercharge by Doombug? No, he wants to get this Altaria out of the battle.
Well, he knows it's resisted damage, so maybe thinking he would get some metal sounds, but here comes the Corviknight back in. Gerald's already at a payback, but I think Dune can safely shield this. He knows that Gerald is not going to be able to reach both an Air Cutter and a payback, and he's almost at the Hydro Cannon.
But Gerald thinking that's his only win condition to land the payback, so I respect him going for it, and instead, Dunebug is able to tie up this series.
Incredible end games both times. Gerald trying to make those catches to give himself a little bit of a chance, but it wasn't enough in game number 2.
You just can't give a trainer like Dunebug that much life, because you were able to make that awesome swap into your own Stunfisk to resist the Discharge. Protect Shielding there might have been the reason Gerald lost that game. If he didn't have to give up his Protect Shield, he would have had one for the end game where Dunebug had 2.
Well, maybe this is one of those situations where you don't want to give your opponents too much credit, right? You think you're sitting across from the 6-time regional champion. He's going to see your Stunfisk come in and react right away. But no, Gerald actually did make a catch right here as you see the Discharge coming through, but Gerald puts up the shield.
He uses the shield, and then he had to use another Protect Shield against the Altaria as well. Those were pretty much mirror matchups. Both of these trainers had Altaria, Stunfisk, and a Steel type, and now it is tied up going into the decisive game number 3. Both of these trainers have very similar teams, and Gerald's Altaria in Double Flyer has been the lineup of choice. He's ran it in both of these battles so far, and I expect he's probably going to run it in this game number 3 as well.
You mentioned the very similar teams of 3, and I actually think that this is a really flexible matchup for both of these trainers, right? We mentioned the Unova and Stunfisk, the Altaria, but even talking about the Empoleon, I mean, it looks really good for Dune. This is one of those situations where the Wigglytuff is a little bit worse than the Jellicent, right? Dune's Empoleon is actually much safer than Gerald's.
Yeah, but at least you do have that Wigglytuff to scare off the Altaria a little bit, where Dunebug is very vulnerable to the Altaria. I think you can freely swap it throughout most of this battle. Stunfisk looks incredibly safe as well. So 2 Pokemon on Gerald's team, really safe. Can he take down the 6-time regional champion Doombug, or will Doombug have an opportunity to become a 7-time regional champion? We got Stunfisk into Altaria.
Neutral lead. We saw this play out last game, but Dune doesn't care. He's going to bring in his Malamar straight away. Not sure if he's trying to bait something out or just happy to play out this matchup.
And maybe he's thinking that if there's no Wigglytuff, that a safe swap Malamar is pretty good against Gerald's team, able to land the foul play, absorb it, no problem. That was charge attack priority into the Sky Attack. Protect shield from Doombug. I don't think you want to bring the Grumpig into this scenario, but now do you bring in your Stunfisk and actually just going to stay in here with the Altaria?
But these Psywaves are really shredding away and so much energy on this Malamar. And Gerald does make a swap into a Stunfisk now, but it feels like this Malamar is already starting to take over the game.
I really like that play though, because you weren't going to get to a Sky Attack on your Altaria, and you didn't want to just go into your Stunfisk straight away. So now banked up a little energy on that Altaria. Now also taking that foul play. Oh, superpower coming out from Doombug. This is a hard-hitting attack that does drop the attack in defense of the Malamar, so instant pivot.
He brings in his own Unova Stunfisk now that he's chipped down Gerald's Stunfisk just a little bit, but Gerald's Stunfisk is still outside of Mud Bomb range, so Dune still has to figure out a formula to knock out Gerald's Stunfisk.
And it looks like they're equal in energy. It will come down to charge attack priority. No, actually, Doombug didn't want to show who had the higher attack, so Gerald's going to come in with that super effective Mud Bomb. Both of these Stunfisks, oh, now that this one hits, now you are in range of one Mud Bomb. Here comes the Grumpig, though.
Yeah, the clocks are so desynchronized, and I really like how Gerald took advantage of that. Grumpig is pretty bulky and is going to be able to absorb these very inefficient Mud Bombs pretty effectively. But Dune already at another Mud Bomb, and all of a sudden, Grumpig getting kind of low on health.
Has nice stat product, but I like how you're trying to get the side wave down to try to keep that energy for the back. Do you swap in the Malamar? Here comes the swap in the Malamar because you're able to resist those side waves. Here comes the dynamic punch that will knock out the Malamar. Does Doombug let his Shadow Malamar go? It's his last Protect Shield of the battle. He does.
He lets it go, maybe hoping that he can somehow get rid of this Grumpig with Steel Wings alone. This could be an opportunity for Doombug to get a big farm down if he chooses to invest a shield here.
It doesn't try to throw on charge attack priority. Instead, just trying to go for the Metal Sound down. Gets the Protect Shield on the dynamic punch here. You will get that Metal Sound down, but remember, there's almost an attack on that Altaria as well. Swapping into the Stunfisk, but you're vulnerable to the double Hydro Cannon here. I think you're going to get outpaced.
I think you are too. I saw the energy on the Unova Stunfisk, and I don't think it is close enough. Look at this Empoleon, just 2 Metal Sounds away. Unova Stunfisk still 3 Thunder Shocks away as the Hydro Cannon hits.
And there still is energy on Altaria, but Flamethrower is not going to be enough as Doombug is going to knock out the Stunfisk. You have to try to reach to get as much damage as possible, but I just don't think you have it, and Gerald knows it. He has his signature Pokemon, the Altaria, with energy baked, but he just can't do enough damage.
Oh, and Gerald's been able to make these late game catches, but I don't know if there's anything he can pull right here as his Altaria gets Thunder Shocked down.
We hear a good game. Gerald knows his fate, but Grumpig's able to knock out one more Pokemon first, and Doombug is able to reverse sweep and move on to the losers finals.
Another insane losers run in the books for Doombug as he continues his run. Gerald, on the other hand, falling just a little bit short of the losers finals, but again, one of his best performances to date.
Yes, fantastic work from Gerald. All tournament long in Seattle. He is eliminated, and now Doombug once again has an opportunity to win another regional championship. So many times in our North American regional championship photos, you see multiple faces of Doombug. You might see it again. He was your Las Vegas regional champion. Will he also be your Seattle regional champion?
I mean, he might. It's not just those winners graphics. He also always shows up in the top 3 graphics, the top 8 graphics, the players to watch graphics. So a lot of Doombug as we take a look back at game number 3 here. Gerald trying his best with the Grumpig, but again, this farm down by Doombug, he knows that this Empoleon's energy is so valuable.
It's just so hard. There's no room for error against a trainer like Doombug. He doesn't make that many mistakes, and if you make a slight mishap, he will probably take advantage of it. So Doombug able to reverse sweep this matchup, move on one step closer. He now guarantees that he is in the top 4 here in Seattle.
I thought he's top 3.
Oh yes, top 3. Yes, top 3. You're right. Because he's awaiting the loser of the winners final. Sorry, one more. Bump it up. Top 3.
Yeah, top 3. Gerald's top 4.
Yeah.
But Doombug is going to be waiting to face the loser of the winners finals. I think we're going to get those players queued up in just a second. But just to give you a little preview as a reminder, Out of Pocket and Stone Collection neither of them has lost a match this entire tournament. And so the winner of that will go into grand finals. Loser is going to face Doonbug.
Yes, at first I thought you said they haven't lost a single game. I was going to be like, oh no.
No, that'd be crazy.
That would be crazy. They're both undefeated going into this matchup, but no, they are undefeated in terms of matchups. They're on that winner's side, and it is top 3, like you just mentioned. We have the winners finals, Out of Pocket, Stone Collection. Awaiting the loser is Doonbug, and what a final 3, right? Of course, some of the best trainers. We have Out of Pocket, a North American international champion, a regional champion, versus Stone Collection, number 3 in Europe right now, a last chance qualifier winner, a runner-up in a regional as well, now trying to get his first ever regional title.
Yeah, if you had to pick a dark horse among this very, very stacked top 3, you might say Stone Collection. But of course, he's been having a fantastic season. Actually, maybe the most consistent season of any of our top 3 remaining. I also, by the way, noticed something as I was preparing for this winners finals. I think Stone Collection actually ran this exact team in his Toronto run where he was top 3.
Yes, that's crazy. I'm gonna look at that right now to double check. Yes. Wait, the only difference actually is the Furret. There was a Furret for Stone Collection in that matchup. Instead, he substituted that Furret for, hold on, drum roll, the Guzzlord, which is gonna be really good against Doonbug, at least, if he matches up against Doonbug. But versus Out of Pocket's team, Out of Pocket is one of those few trainers with the Ice type, but an Ice Fairy type, and that Alolan Ninetales that's gonna be able to hard counter that Guzzlord.
And I think looking at Pocket's team, he really is going to need that signature Alolan Ninetales pick to take care of the Guzzlord, because Guzzlord is really safe into the rest of Pocket's team. Maybe not a ton of hard wins outside of the Jellicent, but a pretty safe Pokemon overall. So I definitely expect to see Pocket bring the Alolan Ninetales to at least scare off the Guzzlord.
Yeah, the Alolan Ninetales, other than the Shadow Scizor, it looks really good. So even against the Azumarill, you do have some play into that matchup. So I think we will see a lot of Alolan Ninetales. We're going to see some Spice for Stone Collection. I feel like he's been known for Spice over time. He's had really interesting lines. Of course, he became famous for the Samurott early on in Last Chance qualifiers. One of my favorite performances ever in Championship Series was watching him unleash the Fury Cut Fury of Samurott. But now he has a more meta team, and he's facing a little bit of Spice and Alolan Ninetales. Last time he faced Spice was in Toronto against DHC United in his Shadow Gyarados. He eventually lost to him, going down 1-3.
Lots of creativity from these trainers, and I know Stone Collection, that 3rd place finish in Toronto is going to be fresh on his mind. Probably wants to increase that placement just a little bit, and he has an advantage here compared to his Toronto self. He's on the winner's side, whereas in Toronto, I think he actually entered day 2 on the loser's side and had to make a huge run.
And I have to point out one more stat. He was 9th place at the European International Championships in that limited meta. There it is right here, 2026 in London. He was able to get 9th place, a brand new meta. That really, for me, it's a great example of the ability of these trainers to just completely throw out all they know in terms of an open great league and master a new meta. And the trainers that succeed in that format, I have a ton of respect for. So he was 9th place in that, so he is an extremely talented trainer.
I think Pocket actually may have top cut UIC as well. So both of these trainers so flexible, so creative, so versatile as we get locked in for game number 1. This is a best of 5 winners finals.
And we got Corviknight into the Alolan Ninetales. We thought we might see that Pokemon. It's ABA Steel for Stone Collection, has that Shadow Scizor in the back, and has the Guzzlord as well.
Interesting backline from Stone Collection, really maybe anticipating that he needs to try and RPS the Alolan Ninetales, but it's actually here in the lead against the Corviknight. I think we've seen this play out a couple of times now where the pacing to that 3rd charge attack is just so close for these two Pokemon.
And the problem for Out of Pocket is if you match up the Jellicent into the Guzzlord in the back, that is going to be absolutely brutal. And remember, this is a best of 5, by the way. If we didn't mention that before, these trainers are going to be paying whoever gets the throw. Oh, wait, wow, that Scizor came in fast with a bullet punch damage. We'll talk about the series later.
That's right. I think the Alolan Ninetales just went from 40% to 5% in just a second as Stone Collection fires off a Night Slash on Empoleon. Gonna need another Night Slash to threaten the knockout, but he is a little bit ahead on energy.
Bullet Punch is double super effective into Alolan Ninetales. I love that Stone Collection just keeps the Scizor in the back. If you land 2 Bullet Punches, you are gonna chunk an Alolan Ninetales. Here comes the Protect Shield from the Scizor. The Scizor is at the Night Slash, gonna try to take out this Empoleon, but Out of Pocket gives up a Protect Shield.
Empoleon not quite at a Hydro Cannon, but maybe Pocket is thinking he can leverage the rest of this Empoleon, maybe get to 2 more charge attacks this game. Here comes the first. It's the Hydro Cannon. Not going to land on the Scizor, though, as Stone Collection decides to shield.
Another shield. There's only 1 shield remaining in this battle, and it's on the side of Out of Pocket. Does he give it up on this last Night Slash, or does he try to come in with the Jellicent? He gives it up because it's going to be hard to come in with the Jellicent and Hex down. You'll take a Night Slash or a Trailblaze, so you have to get the Scizor out of here, but Stone Collection is free to swap.
That's right, and that would have been a really easy opportunity potentially for a catch, but Pocket anticipating, you know, he doesn't want this Empoleon to get so low that it's a really obvious catch, so firing it off right there as Stone Collection brings back in the Corviknight, trying to send attack down, and Out of Pocket doesn't want that to happen, bringing in the Alolan Ninetales to fire off this Weather Ball.
But the problem is he needed this Weather Ball for the backline Pokemon. He doesn't know what the backline Pokemon is, but it's Guzzlord. He used it against the Corviknight. Now he doesn't have any energy for that Guzzlord, and everything is going to be resisted from his Jellicent. The Guzzlord resists all the Ghost type damage and all of the water damage as well.
I think Pocket, now seeing the Guzzlord, is probably realizing that this game is not going to go in his favor. Stone Collection kind of just had the read there, but like you said, actually Pocket has been somehow able to maintain some of the energy on Alolan Ninetales. Might have had a little bit of a chance.
That was his opportunity. He would need to land the Shadow Ball plus the Weather Ball, and then maybe even a Surf as well. No, maybe swapping it to the Empoleon just to try to mess around a little bit before the next game wasn't going to really help him that much in that scenario, as the Brutal Swing is going to be going on into this Jellicent, but this is a best of 5. It's not over for Out of Pocket. Yes, he lost this game pretty convincingly because of the backline call, but that's just 1 loss.
And I think Pocket is now seeing that Stone Collection isn't actually afraid to bring the Guzzlord, even though both of these trainers probably realize how good the Alolan Ninetales is for Out of Pocket. You know, Pocket didn't know how willing Stone Collection would be to risk bringing the Dark Dragon type.
Yeah, he brought the ABA steal. As you see, the double steal on the team from Stone Collection here. He brought the Corviknight in the lead, which is a very strong lead against Out of Pocket. You only really have to worry about the Moltres, and even in that lead scenario, if they Brave Bird or if they fly and you absorb it, sometimes you can still win the 0. So as a very smart lead from Stone Collection in that game number 1, and this time switching up the steal lead, it's going to be the Shadow Scizor into the Empoleon.
And this is definitely the answer for Scizor that Pocket wanted to bring. He actually dropped the Alolan Ninetales this game, maybe anticipating this Scizor in the lead. Stone Collection gonna throw a Night Slash here. Pocket probably gonna let it go, as you can take 1, but this matchup can get very dicey for Empoleon, despite the fact that you double resist Bullet Punch.
And now he has the Galarian Moltres as well, but there was a swap out to a Fairy type for Stone Collection, has the Azumarill. Here comes the Protect Shield on the Drill Peck, throwing the Drill Peck just in case it got swapped into something else, I believe.
A lot of times we've seen that play from trainers where they throw the less efficient charge attack just in case there's a swap. We see Pocket employing the same strategy here. Stone Collection firing off a Night Slash, and this one would threaten the knockout on Empoleon, so Pocket is going to use his first shield.
And this Empoleon is double resisting the Bullet Punch. It's just the exact opposite of what that Alolan Ninetales was doing. Gets the protection from Stone Collection. Looks like both these trainers really want alignment in the back.
They really want alignment, but also both of these Pokemon are so high octane, it's kind of hard to deal with if you let your lead Pokemon go down. This is a great catch from Pocket, though, taking the resisted Night Slash on Moltres while preserving the Empoleon.
And no boost there, trying to get a Sucker Punch down, but can you bank a Night Slash? Looks like Stone Collection's going to try to bank that Night Slash, swap into the Azumarill. That is key. How many times have we seen that in the past where he's able to bank a charge attack on a Pokemon before swapping out? Here comes, I believe, the fly here was not the Brave Bird.
Yeah, great play from Stone Collection, and I think he also swapped at the perfect time.
Oh, it was Brave Bird!
It was Brave Bird, but I think he's going to be able to knock out the Moltres before it can reach a second attack, so great heads-up timing there by Stone Collection on the swap.
But doing a huge chunk into the Azumarill here, the Moltres does get knocked out, and in the back is that Licky Licky. There is a 1 Protect Shield advantage, but with this Licky Licky needs to do a lot. You can't take a charge attack from this Azumarill. Do we see the swap on the Ice Beam? No, there was no swap attempt.
And Pocket not very afraid of the energy from Azumarill. It is going to chip the Licky Licky just a little bit, though. I don't think he's seen the Corviknight, but again, I think he does still have a little bit of energy on Empoleon that could serve him well, as Stone Collection doesn't have any shields up.
And there is that Night Slash looming for the Scizor of Stone Collection. Undercharged, trying to get a rollout down. Here comes the Corviknight. Instead, has a Shadow Ball energy, has that Empoleon, but it's going to be so hard to swap on an attack. Your best guess is probably to swap on a Scizor combo play.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. Stone Collection still locked in here. I mean, Pocket, okay, hang on. Pocket is going to go for a body slam here. He didn't go for the Shadow Ball. I'm wondering if he has the Empoleon's Hydro Cannon already banked. This is going to give him the opportunity to get that 0-turn swap, and there you see the Hydro Cannon.
And is this enough, though, to knock out the Corviknight? I love that play from out of pocket, but the Corviknight still has some health left, and it's going to be almost knocked out, but gets to the Air Cutter. This isn't terrible for out of pocket here. It's going to be able to knock out the Empoleon. There's one protection remaining. Does he give it up? No, he lets it go. It's all Licky Licky. Can he knock out all 3 Pokemon? One rollout knocks out the Corviknight. You have to use the Protect Shield on this Scizor. Here comes the Scizor. Here comes the Night Slash. The greedy play to try to go for the extra Bullet Punch. And now the full sweep from the Licky Licky.
Licky Licky able to just roll out everything down there. He doesn't even need the bubbles on this body slam, as Azumarill is just at 1 or 2 HP there. And Pocket evening up the series, taking it to 1-1.
Ooh, what a display from out of pocket there with the Licky Licky. You don't often see a Pokemon like that get a full sweep, but because Stone Collection likes to keep the Pokemon very low health with a charge attack banked, he was able to have that Protect Shield advantage in the back and finish things up. That was very well played from out of pocket.
Exactly, and he's just recognizing what he needs to finish the game, right? He didn't try to commit to 2 Shadow Balls with Licky Licky versus Corviknight. He recognized, hey, you know what? If I get Shadow Ball, Body Slam, and Hydro Cannon, even if that doesn't actually knock out the Corviknight, that's still putting it low enough that my Licky Licky can sweep.
And Licky Licky is one of the most neutral Pokemon in the meta, but it is very neutral in the Stone Collection's team. So if out of pocket wants to rely on this the rest of the series, I would not blame him. Looks like these trainers are actually locked in to game number 3. This is a best of 5 here. We got the Shadow Scizor into the Alolan Ninetales. Get out of there, Pocket! And he swaps into Licky Licky.
I think he heard you. He's bringing the Licky Licky, trying to neutralize this Scizor and Stone Collection, throwing the Night Slash. I believe he did 6 bullet punches, but this is going to put the Licky Licky so low and give Stone Collection a ton of freedom in terms of where he wants to go next. It looks like it's the Unova Stunfisk.
And he's going to maintain the alignment because he's going to be able to take this Body Slam, and there's no way that Licky Licky is going to be able to power through the bulk of the Stunfisk. So maintaining that Shadow Scizor into the Alolan Ninetales, I don't know how out of pocket is ever going to get out of this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially against a player as good as Stone Collection. If they have a hard alignment like that, it can be really hard to come back from. But let's see what Pocket has in store for us. Shadow Ball connects, and Stone Collection going to farm up probably the maximum amount of energy before knocking out the Licky Licky.
The timer was almost up there. The timers were really desync, but unfortunately was not able to swap on this Mud Bomb. And now you probably come in with this Alolan Ninetales, try to get a farm down, and there comes the Mud Bomb. You're going to have to take 2 Mud Bombs. So to get the farm down, you're going to take a lot of damage. All that damage is going to be resisted into the Shadow Scizor. Do we see a pivot into Corviknight? No pivot into Scizor. He landed 1 bullet punch and then swap into the Empoleon.
Oh, but this could be a potential window of opportunity for Pocket. Yes, you are behind a little bit on energy there. No Metal Sound through. But now your Alolan Ninetales has a tiny sliver of hope, as it will be matched up against the Corviknight later.
But at least you do Protect Shield on that Trailblaze. And remember, these bullet punches are double resisted into the water steel typing of the Empoleon. Suddenly, these Metal Sounds that are single resisted are starting to add up against the Scizor. If you double shield through this matchup, maybe it's not over for out of pocket.
Tiny sliver of hope here for out of pocket as he shields up the Night Slash. I think the Scizor might actually outpace to the next charge attack, as Pocket is going to have to give up a turn here when he throws the Hydro Cannon. Let's see if Stone Collection wants to put another shield on the Scizor, and he does. What is Pocket going to do when the Scizor reaches a charge attack?
Is he going to try to swap on this Night Slash and resist it onto the Alolan Ninetales? That might be his only opportunity, and he goes for it, but he's shaking his head knowing that even though this is resisted, he is just going to get destroyed by the next bullet punch that comes through. Here comes 1 bullet punch, 2 bullet punch. That Alolan Ninetales is out of there.
And 3 Pokemon still remaining for Stone Collection. Empoleon does have a charge attack. He actually gets the full farm down, but Stone Collection still has 1.5 full Pokemon here, as Unova Stunfisk is going to go down. And I think Stone Collection should be able to hang on through 2 Hydro Cannons on his Corviknight to take the game.
That's the problem for out of pocket. He's going to need more than double Hydro Cannon here, and he just doesn't have time because the Air Cutter is almost available, and Stone Collection is going to reach it and take a 2-to-1 advantage in this series.
That's right, Pocket, terrible lead, maybe had a little bit of play later on, but really wasn't a clear win condition to come back from. Even with Stone Collection giving up switch advantage, he just had way too much of a health advantage.
A pretty dominant win, almost a 2v3 versus Out of Pocket, and now he is one game away from reaching the grand finals. And did they just become good friends?
Ultra friends, not quite best friends, but you know, they're getting there. Maybe if they play at a couple more tournaments, they will eventually reach best friends, maybe even forever friends, who knows?
Yeah, one day they might be forever friends, but for now, Out of Pocket needs to try to bounce back in this series. And do you just sit the Alolan Ninetales altogether? Because the times that he brought the Alolan Ninetales in game number 1 and game number 3, he just didn't get any advantage. He only had the advantage with the Licky Licky. And no, he's not sitting it. He's bringing it in the lead in game number 4 and picking up an advantage. Swap into Scizor, instant swap out of there, but the bullet punch did register.
It did register, so that did quite a bit of health on the Alolan Ninetales already. Stone Collection really seems to enjoy trying to snipe the Alolan Ninetales with his Scizor, even happy to just get one bullet punch off, even if it means bringing in the Scizor to a potentially disadvantageous matchup later.
And now the Hydro Cannon is going to get Protect Shielded. I don't know if Stone Collection is going to be able to get through this matchup now that a Night Slash went through. I think you can farm down if you land a Trailblaze, but if you land a Night Slash, I don't think you can farm down as the Shadow Scizor.
I agree with you, unless the Scizor gets a boost, which it doesn't look like it did. So Out of Pocket should still be able to win this matchup.
It gets the next Protect Shield from Stone Collection, and he can get back to his timer soon, and he's at his timer right now. Doesn't want to swap here, wants to get the last Protect Shield, but he's not going to be able to win the alignment. Does he get the Protect Shield and then try to maintain a little health on this Scizor and swap into his Azumarill?
I think he might do that. Let's see, Hydro Cannon gonna land on the Scizor. Looks like Pocket is going to be able to maintain switch advantage, and that means he's going to be able to get his Alolan Ninetales onto the Unova and Stunfisk instead of the Azumarill, so that could be really great for Out of Pocket if he maintains alignment, which it looks like he will as he lets the Empoleon go down.
And Stone Collection just kind of shrugs. It's not exactly what he was looking for, but if he can keep going back and forth with this Stunfisk, maybe he can get some advantage here. The Mud Bomb is going to land, and maybe you're going to try to swap on a Weather Ball. No, actually, instant swapping into the Azumarill. You actually had the opportunity to maybe bank up some energy, but instead counter swapping into the Licky Licky.
And I think this is one of those situations where you don't actually need to win the matchup. You just kind of need to get the opposing Pokemon low. That's the position that Pocket is in, right? Licky Licky, it has a decent matchup versus Azumarill, but because Alolan Ninetales has such a great matchup versus Unova and Stunfisk in the back, I think you just need to get this Azumarill low enough that your other Pokemon can kind of handle it.
And also, maybe you didn't want to fully desync the timers too. You just wanted to keep them on the same pace. As the Shadow Ball does land, doesn't do that much into the Azumarill's bulk here. You probably want to throw this next Shadow Ball before the Play Rough is available. There it is. It was not on charge attack priority as these timers are getting closer and closer to being available.
That's right, not too far away, just a couple of seconds as Stone Collection's clock is already up. He throws the Play Rough at Licky Licky. I think Licky Licky might actually be able to hang on here. We'll have to see, but it looks like Pocket is going to be able to fire off the Body Slam. Oh, but it actually lands onto the Stunfisk.
It does land into the Stunfisk, catching it there. Maybe a little bit of advantage for Stone Collection, but it's going to unleash this Alolan Ninetales with that super effective Weather Ball, but it's getting closer and closer range of Mud Bomb, throwing a charge attack priority. This is super effective, but Stunfisk is very bulky. Is this enough?
I don't think it's enough, but is the Powder Snows afterward going to be enough to take Pocket to a Dazzling Gleam against the Azumarill? That's the real question here, because I'm pretty sure Alolan Ninetales is going to be able to hang on. Pocket is nodding. I don't know if he's nodding because he thinks it's good or it's bad, but he's going to go for a big Powder Snow down here. Going to need a Dazzling Gleam versus the Azu.
He just needs to get the one more Powder Snow. He needs to take one bubble. No problem for the Alolan Ninetales, and Out of Pocket is able to tie up this series.
2-2 here. We're going to be headed into a decisive game number 5 as Pocket finishes the game with his signature Alolan Ninetales.
Well, this is fitting. This is what it's felt like all day in day number 2 in Seattle. All of these matchups have been incredibly close, especially in the in-game. Out of Pocket is able to secure that matchup. Of course, he had that awesome alignment throughout the battle, and his Stone Collection tried to save off the Scizor, but by going for the Night Slash instead of the Trailblaze, he just couldn't take the alignment. Once he didn't have the alignment, there was no real win condition condition.
And Shadow Scizor has been such an oppressive Pokemon this season in terms of its fast attack pressure, but this is one of those situations where it's easy to overestimate it, right? Looks kind of safe into Out of Pocket's team as a safe switch, but if your Pocket, reacting really quickly and making sure your Empoleon gets on it, I think it's a pretty clean situation for you to be able to neutralize the Scizor.
Here we go! Grand Finals is on the line. It's 2-2. We got the Galarian Moltres into the Stunfisk. That's a bad lead for Out of Pocket, but he's not swapping out because he's ABA weak to this Stunfisk.
He's got the Empoleon in the back, maybe a bad team read for Out of Pocket, but let's see what he has cooked up. There's no way he ran this team not thinking about Stunfisk. It looks like he's going to bank some energy. Hard switch into the Kanto Marowak, but Stone Collection having all the reads brings in the Azumarill.
Yeah, that's a great counter swap to be able to counter this Kanto Marowak. You can two-shield through it, but I don't think that would help you that much for Out of Pocket. I think your best win condition is the Empoleon in the back. How can you get this Azumarill in a vulnerable position to try to farm it down? Here comes the Ice Beam. No protection from Out of Pocket. I think you want to get into Empoleon as soon as possible. You want to get this Marowak out of here and then jump into the battle with your Empoleon.
All right, a last-second rock slide here for Marowak, and let's see if Pocket is able to fully utilize his Empoleon. I think he actually sucker punched the Unova Stunfisk kind of close to Hydro Cannon range. That could have been what he was looking for, and Stone Collection's clock isn't up yet. This is all part of Pocket's plan as he's going to get a massive farm down.
You see Pocket instantly going in there, trying to catch the Drill Peck into the Stunfisk. Instead, it's going to be a super effective Hydro Cannon. Stone Collection's knowing this is the strongest Pokemon in the back versus his team, gives up the Protect Shield, and now suddenly also this Moltres is going to be facing the Scizor, and that's a much better matchup for Pocket. I think this is much more even now.
Pocket has somehow climbed into an advantageous position. All of those metal sounds really adding up as he pulls a shield from Stone Collection, instantly shielding this Empoleon. Like you said, this is the most important Pokemon on the battlefield.
But you gotta get through the Stunfisk, and how do you do it? There is no Protect Shield remaining, and there is no timer. You gotta get to this Hydro Cannon, but first, there is the last discharge into this Empoleon and using the last Protect Shield of the battle, but Stone Collection, now he has his timer available.
Exactly, this could come down to a catch. Let's see what Stone Collection decides to do. He's tapping close to the Azumarill, not quite tapping it though, and Hydro Cannon is going to knock out Stunfisk.
It did not throw on Charge Attack priority, maybe afraid that there would be a swap on Charge Attack priority. I think that's what Stone Collection was going for. Now suddenly, how much energy does the Scizor have, and where is it going to go into? Both of these Pokemon are vulnerable. There's no energy on Scizor. It was actually energy dry, and now the Hydro Cannon is coming through into Scizor. Can it endure one single Hydro Cannon?
I don't think so. I think Pocket might have this Hydro Cannon gonna land. Scizor actually does hang on, but Pocket not gonna take any chances, bringing in the Moltres, but Stone Collection brings in the Azumarill.
Oh, and Out of Pocket shakes his head a little bit as his Ice Beam knocks out the Moltres. There is a little bit of health with the Empoleon, and that little bit of health is maybe not enough if there's energy on this Scizor, and Stone Collection reaches for it, and he gets the Night Slash, and he will be moving on to the Grand Finals.
Incredible game number 5. It was just going back and forth. A terrible, terrible lead for Out of Pocket, but he did his best there as Stone Collection surpasses his performance in Toronto. This is his best performance all season long, advancing to the top 2.
Wow, what a game number 5. It was going back and forth, and the fact that the Shadow Scizor is not known for his bulk was able to endure one Hydro Cannon, get out of there, combo play, Ice Beam, and win the game with a Night Slash. That was an amazing display of Pokemon Go PvP greatness.
That's right, Shadow Scizor, again, very, very squishy. Can't really take a charge attack, but in that moment, it rose to the occasion. Barely hung on there. And of course, Stone Collection as well, using the Azumarill at the last possible second to knock out the Moltres.
Well, this matchup overall was pretty polarizing for both trainers. It wasn't that simple. It kind of mattered a lot with the alignment, but Out of Pocket having that ABA line that was weak to Stunfisk, swapping into Marowak, counter swap by the Azumarill, and still getting just an inch away from winning this entire series was incredibly impressive for Pocket. Now he will move down to the losers finals to face Dunebug.
Yeah, he got his chance there when he brought the Empoleon into the Azumarill, right? But Stone Collection, just a little bit of a step ahead, able to preserve that Azumarill with an Ice Beam loaded, and that was so crucial to take out Pocket's Moltres at the end.
Oh, wow. It has been so much fun in Seattle. Stone Collection able to move on to the Grand Finals. He doesn't have a signature pick in this tournament like he usually does, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a favorite Pokemon, just like most of you out there have some favorite Pokemon. So let's see some of the favorite Pokemon from our trainers here in day number 2. Hello, trainers. It's day number 2 at the Seattle Regional Championships, and we are celebrating Pokemon's anniversary. It's been 30 years of memories. So let's go down memory lane, and I want to ask some of these top cut trainers their favorite Pokemon ever in competitive play. Could be in any format ever, but they are Pokemon Go players, so it'll probably be in Pokemon Go. Then let's put some memories in motion and talk about the new update for next season and ask these trainers which Pokemon they're most excited to use next season. So first up, let's welcome in Firestar.
Hey, my favorite Pokemon of all time to run was 100% Vigoroth in the 2023 Charlotte Regionals. It was a great meta call at the time. I absolutely loved it. And for the new season coming up, I'm super hyped to play Shelgon. Shelgon is getting a Twister buff, and it's going to be very fun to run.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Firestar. All right, welcome in Ashton Ash.
How's it going? I think, well, yeah, I heard the question. I think the mon that I really liked to play was Mantine at the NIC tournament that I got second. So I think, and well, Wing Attack is getting buffed again, right? So I'm excited to play Mantine again.
Oh, let's go. Thank you, Ashton Ash. All right, welcome in Final Boss AJ.
Hi. Should not come as a surprise, but my favorite Pokemon ever to run is Frostlass. She's my favorite Pokemon of all time, and one of the first Pokemon I hit Legend with in Pokemon Go was her in Season 10. So, like, she's always got a place in my heart. As for next season, though, I'm looking forward to Low Kick Chestnut because Chestnut's needed a fighting move as a fast move for a long time, and I think Chestnut can muck up a lot of things if you give it energy to get those Frenzy Plants and superpowers off.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That was an awesome one. All right, welcome in Abhinav.
Hello. I think I'd say my favorite Pokemon I ever used is Whiscash. It was my MVP when I won the Portland 2024 championship, casted by Butters. And my favorite Pokemon in the new update, that's tough. Whiscash is getting buffed, but I'm going to go on a different route. Everyone's been hyping up Low Kick, but I think the Wing Attack buff looks crazy. I'm going to specifically pick out Pelipper with Wing Attack Weather Ball. I think it's going to make moves.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, welcome in Mormon Matt.
So I'm going to be a little bit different. I used to play the video game. One of my favorite Pokemon ever was Smeargle. I think it was one of the best utility Pokemon. Could learn any move. Had Dark Void back in the day before it got nerfed, where it could put both Pokemon to sleep at the same time. So that's definitely my personal favorite. Pokemon I'm excited for in the new format is definitely going to be Quagsire. I think with a Mud Shot Revert, we're going to be able to have the really quick pacing of Aqua Tail. The Stone Edge is going to be really good for the Flyers. And it was one of my favorite Pokemon to use before the patch. So I think it's going to be really good.
Thank you so much, Mormon Matt. And which one of these top trainers and which Pokemon will etch themselves in Pokemon Go Championship Series history by winning it all here in Seattle? You have to stay tuned to find out. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
The toughest opponent I've ever faced. That's a difficult question because there's so many, but I would have to lean towards Dunebug 97. They say we're rivals. We've played each other 12 times, and it's always a really tough battle with him, so I'd say Dunebug. My current record against Dunebug is 6-6, where it's all tied up. My favorite Pokemon kind of changes over time, but I would say Mew because it's been one of my favorite throughout the Go Battle League, and it has so many different move sets. We kind of coined the term Mew sets, so I like Mew. I would say the most underrated Pokemon right now in Pokemon Go has to be Shadow Malamar. I got the idea from its Axon for this tournament, and I don't know if I've seen any other in usage, so I might be the only person running it, and we'll see how it goes. The funniest competitor I've played against has to be Lurgan Rocket. I remember playing him at Worlds London back in 2022, and he was literally complimenting my plays mid-game. He's like, man, that was a nice catch. And he's like making jokes mid-battle, and he still ended up beating me, so I was a little salty after that. If there was one piece of advice that I could give to everybody, it would just be to go out there and try your best. Sometimes you can get discouraged in this game. Sometimes maybe it's out of your control and doesn't quite go your way, but if you go out there and try your best, you know, you're never really gonna be a failure in that regard. Any secret hobbies or talents? I can dunk a basketball, which is pretty cool. I like to play basketball in my free time. So that's something I like to do outside of Pokemon Go. If I could create a Pokemon for Pokemon Go, I would make it a normal ghost type. I think it's an incredible typing combination. I'd give it Lock On as well as Shadow Ball and Swift with incredible pacing. It would dominate everybody.
In terms of my favorite Pokemon event I've gone to, I am guilty where sometimes the events I do better at lean towards the happier memories. So maybe like Milwaukee the first season in my hometown that I won. But overall, honestly, I would say Japan. Yokohama Worlds was an incredible experience. I spent 3 weeks over there, and it's something I never really thought I would get the chance to do. But thanks to Pokemon, it was an incredible experience. It's funny you ask my favorite type of food right now. Normally, I would always say sushi. That's kind of been a go-to as a treat. But I've been going through a pho phase. It's like a Vietnamese cuisine, if anyone's unfamiliar, and it's pretty healthy, also tasty. So I'm gonna have to go with pizza because I feel like there's more variety of pizza. And no matter where you go in the world, you see pizza stores. It's one of the most popular foods in the world for a reason. You gotta go pizza there.
A little bit weird seeing yourself on camera there and then coming back. But ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the losers finals and the grand finals here, we have some of the titans of Pokemon Go ready to go. And there's not just prizing on the line, there's not medals, there is legacy that these trainers are fighting for. And coming up next, it's going to be Out of Pocket and Dunebug squaring off to try and meet Stone Collection at the summit in the grand finals.
What an unbelievable matchup we have for you in these losers finals. Two incredibly decorated competitors. And let's take a look at Dunebug's run, starting all the way in losers round 1, 2 overs Sustenance Eater, 2 overs Aston Ash, 2 overs Cheese Curl, 2-1 against Absol Train Best, and then 2-1 against Gerald. A dominant run through the losers bracket. We talked very early in the day. If Dunebug, one of these tenured competitors, is able to gain some momentum, watch out. And that has proved to be prophetic, as Dunebug has made his way all the way into losers finals, and he's trying to claw his way to the grand finals and potentially try and claim yet another regional championship.
Out of Pocket, fresh off that best of 5, so close, came down to the wire, and now has to face Dunebug. You have to think about the mental fortitude, the mindset shift. You have been winning the entire tournament. You have suffered your first loss, and now you have to play Dunebug, a 6-time regional champion. I've got that stat correct. That's 6-time regional champion, and he has been winning all day. So the confidence has to be sky high for Dunebug, and Pocket will have to make the necessary adjustments to try and get back to rematch with Stone Collection.
That Alolan Ninetales, again, does have a few targets. The 2 flyers, the Shadow Malamar, and the Stunfisk. But with that Jellicent and the Empoleon, Dunebug does have the ability to fight back.
The Alolan Ninetales is one of the more polarizing Pokemon on Pocket's team, right? Great matchups against several Pokemon, but you have to avoid that Empoleon at all costs. And if you're Out of Pocket, you know that Empoleon might need to come from Dunebug to try and counteract that Alolan Ninetales. So we'll see what he decides to do. And here we go, everybody. Losers finals, Out of Pocket and Dunebug. You can't ask for much more than this matchup. And it's going to be the Steel types facing off Empoleon into Corviknight.
Now, this lead matchup is a lot more neutral than one might think. An incorrect bait or nuke call from Dunebug can flip this in the favor of the Empoleon thanks to its superior pacing.
Hydro Cannon unleashed immediately. Dunebug going to let the first one go through as he continues to build up energy. And we've seen trainers mixing it up, whether they go for the payback and Out of Pocket, instant no shield, calls the Air Cutter bait.
What a call by Pocket. Air Cutter lands. That does nothing to the Empoleon. No boost either. And now Pocket looks to pressure a shield away from the Corviknight with Hydro Cannon.
Another Hydro Cannon threatening the knockout of the Corviknight. Dunebug shields at the last possible moment, and he is going to continue to build up energy, throwing another Air Cutter bait. Does Out of Pocket preserve the Empoleon here? He's already called 1. Make that 2 Air Cutter baits that he calls.
My goodness, Pocket, what a call. Back-to-back no shields. He's no shielding again. Can Empoleon hang on here? This will be very, very close. Dune did not get boost. Air Cutter lands. Empoleon survives, gets the Hydra Cannon, but Dunebug is forced to pivot out of this matchup and catch onto Empoleon.
Sensing that Pocket might be forced to throw immediately, absorbs it onto his own Empoleon, but that sets up the Marowak. And Out of Pocket, already with the shield advantage, can simply shield a Hydro Cannon here, farm all the way down, and put himself in a great position.
This is such an energy head start for the Marowak. Marowak will always trade one shield in exchange for a 50 energy head start. Already has the Rock Slide in case it's Corviknight that gets brought in here. And the Jellicent is not going to like seeing that Galarian Moltres that Pocket has lurking in the back.
Dunebug, considering what his best course of action is, comes in with the Corviknight, and out of pocket actually going for a Bone Club bait at this point. Dunebug not going to shield, should be able to withstand and get to a parting attack, but gonna save that attack for later. But he's then for a rude awakening when the Galarian Moltres comes. A quick subtle nod of the head from Dunebug, and I think game one might be going to out of pocket.
Galarian Moltres very strong into Dunebug's team. Dunebug ran a line that was very, very soft to it, and it was lurking in the back. Surf lands, that's good damage onto the Galarian Moltres, but importantly, it did not put the Galarian Moltres into the yellow. Pocket's gonna shield just to preserve a little bit of HP, but a second Surf landing would not be enough to knock out the Moltres.
Surf will grab that final Protect shield out of pocket, going to do 4 sucker punches, actually can just commit to the full farm down, and has so much energy where he can clean up the Corviknight here. Dunebug not gonna bother throwing that air cutter. Game number 1 in favor, out of pocket.
Great calls by Out of Pocket. That Empoleon Corviknight matchup on paper feels like it should be a dominant one for the Corviknight. Sand attack, super effective. The metal sounds are resisted, but if you end up getting one of those bait or nuke calls wrong, it flips so effortlessly. Pocket no shielding 3 air cutters back to back to back. Set himself up so well, it forced Dunebug to pivot out of that matchup, give up switch advantage, and then Shadow Marowak absolutely feasted.
The audacity of Out of Pocket calling those air cutter baits, and both of these trainers know how talented each one of the other is, so they feel like they have to take some risks. You have to give yourself an advantage. Dunebug tried to do that with the air cutter bait, but it backfired, and Out of Pocket taking game number 1 with that Empoleon doing great work in the lead.
I know Pocket's run a lot of the Alolan Ninetales. Does the strength of Galarian Moltres make Dunebug potentially consider risking that Shadow Altaria? Shadow Altaria does do a lot of Dragon Breath damage into that Moltres, but if it ends up on the Ninetales, that could be catastrophic.
Dunebug making some last-second adjustments as each trainer locks in game number 2. And this time we see Galarian Moltres take the sky against Altaria.
Dunebug nods. This is a matchup that he feels pretty comfortable with. The Shadow Dragon Breaths chip away at the Moltres quite significantly, and it's going to be Shadow Altaria firing off the first charge attack and a no shield immediately from Out of Pocket.
Galarian Moltres can withstand this, but it will put it quite low as it looks to build up energy in Pocket, just going for the shield advantage, which he will get. But you have to presume he's going to look to pivot out here, doesn't want to allow this Moltres to get farmed down, so there goes the Empoleon swap.
That is a bit of a bold call, calling there's no Jellicent in the back. Altaria stays in, fires off the Flamethrower. For Out of Pocket, he didn't really want to fire off the Drill Peck just yet, because Drill Peck would not be quite enough yet to secure the knockout onto that Shadow Altaria.
Successfully shielding the Flamethrower, which may be one of the more punishing moves that Dunebug has to offer against this Empoleon. Hydro Cannon coming through, and we will see this mirror play out yet again. We've seen it over the course of this tournament, where 2 Hydro Cannons, not quite enough to knock out, but because Pocket's Empoleon has taken some chip damage, it might be enough for Dunebug.
And it's Dunebug that is going to be winning charge attack priority. I believe Out of Pocket's switch clock should be up after this charge attack priority tie, so Pocket does want the ability to try and make a catch onto the Galarian Moltres, will have the ability to do so since Dunebug does have a charge attack loaded and wins that charge attack priority tie.
And Moltres has enough health where Dunebug may have to throw energy against it, but actually, surprisingly swaps in the Licky Licky now. You cannot comfortably roll out this Empoleon down. It's going to get to multiple Hydro Cannons before that ensues. So Dunebug firing off the first Hydro Cannon here.
Licky Licky does hit the body slam, could consider going for an under tap here, but no, he reads the switch out from Dunebug. Altaria going to get KO'd by a Shadow Ball. Pocket realizing the body slam will not be enough.
The damage recognition from Pocket, knowing that he needs to go for the Shadow Ball here, knocks out the Altaria, and Dunebug is going to possibly bring in this Corviknight now, revealing his final Pokemon to Out of Pocket. Pocket still switch locked momentarily, but will be able to outpace to a Shadow Ball here and gets it off.
Shadow Ball will do some sizable damage to the Corviknight. Both trainers do still have charge attacks loaded. While Pocket has one loaded, Dune should be 1 Metal Sound off. There's the pivot. In comes Empoleon, firing off the Hydro Cannon. 1 Protect Shield left for Dunebug, and he's going to use it here.
Empoleon putting on the pressure. Hydro Cannon draws that final Protect Shield, as the Corviknight continues to build up energy. Actually going for the payback here, wants to guarantee the knockout out of pocket considering, and does put up the Protect Shield and is approaching that Hydro Cannon, has it loaded. Dunebug not throwing yet, over farms Pocket, almost, I think, luring him into throwing, didn't want to concede a farm down.
Can he get 2 Sucker Punches on this Galarian Moltres? He does still have the Licky Licky available as well. Gonna send in the Licky Licky. Can Licky Licky get a... No, it cannot get the farm down. The Empoleon barely survives.
The Empoleon on a sliver of health gets off his parting Hydro Cannon. The Moltres doesn't have much energy, so Corviknight should be able to outpay, or actually, it's gonna be close. Corviknight was pretty dry, but it is so fast to that air cutter, gets to it before the Moltres, and in a close contest, Dunebug evens up this series 1 game apiece.
Licky Licky with those resisted rollouts, tried to get the farm down, but Empoleon with that steel defensive subtyping, barely able to hang on, reaching a critical charge attack for Dunebug.
Such a complicated endgame there. You saw Pocket electing not to throw the Hydro Cannon against the Empoleon because if you knock it out, you simply get farmed down by the Corviknight, who can then sweep your remaining 2 Pokemon. So both trainers trying to see so far ahead into the endgame. That time around, it was Dunebug because, as you said, of surviving those rollouts from the Licky Licky, able to close the game out.
That Shadow Altaria adjustment from Dunebug was a pretty nice one. The Shadow Altaria ended up getting huge damage on that Galarian Moltres, and it really felt like set the tone early on.
We see a look at the instant replay. Once again, landing the Shadow Ball to knock out that Altaria, and Dunebug returning with the Protect Shield. Looks like we've got to lock it. Game number 3, and it's going to be Marowak positively for Pocket against the Empoleon.
There is the double flyers for Dunebug in the back. Immediate save switch into Corviknight, but Corviknight is now going to be answered with the Galarian Moltres.
Pocket doing a few mud slaps to have some residual energy, feels comfortable in this secondary matchup. You also have your own Empoleon if you are Pocket, so it's not the end of the world if you lose switch advantage, but you also want to make sure you don't allow a situation where Marowak gets aligned with the Altaria.
I think that Pocket has to be very, very careful about allowing an Empoleon farm down potentially as well, as even if Pocket is able to preserve switch advantage, Empoleon farm can threaten Protect Shields away from that Shadow Marowak. He's farming up so much energy, another air cutter's available, and without the boost, they simply will fail to take the knockout.
Unfortunate for Dunebug, no boost on these air cutters, even after a 3rd one, and out of Pocket now going for the charge attack. Swiping those bubbles, went for the Brave Bird to get the knockout, and Pocket will even get to a parting fly for some valuable chip damage against the Empoleon.
Empoleon does get a small energy head start, but Pocket intentionally absorbed all of that damage to limit the Empoleon's farm. In comes Marowak, answered with the Shadow Altaria. That's going to be met with the Empoleon as the endgame matchups are revealed.
And with 2 shields in play, the pacing is going to favor the Empoleon here, getting to the Drill Pecks quite quickly. Pocket actually no-shielding this Flamethrower. I wonder if this is cause for pause for Out of Pocket, because with all shields still in play, do you even reach 3 Drill Pecks anymore?
Dunebug is nodding. It feels like Dunebug kind of likes the spot where he's at, but there's a lot of energy on that Marowak, so Dunebug is probably in a spot where he is going to have to be no-shielding that 2nd Drill Peck. Can he make a 3rd? Oh, it's going to be very, very close. I think the Empoleon will get farmed down, but Dunebug knows that this will do less damage than a Rock Slide, so this is where he cannot use his Protect Shield.
The no-shield of the Flamethrower is going to put Pocket in a precarious situation. You have so much energy on this Altaria and going to put up the first Protect Shield, but you have to be cognizant of the Empoleon lurking in the back. You cannot afford to take a Hydro Cannon on the Marowak.
And that Empoleon does have an energy head start. He's going to have to be so careful with his energy management on this Shadow Marowak. Sky Attack getting launched. The shield, the final Protect Shield comes up. And there's the pivot. In comes Empoleon.
And Marowak does have the double Bone Club here. So as Dunebug puts up the Protect Shield, Pocket can fire off the Bone Club. I think it should be enough to potentially knock out the Empoleon here. And now it's going to come down to whether you can Mud Slap down the Altaria before it gets to a Sky Attack.
This is going to be very close. In comes the Altaria. Can Altaria make it to the Sky Attack? It's going to come down to maybe a single turn charge attack priority. And Pocket Pocket wins it as close as it can get. He's gonna be taking game number 3.
Both trainers looked unsure who was gonna take this, but it's Out of Pocket in the Marowak in a rare situation where these ground type takes down the flyer. Marowak, oh my goodness, showing its true power.
The energy management from Pocket was perfect. The Empoleon switched in. He remembered that the Empoleon got 2 Metal Sounds farming down the Galarian Moltres, so he could throw 1 Mud Slap and the Bone Club. If Dune shielded, if he threw 1 more Mud Slap, he was getting outpaced. He had to undertap there and then hope that he could barely get the outpace.
Both of these trainers so technical, just trying to find an advantage in any position possible. You take a look at this game and the drill, but I thought it may have been a mistake from Pocket allowing that flamethrower to connect. Didn't get to the 3rd drill peck, but he trusted in the Marowak, and maybe a bit too close for comfort in the end, but it delivered the final blow just in the nick of time. And Out of Pocket now already locked in for game number 4. Dunebug gonna take a few moments to look things over.
What a game. What a series we've had so far. The winners finals was incredible. The losers final so far has been incredible. The caliber of play at this tournament has been so incredibly high.
I think you have to start to question if you're Dunebug with the Shadow Altair. Does Pocket take a game here in game 4 to mix things up? Does he start to maybe take a gamble? You have 1 game to spare if you're Out of Pocket. Does he bring a more risky line, like an ABA line like we saw against Stone Collection? So Out of Pocket right now in the driver's seat, as we do have a lock-in, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4, Pocket 1 game away from the grand finals, and we see a neutral matchup here, Moltres into Empoleon.
Empoleon will have the pacing advantage, but the Sucker Punch fast move pressure from Galarian Moltres is absolutely ruthless.
The Empoleon will fire off the Hydro Cannon first, and it will connect on Pocket. He seems content in a lot of these games, just going for a shield advantage in the lead. Takes the Hydro Cannon here, will build up to at least threaten the Brave Bird, and he is actually gonna go for the Brave Bird. This is a huge decision for Dunebug.
Dunebug thinking through his options. Will he put up the Protect Shield? Will he try a no shield? He lets it go! Brave Bird connects, down goes Empoleon.
The Altaria comes in, but Pocket's gonna surrender the farm, and he takes a quick glance at the camera, having a little bit of fun out there, and the Ninetales now is such a menace against Dunebug's remaining Pokemon. He's gonna fire off the Air Cutter, which will create some desync in the switch timer, but this Alolan Ninetales looks like a menace right now against Dunebug's remaining Pokemon.
He's gonna save all the energy and pivot into the Empoleon. The desync of the switch timers is absolutely something to keep an eye on, but with 2 Protect Shields to hide behind, that Alolan Ninetales could be very difficult to remove from the field. Pocket puts up the shield, getting the call right as Dunebug full sends the payback.
Correctly shielding the payback is big for Out of Pocket, but you have to keep in mind there's energy on the Altair. You can't afford to put yourself in a position where you allow a flamethrower to land somehow onto your Alolan Ninetales. Hydro Cannon coming through, Dunebug looking to preserve his Protect Shields and maybe keep them, but another Hydro Cannon gets off, and that's gonna peel a shield from Dunebug.
That's very big for Pocket that this Hydro Cannon was not caught. He's looking to pivot out into the Altaria. Switch timer will be available for the Ninetales very soon. In comes the Ninetales, and Ninetales able to get the combination play and unleash Weather Ball.
The quick reaction from Out of Pocket gets off the Weather Ball. It knocks out the Altaria. Dunebug felt like his only win condition was to potentially live that Weather Ball. Out of Pocket's got another one, and I think these trainers know where this game is heading.
The no shield from Dunebug, Weather Ball connects, and Out of Pocket, he's going to the grand finals for a rematch with Stone Collection.
Out of Pocket said, I don't care how many matches in a row you've won, Dunebug. I want that rematch with Stone Collection, and that's exactly what he's gonna get. What a masterclass from these 2 battlers, and Out of Pocket taking the risk, bringing back the Alolan Ninetales after Empoleon was coming every single game, and it did what it needed to do to secure his spot in the top 2.
If Alolan Ninetales can avoid the potential Empoleon, the potential Scizor from Stone Collection, it has so much play across the board. So many teams are just 4 times weak to the Ninetales. I'd even consider Corviknight weak to the Ninetales, because we've seen that matchup play out. Corviknight typically does not emerge as the victor.
That Brave Bird landing immediately was huge, and Pocket understood the situation with his Ninetales in back. he wasn't going to pivot out that time. He was going to allow the farm down, keep that alignment, and the Alolan Ninetales, once the Empoleon was out of the picture, was just too strong against Dunebug's remaining Pokemon.
I do want to give massive props to Dunebug. What an unbelievable run. He dropped to the loser side of the bracket from the group semifinals. Ended up losing to a good friend of his final boss, AJ, and then proceeded to have an incredible run. And look at that Sustenance Eater, Ashton Ash, Cheese Curl, Absol Train Best, X Gerald X. What a run from Dunebug. What a competitor.
5 consecutive match wins for Dunebug on day number 2 to secure himself a trophy and another 3rd place finish. He has so many top 4 finishes over his career, as well as 6 regional titles, and just adding to the legacy of Dunebug. But right now, the storyline is the winner's side. Out of pocket with a rematch against Stone Collection. We were watching their winners finals match backstage, and the games were so close. It seemed like it could have gone either direction a variety of times, and maybe Pocket even feels like he had play in that game 5 as well. So he will get that rematch that he was desiring against Stone Collection.
And for Out of Pocket, this might feel a little bit familiar because the last regional that he won, which I believe was in the 2025 season with Milwaukee, he also arrived to the grand finals out of the loser side. And we saw one of the best grand finals we've ever seen between Out of Pocket and Snod. So Out of Pocket has been here before, has emerged victorious out of the loser side, but taking 2 best of 5s off a battler of the caliber of the prestige of Stone Collection. He's got a serious amount of work ahead of him.
And Stone Collection is a trainer that has so many accolades, but is still looking for that first regional title. And he's as hungry as anyone. And while watching these 2 trainers throughout the course of the day, throughout the course of the tournament, I feel like Stone Collection has shown just such little emotion up on stage. You've got different personalities. Pocket, someone that you'll maybe get a little bit more out of, looks at the camera and such. Stone has been stone cold, and he is really searching for that first title, but he'll have his work cut out for him against someone with multiple titles in Out of Pocket.
And just what a series we have ahead of us. I cannot wait. But first, we are going to be taking you to the floor for an interview with Soph.
Thanks, Henry. I'm here with our grand finalists, Out of Pocket and Stone Collection. Pocket, of course, coming off a very close series versus Dunebug to reach this point. Pocket, tell us how you're feeling.
I'm feeling really good. So, Dunebug and I have played a good amount of times, and a lot of the times, the matches that I've won, there's been a little bit of like a caveat, right? So I played him twice in Hart for Regionals 2023, and there's one where there was some connection issues that lost him a game that he probably would have won and ended up at 2-0 in his favor. And then the other one, I led Pup Metacham into Ready to Seal Obstagoon. So not really much happened overall. And then it's been like that, right? And he beat me twice, like straight up legit. Like I just got outplayed, or the comp was too difficult. His reads were amazing. So winning this time in a best of 5 after Dunebug's been on this huge tear in the losers bracket, it feels really good to have that win under my belt.
Yeah, tons of momentum on Dunebug's side, so congratulations for you for putting a stop to it. Maybe a little bit of a rivalry developing here. You know, who cares about Dune versus Rise? We've got Pocket versus Dune. Stone Collection, you've been on quite a few losers runs yourself. I know tons of success in Toronto, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about your run here in Seattle, and what do you think has been the most difficult matchup that you've played so far?
Yeah, this one has been insane, so I didn't expect to get this far. I just came here to maybe get day 2, maybe get some more CP or booster boxes. And yeah, suddenly I was day 2 and won again, and then I won again, and I won again. So kind of unexpected, to be honest. My toughest matchup so far, I don't remember his username, to be quite honest, but there was a Seeking that I faced, and it pretty much wrecks my entire team. So kind of Gustlord is the only really good answer. I mean, there's also Stunfisk, but Stunfisk was really difficult to bring into his team. So I had to rely on Gustlord to get rid of an Icy Wind Seeking. So I pulled it off, but it was super close.
I actually heard some whispers of Seeking from Ashton Ash. He was thinking about bringing it. You made it sound so easy. You just won again, and then you won again. But it takes a lot of persistence to be as successful as the 2 of you. And I actually want to give you guys a little bit of a quiz here. Do you guys know how many tournaments you've played in Play Pokemon?
Is it me first?
Yeah, go first.
Okay, I actually did the numbers a few weeks ago, and I believe in the Masters division, I don't know, but if you include both Masters and Seniors division, I'm up to 45 tournaments played. I think I'm probably the most, like, in the Pokemon Go circuit. That's like, I cannot imagine someone that's played 45, or no, 46 tournaments even. Stone has been playing a lot. You know, he's been traveling to the States. He calls it Freelo. I mean, I kind of got cooked in winners finals, but I'm gonna try my best to not be Freelo in the grand finals. How about you?
Nah, NA is kind of free, not gonna lie. Yeah, but I think I've gotten like, played like probably like 30 tournaments.
30?
I don't know.
Yeah, only 30.
Well, I'll have to check the numbers, but I think this is your 42nd tournament, so you're catching up to Pocket over there. So we'll have to see how the rematch goes in the grand finals. Pocket, you know, we know you have a lucky sweater on today. Stone Collection, I'm curious, do you have anything that brings you a little bit of luck in these tournaments? Maybe a collection of sorts?
No, nothing exactly, to be honest. I'm just always playing, just talking to friends in between games, and just maybe the will to finally get a better placement than like 9th, because that's been my most common placement. I got 10 9th places, and yeah, it's good to finally break out of it and make some finals, like for example in Toronto, although it was only the losers finals, but still.
Right, yeah. I know Pocket has his own share of 9th places as well. And with all these tournaments that you've both competed at, all these runs, I'd love to hear a little bit about what motivates you to continue competing. Pocket, let's start with you.
Dude, I just find it so much fun. Like, people knows me as like the guy that practices a bunch, runs a bunch of scrims, whatever. But the funny thing is I only scrim, I only practice when I'm like itching to play. When I'm never like, oh man, I just woke up, I guess I have to ping for scrims. It's like, oh man, it's a new day. I get to tap my screen. And I never like, I would say 90% of the time, I'm just playing for fun. I chase the thrill of winning against good players, playing against good players. I've had a lot of fun so far against Stone and Dunebug and everyone else I've played in this tournament. So that's just what gets me going. I think as soon as I stop enjoying Pokemon Go is when I retire, as everyone says, but I don't think that's possible.
So something that really motivates me is to get my name out there, so that people recognize my name, and competing in different regions. And I'm a big fan of traveling, so seeing all these countries and places, cities that I've always wanted to go to is kind of nice. Competing itself is, I don't know, it's kind of mixed for me, because I always get super nervous. For example, I think it was my first game against Ashton Ash. I was just shaking and doing a lot of misplays. So that's probably not healthy. But I like to see all these places and these big tournaments, and they are kind of fun after at the end of the day. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
Awesome. Well, you've definitely made a name for yourself even from the beginning of the championship series circuit. And, you know, before we let you go and prepare for your final match of the day, do you guys have any shout outs or thank yous that you want to give to anyone supporting you from home?
Oh, okay. I guess it's me. Ooh, it's a pretty long list. I forgot my phone, so I wrote down in my notes. I think specifically for this tournament, I would like to shout out Tom, Eric, Harry, Lyle, Jacob, R, Hungry Wolfpack. Thank you so much for giving the base for this team. I know I switched the Wigglytuff to the Alolan Ninetales, but that base really was like an aha moment. I was like, whoa, you know, this is a really good combination of Mons. And, I honestly, I might have to save it for the medal ceremony, because I don't have my, I usually write this down if I get pretty far, but I'll just leave it at that for now.
For me, it's gonna be my friends and my family that are watching, probably, because it's already super late. I don't know, what time is it at the moment?
9 hours difference.
Yeah, so it's 9 hours difference, and I think we've gotta be like 3 p.m., 4 p.m., or even later right now.
I don't know, dude.
So it's like super late in Europe at the moment. Yeah, shout out to my Gym Breakers team, Kuchen, and my my how's it called again? Like the other format that I just started playing.
Battle Frontier?
Yeah, Battle Frontier, right? My Battle Frontier team with potential, and yeah, for the moment. Oh yeah, also Snowman and Colin, who are kind of responsible for this team to a certain degree. So special shout out to them.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of friends, both of you all around the globe, cheering you on, maybe staying up late to watch some of these battles. But for now, thank you so much for your time. I'm really excited to watch how these grand finals and this rematch plays out. And for now, let's take it back to Henry and Rise.
Thank you so much, Soph. I feel like watching trainers of this caliber compete, oftentimes they can almost a little bit ascend to where they don't even really feel like people because they're such machines with their gameplay. So it's awesome to kind of like lower the curtain a little bit and then get to hear from the people behind the titans that are Stone Collection and Out of Pocket.
Absolutely. You get to see the emotions a little bit of how much this means to these trainers, and Out of Pocket, talking about all the people that have helped him along the way. Stone Collection, shouting out some of his friends, PvP David, Colin, who they call the final boss in Europe. Right now, Stone Collection's the final boss that stands in Out of Pocket's way over in North America. And the temerity of Stone Collection to call NA Freelo. Now it's turned into Out of Pocket trying to prove that's not the case and maybe take the crown here. But Stone Collection on the winner's side of the bracket with perhaps a slight advantage in that regard.
If you had to argue for two of North America's best for Stone to challenge Stone Collection, I feel like having Pocket and Dune as those two potential opponents is two pretty incredible opponents. And with Pocket emerging victorious, Pocket is going to be the one to try and defend North America's honor and try and avoid being called Freelo.
Yes, Stone Collection, and he's, I can't imagine how much this means to him as well, searching for that first regional championship. He had a second place finish last year in Stuttgart to PvP David. He's been close a few times. Of course, won the last chance qualifier in the opening season, but I think a regional title would mean a little bit more. And Stone Collection as well is one of the leaders in championship points over in Europe. He competes a lot, and I think that was a great question. So fast, how many regionals they've competed in. These are two players that have been all over the world, have battled so many times. The experience, the knowledge between these two is incalculable, and they're about to square off in our grand finals here.
And one thing that I love about these interviews so much is how much you realize that our game is such a collaborative game. These teams, these players, they don't show up on stage by accident. The preparation, the practice, the teamwork, and a lot of that can start from players playing in their local tournaments. It's testing different Pokemon, testing different matchups, theory crafting lines, theory crafting teams of 6, and you can find a Pokemon event near you. We have this wonderful QR code on screen for you. I know you, Rise, you would do quite a few locals in your area, and you guys have a extremely competitive local scene because you live not too far away from some incredible battlers.
Lots of great trainers in the Dallas area. Those locals can be pretty stacked, and I bet a lot of those trainers are going to NAIC this season, where you can beat the crowd, reserve your hotel for NAIC, get some deals by scanning that QR code. It's always a great time at NAIC in New Orleans this season, and looking forward to that competition down the road.
I can't believe in this grand finals matchup, we have between the two almost 90 regionals of experience, 46 from Pocket, 42 from Stone Collection. Stone Collection searching for that first regional championship, and he flew all the way across the ocean to Seattle, not even to the East Coast, all the way to the West Coast, and he has been presumably battling the time zone differences, battling North America's best, and he's emerged on the winner's side of the bracket. And for Pocket, lost a highly contested game number 5, but he managed to defeat Dunebug when no one today could, and he has earned that rematch.
Going off of that, if you're willing to travel all the way from Germany over to Seattle to compete in this regional championship, I think it speaks to the confidence and speaks to the desire. Like, you're not willing to make that trip unless you feel like you've got a chance to go for gold and win it all. And Stone Collection with a chance to prove that here against Out of Pocket. I'm so excited for this matchup. I hope you guys are just as excited as us too. And we've got some tweets that we are going to show from you guys. Let's see. Ashton Ash, thanks, Play Pokemon, for saying the most hype match of the day. We got to see the Bastiodon face-off there with Caleb Pang against Will D yesterday. That was a pretty fun matchup to watch.
The battle of the Bastiodon. Caleb, known for the Bastiodon. Will D, known for the Bastiodon as well. And Jeremy Jalen. Thanks to everyone who brought their friends. Every Pokemon is someone's favorite. Happy 30th. Let's hope for an even bigger tournament at the Houston Regional Championships. Hashtag play Pokemon. Hashtag Buddy the Badoo.
So many cute Pokemon there. I think some of those electric types are the cutest, between the Pichu, the Dedenne. Love those Pokemon there. So shout out to Jeremy Jalen. Concentrate Queen. Hey, that's me, Henry. That's my interview with Out of Pocket. Katie, AK, and I sat behind. Oh, yeah, look at them in the background.
Look at them in the back,
fan. They're pointed there. Oh, they're trying to video bomb me and Out of Pocket. Maybe it was good luck, honestly, because Out of Pocket now finds himself in the grand finals. So shout out to Concentrate Queen, who suffered a rock climbing injury. So get well soon, Concentrate Queen.
And from LNDS Jasmine's, the kid that loved watching Pokemon on TV would never imagine that decades later I'd be able to meet so many cool people during this journey as a Pogo player. I've traveled a lot for the last years and met so many great people, and I'm so thankful for that.
Yeah, shout out to Ju, a terrific player, by the way, part of that Lindo's crew over in Brazil, and has had some impressive placings in tournaments. So thank you guys for all following along as we make our way to the grand final shortly.
The atmosphere has been building throughout the course of the day. So many close games, so many decisive game threes. The two trainers remaining in the Seattle Regional Championships, Stone Collection on the winner side of the bracket and Out of Pocket on the losers.
Here they are, and if the winners finals between these two was any precursor to the grand finals, we are in for a treat. And both trainers, all smiles, happy to be here, but I think soon the demeanor will become a little bit more serious as they begin to lock in for these matches. Stone Collection with that Scizor, that Guzzlord, a fairly standard team from him with the double flyers as well, and Out of Pocket. That Alolan Ninetales has been an X factor for him. It seems like he's been able to bring it in the right positions to give himself some victories.
And Stone Collection, that Shadow Scizor in particular was very clutch in the grand finals, being able to target down that Alolan Ninetales. And I feel like Stone has really been able to utilize Guzzlord in a lot of matchups. And Guzzlord, if it can find the Jellicent, in a very good spot, but it ends up on the Alolan Ninetales, then that would be very tough. So it definitely feels a lot less safe than it has in a lot of matchups.
And we'll take a quick look at Out of Pocket's team as well. Once again, the Alolan Ninetales was the most unique pick for him in this tournament, as well as the oppressive nature of the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Licky Licky, one of the more flexible Pokemon in the meta, the Jellicent, one of the best core breakers to the common water types right now, and Galarian Moltres, that dark type Pokemon that can shut down the ghosts of the opposing side.
One battler has locked in the other, making last-second adjustments, and here we go. Game number one, the grand finals here in Seattle, Stone Collection versus Out of Pocket.
It all comes down to this, trainers, and we start things off with Altaria against a Jellicent, relatively neutral matchup that can go either way depending on how shields are used.
Jellicent overfarming quite significantly. Stone Collection gonna strike first with the Sky Attack. Out of Pocket with the no shield, as Sky Attack does not do a lot of damage to Jellicent, and Jellicent should be able to outpace and make the double Shadow Ball before the second Sky Attack is available.
An Out of Pocket going for the Shadow Ball. And Henry, I don't think you have to be as worried about a catch in this situation, because the only thing that you don't want it to be caught on is a Guzzlord. And if that happens, you know, there's the threat of the Alolan Ninetales potentially in the back. So Pocket comfortable just going straight Shadow Ball here against the Altaria. Stone Collection's gonna let it go down, and Jellicent wins the zeros while retaining a large amount of health.
Jellicent, things could get a little bit tricky if Stone Collection, could have gone for a potential one-shield farm down, but actually going to be firing off at charge attack priority. Now Pocket, will he allow this Shadow Scizor to take the knockout? Yes, Jellicent gets knocked out, and the Night Slash does not get the boost.
And Pocket making the read, actually coming in with the Marowak here, understanding he has the fast attack pressure to maybe more comfortably deal with this Scizor, and even decides to no shield this Night Slash.
He is trusting in that Empoleon. Night Slash is gonna land, there's the boost! He gets aggressive, pivots into the Empoleon, but this Shadow Scizor is about to inflict some significant damage.
Taking advantage of some boosted bullet punches and peeling off that first Protect Shield from Out of Pocket, we are gonna see the pivot into Azumarill. Now, that Scizor is quite low. I don't know how much use it'll really be for later, other than potentially at 1 bullet punch getting off. But Out of Pocket in a favorable matchup here. However, he's down a Protect Shield.
All of that extra bullet punch damage, it was double boosted and double resisted. That is an advantage for Stone Collection, as Stone Collection just slowly chips away at the Empoleon. Out of Pocket going to be putting up the final Protect Shield of the match. Azumarill still holds on to both Protect Shields, but with the energy that Empoleon has, Stone Collection is eventually going to have to start shielding.
And one key for Out of Pocket here is I think the Marowak has enough health where it could potentially reach a Bone Club against Azumarill, so that could be a difference maker in this game. Another Drill Peck queued up, firing off at the Azumarill.
Azumarill will not get knocked out here, still has the 1 shield. Stone not going to use it here. Drill Peck connects, Azumarill still hanging on, will make it to the play rough, but looking to overfarm quite significantly.
Building up energy, you have to use that Protect Shield at this point. Your Azumarill is very low, at risk of getting knocked out by the Drill Peck. Empoleon not quite in play rough range. I think Stone Collection was trying to read a potential combination play or something of the sort to go for a catch, but Pocket too patient. Gonna land the Drill Peck in game number 1, advantage Out of Pocket.
What a game from Out of Pocket, even with Shadow Scizor getting that Night Slash boost. Out of Pocket, no shielding the Night Slash on the Marowak and making the read that Empoleon would have value in the back. That was a very pivotal moment of the match. If the Empoleon had been brought in and if Scizor got damage on the Empoleon, the Azumarill could have swept. That was a pivotal moment that flipped the match into Pocket's favor.
In a tournament of complexities and minute decisions, that was one of the more straightforward games, I would say, where Pocket simply played out the zero shield scenario. Stone Collection went for the Night Slash immediately to avoid taking a Surf, and Pocket just tried to keep the alignment. The major decision was probably coming in with the Marowak against the Scizor, allowed him to align the Empoleon against the Azumarill in back, but a pretty straightforward game there overall. And we head to game number 2. Quick lock-ins, and we see the Scizor once again against the Marowak.
This is a favorable lead for Out of Pocket because the Protect Shields are in play. Scizor does have the pacing advantage, but these Mud Slaps are absolutely shredding through its health bar.
However, typically what you see is the Scizor user go for the Night Slash after 7 bullet punches. This threatens the Trailblaze, usually pulls a Protect Shield, and if Stone Collection is willing to shield the Bone Club here, he can also get to the Night Slash. Oh, and Pocket making the read, actually catching this Night Slash on Licky Licky and saves a ton of energy on the Marowak.
Big decision coming up for Stone Collection. What gets brought in here? He sends out the Stunfisk, and this is what Pocket needs because this clears the path for a potential Empoleon to do well in the back against that Azumarill.
And perhaps the thought process from Stone Collection is he knows there's a ton of energy on the Marowak that could threaten this Stunfisk later, so he's going to utilize it here against the Licky Licky. The problem that he might have to address later is how do you deal with the Empoleon, because Azumarill, as we know, is going to struggle there.
Shadow Ball is going to be no shielded by this Stunfisk. Switch Clock will be up for Pocket soon, but I don't know if Pocket will necessarily want to actually Switch Lock that Marowak, because if he Switch Locks the Marowak, then potentially the Stunfisk could shield and then pivot out.
Mud Bomb is going to connect. Licky Licky does hang on. We see the quick combination play. Out of Pocket has 2 Bone Clubs loaded, and Stone Collection is going to preserve this Stunfisk, actually using a Protect Shield.
In comes Azumarill. Azumarill, will it get the bubble down? Pocket says yes. Pocket thinks that the next bubble will secure the knockouts. That's why he's opting for the Rock Slide, as it does do slightly more damage than the Bone Club.
Catching this, or at least forcing the energy rather, on the Azumarill is nice for Stone Collection, but he is still switch locked for a considerable amount of time, and this is going to allow Out of Pocket to build up so much energy on the Empoleon, which will be really difficult for Stone Collection to deal with that Unova Stunfisk.
The Stunfisk does have energy. The Shadow Scizor does not. The Shadow Scizor is incredibly low. Drill Peck still not in a range where it would knock out this Azumarill, so Pocket's just gonna farm up, and what a catch!
Out of Pocket, another catch. He had one early in the game, and right now he's in Stone Collection's head, utilizing the Licky Licky to absorb all that energy. Drill Peck is unleashed. This is not going to be enough to knock out Azumarill, and if you're Stone Collection, how do you deal with this Empoleon?
Drill Peck lands. There's the pivot into the Stun Fizz, but Stun Fizz cannot make the double Mud Bombs before the double Hydro Cannons are available. Stone Collection puts up the shield, but Stone Collection looks to be in trouble. At this point, he may just be committing to a full fast move farm down, trying to get as much damage as possible, but the Azumarill is low. It doesn't have energy. The Shadow Scizor is dry as well. Fast moves are all Stone Collection has left.
The problem there was even if he fired off the Mud Bomb first, neither of these Pokemon, as you see in the end, are going to be able to reach a charge attack against this Empoleon. And right now, Empoleon is a problem for Stone Collection as Pocket takes a 2-0 lead.
Out of Pocket making the right plays. He fought hard to get this rematch, and so far taking great advantage of it. Back-to-back wins. Now he has to win 2 best-of-5s. If he's able to win 1 more game, it will force a bracket reset and a fresh best-of-5.
And you see this from time to time where on paper, right, as the winner's side player, you have the advantage of being able to drop a set, but oftentimes the person on the loser's side has already faced them in the winner's finals, and they've had a match already to take notes from, to make the adjustments. When you're the person that won the first match, maybe you're on the back foot because your opponent is the one making the adjustments. And right now, Out of Pocket showing that he is on the precipice of getting a bracket reset here.
That Shadow Marowak has been so strong for Pocket. Stone has so far benched the Flyers. I wonder if maybe it's fear of the Alolan Ninetales, but the Ninetales has not been brought, and with the Flyers on the bench, that has made this Marowak incredibly safe.
Incredible mind games across the board. 1 game away is Out of Pocket from resetting this bracket. We go to game 3, the Steel-type Scizor against Empoleon.
And Out of Pocket has risked bringing that Alolan Ninetales, the Ninetales lurking in the back, and the ever-neutral Licky Licky.
And if Stone Collection finds himself in a position where his Guzzlord gets matched up against that Ninetales in the back, I mean, this is disaster. So he's got to be really careful about how he navigates this lead situation. Out of Pocket, going for the Hydro Cannon, going to start stripping those Protect Shields.
Out of Pocket really wants to try and neutralize the Shadow Scizor. Scizor is the biggest threat to that Alolan Ninetales. Ninetales still not a big fan of that Azumarill matchup, but it's still preferable to double super effective bullet punches, just farming you down.
Both trainers electing to throw their second charge attack immediately. It's a charge attack priority. Out of Pocket going to utilize the Protect Shield to get the second one off of Stone Collection. And now this is a big decision coming up. When do you potentially swap? Is it on 5 when each other get to the charge attack? This is a big mind game here. And Stone Collection actually throws immediately. And Out of Pocket, once again, going to preserve the Protect Shield. He knows that switch advantage could be crucial here.
Shield comes up from Out of Pocket. Stone Collection stays on the field. Pocket undertaps the Hydro Cannon, and that is going to be all for Shadow Scizor.
What do you do here as Stone Collection? If there's an Alolan Ninetales in back, it could be disaster. He's going to come in with the Azumarill here, but this could open the door for Out of Pocket to make the decision quite easy on what he comes with. Drill Peck coming through. Also, as you pointed out, once the Scizor is out of the picture, Azumarill's the next best answer to the Alolan Ninetales, so the decision is clear here, and I think Out of Pocket is in a great spot.
He knew that once he's seen the Azumarill, there's a catch attempt onto the Guzzlord. In comes the Ninetales, and Ninetales, even though Sludge Bomb hits for super effective, it simply will fall short of knocking out the Ninetales.
Sludge Bomb will connect, and a grimace from Stone Collection, a simultaneous nod for Out of Pocket. Sludge Bomb connects. Alolan Ninetales will continue to build some energy and fire off this chart attack before the Brutal Swing. Weather Ball should be enough to knock out, and Out of Pocket in a commanding spot here for game number 3.
Out of Pocket going for an undercharge. Oh my goodness, to leave with the Dazzling Gleam. What mastery from Out of Pocket. The damage range knowledge is just absolutely perfect.
Take a snapshot. You may want to remember that undercharge as Out of Pocket showing dominance here in this game 3. In this first set, Shadow Ball going to connect against the Azumarill, leaves it quite low. Stone Collection opting not to throw, and we are heading to a bracket reset.
Out of Pocket gets his revenge from the winners finals. He's able to force the reset, and that's going to force one final best of 5 to determine the champion. This series has been back and forth in the winners finals, but now Pocket, 3 wins in a row. He's beginning to feel the momentum.
Exactly what I was going to say. Out of Pocket now has the momentum in his favor. Stone Collection had that one set to work with. Right now, you have to regroup. Now you have to look at that set of your Stone Collection as an opportunity to learn from, and not that Out of Pocket has figured out this matchup. Confidence is key, and Stone Collection showed he could beat Out of Pocket once. Can he do it again? That's what he's going to try to, and it seems like these players are getting ready just to go straight back in to the reset. They're not taking a breather. I hope you're not taking a breather at home as they get ready to go for set number 2.
Grand Finals, bracket reset, here we go. It's gonna be Shadow Scizor into Empoleon, a rematch of last game's leads.
And after you just played this as Stone Collection and Out of Pocket brought the Alolan Ninetales in back, you start to question, do I play this differently some way? Do I save the Scizor this time around? But Stone Collection has continued to just opt for this immediate Night Slash. Normally trainers will at least build up to the Trailblaze to threaten that, but Stone Collection content just going straight Night Slash in this matchup.
If Stone Collection does think that there is the Alolan Ninetales in the back, then losing switch advantage would put him in a pretty unfortunate spot. Pocket did not bring it, but if that does happen, then it could potentially affect how Stone Collection tries to play out this matchup.
Night Slash peels the Protect Shield. We've seen this matchup play out a few times now. Does either player differentiate how they decide to play it? Right now, Pocket, every single time, I believe, he has been willing to expend both Protect Shields to get rid of the Scizor, and Stone Collection matching that, pulling both Protect Shields himself.
That Shadow Marowak at the back looks to be in a bit of an awkward spot for Out of Pocket, as it's the Corviknight and the Azumarill. So Stone Collection making an adjustment from previous Shadow Scizor lead teams, where there was something like a Stunfisk in the back. This time there is not. It's charge attack priority, and this Hydro Cannon will be knocking out that Shadow Scizor.
Now Stone Collection may opt for a farm on the Corviknight here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And Out of Pocket has to surrender the farm. Now doesn't get to a parting Hydro Cannon, and you don't really have an obvious answer. You have to come in with the Licky Licky, but this looks good for Stone Collection, setting up the back matchup.
That is a really nice adjustment from Stone Collection. Stone Collection, by getting the energy on the Corviknight and not revealing the Azumarill as the final Pokemon, has basically forced Pocket into giving him the alignment that Stone Collection actually wanted. The payback lands. Shadow Ball will be connecting onto the Corviknight, but Corviknight, it's very bulky. It's not going to mind this damage whatsoever.
The previous time we saw that lead matchup play out, it was Pocket in the advantage because he knew once Scizor was out of the picture that his Alolan Ninetales was free to roam. This time, it's a role reversal. Once the Empoleon is gone from Out of Pocket, you know the Azumarill is pretty free against the opponent. So now the tide has shifted, and Stone Collection looking composed and poised to take game number 1.
And Shadow Marowak just does not have the damage output. That's why Out of Pocket is not throwing a single charge attack. Stone Collection just going straight for the Ice Beam. No Protect Shields remain. That is devastating damage onto that Marowak.
The bubble will knock Out of Pocket goes down, and Stone Collection perhaps the momentum shift that he needed, taking game number 1.
After losing 3 in a row, I feel like this was a very important time for Stone Collection to get a win. Stone Collection now at an advantage, only needing 2 more wins to be crowned regional champion. Pocket left looking for answers. Pocket won the lead, but that kind of played right into what Stone Collection wanted with that big farm on the Corviknight.
It becomes such a chess match when you're playing some of these same matchups over and over again. Who's going to be the one to swap out and go for a catch? What are these trainers going to adjust and adapt? It's become such a chess match between these two, and we're seeing a lot of similar lines coming again and again. Who's going to be the one to make the adjustments? Here we go. Locked in. Game number 2. It's going to be the Guzzlord for Stone Collection into the Marowak of Out of Pocket.
Stone Collection keeps that Shadow Scizor now in the back, hoping there's an Alolan Ninetales back there, but there is not. Pocket has decided to leave it on the bench.
The Guzzlord against the Marowak, pretty neutral matchup here. You will outpace to 2 Brutal Swings as the Guzzlord, but Marowak can try to muscle its way through this matchup with the oppressive Mud Slap damage. Oh, we see the catch onto the Licky Licky, so preserving the ground damage once again, but this may allow Stone Collection to align the Azumarill to neutralize the Licky Licky.
Guzzlord going to be staying in this matchup for now. Going to actually pivot out, send in the Azumarill, so Azumarill doesn't get aligned onto the Marowak, but at least for the time being, gets to temporarily avoid the Empoleon.
And the Empoleon looks so strong against this entire line in general, especially the back line from Stone Collection. Shadow Ball connects as Licky Licky can put up a great fight in this matchup. And I think right now Stone Collection is content just building up more energy, but you have to be careful because you don't want Out of Pocket to then switch into the Empoleon where your energy goes not nearly as far.
Switch clock should be up after this rollout. There's the pivot into the Empoleon, and this forces Stone Collection to throw energy. This is Stone Collection's best way of burning his switch timer so he can get out of this matchup. But that is a lot of energy from Azumarill and not doing a lot of damage.
And he still can't quite switch yet. He's gonna throw this Play Rough immediately, suboptimal timing, but wants to get out as soon as possible. Play Rough likely going to connect onto the Empoleon, resisted damage, and the quick swap into the Guzzlord, but Out of Pocket's on top of it. He's firing the Drill Peck off first.
Immediate shield from Stone Collection. There is a lot of energy available on the Guzzlord. Going to go for a slight undercharge there, but Guzzlord going to be shielding up anyway. Guzzlord one off the back-to-back Brutal Swings, but Empoleon is one off of the Drill Peck, and 2-turn before 3-turn, Empoleon's getting there first.
Guzzlord grabs the Protect Shield. Empoleon, as you said, gets to this Drill Peck first and pulling another Protect Shield off of Guzzlord. Guzzlord has the Brutal Swing here, but the switch clock is also up. You see the quick swap, and it's caught onto the Licky Licky.
Licky Licky being used as a damage sponge game after game, catch after catch, absorbing that Brutal Swing, and should be able to make a charge attack here as well. Goes for the Shadow Ball to cover for a catch. This is resisted into the Guzzlord, but the Guzzlord is very, very low.
Does this open up any sort of farm down potential for Stone Collection here? He comes in with the Scizor, but you know that it's going to be tough to deal with this energy from the Marowak for the Scizor. It's got a lot of energy. It goes for the Rock Slide immediately. This is going to do a lot of damage.
The tricky thing for Out of Pocket will be managing his health. The Rock Slide does do quite a lot. Oh, Stone Collection firing off energy here, going for the Night Slash. Only one Protect Shield left for Pocket. Pocket is going to use it here. Pocket needs this next Mud Slap to knock out. Stone Collection pivots. It's a simultaneous switch. He reads the switch and sends in the Empoleon.
The Empoleon forced to fire off the Drill Peck, and I think the Scizor might just be too low. It's going to be close whether it can get any sort of farm down against the Empoleon. Let's see here. Scizor comes back in the Metal Sounds, going to outpace, and Out of Pocket takes game number 2.
What a close game. Out of Pocket reading the switch out there. He could not afford to let a bubble land on the Marowak, switching into the Empoleon, reading that switch, taking the knockout, and single resisted Metal Sound took the knockout before the double resisted Bullet Punches.
An impressive call there to make that prediction, and it was necessary for Out of Pocket to pull off the win there. Some great catches as well, really putting Stone Collection on the back foot in that game too, catching Brutal Swing energy onto the Licky Licky, forcing the Azumarill to expend Play Roughs onto the Empoleon. Out of Pocket forced Stone Collection into inefficient positions, and he ties up this series.
And these battlers, they are ready. They're already locked in. Game number 3, Stunfisk into Licky Licky. This is a very neutral matchup.
Oh my goodness, look at the line from Out of Pocket. Almost went triple weak to the Stunfisk. And although this is an unfavorable lead, you have the ability to kind of neutralize the Stunfisk here, and Pocket will be completely content just staying in this matchup, knowing his backline avoids the Stunfisk.
By Pocket over farming this much, he risks going over 100 energy, so it actually forces him into a cycle reset where he's forced to throw on alignment and concede a free Thundershock, or if he did not, then he would end up going over 100.
You have to think it's on Stone Collection's mind. Do you risk switching out to lure out the Empoleon here? I think something like a Scizor swap could be what Stone Collection needs to preserve this Stunfisk and give himself some more play to deal with that Empoleon. If he lets this Stunfisk get really low against Pocket and the Empoleon is still there, it's going to be a nightmare to deal with.
If Stunfisk is able to win this matchup, and it's a very, very close matchup, Licky, if it wins the Zero Protect Shield, it survives on very low health. He's looking to snipe the Simul Switch. This is what Pocket was looking for.
In Pocket, swapping the Moltres is going to be a huge beneficiary to him. He is now going to be able to align things the way he wants. Trailblaze going to actually get the Protect Shield from Out of Pocket as well.
That simultaneous swap was very good for Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket going to try for a farm down, realizes he's not going to get there. Looks like the Shadow Scissor would have held on with 1 hit point remaining, and that forces energy from Out of Pocket.
Stone Collection going to use the Protect Shield to get off this parting Night Slash. Doesn't feel like he can comfortably farm down the Moltres with the Azumarill, so he fires this off. This is going to set up perhaps Empoleon farm getting a head start against the back line, but the switch timer is up for Stone Collection.
The aggressive pivot back into the Stunfisk. Stunfisk racing to the Mud Bomb, barely able to outpace. This is where things get very, very tricky for Out of Pocket.
Getting the Mud Bomb off first is huge for Stone Collection. Now, is he on the 4 cycle? I think he is. No, actually, looks like he needs 2 more Thunder Shocks here. So throwing up the Hydro Cannon, but even the Thunder Shock damage in forcing Out of Pocket to throw could be critical here. The Licky swap. Oh, and you're forced to throw this anyway. Now the question is, can Out of Pocket Metal Sound down this Stunfisk before another charge attack?
He's going to take so much Thunder Shock damage along the way. I just think that even if the Empoleon gets this farm down, which it does, he's already lost half of his health bar. There's a full health Azumarill in the back, and I think Azumarill will be able to take this for Stone Collection.
This could be the revenge of the Azumarill. Empoleon has been dominating it all day, but in this particular situation, Azumarill can rely on its bulk, and it can take multiple Drill Pecks here as these bubbles slowly add up, getting it into Drill Peck, into Play Rough range, and Azumarill looking to take game number 3.
Azumarill flipping the script. This is the matchup that has haunted it all weekend, but Stone Collection absorbs not 1, not 2, but 3 Drill Packs, and he has that Play Rough locked and loaded.
Play Rough incoming. Stone Collection not acting nice anymore. He's playing rough, and Azumarill gonna knock out the Empoleon with this charge attack, lifting Stone Collection to a Game 3 victory and on the precipice of becoming a Seattle Regional Champion.
This is tournament point for Stone Collection. If he wins one of the next 2 games, he will be crowned champion. For Out of Pocket, there was a moment in the middle of that match where before he brought the Empoleon into the Scizor, he waited his switch timer, and that burned the clock for Stone Collection. The Scizor was able to pivot out, and he barely got outpaced. That outpace happened because Out of Pocket waited the switch timer for Stone Collection. It was this moment right here. Out of Pocket waited the switch timer, did not bring in the Empoleon, and that's what let the Scizor switch out.
Those minute decisions and calculations can be the difference between victory and defeat, can be the difference in who becomes a regional champion. And here we go. We've got a Scizor into the Kanto Marowak.
This matchup is one that the Marowak does like, but Stone Collection did bring the Corviknight in the back. In a previous matchup, Stone Collection did end up trying to go for a Bone Club catch out of the Corviknight, and I believe was successful. Does Pocket try and play around a potential catch? Does Stone go for it? Stone goes for it and gets it.
Out of Pocket has played this in a variety of ways, but it's Stone Collection that probably optimized that matchup the way he best could, catching a Bone Club onto Corviknight. This is going to set up a neutral matchup here, the Licky into the Corviknight.
Licky is so fast through the Shadow Balls, but Licky is already down a Protect Shield. Stone Collection looking to take full advantage as he full sends the Payback. Licky no shields, and Licky pays the price.
Payback looking to do enough to two-hit KO the Licky, but it's got so much energy. These Shadow Balls will add up, and Stone Collection actually vying to use a Protect Shield here.
Stone Collection investing in the Corviknight's health. Corviknight will be met with another Shadow Ball, but by shielding up the first, Stone Collection can now no-shield the second and look to overfarm and exit the matchup with energy.
Out of Pocket connects on the Shadow Ball. You see him shaking his head a few times, maybe concerned about the position he's in, as Stone Collection firing off the Payback has to guarantee the knockout or the protection. An Air Cutter would not quite knock out if Out of Pocket decided to call it. Payback incoming, knocks out the Licky.
In comes Empoleon now. Empoleon is looking for a massive amount of farm. Stone Collection should reach the payback. Oh, he gets the catch.
Catches on the Marowak, but that's still a lot of health down the drain on the Marowak. This Empoleon could go for a nasty fun, so we're gonna see the quick pivot into Scizor to avoid that. But here's the thing, you can potentially shield this if you're Stone Collection to get the last protection of the pocket, and that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Stone Collection needs as much fast move pressure as possible. Stone Collection could feel it in this moment. His time could be now. The bullet punches adding up onto the Empoleon. The Trailblaze getting shielded, maximizing as much damage as possible as he tries to put the Empoleon into play rough range.
It seems like it's been inevitable every single game, the Empoleon getting lined against the Azumarill. But Stone Collection is slowly figuring out if I can get some chip damage on this Empoleon first and keep my Azumarill healthy, maybe it can outbulk it in the end. Pocket has so much energy here, it's not gonna be easy, but Azumarill looking to take these Drill Pecks and try to deliver the final blow.
Drill Peck after Drill Peck, Pocket shaking his head. He knows this is just not enough damage. Azumarill, it's been around for seasons. The bulk is undeniable. No Protect Shields left for Pocket. This Play Rough is guaranteed to land.
Play Rough connects, puts the Empoleon very low, but actually can Empoleon get to another charge? That the Drill Peck's not going to be quite enough. Stone Collection is awfully close to the charge attack.
Drill Peck lands. Does Stone Collection switch? It looks like he doesn't have to. He can just stay in, make the Play Rough, and that should do it.
Contenders separate themselves from champions. And as this Play Rough connects, Stone Collection is no longer a contender. He's a regional champion.
What a competitor, Stone Collection. So many tournaments. He has done it. Stone Collection is your Seattle Regional Champion.
He had to go through the North American Gauntlet. He had to go through the best they had to offer, and he finds himself in a Game 5 against Out of Pocket in the winners finals, has to rematch. Out of Pocket takes the first set in dominant fashion, 3-0, but that didn't stop him. And the mental fortitude, the tenacity of Stone Collection to say, okay, I see you Out of Pocket, but I can make my own adjustments. I'm gonna take this set 3-1 and become your Seattle Regional Champion.
That is the heart of a champion right there. Even when it looks bleak, you get swept in the first best of 5. Not giving up, adjusting the strategy, and almost using Empoleon, which had been so strong into the Azumarill, as a benefit to the Azumarill, because once you get a little bit of damage on it, Empoleon's energy advantage just went nowhere, as the Azumarill was just absolutely unstoppable.
Phew. How technical was that matchup there? We couldn't have asked for much more. We're going to take a look back at some of the highlights of the first best of 5. Stone Collection, we saw more Jellicent from Out of Pocket in that first best of 5. It seems like he kind of dropped it in the second, as Stone Collection was just struggling to deal with that Empoleon. It was a reoccurring theme. The Azumarill wasn't able to deal with it when shields were still in play, as Out of Pocket continued to just put on the pressure with the Empoleon.
And in this matchup, this was the game where it was just catch after catch onto that Licky Licky. And a second catch as well. The Licky Licky, such an effective damage sponge, and that set up the Empoleon with an energy advantage to sweep.
The Stun Fisk was problematic at times for Out of Pocket, because you don't have any fast attack pressure with the Empoleon. You have to rely on that Hydro Cannon pressure, and the Azumarill. It was almost as if this first set, was a learning experience for Stone Collection. This Empoleon kept being a problem. Out of Pocket brought the Ninetales in that decisive Game 3, but Stone Collection, he didn't concede, he didn't give up. He used that first set to make adjustments in the bracket reset and ends up as your Seattle Regional Champion.
And I believe we have highlights from the second best of 5 as well. And that was where it felt like Stone Collection really got to take his revenge. Stone Collection choosing to say, you know what, I can lose the lead because I'm going for farm on Corviknight. Corviknight with the energy head start overwhelmed Licky, and that set up Marowak to lose the zero shield scenario to Azumarill.
Between the winners finals and the grand finals reset, these trainers played 12 battles against each other. And how many times did we see the Empoleon versus the Scizor? How many times did we see the Marowak against the Scizor? It was over and over repetitive, and both trainers trying to play it differently, be creative, and try to get an advantage. But in the end, Stone Collection was able to make those adjustments in the second set.
And Stone Collection having the larger margin for error coming out of the winner's side of the bracket. He had the opportunity for 2 best of 5s because he had not dropped a set all weekend. He needed a pocket with the reverse sweep. But what a finals. Between winners finals and both grand final sets, if they played 12 games, if my math is correct, 6 went to Stone Collection, 6 went to pocket. But when it mattered most, it was Stone Collection winning the final best of 5.
An incredible set we got to witness there, and congratulations to Stone Collection, your regional champion. But a look at our final standings, our top 8. We saw Out of Pocket take a 2nd place finish, Dunebug in 3rd, and some career best finishes. Shout out to Gerald in 4th place, Absol trained best with his best career finish, as well as Final Boss AJ in 8th, Cheese Curl in 7th, and Firestar as well, making another top 8 for his resume.
I believe from 4th through 8th, that may have been the best placements for all of these trainers at a regional level event. So incredibly cool to see trainers, full pun intended, rising to the occasion when it matters the most and securing those top placements.
We had to say it at least once on the broadcast, and wow, what an event here. Stone Collection, your Seattle Regional Champion. I want to just revisit that, to travel from Germany to Seattle to compete here. I mean, you have to have that confidence, and it would feel bad, you know, to make that long trek and journey, maybe not live up to your own expectations. But how happy and exciting is it for Stone Collection? He can add regional champion. He's done pretty much everything else with his top cuts, his medal placings, but now he has won a regional, and he's actually the 2nd person from outside North America to take a North American regional this season.
Wow, what a tournament, what a performance by Stone Collection. That series, those finals, we may have seen the reason why Shadow Scizzor's getting a bullet punch nerf. Shadow Scizor, even in its losing matchups, was able to get so much damage onto the Empoleon and just leverage that Corviknight energy absolutely perfectly.
The end of an era for Shadow Scizor, perhaps, but you know, the start of an era of maybe Stone Collection dominance. We want to congratulate our finalists, so we're gonna toss it over to 2-0 Butters.
Thank you so much, Ryzen. Congratulate them. We will. This is one of the most experienced group of trainers in Championship Series. 127 competitions between all 3 of them. And in 3rd place, Dunebug, the 6-time regional champion. Bring it up, Dunebug! Congratulations, Dunebug. Obviously, you have so many accolades, but what does this 3rd place medal mean to you?
This 3rd place medal means so much to me, especially on a very emotional weekend for me. Friday marked 9 years since my father passed away, and it's been a very tough weekend. I'm so glad I was able to put a really good run together. I know he's up there, so proud of me. I love you so much, Dad.
That's beautiful, and you always seem to put a good run together, even from that loser's side of the bracket. Obviously, you're the most winning regional champion winner ever with 6 titles, but still looking for that international championship or that world championships. This is 2026, the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, the 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go. How are you feeling about this August and this World Championships?
I don't know. I feel I've had quite a good few runs here throughout the season. Just gotta put one together in the biggest tournament ever.
All right, well, congratulations once again to Dunebug. Well done, one of the best out there, coming in on that loser side of the bracket, making it all the way to that losers finals. And in 2nd place, we got Out of Pocket. Congratulations out of pocket. Looks like you officially do have a new lucky sweater. How are you feeling about your performance this weekend?
Honestly, really good. I mean, I feel like it sounds so cocky to say, but I feel like I played a perfect regional. Every match, I feel like I did everything I could, and everything, like, if I were to do a different play, there was a reason why I couldn't do it. I feel like everything came together, and I think I deserve this. I deserve. But like, my goal in this tournament was to play a best of 5, and I played every single one. I wanted to put myself to the test. I have been starting to track energy better. I've been thinking about my mental game a lot, and I wanted to see, can this new me handle best of 5s? And I feel like I think I proved myself in that regard.
You absolutely did. Obviously, you kind of tied in that series 6-6. You just didn't get the points where you exactly needed to do. But I want to hear a little bit about this new pocket. What are some new mental adjustments that you made in this tournament to get this far?
I think the gamer lean and the look away from the crowd really helped. It really helped me isolate myself from the rest of the competition. It was just me, the screen, and my notes in their team sheet. And it felt like it was like a chef in the kitchen, you know? But if there's all these people outside, it's like there's too many cooks, you know?
Well, you are amazing. Once again, you are one of the best trainers in North America. I'm going to give you a similar question to Dunebug. This is a historic World Championships. This is all going towards the road to Worlds this season. What are your aspirations for the rest of this season?
I mean, I want to guarantee my invite to the World Championships. Since I didn't win this tournament, I don't have a guaranteed invite. So I would love to get that locked away. One thing as well, I mean, I want to win Worlds. Everyone does, but that has like been on the back of my mind since this season started. Like, I think I will never stop. I will not stop grinding these tournaments, and even if it's like, if I stop enjoying it, I'll take breaks. But I will not stop grinding until I win the World Championships.
Well, maybe the new Gamer Lean Pocket can do it this year at the 2026 World Championships. Best of luck to you. Congratulations once again to Out of Pocket. And in first place, another North American Regional Championship stolen from a different region. We got Stone Collection. Congratulations, Stone Collection. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling overwhelmed, kind of. Like, it's taken me like 42 tournaments, they just said, to finally get here. So I don't know what to say.
Well, speaking at the very beginning, right, you were the last chance qualifier champion. 42 tournaments later, or many tournaments later, right, at least over the late 30s, you finally achieved your ultimate goal of champion. How did you do it?
I don't know. I think it's probably because of Shadow Scissor, which is getting nerfed next season. So yeah, good luck for me. Now, finally, like, usually I was always playing a bit off meta, and actually at the Gdansk regional, I did a rocket grunt, and I got this rank 11 scissor, so it's like 0, 11, 11. So it's a really high rank scissor, and I could finally use it in Toronto. And I think, like, it's an overpowered pick that I utilized to my advantage, and that's how I did it. I don't know.
Well, you gave it a great last dance before it does get worse in the next update. But you finally achieved that goal of regional champion. Now, what is next? What's next for Stone Collection? Do you have higher aspirations now that you've reached this goal?
I mean, of course, I want to get a good placement in an international tournament, or maybe even at Worlds. But for my next plans, I'm not going to do any NA tournaments for now, because I don't have any time and maybe money. But I'll do all the EU tournaments. I'll be coming back to NA for NIC, because I got the travel award. And yeah, let's see from there. So yeah, the EU tournaments are my next goal.
Fair enough. That might be some good news to some North American trainers out there, but the European trainers do have to watch out. Congratulations once again to the Seattle Regional Champion, Stone Collection. All right, it's not over yet. I think we have our other casters in the lounge to wrap this whole thing up. Take it away.
Thanks, Butters. Such a persistent group of trainers receiving those medals. We saw Stone Collection 40 tournaments after winning LCQ finally claims his regional title, and of course Pocket and Dudebug mainstays on the NA scene. Rise and Henry, I'd love to hear any general thoughts you have about this weekend after having that front row seat to the grand finals.
Man, it was what an unbelievable event. I got to talk to Stone Collection on the floor in day number 1, and I believe he was one of the later groups. And I was a bit surprised to see him here because obviously it's quite a long flight from Germany. And I asked him, what time is it back home? And he said, oh, about midnight. And I said, have you battled yet? He said, no. So he was definitely fighting the time zone difference there, the jet lag, but he just did not let that stop him. His determination, his ability to bounce back after that 3-0 from Pocket was just absolutely incredible.
Not only battling the jet lag, but battling some of the toughest opponents NA had to offer. And Stone Collection, you know how much it means, especially someone that's been so close multiple times. When you've had a 3rd place in Toronto, you had a 2nd place in Stuttgart, but he finally crosses that barrier, that threshold, and now he can call himself a regional champion.
Definitely a lot of persistence from Stone Collection throughout his entire career, but let's take a look at his journey throughout this tournament. Of course, he was on the winner's side of the bracket, first taking down Nash, Firestar out of Pocket for an absolute gauntlet. All of these trainers have had so much success at the international level, and then of course, fending off out of Pocket after the bracket reset.
Just what an absolutely incredible top half of the bracket we saw here today. And what a run from Stone Collection, Nash, Firestar. It really felt like he just kept taking down the best that North America had to offer.
And Dunebug, you see, had that incredible run on the loser's side of the bracket as Out of Pocket fell down, and he stopped the incredible streak that Dunebug was on. So Stone Collection had his hands full with Out of Pocket, but in the end, figured out a way to get it done. Just an incredible performance from so many trainers all around.
Exactly, the top 3, and then of course you guys mentioned a lot of trainers in the top cut having their career best performances. But let's take a look at some of the Pokemon that these trainers used in order to make their runs. Of course, Empoleon, I feel like, was the story of the tournament. I felt like it was always seeing Empoleon versus Corviknight or Empoleon versus Azumarill, but a lot of other picks in here. Rise, I know you favor that Gourgeist, and it made a great appearance here in day number 2. Now, I think some of us casters also had some predictions for Pokemon that we thought were going to succeed this weekend. Let's take a look at those. Henry, how did you fare?
Well, Shadow Scizor was on the winning team, so I guess I could say that I went 1 for 4. Shadow Chargebug, I don't think we saw. Steelix wasn't as much of a factor, but we did see some Gourgeist in day 2, and Shadow Scizor was a pretty big key to Stone Collection success.
You know, so I think I got a little bit unlucky because 2 of the Bastiodon actually had to face off, and Caleb lost to his own medicine with the Bastiodon, so that was a bit unfortunate. Maybe it would have gone further if Will D didn't put an end to that streak. The Gourgeist saw an uptick in usage as well, and we saw a lot of Galarian Moltres, so I would give myself a proficient on the report card.
Yeah, I think a lot of us, pretty good picks around the board. Of course, several of us had Shadow Scizor, Gourgeist as well, making a huge impact here in Seattle. Well, I think there's a lot still to look forward to. Oh, but sorry, we also made some predictions for day number 2 specifically. Henry, you did pretty well with Out of Pocket's Alola Ninetales, definitely a signature pick for him. I went with Firestar Scuzzlord, definitely a mainstay pick on day number 2. And then, of course, Rise and Butters doubling down on the Grumpig.
Grumpig, Butters, I'm just putting on the record, he copied me with that pick. And shout out to Gerald for such a tremendous run with that Grumpig, matching his best performance to date, I believe, with a 4th place finish and a medal. So huge congrats to Gerald.
Incredible run by Gerald, and there's still a lot of tournaments to look forward to in North America this season, of course, all leading to Worlds. We just finished up the Seattle Regional. You can see we're just over the halfway point, but a lot of exciting tournaments coming up.
We got Houston, Orlando, Los Angeles, Indianapolis, and all roads are leading up to the big international in New Orleans.
That's right. New Orleans has that international championship, returning there for the 3rd year in a row. But of course, the next tournament is going to be Houston. That's coming up in just a couple of weeks. We'll have a fresh new meta, so that's going to be really, really exciting to see. We'll have to see what trainers are there. But, thinking about Stone Collection's journey throughout the rest of the season, he's got a couple of regionals to look forward to before he comes across the pond to New Orleans.
You know, Houston is the closest one for me. Looking forward to that, and some great destinations there over in Europe as well, as they look forward to more regionals and maybe a lot of those titans over in Europe, the Stone Collections, the Potomens of the world, and the Collins going over to New Orleans as well to compete in NAIC.
And their next destination looks like that's going to be Seville. I believe that's been in Spain. You mentioned the Potomans of the world, and I believe he actually medaled there last year. So, you know, he's had a great season so far. So we'll have to stay tuned to see if he can repeat that performance. But you know how you can stay tuned. You can head to Pokemon.com/broadcast to see a schedule of all of the tournaments that are coming up and are happening. Get all of the details there to keep up with the news.
And we also have socials as well, at Play Pokemon on X, at Play Pokemon on Instagram, Facebook.com/Pokemon, YouTube.com/Pokemon, or Play Pokemon. We're everywhere.
And if you're thinking about coming to one of these tournaments yourselves, in addition, of course, to engaging with us on social media, you can come to NAIC. We've actually got a great promotion here. You can reserve your hotel by scanning that QR code, and you're going to be able to get a discount on a lot of those hotels that are going to be right next to the convention center. So definitely a great opportunity. If you're going to head to NAIC, of course, one of the premier events of the tournament, or sorry, of the season. Rise, do you have any more thoughts about what you're looking forward to for the rest of 2026?
It's just been an honor and a privilege, I'd say, to cast with all of you this weekend. It's been a ton of fun, and I'm looking forward to competing in Houston next personally, as well as traveling to more events throughout the rest of the season and building upon what has been a great season already.
Awesome. Henry, what about you?
Man, this tournament, the level of play, the excitement from the player base, seeing this game continue to grow is just so incredible, and I feel very grateful to be a small part in this incredible journey that we're all going on.
All right, well, it's been a wonderful weekend here in Seattle. Once again, congratulations to all of our competitors. One of the biggest tournaments, again, that we've had in North America to date. I think that's going to be it for us, but we'll see you at the next one.